strange, folkloric, and fatal cultivation. In a year of abundant harvest, the world is plagued by malevolence, i.e. the witching hour. When the Yin energy is at its peak, those who dare traverse the night are either practitioners of the arcane or simply not human. The Soul Reaper, who steals lives from the graves, employs talismans and water to combat the supernatural. The Treasure Seeker consults the rice immortal, painting dragons to dispel the bones of fish. Zhen, reborn as the last remnant of a family of celestial guardians, clings to his life while concealing the scripture of celestial guardianship. Upon discovering that burning incense and offering longevity can summon forbidden deities, he questions why the myriad of evil entities are compelled to bow before him. In a world brimming with exceptional talents, the path to the celestial realm is fraught with the bones of the deceased. With the 8 extraordinary arts and ancient techniques, he encounters bizarre creatures, worms with human faces, 1,000-legged beasts. Zhen realizes that evasion is not a viable option. To rise above others, one must consume, with malevolence rampant and demons disturbing the peace. Since the immortals do not intervene, I, Zhen, shall burn incense and summon the divine. In the initial birth of forbidden food, a fragrant altar arises in dire straits at a journey to immortality, with countless bones turning to dust. When faced with the malevolent, what shall one do? Establish the altar, ignite the incense, offer longevity, and summon the divine. Chapter 1. The malevolent spirit enters my belly, seeking life. Child, eat this bowl of meat, and you shall ascend to immortality. The dim light of the oil lamp flickered, casting shadows on the cracked walls adorned with twisted vines. Blood dripped from the beams above, falling onto a gaunt, pale face. Zhen lay numbly on the earthen bed, allowing the blood to stain his visage. He was acutely aware that the dripping, sanguine substance was, in fact, his own intestines. Child, eat this bowl of meat, and you shall ascend to immortality. The voice echoed like the whimper of a dying dog, laced with a hint of perverse excitement. The source of this voice was a hunchbacked old man clad in tattered burlap, standing before a square offering table, upon which stood a grotesque statue, half human in height, indiscernible in form. Certainly not a deity in Zhen's understanding. Zhen was all too familiar with the old man's rituals that he knew that the old man would soon light 3 thick incense sticks and murmur incantations before producing a basin of dark, unidentifiable meat. True to form, the old man lit the incense, arranged the offerings, and muttered softly, then reached into his trousers to pull out a basin-sized ceramic bowl brimming with the dark meat. He approached the bed, scrutinizing Zhen's face before sighing deeply, his gaze shifting to the hollow cavity of Zhen's abdomen. Child, I must cut your intestines. Do not hold it against me. To ascend, one must endure what others cannot, and suffer what others dare not. You shall ascend. Your entire family shall ascend. Zhen's veins bulged as he glared at the hunchbacked old man, his eyes wide with rage, nearly bursting with blood. If looks could kill, the old man would have perished countless times. Yet, drained of strength, he could only swallow back the curses that died in his throat. No, he no longer even possessed a stomach. The black tie sway can dispel calamity. Once the calamity departs, the child shall ascend. The old man chanted, cramming the bowl of dark meat into Zhen's hollow abdomen. Once the meat touched the blood and flesh, it transformed into something alive. Upon entering Zhen's belly, it squirmed violently like a hatchling serpent. Zhen's eyes were bloodshot. Excruciating pain coursed through his body as the seemingly sentient dark meat penetrated every crevice of his being. That I am not so easily killed. After being imprisoned for 7 days, tormented by the old man, with his intestines hollowed out and deprived of sustenance, he still clung to life. His vision darkened, his head throbbed, his marrow felt drained, and every meridian seemed severed. His heartbeat intensified, resonating like a dying echo. I shall die. Zhen gritted his teeth, desperately fighting against the overwhelming agony. From the corner of his eye, he saw the incense on the offering table drifting into his nostrils, the grotesque statue writhing, and the hunchbacked old man, grinning with yellowed teeth, holding the oil lamp. 7 days. This was his limit. 7 days prior, he had sought consultation at the priciest psychological clinic in the city, rumored to have imported the most advanced therapeutic methods from abroad. He believed it. The cost of that belief was being hypnotized by a black stone tablet, awakening to the madness he now endured. An ancient homestead, a bizarre old man, and an unending supply of dark meat. Throughout the 7 days, Li Zhen contemplated escape, and his most successful attempt had seen him scale the walls of the estate. In the dead of night, he stealthily traversed half a mile before encountering a worm with a human face seeking to peel his skin, and a goat standing upright, peering at him with crimson eyes from behind a tree stump. Ultimately, the hunchbacked old man caught up with him and dragged him back to the homestead and could see the witching hour, when the Yin energy is at its peak. The malevolence stirs. Should you encounter a formidable spirit, your skin shall be flayed to exchange souls. The old man's threats seemed to awaken Li Zhen. Flayed to exchange souls? Li Zhen pondered, what is he now? Has he undergone a hypnotic soul exchange? With so many uncertainties clouding his mind, one thing remained clear. The old man's promise of ascension was nothing but a deception, using his life to nourish the statue on the offering table. Each day, the old man fed him 3 bowls of meat, once at the witching hour, once at noon, and once at sunset. The more he consumed, the weaker Li Zhen became, while the grotesque statue on the offering table grew increasingly vibrant, nearing the point of animation on this 7th day. Li Zhen had not lacked resistance. Even when he clenched his mouth shut, the old man forcibly sliced his belly open, wedging that dark meat within. Bang! 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 The dark meat squirmed within Li Zhen, and the entity on the offering table began to stir. The grotesque statue swayed precariously, gradually fracturing, sprouting countless tiny holes, from which flesh and blood oozed, coalescing into a skinless serpent, slithering toward Li Zhen. There was no time to waste. He could not escape this bizarre state, and even if he did, he could not flee the malevolence-infested mountains. He had no choice but to gamble. Li Zhen closed his eyes, and amidst the darkness behind his eyelids, a stone tablet suddenly materialized. It was the very tablet from the psychological clinic that had hypnotized him, the root cause of his transmutation. The tablet loomed in his vision, seemingly boundless, inscribed with 3 blood-red characters, scripture of celestial guardianship. Beneath those characters were several indistinct, smaller inscriptions, each accompanied by an incense altar, where thick red incense burned vigorously. Most striking was the character for longevity. The incense before the longevity character was thin and short, even lacking ash long enough to measure. Li Zhen's lips twitched violently. 7 days ago, his longevity had been robust. The murderous, hunchbacked old man was indeed after his life. With his lifespan dwindling, Li Zhen felt no fear, for he had uncovered the secret of the stone tablet. The shorter the longevity incense, the longer the immortal incense. He did not yet comprehend what the immortal incense represented, but if this blood-red stick grew any longer, it would touch upon a hazy shadow. The tablet was clearly no ordinary object. Trapped in the unknown and facing the peril of life, the best strategy he could conceive was to gamble with his life. Damn it, I will explode with you. With a sudden surge, even the hunchbacked old man did not react in time as the feeble Li Zhen sprang up, desperately reaching for the intestines hanging from the rafters. The old man froze, as did the sinister entity on the offering table. What was this frail child attempting? Smack! Li Zhen yanked down the intestines, tying them in knots at both ends, desperately tightening them around his neck. The hunchbacked old man and the malevolent entity were momentarily stunned. The matter of ascension is of great significance. Do not act recklessly, child. Ascend? To hell with your ascension. The youth of this new era believes not in spirits. As the pressure increased, the sensation of suffocation surged, blurring his vision further. He was engaged in a tug-of-war with death. It was precisely this action that ignited the coarse incense before the longevity character in his mind, causing it to blaze fiercely. Simultaneously, the incense pillars before the Zhen altar surged inexplicably. At last, the ever-increasing fragrance of Zhen brushed against the nebulous shadow. In an instant, a chill coursed through Li Zhen's body. He was not dead. Rather, he was cold, cold enough to tremble uncontrollably. His hands lost their strength, and he released his intestines, the suffocating sensation abruptly dissipating. With a resounding clang, the sound of a gong echoed, jarringly piercing the heavy atmosphere of the 4th watch of the night, chilling one to the very marrow. Li Zhen, unable to restrain himself, felt his eyelids droop, revealing what he grasped in his hands. In his left hand, there was a dark, ominous gong. In his right, a wooden mallet. With a clang, Li Zhen felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he possessed an inexhaustible strength. His only desire was to leap from the bed and vanquish the ancient wretch. As the gong resounded, the dim oil lamp within the room extinguished abruptly. In its place, a bizarre green flame ignited, crackling and elongating Li Zhen's shadow. The grotesque flesh that had extruded from the sculpture now appeared to freeze, slowly retracting back. It was done. Li Zhen perceived a glimmer of vitality, his eyes widening with exhilaration, and he became entranced, striking the gong repeatedly. Clang, 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 clang. The shadow behind him, illuminated by the green fire, grew increasingly elongated, markedly different from Li Zhen himself, sprouting bloody flesh as if it were about to break free. Taking my life will not come so easily. As the gong was about to resound again, the hunchbacked old man swiftly extended a finger from his coarse robe, touching Li Zhen's wrist. Li Zhen's form suddenly stiffened. Seizing this moment, the old man murmured softly, pinching his fingers to reignite the thick incense on the offering table. I am unaware if the deity of the night watch has graced us, and I apologize for any offense. However, this is a matter of my Li family. I kindly ask the immortal to depart. Li Zhen. Chapter 2. The Mysteries of Incantation and the Perils of Longevity. Li Zhen felt a sudden numbness in his mind, and he noticed that the incense beside the old man was becoming increasingly thick, nearly obscuring his figure. A large hand abruptly pressed against his forehead, and with a flick of the finger, Li Zhen felt as though his soul was being torn from his body. When he regained his senses, he found himself still seated on the earthen bed, devoid of the gong and mallet he once held. The boundless vigor that had surged within him dissipated entirely. Can one truly gamble their life away without consequence? The longevity incense had burnt down to a stub, and as darkness enveloped him, Li Zhen fainted. In the depths of the obscure space, he stood beneath a stone tablet, gazing at the incense altar. The ethereal fragrance had returned to its original height, and the longevity incense was gradually rising once more. Could it truly be that longevity could still increase? He pondered the futility of his sacrifice. All he managed to accomplish was to intimidate the offerings on the altar into retreating. Meanwhile, the old man had crushed his dreams of revenge with a mere slap. Logically, he should have been in a dire predicament, yet here he was, awakening to find that the longevity incense had inexplicably risen. Suddenly, a crackling sound interrupted his thoughts. Li Zhen opened his eyes to see the hunchbacked old man clutching a yellow talisman, watching it burn with a crackle. In his other hand, he held a chipped porcelain bowl, catching the ashes that fell from the burning talisman. Awake now? Li Zhen murmured drowsily. Strange indeed. You asked this old man to help nurture your essence for a decade, yet it is you who has squandered that opportunity, the old man remarked, grinding the talisman ashes evenly, causing the water in the bowl to darken gradually. It was only natural for one's mind to be muddled after such an ordeal. He hadn't lost his sanity, merely his memory, which was a fortunate outcome. Half slumped on the bed, Li Zhen was filled with questions, yet felt grateful to have preserved his life. As long as the mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. However, he could no longer see the old man clearly. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Perhaps he should utter a few kind words to persuade the old man to release him. Here, drink. The old man extended the bowl filled with the dark water infused with talisman ashes, and Li Zhen frowned in dismay. What is this? The old man's gaze shifted, his snake-like eyes fixating on Li Zhen for an extended moment, until Li Zhen felt a chill run down his spine, prompting the old man to speak. Child, you have summoned the night watcher. Can you not even recognize a bowl of talisman water? At that moment, the fog in Li Zhen's mind cleared. Indeed, he had traversed to another realm, yet he possessed no memories, resulting in a significant gap in understanding this peculiar world. However, after enduring 8 days of life and death, gaining insights into the stone tablet and longevity incense, along with the cryptic hints from the old man, Li Zhen should have pieced together certain truths. The original self and the hunchbacked old man did not appear to be adversaries. Yet the identity of the sacrificial offering remained unshakable. The longevity incense would not deceive him. The evidence was irrefutable. After 7 days of torment, the longevity incense had consistently diminished. His life's sacrifice and the peculiar copper gong had not altered the master-servant dynamic with the old man. The old man still wielded control over him. Yet, he had not sought Li Zhen's life. Rather, he had prepared a bowl of talisman water for him. However, the old man had begun to suspect his identity. The ability to summon the night watcher stemmed from the stone tablet, while Li Zhen's ignorance of talisman water was due to his status as a traveler from another world. The old man must have known the original self. Considering the age difference, their relationship could not stray far from either grandparent and grandchild or master and disciple. Li Zhen leaned towards the latter. For what grandfather would perform surgery on his own grandson? As Li Zhen was about to voice his thoughts, he abruptly halted, beads of cold sweat trickling down his body. Something was amiss. Before he had fainted, the old man had clearly stated that this was a matter concerning the Li family. With both of them sharing the surname Li and it being a family affair, how could they not be related? Yet, he had referred to himself as a grandfather, which would undermine Li Zhen's amnesiac persona. Just as the old man had remarked, having summoned the night watcher, how could he not recognize a bowl of talisman water? Master, you must certainly be my master, am I correct? Li Zhen stammered, struggling to recall the details. I cannot remember. Many things elude my grasp, like the night watcher. Or talisman water. The old man's expression shifted to one of discomfort, and an unadorned chill flickered in his eyes as he squinted at Li Zhen. Dear child, do you remember that I am your master? And no, I do not know. The only thing I recall is my grandfather, who cherished me dearly in my childhood. Li Zhen's heart raced. The bone knife hanging from the old man's waist was truly terrifying. The talisman water felt ominous, as though the ashes within were alive. Watching him, he could only gamble on awakening a flicker of familial affection in the old man. The old man's expression softened. The gleaming bone knife at his waist retracted. A weight lifted from Li Zhen's heart. He knew he had taken the right gamble. However, the validation of this bond lay in the talisman water held by the old man. Now I remember what talisman water is, Li Zhen exclaimed, taking the porcelain bowl and drinking deeply of the dark liquid infused with talisman ashes. As it entered his stomach, a burning sensation coursed through him. He then noticed that his abdomen had returned to its former state, without a trace of scar, as if the previous 7 days of torment had been mere illusion. Closing his eyes, a sudden rush of longevity incense sprouted from the incense altar. A chill breeze swept past the stone tablet, and the longevity incense grew steadily. The talisman water was not a harbinger of death, rather, it was life-saving. The longevity incense surged upward, then suddenly halted, igniting with fervor. Strangely, the flames of the longevity incense burned stronger than the other sticks. Could it be that I am truly a short-lived spirit? Li Zhen thought, opening his eyes to the empty porcelain bowl before lifting his gaze to the old man, who wore a gentle smile. Talisman water. It seems to have properties that enhance longevity, Li Zhen stated. The old man's wrinkles deepened, and his smile faded. Child, your ability to summon the night watcher at such a young age is remarkable. However, one must not misinterpret the efficacy of this talisman water. Li Zhen felt a shiver run down his spine. It was as though he were precariously walking a tightrope over the abyss, with a single misstep leading to disaster. The so-called talisman water for healing plagues was merely for those of shallow cultivation. Once burned to ash and steeped in water, it could only remedy minor ailments. But for those of profound cultivation, a talisman steeped in water could subdue malevolent spirits. Talisman water possessed no inherent longevity-enhancing properties. Never had it. Li Zhen felt overwhelmed. The stone tablet would not deceive him, which meant the old man was attempting to trick him. But you gave me this talisman water, and I drank it. I felt warm and rejuvenated. The old man chuckled softly, resting his palm on the offering table beside the earthen bed, tapping lightly. What I provided you is certainly not ordinary talisman water. In fact, strictly speaking, it cannot even be classified as talisman water. For 10 years, I have nurtured your essence. Yet yesterday, just as success was within reach, you summoned a night watcher. This disturbance startled the nurturing spirit, which, in a fit of rage, perished. With the spirit's demise, the merits of my cultivation could not go to waste. I captured some with a talisman and transformed it into water for you to consume, thus granting you a modicum of longevity. Li Zhen absorbed this revelation, observing the bare offering table devoid of its twisted sculptures, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Had he misjudged the old man? The opportunity to nurture the spirit was rare, and after enduring for so many years, it had faltered on the final day. The old man rose, gripping Li Zhen's scalp, his expression suddenly turning icy. A chilling wind swept through the room, causing wild trees to sway and birds to cry out. Zhen, you have never behaved this way, even in your amnesia. You were exceptionally well behaved and would never jeopardize a hard-won opportunity. From whence did you corrupt yourself, a spirit, to seize my child? With a crash, the wind flung open the door, gusting into Li Zhen's collar, sending shivers down his spine as the mingled scents of blood and ash assaulted his senses. What a sudden change of heart. Grandfather, I truly am Li Zhen. Chapter 3. The Events in Majai. Encounter with the debt collector. The old man hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to bring himself to act. Celestial beings are devoid of humanity. Your gaze resembles that of my child. With a sigh, he exited, leaving Li Zhen alone on the Kong. Swallowing hard, Li Zhen felt a dryness in his mouth. The old man was far too skilled at changing his demeanor, akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. His own cleverness had not quelled the old man's suspicions. Rather, it was the desperate cry for help that had saved him. Fortunately, he was quick to concede. What was the nature of the tainted celestial being? Li Zhen's strength had somewhat returned, yet his complexion remained pallid. If he were to be hit by another gust of that chilling wind, he feared he might be stripped of his skin. He could no longer remain near the old man, as he might return to kill him. But if he fled, where could he possibly go? He vividly recalled the last time he had climbed over the wall and encountered the eerie specters. No, compared to those phantoms, the old man was even more frightening. The celestial guardian he had summoned had been extinguished with a mere gesture. Li Zhen crouched near the paper-thin window, gently poking a hole to survey the courtyard. Thankfully, the old man was not within. Quietly slipping outside, the desolate little village resembled a solitary grave, nestled amidst the wilderness. As the rooster crowed at dawn, the sky brightened. Li Zhen felt warmth returning to his body with the rising sun, and his spirits lifted slightly. Outside the village stood a few ancient apricot trees, their leaves withered. A glance confirmed it was around October. The autumn chill was palpable, but his clothing offered little protection against the cold. He recalled his mother's repeated admonitions to keep his belly warm as the weather turned cold, even without blankets. He should cover his navel with a piece of clothing while sleeping. A pang of nostalgia filled his heart, and he wondered if he would ever see his mother again in this lifetime. Yes, to live was the only chance he had to return home. Traveling through the village, he bid farewell to the old apricot trees. Before him lay a narrow road stretching east and west. To the east, a cluster of villages could be seen, while to the west loomed a wild forest, behind which lay vast, ominous mountains that evoked a sense of unease. The last time he had escaped over the wall, he had fled into that very forest. Today, he intended to explore the cluster of villages. The clusters resembled a small town, but the inscription on the village's entrance sign was obscured by dried blood, rendering it unreadable. Steeling himself, he strode boldly into the village. The paths were narrow, and he soon encountered a farmer emerging from his home, a hoe slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing Li Zhen, a flicker of life crossed the man's otherwise dull face. "Li Xiaoge, you seem quite energetic today. How is your grandfather?" The greeting felt oddly familiar, yet something about it was off. Why was he being asked about his vigor? Li Zhen awkwardly nodded, glancing at the man's hoe before replying. "Ah, yes, you are busy with the autumn harvest." "I see. Huh." The farmer's expression turned peculiar. "Autumn harvest? Li Xiaoge, what nonsense are you talking? My mother rose from the dead last night and dug herself out of her grave. I'm going to rebury her." As he spoke, the farmer stepped aside, revealing an elderly woman behind him. The flesh on her face had decayed significantly, her burial clothes riddled with holes and dirt, and her vacant eye sockets gave her a haunting appearance. Though she seemed to be in motion, a closer look revealed only a yellow talisman fluttering on her forehead. "The talisman given by my grandfather is quite effective. In all the surrounding villages, our village suffers the least from hauntings. It's a pity for my mother, though. She can't find peace even in death." The farmer hoisted his hoe and led the elderly woman forward. Li Zhen felt a momentary stiffness, but, having endured a week of trials, merely nodded stiffly in response. Yes, your grandfather is well." How strange. Normally, Li Xiaoge treats his grandfather like a servant. Yet today he addresses him respectfully, the farmer remarked. Huh. Li Zhen snapped back to reality, only to see the farmer had already walked away, leaving the elderly woman staring vacantly at him, her hollow eye sockets fixated on him. Was this man referring to the hunchbacked old man as grandfather? Did he typically treat the old man like a servant? Was the original Li Zhen so arrogant? But he distinctly remembered the old man saying that the original Li Zhen was quite obedient. Who was lying? Did he still regard himself as a grandson? By noon, Li Zhen had traversed the village. He had initially intended to search for a government office or similar authority, but every villager he questioned merely shook their heads, saying that only a village head managed affairs. They mentioned that he had recently been afflicted by a haunting and was still bedridden. The talisman given by the grandfather was ineffective. After wandering about, Li Zhen gathered a plethora of fragmented information. Firstly, the county town housed a government office, but it was far away, and villagers might never visit it in their lifetime. Secondly, there existed strange entities in this world, whether spirits of the deceased or animals that had attained sentience, and even more formidable beings that the villagers were unaware of. Thirdly, Being struck by these entities was referred to as being haunted or afflicted. Typically, those who dealt with such matters were semi-divine figures from the rivers and lakes, and the hunchbacked old man, referred to as the grandfather, was one such figure. So, my cheap grandfather is a good person who helps others rid themselves of hauntings? Zhen pondered. Yet he could not decipher the situation. Looking down, he noticed a shadow on the yellow earth before him. Raising his gaze, he found himself confronted by a burly man with a bushy beard, pulling a cart laden with glimmering blades. Care to buy a knife? No thank you. Zhen politely declined. It wasn't that he didn't want one. Having a knife for self-defense would be prudent. Yet he sensed that this man emanated the same aura as the hunchbacked old man, likely another of the villagers' semi-divine figures. Zhen valued his life too much to engage with such individuals. The bearded man opened his robe, revealing more knives hanging from it. Which one do you want? I said I'm not buying. I have no money, Zhen replied, feeling an unsettling chill at the sight of the man. Money isn't an issue. You can owe me. I'll return next year on the 15th day of the 7th month to collect. The man's eyes, resembling sheep droppings, scrutinized Zhen. I'll leave you with a prophecy. If it doesn't come true, the knife is yours for free. If it does, you must pay me for it next year. Zhen frowned. He couldn't believe such an opportunity existed. A prophecy? What prophecy? You mean to say I won't owe you for the knife if it doesn't come true? The bearded man nodded, pushing his cart along. Before the 15th day of the 7th month next year, everyone in Majai will perish. Zhen felt a chill run through him. What a malevolent prophecy. Where was Majai? The bearded man glanced around the village with a sinister smile. Right here. Zhen held his breath, watching the bearded man leave the village. Sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, he had not taken the man's knives. But wait. Zhen felt something heavy in his hand, raising it. He found that he had unknowingly grasped a short blade about a foot long. The blade gleamed, reflecting his gaunt, pallid face. Chapter 4. Initial encounter with the thick-browed man. The woman on the yellow weasel, a large hand clasped Zhen's shoulder, strong and powerful. Startled, he shivered, cautiously tucking the knife into his waist and covering it with his tattered clothing before stiffly turning around to find a smiling, middle-aged man before him. The man's eyes squinted into slits, his thick brows casting a shadow over his features. The hand resting on Zhen's shoulder was covered in dirt, and his robust physique suggested he was a man who had just finished working in the fields. However, a long scar marred his face, resembling a centipede's trail, which was quite frightening. Zhen took a cautious breath and tentatively inquired, "Who are you?" The man with thick eyebrows wiped the smile off his face and fixed his gaze on Zhen for a long moment before shaking his head and sighing. "Old Li said you've been possessed by an evil spirit. I initially dismissed it, especially with a half-immortal watching over you. What kind of malevolent spirit would dare approach someone who doesn't even recognize his own uncle? But now I see Old Li was not deceiving me." Zhen nodded in agreement, while his mind busily calculated the connections of his former self. The intimidating man before him, despite his fierce appearance, exhibited a certain concern for him through his words. However, Zhen could not afford to lower his guard due to a few phrases. There was no shortage of lunatics in this place, guts ripped open, corpses resurrected, and half-immortals with debts to settle. What are you standing there for? Your aunt has slaughtered a chicken. You haven't eaten lunch, have you? Go grab something. Before Zhen could offer any polite refusals, the thick-browed man seized his arm and led him towards the east of the village. It was not that Zhen did not wish to resist. Rather, the man's strength was overwhelming. He feared that a slight struggle on his part might result in a dislocated arm. Before long, they arrived at a tidy homestead. The exterior was well kept, with neatly stacked firewood, and there was not a trace of animal waste in sight. Compared to the man's rough appearance, Zhen surmised that a virtuous woman must reside there. Just as he thought this, the half-open door suddenly swung wide, revealing a woman in an apron who waved at the thick-browed man and Zhen. "Look who's back. Come in quickly for a meal." Zhen was taken aback. The woman was strikingly beautiful, not in an ostentatious way, but rather as a rural woman dressed simply yet exquisitely, with fair skin, long fingers, and a slender figure. Her gentle smile could enchant anyone. In terms of aesthetics from Zhen's previous life, this woman could be considered an exceptionally beautiful young matron. Stealing a glance at the unattractive, thick-browed man, Zhen felt a strange sense of incongruity. Once inside, the courtyard was impeccably organized, even unusually clean. In the middle stood a dining table with a bowl of coarse flatbread, several cold dishes, and a whole-cooked chicken placed in the center. The thick-browed man urged Zhen to sit down, pulling out 2 smoking pipes from his pocket, lighting one, and handing it to Zhen. Zhen did not refuse, but took a puff, only to choke violently. The beautiful aunt scolded the thick-browed man. How can you expect such a young boy to handle your pipe? The man chuckled. I know he doesn't smoke. I just wanted to see how he would react after losing his memory. Li Zhen inwardly cursed, still coughing intensely. For the potency of the pipe was far beyond anything he had experienced before. The smoke hit him like a pile of burning firewood, flooding his senses and inflicting torment on his insides. With a harsh cough, he expelled a piece of blackened meat, which fell onto the table and began to writhe. Gazing at the moving flesh, Li Zhen felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his heart were being extracted. The thick-browed couple stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Zhen waved his hand, drenched in sweat, reassuring them, it's fine. As he spoke, he grabbed the writhing black meat and swallowed it whole. Ah, that's better, he sighed, the pain in his chest finally subsiding. The thick-browed man raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Zhen as if scrutinizing his mouth. Young Zhen, what you just expelled and swallowed was likely a piece of Tai Sui. But its quality. Li Zhen's eyelids twitched as he discreetly turned his back, gripping the cold short knife tucked at his waist. I don't know. My grandfather gave it to me. Upon hearing this, the thick-browed man exchanged glances with the beautiful woman, bursting into hearty laughter. Your grandfather? You call old Li grandfather? Ha. Li Zhen felt somewhat dazed. It was indeed true that he had been possessed and could not remember anything. However, this was not entirely bad. Old Li had always treated him like a young master, and calling him grandfather was not a burden. The thick-browed man chuckled, his eyes brimming with warmth. Both you and Old Li are not from the mob village. It seems you fled from the county town during a disaster. Yet, Old Li has never mentioned it. And no one knows the truth. He is a half-immortal, though the specifics of his path are unclear since he possesses a great deal of knowledge. But whether you are his grandson is well known among us villagers. You, the unfilial one, used to treat your grandfather like a servant when you were young. And your aunt and I could hardly bear to watch. Yet, you are quite kind to the villagers. Your health may not be robust, but your heart is good. Last year, you even took Old Li's precious talisman and distributed it among us. It was quite effective in warding off evil spirits. Now that you've been struck by this possession, finally realizing your filial duty and acknowledging your grandfather. The thick-browed man spoke with fervor, his face flushed, even happier than if he were the one being treated as a grandparent. Li Zhen listened, piecing together many thoughts in his mind. But young Zhen, the thick-browed uncle warned, your grandfather is a half-immortal, a person of high standing. If you truly have been skinned and had your soul swapped by an evil spirit, he could easily discern it and deal with you. The beautiful woman elbowed the thick-browed man and laughed. Don't listen to your uncle's scare tactics. Your grandfather treasures you above all else. If you were truly possessed, he wouldn't dare to harm you. Women, what do you know? The thick-browed man playfully slapped the woman's waist, causing her to sway. Li Zhen's expression darkened, observing the couple's flirtation. Am I merely a pawn in your little game? Sensing that it was inappropriate to jest in front of the younger generation, the thick-browed man paused, adopting a serious tone. However, young Zhen, although I may not be well-versed in the mystical arts, I have a knack for discerning people, and your gaze does not appear to be that of an evil spirit. Most likely, after losing your memory, you exhibit a certain naive clarity. It seems it was Old Li's idea for you to wander about the village, having been possessed and forgotten everything. Perhaps encountering familiar faces will jog your memory. Li Zhen secretly nodded, thinking that even his own lines were being spoken by others. The thick-browed man sighed heavily, gazing at Li Zhen with reddened eyes. You've been struck by this possession and can still be saved, unlike my daughter, who played with you as a child, calling you Zhen until she grew up. I nearly arranged a betrothal with Old Li for her, such a beautiful girl, yet now she has become something unrecognizable, beyond even the help of a deity. Li Zhen felt dizzy, but just then the door of the side room creaked open. Brother Zhen, you're here. The soft voice of a girl warmed his heart. Li Zhen turned to see a face as exquisite as jade, seemingly inheriting her mother's beauty, charming and delicate like a porcelain doll. Yet, this delightful visage was oddly situated atop the body of a large, yellow rodent. It stood upright, its front paws raised as if in greeting, the lovely head smiling at Li Zhen. However, upon catching sight of the chicken on the dining table, it darted forward, snatching the chicken's head and scampering back to the side room. Chapter 5. The Debt Collector and the Black Cat unveiled in the surrounding villages. Your grandfather is regarded as the most knowledgeable of the semi-mortals. If even he cannot find a solution, then it truly is hopeless. Li Zhen furrowed his brow and asked, why not seek treatment in a larger place, like the county or the state capital? I have considered that, he replied. However, in such grand locales, they are not merely semi-immortals, but true immortals. How could I possibly afford their fees? Perhaps next year, when I harvest the Tai Sui. I could exchange some silver and take Xiaohe to the county for treatment. Yet, old Fong seemed somewhat pensive. But what if? Harvesting the Tai Sui, with my limited skills, I fear I may not succeed and could even lose my life in the process. Old Fong meticulously cleaned his smoking pipe and, with his brow slightly relaxed, continued, nevertheless. It is something that must be done. Whether Xiaohe can reclaim her humanity and find a husband depends on my capabilities as her father. The beautiful aunt wept softly as old Fong offered quiet comfort. After a prolonged silence, Li Zhen inquired, what caused Xiaohe to become this way? Old Fong waved his hand dismissively. It's a sorrowful matter that I prefer not to discuss. You should ask your grandfather when you return. He knows the details. Realizing he had overstepped, Li Zhen lost his appetite for the cold dishes on the table. Xiaohe had already taken the roast chicken, leaving little for him to eat. So he stood up and departed. Once Li Zhen left the village, old Fong's expression darkened. The bone-scraping knives strapped to his waist and legs were thrown onto the dining table with a clatter. What is the situation? Has the soul been swapped? The aunt asked. Old Fong regarded the gleaming knives on the table, squinting. It seems unlikely, but suspicion cannot be dismissed. I have not forgotten what Li's grandfather instructed. However, today I saw him conversing with the debt knife man, who concealed his blades, clearly preparing for us. But preparing weapons is human instinct. It has nothing to do with demons. Upon hearing the term debt knife man, the aunt's eyes turned icy with dread. What are these beasts foretelling now? Years ago, they claimed my Xiaohe would turn into a weasel, and what happened? They seized the opportunity and truly transformed her into a yellow weasel. Not only did they offend the wandering spirits, but they also rendered Xiaohe incapable of becoming human again. These beasts deserve to perish. Old Fong's demeanor grew even colder. Filled with a palpable murderous intent, he fiddled with the row of bone knives on the table, speaking ominously. Over the years, I have slain many debt knife men. These are the blades they lent me. But the one who met with Zhen today possesses profound abilities. I intended to deal with him, but he vanished in the blink of an eye. I refrained from questioning Zhen out of concern for his vigilance, as I am still uncertain of his true nature. The aunt's fury began to dissipate, her expression turning mournful as she wiped her tears and retreated to a side room. I will go check on Xiaohe. The old man who had his stomach opened, the resurrected mother, the debt knife semi-immortal, and the transformed Xiaohe. Li Zhen trudged along the rural path, the autumn wind carrying a chill. Having lingered at old Fong's home for some time, dusk was fast approaching. He needed to return to the village before nightfall. No matter how one viewed it, the old man was his biological grandfather. Although he now questioned his own identity, it was still preferable to contend with those wretched demons in the wilderness. Moreover, he had inexplicably acquired a debt knife, which he certainly needed to discuss with the hunchbacked old man. At this moment, he had only 3 tasks: gather information, earn the old man's trust, and stay alive. Though they appeared as 3 distinct objectives, they essentially boiled down to 2. Li Zhen murmured to himself. Old Fong told me that my grandfather is the most formidable semi-immortal within 10 miles. Gaining his trust would naturally ensure my survival. But how to gain that trust poses a dilemma. Lost in thought, Li Zhen had already exited the village. As autumn deepened, dusk fell rapidly. Li Zhen's vision was obscured. The corn stalks lining the path towered ominously. After crossing this expanse of corn, he took a few more steps and spotted a solitary grave. Beside it stood a shadowy figure, low to the ground, seemingly scattering soil. Straining his eyes to see better, he was suddenly jolted with dread. Earlier that morning, he had encountered a man heading to bury the resurrected mother. But now, it was not the man, but the resurrected mother herself standing by the grave. The yellow talisman on her forehead had fallen off at some point. Her decaying face bore deep cracks, and her mouth twisted back as she scattered soil onto the grave while cackling. Good heavens, Li Zhen thought. Without a doubt, the body buried there must be her son. The earth atop the grave was freshly disturbed, indicating recent activity. Regaining his composure, Li Zhen began to search the ground, looking for the talisman. The man had mentioned that the talisman provided by his grandfather was effective. But now that the resurrected mother had discarded the talisman, chaos would surely ensue. If he could find it, he might save the person buried there. While the funeral attire was festive, the sight of the corpse was terrifying. The movements were stiff yet swift. Her long nails could pierce through flesh and bone. As Li Zhen contemplated his search for the talisman, he feared the old corpse's son might already be dead. Should he just leave? Suddenly, the sound of soil scattering ceased. The eerie sound of nails scraping against the shovel's handle sent chills down his spine. The old corpse suddenly dropped to the ground, arching its back like an old cat, facing Li Zhen with bared teeth. Now, finding the yellow talisman was imperative. Li Zhen stumbled backward, and in doing so, stepped on something. Looking down, he found a tattered yellow talisman, covered in dust. With an agility that belied her age, the old corpse sprang to life, launching herself toward Li Zhen, her wide, vertical pupils almost touching his face. The long, dark, pointed nails loomed dangerously close. "How dare you? Even a tiger spares its young. How can you bury your own son?" Li Zhen shouted, unsure whether it was the content of his words or the sheer volume that stunned the old corpse. Nevertheless, this resurrected woman finally hesitated. Seizing the moment, Li Zhen bent down and rolled, grabbing the talisman in the process. The sharp stones on the path bruised his waist, but he could not afford to dwell on the pain. Clambering to his feet, he positioned himself behind the old corpse, gathering all his strength. With a swift motion, he slapped the talisman onto her forehead. Though it was not a precise placement, it stuck nonetheless. The old corpse froze. Li Zhen was drenched in cold sweat. Finally exhaling in relief as he approached the grave, picked up the shovel, and began to dig. "Hang in there, brother. I will get you out." With all his might, Li Zhen swung the shovel, sending clumps of earth flying. Exhausted, he heaved several painful coughs, expelling dark bile, but he had to swallow it back down, grimy and foul. At last, he broke through to the grave. Li Zhen collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Fortunately, the coffin lid had not been sealed. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he lifted the lid, but instead of the man from earlier, he found a living black cat nestled inside, its long tail coiled around itself. It licked its front paw, tilting its head with a hint of amusement on its narrow feline face. If the old corpse represented a physical threat, this sinister black cat was a blatant assault on his psyche. After toiling for half a day to save someone, he was met with the unexpected sight of a living black cat upon lifting the coffin lid. The adrenaline fueling Li Zhen's efforts to retrieve the talisman and confront the corpse began to wane at this moment. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept through the field. Piercing through his collar, Li Zhen shivered violently, stumbling backward until he collided with the now motionless old corpse. The howling wind seemed to strip the yellow talisman from the old corpse's forehead. With a sickening click, the corpse's jaws began to open and close, releasing a foul stench that assaulted Li Zhen's nostrils. Having intended to save a life, he now found himself in peril. Li Zhen felt his vision darkening as the visibility in the wilderness diminished. The cries of the black cat echoed like a wailing infant, inciting the old zombie to claw at Li Zhen's head. "Damn it! Even if I cannot contend with the half-immortal, must you also bully me?" In the vigor of youth, frequently oppressed by such eerie occurrences, Li Zhen harbored a secret weapon within him. He could not allow his life to be snatched away by these beasts. In an instant, he crouched, narrowly evading the old zombie's embrace and retreating to the side. Recalling the scene from the previous day when he summoned the night watchman, a stone tablet lay within him, before which several incense offerings stood. Once the longevity incense was lit, the immortal fragrance surged, an invocation of life. The entity summoned was referred to by the old man as the night watchman, evidently not an ordinary being. With that pair of hammer and gong in hand, he felt an inexhaustible strength. Even his very soul seemed transformed. Li Zhen resolved to emulate yesterday's actions. Though he was uncertain of the outcome, it was better to stand and face fate than to remain idle. Now, lacking the means to strangle himself into a near-death state to ignite the longevity incense was indeed no simple task. Roar! The old zombie let out a low growl, pivoted, and zeroed in on Li Zhen's position, leaping toward him once more. There was no choice left. With a swift motion, Li Zhen drew the short knife he had tucked into his waistband. This peculiar weapon had been given to him by the loan shark earlier that day, and he had been reluctant to use it against the old zombie, fearing its malevolent nature. Yet, what else could he ponder at this moment? As the old zombie lunged, the black cat in the coffin continued its howling. The short knife was unsheathed, aiming for his thigh. While slashing his wrist was out of the question, blood would not cease, and he could very well perish. Stabbing his thigh was a different matter. It would draw blood without necessarily being fatal, a safer option. However, as the knife's tip came within half an inch of his trousers, it could advance no further. Li Zhen stood frozen, his mind blank, as he perceived a hazy shadow between himself and the old zombie. Yet, the darkness was too profound to discern clearly. "Child, you are in such a frail state, running about at night. Look, you have encountered these wandering spirits and phantoms. How can a forgetful fool like you contend with them?" The voice was one Li Zhen knew all too well. It belonged to Li Grandpa, the hunchbacked old man from the village, his own surrogate grandfather. In the past week, Li Zhen had both feared and despised this man, wishing to devour him whole. However, with the passage of events from yesterday to today, Certain suspicions in his heart had been somewhat overturned. Now, hearing the old man's hoarse voice, warmth flooded his heart. Slap. A crisp sound echoed, instinctively. Li Zhen covered his face, but in the next moment, he realized that the old man had struck the old zombie. The zombie, caught off guard, emitted a whimpering sound, its earlier ferocity evaporating. As for the black cat's howls, it seemed to have ceased at some point. The chilling wind in the wilderness had also quieted. Li Grandpa did not take the knife from Li Zhen. He approached the solitary grave, lit the incense at its front, and with a flick of his hand, ignited a stack of paper money he had retrieved from his person. The paper money quickly burned away, and the whimpering old zombie stood still, rendered mute. Since you were struck by a wandering spirit, I shall not question your transgressions. Should anything befall my grandson, you and that spirit would not even escape the cycle of reincarnation, Li Grandpa murmured, rising. Next year will be a bountiful year, with more wandering spirits. There will also be more practitioners of the occult. It was unclear to whom he directed these words, but Li Zhen surmised they were not meant for the zombie. Listening attentively for the old man to continue. Yu's son is dutiful. Upon encountering his deceased mother, he did not falter but knew to reinter her. You are not entirely heartless. You even knew to knock your son unconscious and place him in that cornfield, battling that wandering spirit to a standstill. Huh. In that case, lie peacefully. I have burned this incense for you, and left some for my Li family boy. Otherwise, the old zombie, regaining its senses, turned stiffly toward Li Zhen. Bowing deeply, Li Zhen contemplated extending a courteous gesture, but refrained, realizing he was reciprocating a bow from a zombie, and instead pondered the old man's words. Can I truly leave some leeway for them? I am already at the brink of sacrificing my life. Thud, thud, thud. The old zombie leaped into the coffin, which then sealed itself automatically, and the black cat vanished without a trace. From the adjacent cornfield came the rustling of movement. A slender man emerged, carrying a hoe and rubbing his eyes. Did I sleep until nightfall? The man, still groggy, upon seeing Li Grandpa and Li Zhen, turned to the neatly restored grave of his mother, and in excitement, knelt down. Thank you, Grandpa, for saving her. My mother returned from the dead, and I feared she might cause harm. I am so relieved you were here. Li Grandpa did not rush to let the slender man rise, but instead stepped aside, allowing Li Zhen to take center stage. There is no need to thank me, old man. If it were not for my grandson, I would still be unaware of this affair. Though the slender man was oblivious to the details, he knew the old man's words carried weight. He hastily bowed to Li Zhen. Brotherly, you are truly a great benefactor. I shall never forget your kindness. From now on, if you need a shroud, you may come to me. I will measure and tailor it for you free of charge. Li Zhen frowned, uneasy at the offer. I appreciate the sentiment, but let us forego the shroud. I am still young. Why yes. The slender man scratched his head in embarrassment. Realizing the night was dark and fearing further encounters with evil spirits, hurriedly took his leave, promising to return another day to express his gratitude. Li Grandpa, unaffected by the previous events, took a step toward the road leading to the village. Li Zhen licked his parched lips and hurried to catch up. Grandpa. Li Grandpa did not respond, merely glanced at Li Zhen, his gaze landing on the short knife at his waist. Did you borrow that from the loan shark to deal with me? Li Zhen's eyes widened as he quickly protested. How could that be? I did not borrow it. It just inexplicably ended up in my hands. Li Grandpa chuckled softly, his tone inscrutable. The moonlight climbed the branches, illuminating the path ahead, where shadows danced upon the ground. In this bountiful year, 7 parts of the world are filled with evil. My child, though you possess talent, you are foolishly reckless. You remember nothing. Yet you foolishly engage in battle with a wandering spirit of considerable skill and wrestle with an old zombie. This is not the height of folly. Your lifespan is already thin, and to seek immortality is a perilous endeavor. Now that your attempts have failed, you still wish to invoke the night watchman through dubious means. Had I not been present today, your life would have burned away, and how then could you have been saved? Li Zhen's throat felt parched, and his heart stirred. He gazed at the old man's furrowed brow under the moonlight, and spoke. Grandpa, I will not make the same mistake again. Li Grandpa paused, his withered eyes flickering slightly. Very well. Chapter 7. Under the moonlit night. Discussing the ways of the world, the person you saved is from the Shroud Zhang family in the village. He is quite courageous and dutiful, but lacks knowledge of the ways of the world, and does not understand why his mother returned from the dead. Li Grandpa explained as they walked. This was also Li Zhen's suggestion. The old man's words had resonated with him. Li Zhen could sense the old man's emotional fluctuations and persisted in his inquiries, saying he had lost his memory and forgotten much. To return to a normal life, he needed Li Grandpa to share more stories. Li Grandpa's attitude towards Li Zhen was nuanced. He harbored some suspicion, yet lowered his guard. Ultimately, they began to converse about matters within the village. The mother of Shao Zhang had been trampled by a wandering spirit. The black cat he encountered was indeed a spirit of considerable power. Black cats are inherently sinister. If one crosses paths with a black cat before burial, it may result in resurrection. However, the inhabitants of Guomazhai are well aware of these rules and usually take precautions. The wandering spirit you have encountered possesses considerable abilities and has attained a form of intelligence, allowing it to evade detection. It chose to tread upon the coffin before the burial of the mother of Shi Zhang. Unsurprisingly, she became a reanimated corpse, ultimately turning into a servant of this wandering spirit. Li Zhen's expression tightened as he pondered. Is this cat a cunning spirit? Can it truly transform the dead into zombies and enslave them? Such a feat is indeed remarkable. The practice of nurturing zombies by wandering spirits is rare. Yet Shi Zhang's mother was a kind soul. In her attempt to protect her son, she retained a remnant of her spirit, attempting to bury the wandering spirit in return. Unfortunately, she was not successful, as her grave was disturbed midway. Li Zhen's complexion stiffened as he contemplated whether he had inadvertently assisted in her misfortune. The old man, delighted to witness Li Zhen's embarrassment, chuckled and continued. Of course, even if the old corpse retains a flicker of humanity, it is of no consequence. The wandering spirit has already acquired the ability to ascend, and being buried was merely a game to it. Had you not intervened, I would not have come. The Zhang family would have faced utter annihilation. Li Zhen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that he had not contributed to their plight. Master, what does it mean to ascend? What qualifies as ascension? The village was drawing nearer, from the depths of the mountains to the west. The haunting calls of partridges and night owls echoed, chilling to the bone. The old man gazed toward the distant mountains, taking deliberate steps while calculating and speaking slowly. Wandering spirits refer to a general classification of malevolent entities. Their powers vary, corresponding to the levels of the adept practitioners. The initial stage of the path is known as the passing the threshold. When a demon beast gains intelligence and consciousness, it is considered to have passed the threshold. Similarly, when a person can perceive and see the supernatural with the naked eye, possessing the ability to ward off evil, they are also referred to as having passed the threshold. Li Zhen nodded thoughtfully, recalling the meal he had shared earlier with the coarse-browed Fong family, who had mentioned that his grandfather was a master of the passing the threshold. However, it sounded as though this stage was merely an introductory level. As expected, the old man continued, ordinary mortals outside the path do not discern the differences. They refer to anyone with abilities as half-immortals. Yet within the path, there are distinctions. After the passing the threshold, one is termed ascending the hall, also known as hall officials, who are further divided into 3 ranks, each progressively advanced. As for the specifics of these 3 ranks, you need not concern yourself with them at your current level. To ascend allows one to set up altars and light incense, to comprehend the profound and mysterious, to refine one's inner organs, and to strengthen the body. In the military, they are fierce soldiers. In the martial world, they are esteemed masters who dispel evil and subdue malevolence. Naturally, each path has its own specialties and skills. Li Zhen was nearly compelled to ask what paths existed, his curiosity evident. The old man cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhen, shaking his head as he replied. There are countless paths, diverse and eclectic, yet they all fall under a few main categories, such as the rice seer, the death blade, the talismans and water masters, and the iron hand. Master, which path do we belong to? Li Zhen inquired with curiosity. Us. The old man chuckled self-deprecatingly, his hunched figure bending further. We are of an obscure path, hardly worth mentioning. At last, they arrived at the village. As Li Zhen and the old man stepped over the narrow threshold, the oil lamp in the yard flickered to life. Li Zhen was aware of the old man's formidable abilities and extraordinary nature. Yet he sensed that the old man still concealed many secrets from him, unwilling to divulge them. Perhaps it was due to wariness of him, but at times, Li Zhen found it amusing. He was nothing significant, so what was there to guard against? That night, he savored a warm bowl of taro. Finally, he would not be bound and dissected. Li Zhen broached the topic of the debt blade with the old man, who waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. In my early years, the debt blade predicted grain prices, gold prices, and the prices of calamities, never dabbling in sinister prophecies. If he can articulate such nonsense, it signifies nothing of legitimate standing. So there is no need to fear. When trouble arises, we shall confront it. Those who sow discord will inevitably face the consequences. Li Zhen felt reassured and inquired whether he could wield the blade in the future. The old man laughed. If it's free, one should take advantage of it. This short blade has tasted the blood of a wandering spirit. It is exceptional. After finishing their meal, Zhen recalled the girl with the head of a human and the body of a yellow weasel he had seen earlier at the Fong household and asked, "Master, do you know about Little He?" The old man extinguished the oil lamp in the room and lay down on the large Kong, speaking slowly. Little He is a poor girl, cursed by the debt blade, having exchanged her body with that of a yellow weasel. I cannot remedy it, but the one who tied the bell must untie it. Little He played with you in her youth. When you have resolved your own calamities and become someone of stature, do lend her a hand. Zhen, who had been in a daze, sat up straight upon hearing the old man's latter words. Calamities? What calamities do I possess? The old man did not respond, already drifting into a deep slumber. Zhen remained seated at the edge of the Kong, staring at the square offering table before him, which still held a burnt-out incense altar. The lingering scent of ash wafted into Zhen's nostrils. He retched, expelling a mouthful of blackened flesh that fell onto the offering table, the grotesque mass writhing with growths. A sharp pain surged through his chest. What were all these strange occurrences in the village compared to the potential issues within himself? That night, Zhen experienced a peculiar dream. He found himself beside a murky green pond, where a woman with her back exposed was submerged in the water. She scrubbed her body with increasing fervor. Even as her skin tore and bled, she did not cease. The pond soon turned crimson, and the woman's flesh began to decay, transforming into clumps of blackened, festering rot, floating and fermenting in the water. Zhen rushed to the pond's edge, only to see a woman's face suspended above the surface, in the Ileo Mountains, Water Ghost Pond. Do you dare consume my flesh? Do you believe you can survive? Chapter 8. Old Chuan of Guomazhai, seeking apprenticeship for the calamity, October 23rd. An inauspicious day for all endeavors. The old man squatted by the edge of the Kong, holding a bowl of thin porridge, murmuring the words from the almanac while slurping the porridge. Occasionally, his gaze flicked toward Zhen, who lay sprawled in an awkward position on the Kong. The old man's eyes were intimidating. He was a half-immortal well-versed in the path, and his naturally cold aura, combined with his hunchbacked posture and the large pot on his back, could easily frighten away a host of malevolent spirits. This likely explained his solitary existence. After observing for some time, he sighed, lifted the bowl, and drained the last of the rice remnants. I know you are awake. Stop pretending. I've warmed porridge and pickled radishes for you. At noon, I need to move someone else's house, so you should go to the village and find old Chuan, the blacksmith. Zhen awkwardly sat up, scratching his head, contemplating how he had been caught despite attempting to maintain a facade of steady breathing. Who is old Chuan? What do I need him for? The old man stood, placing the bowl on the stove, lifting the lid to serve a thicker porridge, and prepared a dish of pickled radish before leisurely explaining. Old Chuan has studied the iron hand technique, though he is still in the passing the threshold stage. He is more than capable of teaching you. He glanced at Zhen with a look of disdain. You are far too weak. I fear that even a mere brick thrown by a cowherd would be enough to bring you to despair. Zhen silently scoffed, thinking, who wouldn't be disheartened if struck by a brick? The old man tidied some yellow paper and took a thin incense stick before reaching the door. He paused and added, initially, I intended for Fang Xiaohua's father to teach you some self-defense techniques, but his propensity for violence has clouded his mind. The teachings he imparts are tainted. Old Chuan is an honest man. Learn diligently from him, and by the time the 7th month arrives next year, you should be able to strengthen your body. Zhen was momentarily taken aback by the old man's words, sensing a diminishment of his wariness, as if he genuinely regarded him as a grandson. However, before he could revel in the sentiment, the old man's subsequent words doused his excitement with cold water. My dear Zhenzi possesses extraordinary talent. The lessons from the Iron Hand are straightforward, and entering the passing the threshold within a month should pose no challenge. However, if you fail to do so, I will have to consider which path celestial being has seized my child. Zhen's scalp prickled, and he cautiously inquired, what happens if I do not enter the passing the threshold? The old man chuckled softly, raising the yellow paper in his hand. Since he could not enter, it seemed that the boy would be reduced to ashes by the immortal's possession. Zhen shuddered, genuinely believing that the old man could commit such an act. He was to take the items from the basket by the Kong to the old shovel as a token of gratitude. One must adhere to customs. After uttering this, the old man departed, swiftly disappearing from sight. Seated limply on the Kong, Zhen was still troubled when he noticed a basket covered with floral cloth beside him. Something within the basket was moving. Upon lifting a corner, he nearly jumped out of his skin. A white, fleshy substance, writhing like fat, resembled something he had expelled from his own body. Hastily, he covered the cloth again, his mind racing. Could this be the Taisu the old man spoke of? Contemplating, Li Zhen leaped from the calm, grabbed a bowl from beside the pot, and drank the thick porridge, leaving the pickled radish untouched. Who knew what it was pickled in? It looked utterly unappetizing. Grasping the basket, he stepped outside, closing the gate behind him. The old apricot tree outside remained in a state of decay. The old man had instructed him to learn the iron technique, ostensibly to strengthen his physique, yet in reality, it was a test of his talent. If he did not enter the threshold within a month, he would be turned to ash. What scientific basis was there for such a claim? Li Zhen thought with indignation, hoping that the original owner's talent would be fully inherited. The old man's estate was quite a distance from the village. One could only wonder why it was situated so remotely. As Li Zhen walked, memories of the nightmare from the previous night flooded back. Typically, one does not vividly recall dreams. Every face scene is blurred, and every scene is shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, Li Zhen distinctly remembered the face of a woman submerged in a deep pool. Her flesh had transformed into writhing black meat, akin to what he had been fed by the old man. The woman at Ileo Mountain, the water ghost pool, claimed that I had consumed her flesh. Surely that cannot be true. Li Zhen felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart restless. He thought to himself that a path would surely reveal itself when the time came. Moreover, it was the old man's misdeeds. Grievances have their source. And when that moment arrives, he would swiftly admit his fault. Lost in thought, he had already entered the village. Today, the village was more bustling, with vendors lining the pathways. The whereabouts of the blacksmith's home were unknown. Though the village seemed small, traversing it required considerable effort. As for asking for directions, the old man had mentioned that next year would be a prosperous year for Taisu, and many would be wandering about, likely including the same credit merchants from yesterday. He dared not inquire and entangle himself in inexplicable matters. At last, Li Zhen spotted the funeral attire shop. He felt a sense of half-hearted gratitude towards the proprietor. Having met him twice and feeling somewhat familiar, asking this person would suffice. The shopkeeper was handling a slippery fabric when he noticed Li Zhen stepping inside. "Ah, young Master Li, here to order a burial garment so soon?" Li Zhen was taken aback. "Brother Zhang, do you know where the blacksmith's home is? I seem to have knocked my head and forgotten many things." The shopkeeper regarded Li Zhen's head with suspicion, then put down the fabric and pointed in a direction. "Just walk straight, and you'll find it." "All right, thank you." "Not at all. Young Master Li is my benefactor. Remember to come early." "Silence," Li Zhen barked, preemptively stopping the shopkeeper from suggesting he order burial garments. Watching Li Zhen storm off in anger, the shopkeeper scoffed. Young Master Li really did knock his head. How fierce. He picked up the fabric, intending to sit down when a meow sounded from behind. "Oh, whose black cat is this? So unlucky." At the end of the road stood several iron items, likely belonging to the old shovel. Li Zhen prepared himself. Approaching the gate, he knocked loudly. "Old shovel, I've come to apprentice." The gate creaked open, but Li Zhen saw no one. His heart sank. Was he to encounter another strange occurrence? "Hey boy, what are you looking at?" Li Zhen looked down to see a diminutive old man standing before him. He had large nostrils and thick nose hair. His eyes were almost imperceptible, and his ears were short, resembling a tiny old man. Yet, his muscles were robust, standing firm like a boulder. "Are you the old shovel? The child of Li Changfu?" Li Zhen nodded, momentarily dazed. "Your grandfather mentioned you were cursed and have lost your memory. Is that true?" "Yes, indeed." "Ah, poor child. What brings you to me?" Li Zhen respectfully clasped his fists in greeting and presented the basket with both hands. "My grandfather said you are skilled in the iron technique and possess great abilities. He asked me to learn from you. This basket is a token of respect for you." "Old shovel." The stout old shovel narrowed his eyes, nodded, and accepted the basket. "Ah, a well-mannered boy. It's no wonder Li Changfu raised you well. However, I have a rule. I will teach the technique, but the tuition must be adequate. If I find the contents of this basket unsatisfactory, you shall not learn." Li Zhen hastily nodded in agreement. The old shovel lifted the floral cloth covering the basket, his brow furrowing tightly. Inside lay only a fist-sized, writhing piece of white flesh. "Old shovel, are you satisfied?" Li Zhen was uncertain. He did not know the value of the items in the basket. To test his theory, he had previously hidden away most of it, some in his pocket, and a portion buried nearby. Observing the old shovel's reaction, it seemed not very valuable. "If it is insufficient, I have this." Suddenly, the old shovel exclaimed, his tone rising, excitement evident in his breath. "A fist-sized silver taisu. I've struck it rich. Truly, Li Changfu is a remarkable man." Li Zhen let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had concealed most of it. Now, he had indeed struck gold. Chapter 9. Unite against common enemies. Divide to strategize. Quick, quick, come inside. The stout old shovel hurriedly ushered Li Zhen through the door. The courtyard was tidy. with 2 rooms and a chicken coop housing several large geese. In one corner stood a group of youths, appearing to be around 15 or 16, varied in height and build. The old shovel hurriedly covered the basket tightly, sneaking into a side room, locking the door securely before emerging after a while. He led Li Zhen to the group of youths and announced loudly, "No weaklings come from the shovel family. Boys, you have a new brother, Li, the grandson of Li Changfu." Li Zhen, he helped complete the introduction. The youths regarded Li Zhen with various expressions. Some looked down their noses in disdain, while others yawned, showing little interest. Seeing the lack of enthusiasm from the youths, the old shovel felt his face grow hot. It was clear that Li Zhen had shown him respect with his gift, yet his own students lacked manners. Moreover, given that Li Changfu had gifted him such a substantial silver taisu, he could not allow the boy to be neglected. "Rascals, how have I raised you? A new brother arrives, and not a single one of you shows any acknowledgement?" As the old shovel scolded, the youths finally clapped reluctantly. "Old shovel, do not be angry. The grandson of Li Agon has a reputation. It is only natural we do not welcome him." One of the taller youths spoke, his voice unrestrained. Li Zhen narrowed his eyes. There was no point in quarreling with these youngsters, yet he had come to learn and needed to earn the old shovel's favor. Within a month, he must enter the threshold and could not allow these children to hinder him. "What reputation?" The old shovel frowned, glancing at Li Zhen before inquiring further. "Li Gong, a semi-divine figure respected by all in the surrounding villages, unfortunately, has a disrespectful grandson who treats him like a servant." The tall youth crossed his arms and spoke coldly. "Does such a disrespectful person deserve to be part of my lineage?" Old Chan raised an eyebrow, casting a frosty gaze at Li Zhen. "Is this true?" It seemed that the old man held traditional values regarding hierarchy and respect. If Li Zhen were indeed to be labeled as an unfilial grandson, it could lead to a rift between them. Li Zhen clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully, and replied, "My grandfather is a respected elder in our clan and the most capable semi-divine figure in the region. I have always held him in high regard. How could I be accused of being a disrespectful child? That is merely a jest, and I hope you do not take it to heart, Master Chan." Old Chan nodded in satisfaction. From the moment he entered, he sensed that this young man was courteous and did not appear to be a wastrel. "Preposterous. Your reputation precedes you. Who played with you during your childhood? Only that foolish girl from the Fong family, Xiaohe, would associate with you. And look at her now. She has faced divine retribution and turned into a yellow weasel, while you have fared no better." The tall youth raised his voice further. "Damn it. You think I won't get angry? Do you truly believe I am made of clay?" Feigning a sorrowful expression, Li Zhen rummaged through his clothing and finally retrieved a piece of silver tai sui, roughly the size of a fist, presenting it to old Chan. "Master Chan, I have heard from my grandfather about your esteemed abilities and your honorable character, which I greatly admire. However, upon meeting you today, I find you to be indeed commendable. But your disciples seem to be lacking in perspective, unwilling to accept me. I, Li Zhen, harbor no ill will, but I cannot abide slander against my character. The silver tai sui I presented earlier was a token of respect from my grandfather, while this piece is what I have saved bit by bit. My grandfather wished for me to become your disciple, but I could not, and I feel remorse. Now that I must take my leave, I offer this farewell gift to you." Li Zhen pressed it into old Chan's hand and turned to exit the courtyard. The group of young men stood dumbfounded. What was this maneuver? What had Li Zhen just revealed? Old Chan was momentarily stunned, feeling the warmth of the silver tai sui in his hand, akin to molten gold. Watching Li Zhen's slender figure making his way toward the gate only deepened his unease. How could there be such a considerate young man? After pocketing the silver tai sui, old Chan swiftly stepped in front of Li Zhen. "Zhen, some of my disciples are not true apprentices. They merely come to learn a trade. I grouped them together for convenience. To be precise, half of them are not even disciples. Should you heed their disparaging remarks?" Li Zhen lifted his gaze, understanding that old Chan's intention was to welcome him as a member of his lineage from this day forth, to be his disciple. With old Chan pledging to impart all his knowledge without reservation, old Chan's face flushed with excitement as he continued. "You have encountered misfortune and are a pitiful child with a frail constitution. I will ensure you master the iron techniques." Li Zhen's eyes glistened with emotion as he bowed again, declaring, "Disciple Li Zhen pays respects to Master Chan." "Ah, my dear disciple," old Chan chuckled, and thus, the informal ceremony of apprenticeship concluded. Li Zhen settled into a side room and enjoyed a meal, while the young men outside continued their stances. Old Chan stood before the group of youth, his anger palpable. If you all had half the wisdom and decorum of Li Zhen, would any of you still be struggling to master the basics? A tall youth, balancing a ceramic jar on his head while trembling in a stance, gritted his teeth, Master. I've only been training for half a year. How could I possibly master it so quickly? Half a year? I thought it had been years, Old Chan replied, fanning himself with a palm leaf despite the autumn chill. I see you favor Li Zhen because he brought gifts from Ligong, while you forget our own training times. The youth exclaimed, glaring at the figure inside the side room, indulging in food. Old Chan randomly pointed at one of the boys, Niu Feng. What gift did your parents send for your apprenticeship? Master, they sent 3 yellow cows. Ah, I remember. You joined on the 8th of June. Old Chan then pointed to another youth, Lu Bangxia. What gift did your parents send? Master, I received a white porcelain tea set. It was 10 taels of silver for the set. Let me think, you also joined in June. Finally, Old Chan pointed at the tall youth, Gao Kaixing. What did your parents send? Master, a calendar, he replied. Well, I don't recall when you joined. Is that so strange? Old Chan chuckled, rising and heading to another side room. From now on, let us eat later. Who says you all can't be as respectful as Li Zhen? The young men simmered with unspoken anger, their glares sharp enough to pierce. A chorus of stares fixated on Li Zhen, who was still enjoying his meal. Such fragrant white buns. Gao Kaixing, still trembling under the weight of the jar, muttered under his breath, his lips already turning blue from the strain. In a month, I will master it. Master, you are biased, and you shall regret it. Li Zhen, having finished his meal, stepped outside, sensing something amiss. Why did these young men look as if they were ready to kill him? Inside the side room, beside the large communal bed, Old Chan held a white porcelain cup in one hand and a fan in the other, swaying gently. Through the crack in the door, he witnessed the envy radiating from the young men directed at Li Zhen, and he chuckled softly. Can the grandson of Li Changfu truly enjoy such comforts without effort? Stirring the envy of others, if you do not diligently practice your skills, you might find yourself in dire straits. To favor one disciple while inciting the jealousy of many, this was a strategy to spur them on, he mused with a grin. Chapter 10. The eye must learn to observe. And courage must be cultivated against spirits. Possessing keen eyesight is crucial. This distinguishes the iron technique from ordinary martial arts. Old Chan stood before the group of youths, hands clasped behind his back as he sauntered slowly. After the meal, Li Zhen took his place on the left side of the line, mimicking the others as they assumed their stances. His body was too frail. Even a substandard stance left him drenched in sweat, trembling after only a short time. The few youths training under Old Chan could not help but chuckle. Enough laughter. Old Chan barked, slamming his foot down, causing the ground to tremble. The youths struggled to maintain their balance, tumbling to the ground. Li Zhen fell quickly, thinking it wise to rest a bit longer. I have already mentioned, keen eyesight is essential. To observe the world, one must be able to speak to people and converse with spirits, and pay respects to the divine. Old Chan sighed in exasperation. While the iron technique may be viewed as a rustic approach, when perfected, its prowess rivals even that of the divine. Many believe the iron technique is merely brutish strength, yet it involves much more. It is about honing the physical form, strengthening the internal organs, and mastering the art of deception. Once you have mastered the basics and ventured into the world, you will come to know that when faced with malevolent spirits, while others ponder rituals and offerings, we, the practitioners of the iron technique, need not. A kind word may go unheard. A well-timed punch is all that is required. Because we have bypassed the cumbersome rituals, are we then subject to scorn from other martial schools? Li Zhen remained on the ground, contemplating Old Chan's words. The iron technique appeared to be far more complex than he had initially imagined. The notion of using fists to confront malevolent spirits hinted at formidable power. I have already shared these teachings with you upon your entry. Since Li Zhen is here today, I shall reiterate. Old Chan stood resolutely, like a stone mill, his eyes narrowing in seriousness. Once you step into the world, do not underestimate yourself or others. You may mock Li Zhen for his shaky stance, but he has a grandfather who supports him, all for the sake of a bowl of dumplings. Li Zhen understood that this old rascal was inciting animosity towards him, but the intent behind it was clear. Your grandfather is not here, and in this place, I am the one in charge. Therefore, there was no need for anyone to belittle themselves. Any grievances could be resolved privately. With a loud crack, the large vat in Gao Caixing's arms shattered into 2 pieces. As the oldest disciple of the old master, he had long harbored discontent towards Li Zhen. His skills were on the verge of blooming, and steam was rising from his hands as he broke the vat. Li Zhen's eyelids twitched, realizing the trouble he was in. These youngsters possessed skills. While he had yet to learn anything, he couldn't possibly rely on his own mind. The old master struck Gao Kaixing on the head. You've broken the water vat. You owe me compensation. The heat radiating from Gao Kaixing instantly dissipated. After the scolding, the old master did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he cheerfully stood before the youths. You may all look down upon Li Zhen, but he has just become a disciple and knows nothing about the iron grip style. How about this? Give him 10 days to train under me. After that, whether you, Gao Kaixing, or Lu Bangxia, wish to challenge him, I will not interfere. As for his grandfather, I shall handle that. Gao Caixing's eyes lit up. Excellent. At least I entered the school early. The old master still remembers our old friendship. My abilities are not far from being acknowledged, and even if he gets 10 days, how much can a sickly fellow like him improve? He nodded in agreement, turning his head to provocatively glance at Li Zhen. Let us heed the old master's words then. Li Zhen cupped his hands and reluctantly agreed. While others had terms of 3 years, he was given merely 10 days. He hoped that this iron grip style, as the old man had said, was indeed simple and comprehensible. In 10 days, with the intellect of an adult and a modern mindset, he might just grasp the essence of it. The horse stance was the foundation of martial arts, and Li Zhen was aware of this. After the incident, he quietly practiced alone. Even as his legs felt weak and his entire body was drenched in sweat, he persevered without faltering. Gradually, even the old master began to take note of Li Zhen. So thin, with hardly any flesh, relying solely on willpower. Truly, he is the grandson of Li Chongfu. As for Gao Kaixing and the others, they scoffed. Being young, they could not see the inherent resilience within Li Zhen. All they noticed was his trembling, akin to a chick pecking at grains, which they found amusing. The sun quickly set. After half a day's effort, they were done with the horse stance. All right, I want to keep you for dinner. Everyone except Li Zhen should head home early. Don't dawdle on the way, night will soon fall. If you encounter any spirits outside, don't blame me. It was not that the old master did not want to keep them, but rather that 7 or 8 young boys had large appetites. And the 2 small rooms in the courtyard couldn't accommodate them. Delaying further would make it unsafe to travel at night. Gao Kaixing and the others bid farewell to the old master and soon left the compound. Not far from the exit, they began hurling insults. Li Zhen's expression changed. Realizing the boys were mocking him, the old master, standing on tiptoe, patted Li Zhen on the shoulder. Young man, you must cultivate a broad mind. If you can be swayed by mere words, how will you navigate the martial world or seek enlightenment in the future? Upon hearing this, Li Zhen relaxed somewhat. Turning to the old master. The old master wanted him to endure hardship. The old master's expression grew serious. You know nothing. How can you compete with Gao Kaixing? Don't underestimate these muddy-legged kids, especially Gao Kaixing. His skills are nearly at the threshold. With one hand, he possesses the strength of an ox. Don't think he can't break the vat. Even a 1,000-pound millstone. With a single punch, he could leave an imprint. Li Zhen's face stiffened slightly, realizing that if such a punch landed on him, he would be bruised all over. The iron grip style was a gradual skill. There was no shortcut. However, your grandfather is wealthy. If he can provide you with silver-tainted essence for your cultivation during these 10 days, you might just catch up to Gao Kaixing. At the very least, you won't be left in a humiliating position. The old master thought for a moment and lowered his voice. If you find yourself unable to use the silver-tainted essence, or do not know how to utilize it for your cultivation, you may hand it over to me. I can make good use of it to help you refine your body. Li Zhen immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Master, your kindness is greatly appreciated. I shall comply. He smiled on the outside, but inwardly he was aghast. He expected the old master to be coveting his silver-tainted essence. Li Zhen was not foolish enough to believe in these tales of silver-tainted essence refining the body. Such matters were best discussed at home with the old man. This disciple takes his leave. Wait, don't be in such a hurry to return. The old master grasped Li Zhen's arm tightly, like a vice. Tonight, you shall not return home. To master the iron grip style, you must first cultivate an iron will. Tonight, you will guard the night. My residence is at the end of the Majai. Beyond the door lies a wild expanse. You will sleep in the wilderness tonight. Remember, whatever you encounter, do not fear and do not cry out. With me watching over you, focus on building your courage. Guarding the night to build courage? At the 4th watch, when the yin energy is at its peak, only those who can light incense from the path would dare to walk at this hour. As darkness enveloped the land, the old master retreated into the side room. The door of the compound stood wide open, revealing the pitch-black wilderness outside. There were few lights left in the Majai. Li Zhen stepped into the wild, sitting cross-legged. The autumn air was chilly, and the night wind blew, as if the hands of the dead were caressing him. Let nothing happen tonight, Li Zhen silently prayed. Exhausted from a day of practice, he soon fell asleep. After an unknown period, something furry brushed against his nose. Achoo! Li Zhen sneezed, groggily opening his eyes. In the dark wilderness stood a yellowish creature. It had a long snout, and its hands were clasped together as if bowing. Child, do I look more like a human or a deity? Chapter 11. The 5 Caves of Ileo Mountain. Seeking the night watcher, the old master had said to avoid calling out no matter what occurred, for he was watching over him. The iron grip style required one to cultivate an iron will. When faced with such supernatural occurrences, one must not show fear. The creature before him was likely a mystical weasel, capable of human speech. According to the old man's words, it was a wandering spirit from the threshold realm. The night wind howled, cutting through Li Zhen's thin clothing, as the weasel stood upright, hands clasped, staring at him with bulging eyes, tilting its head. The child asks you a question. Do I resemble a human or a deity? Its high-pitched voice drilled into Li Zhen's ears like a thin rope. How should he respond? Should he say it resembled a human or a deity? What would happen if he spoke? Dismissing the meditative posture, Li Zhen crouched down, trying to lower his stance to avoid direct confrontation with this wandering spirit. At the same time, he cautiously inched back to create some distance from the weasel, preparing to react should any unforeseen events occur. One hand slipped behind him, gradually reaching for the hilt of the short knife at his waist. He knew that the knife was not meant to confront the weasel, which could already speak. Surely it would not fear a mere blade. Li Zhen squinted, poised to stab himself in the thigh if necessary, just like when he faced the stiffened corpse of his mother in the burial shroud. He planned to draw blood to summon the night watcher. The old master loved wealth. Li Zhen dared not entrust his life entirely to him, so in this moment, he had to rely on himself. Upon closing his eyes, the blood-red words carved into the towering stone tablet glared at him. Beneath the tablet, an ancient and mysterious incense altar held thick incense that burned slowly. The incense on the altar dwindled, while the immortal fragrance remained high, almost reaching the misty shadow above. His lifespan flowed quickly, yet the immortal fragrance hardly increased. The relationship between Shouxiang and Xinxiang is not as I had imagined. Previously, while Shouxiang withered, Xinxiang continued to rise. However, now Shouxiang burns rapidly, growing shorter by the moment, while Xinxiang remains unchanged. Li Zhen's hand, gripping the short dagger, trembled slightly. After all, this was a trump card he had only employed once, and he had not fully deciphered the logic behind it. Was the method of exchanging life force for the arrival of the celestial being flawed? Or was it that lifespan naturally dwindled while Xinxiang would not increase unless one willingly offered their years, allowing Xinxiang to encounter that shadow? Child, you smell delightful. A sharp voice whispered into Li Zhen's ear, as an icy paw brushed against his thigh. The long snout of a weasel pressed against his waist, sniffing incessantly. In his left pocket lay a piece of silver tai sui. The weasel intended to rummage through his pocket. Li Zhen, infuriated, thought, "You may take my life, but you shall not seize my treasure." With a swift motion, the dagger he drew pierced the outer side of his right leg, instantly staining his trousers with crimson. Li Zhen, already weakened, felt dizzy and feeble, his body cold to the core, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. An overwhelming chill enveloped him, akin to plunging into an icy pit in winter without clothing. The weasel, poised to delve into his pocket, displayed a flicker of terror on its beastly face, its body instantly transforming into a thin skin that rolled away. "Just seeking a seal. What kind of life are you playing with, child?" The sharp voice suddenly multiplied. It turned out that the chaos in the old shovelmaker's estate had not subsided. The chicken coop in the courtyard had collapsed, with hens left in disarray, feathers strewn everywhere. Only a few large geese huddled in a corner, too terrified to move. The flickering oil lamps in the courtyard cast shadows of several figures. The yellow oil on the wall writhed, and several large pieces of yellow hide expanded in the wind, adorned with fangs and eyes, opening and closing ominously. These entities enveloped the old shovelmaker, desperately trying to seize a basket. He was frantic, having not anticipated that the creatures of Ileo Mountain had such keen noses. Just as he had acquired a basket of silver tai sui, these creatures came knocking. What troubled him even more was that Li Changfu's grandson was still outside, practicing courage. He had heard that a weasel had entangled itself with Li Zhen. If anything happened to Li Zhen, he would be implicated. But he could not afford to lose the basket of tai sui either. Caught in a dilemma, he thought of the boy from the Changfu family. Surely, with his grandfather's prowess, he would have left him some powerful talismans for protection. This basket of tai sui must be preserved. A hot breath escaped from his nostrils as he squatted, his eyes suddenly gleaming. Iron handle, glaring ghost eyes, yellow weasel, do you dare look or not? The hideous faces covered in sharp fangs turned towards the old shovelmaker's eyes. Suddenly, those hides ignited, accompanied by the pitiful wails of children. "If you do not give the tai sui, my lady will not spare you." Spitting, the old shovelmaker glared. taking a deep breath and spitting it on the yellow hides, producing another round of sizzling sounds. What lady, what ancestor? I would pierce through your lineage. You dare to rob from me? I will obliterate your 8 generations. His muscles tensed, gripping several pieces of hide. He hurled them over the courtyard wall. The yellow oil on the wall turned to bloodstains. These weasels, in their quest to shed their skins and increase their powers, have claimed countless lives along the way, accumulating immense resentment. Damned creatures. After cursing, the old shovel maker stumbled, feeling his strength wane, his complexion rapidly paling. Thankfully, they were merely wandering spirits. Had a more formidable entity appeared, he would have been powerless. Suddenly, a crisp gong echoed from outside. The temperature plummeted, as if crossing into the depths of winter. Hearing the gong, even the bravest heart faltered. Not good, Zhen. Something dreadful seemed to be approaching. The old shovel maker bolted out of the door, only to return momentarily to secure the basket of silver tai sui in a side room, locking the door before rushing out again. Zhen was no longer the same. His complexion was ashen, his hair hanging down to his ankles. In his left hand, he held a ghostly copper gong, while his right gripped a mallet. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a long shadow of Zhen. Blood-soaked, it resembled flesh boiling in a cauldron, bubbling in this confined space. With a resounding clang, Zhen struck the gong. He exhaled a breath of cold air, feeling an unusual surge of strength. Before him, a weasel of the wandering spirit realm bowed repeatedly. Great celestial being, great celestial being, I was wrong. I did not recognize your might. I humbly beseech you to spare me. Zhen looked down at the bowing weasel, feeling a tempest of fury within him. As if an accumulation of resentment long overdue for release surged forth. The last time he had emerged, he had been sent back by Li Changfu. This time, he sought to take a life. Without uttering a word, thoughts echoed in his mind, chillingly resonant. Another clang of the gong rang out. The air turned frigid, and the wind howled. The weasel, upon hearing the sound, disintegrated into a pool of blood, seeping into the ground. The wild grass around sprouted numerous yellow hairs, each concealing countless vengeful eyes that blinked at Zhen before slowly retreating. To kill my descendants, what audacity! An elderly voice echoed in the wilderness, then dissipated into silence. Moments later, the old shovel maker hurriedly arrived. Seeing Zhen standing like a scarecrow in the field, he felt relieved and called out, "Zhen, my boy?" Suddenly, before Zhen could raise his head, the shadow beneath him transformed into a boiling pool of blood, rushing towards the old shovel maker. Chapter 12. The celestial being of midnight strikes. Delving into the mystery of the steel in this realm, the wind howled, sending shivers down the spine. The moon, emerging at night, typically brought a semblance of tranquility, yet under this moonlight, the pool of blood that had become Zhen's shadow appeared extraordinarily eerie and enchanting, shimmering with a viscous sheen. As the old shovel maker made his way from the estate to the fields, he felt as if the journey stretched endlessly. Though he could see Li Changfu's grandson before him, he struggled to draw near, as if the distance had been distorted. The presence of a powerful entity made the air thick with tension, causing him to wonder if Zhen had genuinely encountered a formidable weasel. Though alarmed, the old shovel maker quickly regained his composure, realizing that the silver tai sui gifted by Zhen was still with him. The weasels from Ileo Mountain were also eyeing him. The few that had recently battled were likely the vanguard of these wandering spirits. It was illogical for Zhen to be facing any great malevolence unless the boy possessed some hidden treasure. Narrowing his eyes, he slowed his pace. The phenomenon of the distorted path would not resolve itself quickly. He would observe what kind of evil presence the boy had attracted. The sound of rushing water reached his ears, and he paused, feeling as if he had stepped into a quagmire, his feet sinking and immobilized. Panic surged within him as he thought, could the malevolence be targeting me? He raised his gaze toward Zhen, only to see the grandson of Li Changfu. His long hair, trailing on the ground, holding something strange in both hands. Under the moonlight, his face appeared ghastly pale, and the look in his eyes was akin to that of a corpse. Startled, the old shovel maker rubbed his eyes, and in that brief moment, all the peculiarities surrounding Zhen vanished. Thud! He fell heavily to the ground, resembling a heap of mud, as Zhen returned to his former self, unconscious. The pool of blood beneath the old shovel maker also disappeared, along with the sensation of being trapped in muck. Could it truly be that Li Changfu's grandson had encountered a sinister spirit? In the dim, overcast sky loomed a massive, boundless gray-black stone tablet. The 3 blood-red characters carved into its surface sent chills down one's spine at just a glance. Zhen's consciousness lingered before the tablet, where he observed that the longevity incense had burned down to a mere stub, scarcely longer than a pinky finger. In stark contrast, the celestial incense had returned to its original towering height, standing only a step away from the shadowy figure upon the tablet. The natural passage of time would not augment the celestial incense. Only through the sacrifice of life could its power be exchanged. Li Zhen's brow furrowed deeply. Ensnared within this spatial realm, beneath the gray-black tablet, he felt diminutive and insignificant. A slight upward tilt of his head revealed that above the celestial incense, between the tablets, lay a misty shadow at intervals. Clearly, the power of the celestial incense extended beyond merely summoning a night watchman. There seemed to be even greater forces at play. Lacking substantial combat experience, Li Zhen had resorted to sacrificing his lifespan whenever faced with mortal peril. To this day, he had yet to grasp the true distinction between the realms spoken of by the old man Li, the difference between the threshold of entry and true mastery. He had summoned the night watchman twice. The first time was on the last day of a grueling week under the old man's torment. Due to a lack of information, he resolutely chose to sacrifice his life in an attempt to decipher the longevity incense inscribed on the tablet. However, it appeared that the night watchman summoned then had not altered the course of events. With a mere flick of his finger, the old man dismissed him. That initial sacrifice had indeed resulted in the longevity incense being reduced to nothingness. And it was only through some miraculous potion the old man had consumed that he managed to pull himself back from the brink of death. The second instance occurred that very night, when the old man instructed him to forge his courage, leaving him alone in the wilderness, eventually encountering a loquacious yellow weasel. Based on previous information, it was evident that this creature was no benign entity. It had been responsible for the fate of Xiao He's brother. Despite the old man's claims of a connection to the debt collector, it was clear that such malevolent beings were far from harmless. As expected, the weasel began to chant ominous phrases, and before Li Zhen could extract the answers he sought, its hands were already reaching for him. Concealed within his pocket was a silver piece of tai sui. According to the old man's reactions, this silver tai sui seemed to be an extraordinary item, akin to a highly sought-after currency, far too precious to be relinquished to such a creature. Thus, Li Zhen opted for a second sacrifice of the longevity incense, inflicting pain upon himself to bolster its power, enabling him to summon the night watchman once more. This time, the night watchman's performance exceeded Li Zhen's expectations. Through a peculiar form of possession, he melded with Li Zhen's consciousness, even able to influence his thoughts, with an intensity that was anything but ordinary. He inexplicably transformed the yellow weasel into a pool of blood. When the old man came searching for him, the night watchman even exhibited murderous intent towards him. Naturally, as Li Zhen's longevity incense dwindled to nothing, the night watchman vanished as well. Though the incense had been nearly depleted and it seemed he had angered an elder yellow weasel, Li Zhen felt no regret. In such a strange and enigmatic realm, any scrap of information was invaluable. The silver tai sui was a treasure, and the old man cherished it dearly. The yellow weasel sought to seize it. The old man, greedy by nature, had been heard earlier engaging in a tussle with the yellow weasels outside, presumably to protect his precious silver tai sui. Showing no regard for Li Zhen's peril, the true strength of the yellow weasel remained unknown, but the old man had been able to drive off a group. While the night watchman could only eliminate one, it was likely that the old man surpassed both the night watchman and the yellow weasel. Therefore, as long as the silver tai sui remained in the hands of his grandfather, it attracted no unwanted attention. However, should it be transferred to the old man or fall into Li Zhen's possession, it would surely draw the attention of malevolent spirits. After the threshold of entry, mastery awaited. The rough-browed father of Xiao He had once remarked that the old man Li was a figure of great skill, likely deceiving Li Zhen. The old man might very well be a master of true mastery. As Li Zhen lay in a stupor, his consciousness flickered within this space of the stone tablet, contemplating the implications of summoning a night watchman, which nearly drained his lifespan. Was this not a futile endeavor? How could he extend his life? By consuming the potion gifted by the old man? No, as he had previously mentioned, it was no ordinary elixir. It was infused with the essence of some celestial being. Extending one's life would unlock further potential within the celestial incense. If the incense could rise, perhaps he could summon the entities above. The crux of the matter lay in prolonging his existence. Only by living could he offer anything of worth. To survive was to return home. Chapter 13. The Rules of Mortals. The old man's request before his lifespan could be restored, he could no longer afford the self-harming sacrifice. Li Zhen understood that this method was akin to a desperate act of self-destruction. To forge steel, one must first possess strength, with myriad paths in this world. Even attaining the highest levels of mastery, Why must one continually sacrifice their lifespan? The stone tablet inscribed with the town guardian scripture held many secrets yet to be unveiled. Along with a plethora of incense altars, those hazy characters remained unclear. Preserving oneself and mastering this craft should prove beneficial. With a frail constitution, he required external training to fortify himself. Seated beneath the stone tablet, Zhen finally perceived a glimmer of light seeping through the gray sky, signaling his awakening. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself being carried. It was the old man, whose diminutive stature had him hoisting Zhen over his right shoulder, causing Zhen's head and legs to nearly graze the ground. Zhen remained silent, taking advantage of the dim light to discreetly check his pocket. It was full, fortunately. The silver tie sway remained intact. It seemed that despite the old man's avarice, he had not resorted to plundering Zhen's lifeless form. "Zhenzi, you're awake?" The old man's voice was gravelly, as if he had a lump of phlegm lodged in his throat. Zhen paused for a moment, realizing that no matter how cautious he was, his actions could not escape the notice of these experienced figures from the martial world. He feigned surprise. "What happened to me? Grandpa? I'm so hungry." After a prolonged coughing fit, the old man finally cleared his throat. "Boy, I'm truly sorry. I had you practicing courage. But it seems those malevolent spirits from Ileo Mountain managed to infiltrate the village." Zhen feigned astonishment. "What? Why is that?" The old man spat onto the ground, stomping his foot angrily. "These beasts, while mortals may revere them as wandering spirits, are fundamentally just thieves at heart." With a heavy sigh, the old man pushed open the door to the compound. "The silver tie sway your grandfather entrusted to you is of such exquisite quality and value that it attracted these creatures from Ileo Mountain. They do not dare to rob your grandfather, but they think they can take advantage of me, believing me to be made of clay. I intended to rescue you last night, but those yellow weasels of the entry realm clung to me, preventing my escape. Reluctantly, I had to drive them away before I could search for you. Fortunately, a passing wild spirit vented my frustrations and fortuitously rescued you. However, that spirit's origins are unknown. I didn't catch a glimpse of it. In the heat of the moment, I could only hastily carry you away." Zhen's night watchman had been mistaken by the old man for a wandering spirit, and the old man's claim of coming to rescue him while being entangled by yellow weasels was utterly untrustworthy. Suppressing a chuckle, Zhen clung to the old man's back, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa, for your assistance. Without you, I might have perished in the wilderness." The old man exchanged pleasantries before carrying Zhen to a side room, unceremoniously tossing him onto the large heated bed. He gazed at Zhen's pallid complexion, startled by how ghostly he appeared. "Child, your appearance suggests you may not have long to live." Zhen weakly tightened his fists and forced a smile, saying, "Master, that is not the case. I have been frail since childhood, and such misfortunes befall me." "Ah, indeed, I had forgotten." The old man stepped out of the room, took a handful of coarse tea from the dustpan, and went to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water. He retrieved the white porcelain tea set gifted by his disciple Lu Bangxia upon entering the sect and poured a cup for Zhen, while he himself produced a smoking pipe and began to puff away. In an instant, the small room was filled with swirling smoke, reminiscent of incense being burned. After coughing a couple of times, the old man settled into a chair, his legs dangling, yet he crossed one over the other, his expression darkening. Ileo Mountain has its own customs, and every village has its own rules. When night falls, the lights are extinguished, the doors closed, and the living gather under blankets. For the ordinary spirits that roam the pathways dare not show themselves brazenly to harm others. Moreover, between Ileo Mountain and Guoma village, your grandfather keeps watch. These vile creatures may approach the village, but they cannot evade your grandfather's vigilance." Upon hearing this, Zhen interjected, "Master, my grandfather has gone to assist someone with relocating their home." The old man's eyes changed, and he nodded in understanding. "That explains it. These sharp-nosed creatures, having received orders from above, are rushing here to seize my silver. Next year is destined to be a bountiful year for silver, and the world has grown even more sinister. If these little yellow creatures dare to cause trouble now, in a month or so, the spirits from the 5 caves of Ileo Mountain, such as the grand dames and elder ladies, may very well descend from the mountains. At that time, your grandfather may not withstand it, and the villagers of Guoma may lose their lives." Zhen felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the prophecy spoken by the knife-wielding man the other day. By the middle of July next year, all the people of Guoma village will perish. "Is my grandfather very formidable?" he asked. The old man exhaled a thick plume of smoke and turned his head away, regarding Zhen as if he were simple-minded. "There are countless demonic mountains and caves in the world, each with their own guardians. While your grandfather may not reach such a formidable level, he can at least keep one cave of Ileo Mountain in check. Are you so unaware of this? Li Zhen thought to himself that it was indeed true, and feigned embarrassment, saying, Master, I encountered a curse some time ago, and forgot many things. Only gradually recalling them later. The old man snorted coldly, and replied, Ah, I see. You clever boy, feigning amnesia to fish for information from me. Li Zhen managed a weak smile. The smile was feigned, but his frailty was genuine. His lifespan was like a flickering candle. And if not for the memories of the stone tablet in his mind, he feared that even the faintest breath from a living person outside could extinguish it. He needed to find a way to replenish his life force and return home to seek out that cheap grandfather of his. Before Li Zhen could speak, the old man handed him the warm cup of tea, urging, when the rooster crows and dawn breaks, after the 4th watch, you should return home. Li Zhen accepted the cup, took a sip, and nodded in agreement. After going back, there would be no need to return. Hearing the old man's words, Li Zhen cursed within, feeling that having paid for his tuition, he was being told to go home for what reason. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing pierced the air, the dawn gently brightening. The room became even lighter, and Li Zhen finally saw. The hand holding the smoking pipe trembled uncontrollably. As he shook, he stammered, the yellow creatures can only be dealt with, not killed in the fields. Although one was slain by a passing spirit, the great evils in the 5 caves will not think so. With yellow fur scattered and blood pooled. This is a great enmity. The yellow spirits hold grudges most fiercely. Child, this feud is one that cannot be resolved for generations. You must hurry home and not return here again. I, old man Chuan, can no longer accommodate you. The stout and short old man slightly turned his face away. Seemingly ashamed of his cowardice, his ears flushed with embarrassment. I rarely ask for help. This is the first time. I have so many children under my guidance. I cannot let them perish in vain. Chapter 14. Encountering a black cat on the way home, together with grandfather in the smoky room. Li Zhen set down the completely cold tea and took a deep breath before descending from the bed. Weak and unsteady, he stumbled heavily after jumping off the edge. The old man intended to assist him but hesitated, pulling back his hands, rolling up his sleeves, and turning his head aside. As for the silver, it cannot be returned to you. These items are far too significant to me. However, my family still possesses a certain wealth. Some spiritual herbs and healing ointments can be exchanged for you. Li Zhen did not respond, inhaling sharply and steadying himself. He clasped his hands towards the old man and said, Master, once a master, always a master. Although you have not taught me any skills, you carried me back from the fields. Such kindness is worth more than some silver. And as for the spiritual herbs and healing ointments, I cannot accept them. The old man was slightly moved, feeling even more guilty, yet at a loss for words. He simply held the already extinguished smoking pipe, blocking his mouth. Li Zhen smiled inwardly, reassured by the old man's guilt. The fist-sized piece of silver offered to the old man was trivial compared to the whole basket. But he gave it as a gesture of goodwill. Furthermore, having summoned a spirit to kill a yellow creature and provoked a great evil, it truly would be disadvantageous to remain with the old man any longer. Knowing that his cheap grandfather possesses even greater skills, why cling to the old man? The immediate priority should be to leave and locate the stolen silver. As he thought of this, Li Zhen felt a sudden jolt. Oh no! Those yellow creatures might detect the silver's scent and find the old man. The silver he buried would surely be discovered. Previously, lacking understanding of these matters, Li Zhen had suffered from misinformation. In a flurry, he bid farewell to the old man and limped away from the village in the gentle light of dawn. The old man, pipe in mouth, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching Li Zhen leave, and slapped himself hard. What a good child. He even refused the silver. And I, out of fear of the beasts in the 5 caves, drove him away. I truly deserve to die? With a sharp sound, I truly deserve to die? After running a mile, Li Zhen quickened his pace, his heart racing. The basket of silver was mostly buried beneath an old tree with peeling bark. To avoid detection, he had covered it with some dry branches and old soil. The old tree stood out, and Li Zhen spotted it immediately. However, as he took 2 more steps to find the spot where he had buried the silver, his entire body chilled. The item seemed not to have been taken, as the branches and soil remained undisturbed. Yet, what sent shivers down Li Zhen's spine was the sight of a black cat sitting atop the pit where the silver was buried. Its fur glistened with an oily sheen, and its green eyes gleamed like ghostly flames, surveying Li Zhen, while it licked its front paw. Li Zhen swallowed hard, unsure if this was the same black cat that had disturbed his mother's grave during the previous encounter. After all, there were countless black cats in the world, some of which were bound to resemble one another. Yet the cat's wicked demeanor and the almost human-like mockery in its expression left Li Zhen uncertain. "Dear cat, would you kindly move aside? I merely wish to retrieve something, and once I do, you may resume your position here, if you would be so kind." The black cat licked its paw once more, tilting its head to regard Li Zhen. This is not good. Suddenly, goosebumps arose, and beads of sweat formed on his scalp. The sound was as if a woman were leaning close to his ear, whispering softly and tugging at his earlobe. But looking around, he found no one. Just the black cat before him. Once again, he had encountered a malevolent spirit, and it was highly probable that it was the very creature that had disturbed his mother's grave. Li Zhen took 2 steps back, but, seeing that the black cat sat upon his silver, he steeled himself and took 2 steps forward. Closing his eyes, the image of the towering stone tablet appeared in his mind. He saw that his lifespan had dwindled to almost nothing. Clearly, he could no longer use the methods to summon the deity. "Fear not, dear Li Xiao, for I am not here to take your life, but to propose a transaction." The chilling voice of the woman echoed once again in Li Zhen's ears. In the village, the crowing of roosters grew more frequent. The sun had risen over the eastern hills, heralding the dawn. Li Zhen suppressed the rising tide of panic within him, gazing at the enigmatic black cat, and feigned calmness. Inquiring, "What kind of transaction do you wish to propose?" Negotiation requires a steady composure, devoid of fear or vulnerability. Evidently, Li Zhen had already revealed a hint of trepidation, and thus, he could not afford to show any further weakness. The black cat referred to him as Li Xiao, perhaps due to the previous encounter in the graveyard with his cheap grandfather, Li Laohan, whose reputation seemed to resonate profoundly. When the black cat had first laid eyes on Li Laohan, it had scurried away without a trace, clearly intimidated by the old man. This knowledge provided Li Zhen with a semblance of confidence in his dealings with the unknown entity before him. His grandfather became his bargaining chip. The black cat rose from its seated position, circling the pit on the ground, and spoke languidly. "Silver Tai Sui is a precious treasure for those who ascend in the ranks of officials. I find myself at a bottleneck and require some silver Tai Sui to help me break through. If you could provide me with some, I would, in turn, assist you in accomplishing a task." Accomplishing a task? Li Zhen found it difficult to trust the grand promises of the black cat. Yet if he could use some silver Tai Sui to banish this perilous entity threatening his life, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation. However, hearing the black cat's words regarding the benefits of silver Tai Sui for officials made him reconsider. Would it not be more advantageous for him to use it himself? He could not part with such treasures easily. "No, I must return these silver Tai Sui to my grandfather. You must propose another condition." Li Zhen refrained from directly asking how much the black cat desired, instead invoking the name of Li Laohan. This was an exceedingly perilous move, as even Li Zhen could not ascertain how much the black cat feared his grandfather. Should he provoke it, it might resort to lethal force. Nevertheless, Li Zhen was well aware of the stakes. He was prepared to compromise while testing the black cat's limits. If the cat exhibited any inclination towards violence, he would have no recourse but to plead for mercy and offer the silver Tai Sui. The black cat circled him, its movements silent and graceful, its long, dark tail occasionally brushing against the tattered fabric of Li Zhen's clothing, as if in mockery. "Li Xiao, if I am not mistaken, you desire to hoard these silver Tai Sui for yourself, do you not? Preposterous. I hold my grandfather in the highest regard. How could I ever think of hoarding his treasures?" The black cat seemed momentarily at a loss for words, returning to its seated position, its shadow elongated. Within that shadow, several pitch-black tendrils emerged, sprouting from the earth like bamboo shoots, each one covered in damp fur, gradually wrapping themselves around Li Zhen. Li Changfu's grandson aspires to nurture an immortal, yet the endeavor has transformed him into a shadow of his former self. "Li Xiao, do you not sense a kindred spirit within me?" A suffocating sensation enveloped him like a constricting serpent. Li Zhen's chest felt compressed, his heart raced violently, and the rush of blood caused his forehead and eyes to swell. Should the black cat exert itself further, he feared his very eyes would burst forth. "If you were to kill me, do you think my grandfather would simply let you go? Even the malevolent spirits of Ileo Mountain dare not provoke him. You, a mere black cat, possess the audacity to challenge him?" Li Zhen managed to utter through clenched teeth, eyes shut tight as he monitored the fluctuations of the immortal fragrance around him. Yet, alas, even as he neared the brink of unconsciousness, the scent of immortality failed to intensify. The ritual to nurture the immortal has already claimed the true Li Zhen. "Do you truly believe that if I were to kill you, he would seek revenge on my behalf?" The black cat remained unfazed, with his face flushed and eyes bulging. Li Zhen forced a low chuckle. "You may disregard my identity, but I still call Li Laohan grandfather. He will acknowledge me as his grandson. Should you dare to take my life, you must also be prepared to forfeit these silver tai sway. The black cat's slit-like pupils narrowed slightly, and it let out a low growl. The damp tendrils encircling Li Zhen's body retreated into the black cat's shadow. Li Zhen had gambled correctly. As he suddenly relaxed, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A wild smile breaking across his previously ashen face. The black cat remained silent for a considerable time, tilting its head before finally speaking. Do you not wish to learn a skill? I can introduce you to someone. Why should I trust you? Patience is a finite resource for all beings, including myself. Li Zhen, do you truly believe I would shy away from a mutually destructive outcome? The black cat scratched at the earth, drawing crimson lines across the yellow soil. As if it were bleeding, the liquid pooling at Li Zhen's feet. I require 5 taels of silver tai sway. But the person I introduce you to will possess skills surpassing even those of the blacksmith. Li Zhen gritted his teeth, maintaining his composure. My grandfather and I share a bond akin to that of brothers. We rely on one another. These tai sway are his treasures, and I cannot simply give them to another. The black cat cursed vehemently. Then what do you propose? An increase in the stakes. Chapter 15. The copper bell calls for night watch, igniting fire in the 5 caves. An increase? The black cat's lips curled in a human-like fashion as it tilted its head, questioning. What do you wish to add? Li Zhen regarded the black cat, his emotions gradually settling. You mentioned that you would assist me in finding someone skilled in the iron art, but you are merely a demon, a malevolent entity. The black cat licked its paw disdainfully. I am an official of the Incense court. Ordinary households ought to revere me, placing me in their county town as a significant demon. How could I not know a few practitioners of iron art? No, you misunderstand. It is not a question of your capabilities. The crux lies in the fact that how could a demon possibly be involved with humans? Li Zhen queried, perplexed. The black cat ceased its grooming, lifted its gaze to meet Li Zhen's, and replied earnestly, if my previous conjectures were mere guesses, I can now affirm that you are no longer Li Zhen. There exists no insurmountable enmity between humans, demons, and spirits. On the contrary, when you venture into unfamiliar territories seeking a livelihood, you must rely on beings such as us within this demonic society. In the realm of skills, humans can indeed be the most fearsome adversaries. Li Zhen fell silent for a moment, opting not to pursue the topic further. I can provide you with 5 taels of silver tai sway, but you must ensure that the iron practitioner you introduce me to aids me in mastering this skill. Additionally, due to my amnesia, I require a wealth of information regarding malevolent spirits, demons, immortals, and the pathways of Ileo Mountain. You must enlighten me on these matters. The black cat's expression momentarily froze, as it opened its mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Li Zhen's continuing words. I will grant you the silver tai sway upon mastering the skill, and should you provide me with valuable information, I can offer you additional silver tai sway. Is that so? A gentleman's word is his bond. The black cat scrutinized Li Zhen, clicking its tongue. You certainly do not strike me as a gentleman. Simply tell me whether or not it is acceptable. It is but a matter of information. Sharing it will not cost you a thing. Li Zhen rose to his feet, brushing off the black cat, and beginning to dig up the buried silver tai sway. The black cat pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. It is settled then. I shall provide you, Li Changfu's false grandson, with additional useful information. Very well, I shall await you at Guoma Zhai at noon tomorrow, when the sun is at its zenith. Li Zhen gazed at the silver tai sway in the pit, now muddy yet still pulsating with vitality, and he sighed in relief, stuffing them into his pockets until they were nearly overflowing. The black cat, agitated, let out a yowl. Why must it be tomorrow at noon? Can it not be done now? Li Zhen shook his head firmly, insisting on the next day. He then staggered away, as if under the influence of counterfeit wine. The urgency to depart stemmed from the rapidly depleting fragrance of longevity within his mind. The black cat stood beneath the gnarled old tree, watching Li Zhen fade into the distance. After a while, the emotions in its slitted eyes grew complex, and it murmured, Li Shao, I have already warned you that nurturing an immortal would not succeed. Now look at you. You have become a different person, one even I can hardly recognize. You perceive our interaction merely as a transaction, unaware that I have steadfastly awaited beneath this tree for an entire night, driving away countless malevolent spirits seeking to seize the tai sway. You believe you have me in your grasp, invoking the name of Li Changfu to intimidate me. Yet little do you know, had I plunged into the depths of Ileo Mountain with these silver tai sway, even 100 Li Changfu would be powerless to capture me. The black cat emitted a few low growls before vanishing into the thicket of ancient trees. Upon reaching the old apricot tree in front of the village gate, Li Zhen collapsed, completely unconscious. It was not until midday that the old man Li returned, carrying 2 hefty pieces of pork hindquarters, with a crumpled wad of yellow paper tucked into his waistband. Upon seeing the nearly lifeless Li Zhen, the old man was taken aback, hastily dropping the pork to carry Li Zhen inside. "Zhen, my boy, Zhen." Li Zhen, in a daze, stood before the stone tablet, noticing that the essence of immortality had increased significantly, surpassing the first wispy fog, while the longevity incense remained almost unchanged. How peculiar, he thought. I haven't lost any vitality, yet this essence grows. According to previous experiences, should the essence encounter that fog, the immortal would surely come to claim me. Just as Li Zhen was engulfed in confusion, the fog pierced by the incense completely dissipated, revealing a line of deep crimson characters etched into the stone. Without squinting, he could read clearly. The copper bell rings, grievances dispelled. When it tolls, flesh and blood consumed, longevity devoured. Within the immortal gate, the specters patrol, not for the merciful. The one who holds the tablet has entered the passage, wielding the copper bell to summon the patrol. Li Zhen was astounded. At first glance, he could hardly comprehend it, as some characters seemed exceedingly obscure. They resembled Chinese characters yet appeared more distorted, akin to ghostly symbols. However, upon gazing longer, these inscriptions felt inexplicably familiar, as if imprinted in his mind, leading him to a muddled understanding. Standing before the altar of immortality, Li Zhen caressed the smooth, cool surface of the vessel, unconsciously murmuring. When the copper gong sounds, the vengeful spirits are scattered. When it tolls, flesh and blood are devoured, longevity consumed. Within the immortal gate, the patrol is not for the unworthy. The one who holds the tablet has entered the passage, grasped the copper bell, and the immortal shall be summoned. It turned out that this bell was known as the ghost hammer copper. In a moment of enlightenment, Li Zhen unwittingly entered a state of transcendence. He realized that the means to cultivate the essence of immortality did not solely rely on self-harm. As one's spiritual cultivation increases, so too does the essence flourish. Moreover, the incense had already drawn near to the fog of the ghost hammer copper. Upon entering this transcendental state, the essence not only shattered the fog, but also surged upward, with more fog lingering in the distance. This stone tablet, the one found in the psychological clinic, was indeed no ordinary object. Li Zhen pondered, filled with both wonder and confusion. When did my spiritual cultivation rise? Why did it increase? How could I remain unaware? If my cultivation has indeed grown, what path have I learned? I have not even practiced the iron grasp technique. Does sitting in the field for a night count? Amidst his perplexity, Li Zhen's gaze returned repeatedly to the 4 lines of text, reciting, "Within the immortal gate, the specters patrol, not for the merciful." The term gate refers to the immortal gate, and the altar bears the character for immortality. Could it be that the immortal gate represents a path? Yet something feels amiss. The old man, Li, had mentioned various paths in the martial world, yet the name Immortal Gate seems excessively lofty. Before Li Zhen could fully contemplate this, the dim, murky sky above the stone tablet suddenly brightened. He awakened from his stupor to see old man Li seated by the Kong, eating from a bowl. Something clutched in his hand. "Zhen, my boy, I sent you to learn the craft, yet here you are again," the old man remarked, noticing Li Zhen's awakening. His tone not devoid of irritation. Li Zhen felt a swelling in his stomach and a dryness in his throat. After a few coughs, he quietly said, "Grandfather, to make a long story short, I was driven out by the old shovel. He returned some of the silver tie sway to me." The old man's expression changed, his demeanor turning icy. It was evening, and the room was unlit, only the sound of the offering table clattering faintly. "Are you saying that this old shovel not only refused you, but returned only this little bit of silver tie sway?" The old man opened his hand to reveal a small, writhing piece of silver-white flesh. Li Zhen's eyes widened. Fearing his lie would be exposed, he hastily claimed, "No. He gave me a whole basket, only keeping a handful for himself. The rest I have on me." Li Zhen searched through his pockets, only to find them devoid of silver tie sway. The old man, maintaining his cold demeanor, stated, "Humph, don't bother searching. I've already emptied your pockets. Only this remains of the silver tie sway." "What?" Li Zhen suddenly clutched his stomach, feeling a wave of nausea. A memory surged in his mind. He had hurried to the old apricot tree before the village gate, but the longevity incense had burned out, his strength depleted. And in a moment of irrational hunger, he had pulled the silver tie sway from his pocket, consuming it bite by bite. Recalling this, Li Zhen sheepishly looked at the old man and feigned outrage. It was that yellow weasel from Ilao Mountain Swangzi. "Grandfather, those beasts snatched all my silver tie sway." The night unfolded like an ancient black satin, tightly enveloping Ilao Mountain. Within the deep folds of the mountains, a cavern resembling a beast's maw lay in quiet repose. The mountain wind wailed, like the cries of ghosts, swirling into the cave and stirring a putrid stench. The cave walls glistened with a damp, slimy substance, possibly the secretion of some living creature. Deeper within, a village thrived with bustling activity. Yet, upon closer inspection, the festive lights illuminated not humans, but rather a parade of yellowish shadows. At the highest point, a lavish palanquin bore an old woman. Her appearance wizened yet adorned with gaudy attire, reminiscent of a matchmaker. Achoo! The old woman let out a loud sneeze, using a filthy handkerchief to wipe her nose and eyes, lamenting, "Who is speaking of me? Is it my son who met a tragic fate at Guamazhai? Unable to seize the Tai sway, I lost my child who was on the verge of ascending to the altar of incense. I shall surely flatten that Guamazhai. Let the living become dumplings, to be rewarded to my descendants." The old apricot leaves rustled, moonlight illuminating the foliage, while within the village, oil lamps flickered with a gentle glow. So, the old shovel instructed you to practice courage at night. Yet a horde of yellow weasels not only stole the silver Tai sway, but nearly claimed your life? The old man's face darkened. Yes, Li Zhen nodded fervently, sincerity radiating from him. Such bravery. It seems I must visit the Wudongzi in Ilao Mountain before the year S and to pay my respects to that yellow granny. Chapter 16. To attain good fortune, silver Tai sway for the stove. Li Zhen remained unaware that within the Wudongzi of Ilao Mountain, a congregation of yellow weasels worshipped the heavens and moon. All he knew was that he had survived once more. Moreover, the old man, Li, would not pursue the matter of the silver Tai sway he had consumed for the time being. Since he had mentioned visiting the yellow granny before the year's end, it was likely that the matter would be postponed until then. The old man prepared a pot of warm cornmeal porridge and boiled half a pork hindquarter. He mentioned that the pork was a reward for helping someone move, along with some other trivial items that paled in comparison to the pork. In these times, where treachery abounded, even farming required one to keep their head on a swivel, let alone raising livestock. To enjoy a pork hindquarter was a luxury for an ordinary family in the village. The boiled pork, seasoned with coarse salt and drizzled with a mixture of garlic and vinegar, proved quite satisfying. Li Zhen, without hesitation, seized the pork leg and devoured it, gnawing until only the gristle-laden bone remained. The amount he consumed startled even himself. As the old man sipped his cornmeal porridge, he refrained from contesting for a bite of meat, though his eyes occasionally betrayed a hint of sorrow. After finishing the pig's leg, Li Zhen felt a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head and said, "Grandfather, I couldn't help myself. I was simply too hungry." He was puzzled as to how he could still have room for pork after consuming so much silver taishan. Li Laoan was not angry. He merely shook his head and replied, "I often assist others in relocating their homes and opening kitchens, and I have attended many feasts. You need not concern yourself with my appetite." Li Zhen nodded, but inwardly he scolded, "You, as my grandfather, indulge in lavish feasts while I, in my true form, have become so emaciated. How heartless." As if sensing Li Zhen's thoughts, Li Laoan chuckled softly and said, "If it were not for weddings and funerals, partaking in other feasts would lead to karmic entanglements. When I help others remove malevolent spirits and open kitchens, the feast is solely for me. If others who do not contribute partake, they must share in the karmic consequences. How can a meal bring karmic ties?" Li Zhen questioned, perplexed. Li Laoan set down his bowl, his previous seriousness dissipating as he jovially explained, "For instance, when opening a kitchen, one must invite and honor the kitchen god. If he sees someone there who is not part of the offering, that person will surely encounter misfortune." Li Zhen was astonished. "Is that so? That's a minor issue. For example, when exorcising spirits, if a family is disturbed, it is usually due to minor demons or spirits. Common practitioners can handle them, but some exorcists take it lightly, resulting in the spirit remaining undispelled and eventually escaping. Spirits are also petty. They remember those who partake in the feast without contributing and will seek revenge when they grow stronger. Don't you think those who ate without merit will also be marked?" Compared to the kitchen god, Li Zhen found this reasoning more compelling. While nodding in agreement, he still questioned, "Grandfather, why did you bring back this pig's leg for me to eat?" Li Laoan, resembling a teacher eager to impart knowledge, replied, "This is the reward I received for helping someone relocate their home. Relocation usually does not conflict with malevolent spirits. It pertains more to feng shui. Thus, you can enjoy this pig's leg with a clear conscience." Afterward, Li Laohan's expression shifted slightly, and in a lower voice, he added, "In the past, before your memory loss, I often brought back food from relocations for you." Li Zhen let out a satisfying burp, refraining from displaying any sentimentality as he continued to inquire, "So, grandfather, What are the intricacies of relocating? Is it merely moving, hence such generous rewards? Li Laohan shook his head. Relocation involves profound principles tied to feng shui and energy. The energy disperses with the wind and halts at water. To gather it, one must prevent dispersion. Therefore, feng shui involves water as the highest principle and wind as secondary. A well-executed relocation can ensure future generations may even produce immortal beings. Li Zhen listened, half comprehending, and asked, "Is our village situated in a good location? Can I become an immortal?" Li Laohan rolled his eyes and replied, "A young residence must be chosen for its terrain. With mountains behind and water in front to align with the hearts of the people. A mountain should have a prominent dragon vein, and water must encircle in a circular form. While their home was indeed backed by mountains, there was no water in front." Feeling puzzled, Li Zhen asked, "But grandfather, we are backed by Ileo Mountain, far from the river. We are not encircled by water." Li Laohan shook his head again, explaining, "Mountains are solid, while water is ethereal. Water can also embody energy. If it surrounds the village, it becomes a feng shui treasure. Your current understanding is still shallow, merely at the threshold level. In the future," he abruptly halted, eyes wide in disbelief. "Wait, when did you reach the threshold level?" Li Zhen chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to explain. "I don't know. Maybe I'm just lucky." Though he had merely reached the threshold, Li Laohan's reaction was exceedingly unusual. He examined Li Zhen closely, checking his pulse for a long while. Eventually, a surge of excitement coursed through him, causing him to rise abruptly. He paced about, lit incense on the altar, and bowed in reverence to the void. Could it be that reaching the threshold was truly remarkable? Li Zhen had thought it was merely an entry-level state, not worth mentioning. As Li Zhen pondered further, he observed Li Laohan in a fervent display of gratitude, muttering, "I had thought the plan to nurture an immortal had failed, with no path of retreat. Who knew that heaven would grant the Li family a lifeline?" Li Zhen felt a mixture of awe and admiration, quietly settling into a corner to watch Li Laohan's performance. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep until midday, when the sun hung high overhead, awakening him with its brightness. Rising from the bed, he noticed Li Laohan looking rejuvenated, continuously rubbing his arms and exclaiming, "Look, my arms have grown strong." Hearing this, Li Zhen quickly inspected himself. His legs seemed thicker, and his ribs were less pronounced. He truly appeared much sturdier than before. He had transformed from a frail, malnourished youth into merely a leaner adolescent. Could this truly be the effect of reaching the threshold? Feeling newfound strength, he closed his eyes and noticed that the longevity incense had also grown slightly. Though it was still not tall, it was a vast improvement from its previous feeble state. Silver Taishan was indeed a treasure. Wait, Silver Taishan. He had promised that black cat to gather some information at noon. How had he slept through the time? Rather than concerning himself with thresholds, it was far more crucial to bridge the information gap with this world. Li Zhen swiftly rolled off the bed, feeling surprisingly agile. After taking a couple of steps, he hesitated and turned back to Li Laohan, grinning as he asked, "Grandfather, may I have that small piece of silver taishan you took yesterday?" Li Laohan regarded him with a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes, though his expression remained amiable. He reached into his waistband and retrieved a wriggling piece of silvery flesh. "Thank you, grandfather. I will return before dusk." Li Zhen stepped out of the village, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his back. The look in Li Laohan's eyes had been rather unsettling. Although their relationship appeared warm and affectionate, it was, in truth, a tightly stretched wire. A slight pull could snap it. On Li Laohan's side, he needed to maintain this somewhat fearsome grandfather figure, compared to others. He treated Li Zhen quite well. Keeping him stable was crucial for uncovering more information. The threshold was far from what he desired. The mist surrounding the immortal incense was the true foundation for his survival in this world. As he hurried along the path, Li Zhen was deep in thought. Meanwhile, Li Laohan reclined leisurely on the bed, clutching a piece of yellow paper. However, he did not appear relaxed. Instead, his brow was furrowed, and he sighed repeatedly. "Oh, poor Zhen. He has come to regard Silver Taishan as a treasure. It seems he has endured hardships over the years." His finger poked the bedding, creating a hole, through which writhing white flesh burned within. Using Silver Taishan as firewood was indeed most suitable. Chapter 17. The Black Cat at the Village Entrance. Mad Sheep Devour Flesh. Li Zhen raced along the path, feeling lighter and more invigorated than he had in a long time. Previously, with his life force nearly extinguished, he had felt as if he were in the final stages of cancer, which was utterly tormenting. Now, after reaching the threshold, running 100 meters felt like no challenge at all. Of course, this was merely Li Zhen's own illusion. As old Chan had mentioned, once one reaches the threshold. Their punches possess immense strength. However, Li Zhen's current fists were only marginally better than before. It appeared that the door he had opened was not of iron, after all. This thought brought to mind old Chan's disciples, particularly one named Gao Kaixing, who had wanted to challenge him. Now, with the expulsion from the sect, he was spared the 10-day duel. In any case, Li Zhen was no longer the same person he had been a day prior. He was now capable of running several miles without becoming winded. At the entrance of the village, he spotted a stone tablet beside which a black cat lay curled up. Appearing quite docile, Li Zhen surmised that he was late, yet at least he had arrived. Coming was better than not coming at all. He picked up a twig and poked the black cat. "Hey, I'm here to exchange information." The black cat lazily lifted its head and let out a meow. A chillingly cold female voice reaching Li Zhen's ears. "Did you bring the silver taus?" Yes, I certainly did," Li Zhen replied, though he dared not produce it, as what remained was far too little, merely about 1 or 2 taus. In this exchange, he felt like a beggar attempting to con a wolf. The black cat sniffed around Li Zhen and indeed caught the scent of the silver taus, relaxing slightly. "What do you wish to know? Ask away, but for every question. The minimum price is 2 taus of silver, and there is no upper limit." Li Zhen could not help but think that this cat was not only black in fur, but also in heart. He was tempted to inquire about information worth just 1 taus, but he held his tongue. It was likely the day before yesterday when a debt collector arrived at the village, leaving behind a chilling prophecy that by next year, everyone in the village would perish. Was this true? The black cat's eyes twitched as it tilted its head towards Li Zhen. Just as it was about to speak when a sudden uproar erupted at the village entrance. A group of people was clamoring, and among them, one man looked around before his gaze fixed on Li Zhen standing at the entrance. He hurried over, exclaiming, "Li Xiaoga, quickly summon your grandfather. Lu Daniu's sheep has gone mad, and has already devoured 2 chickens." Upon closer inspection, Li Zhen recognized the man rushing towards him as Shi Yizhang. "What sheep and what chickens? Can't you see I'm busy conversing with a cat?" Shi Yizhang seemed taken aback, scanning the area around Li Zhen but seeing nothing. "Li Xiaoga, please don't joke at a time like this. Lu Daniu's sheep has gone berserk, it's already started feasting on meat. And now there's a quarrel between the 2 families." Shi Yizhang tugged at Li Zhen's sleeve, trying to pull him towards Ileo Mountain. But Li Zhen seized his wrist firmly. "Stay put. There's something important to attend to." Shi Yizhang could not see the black cat, which meant the cat did not wish to be seen. However, Li Zhen could see it clearly, sitting right before him, silent and with a furrowed brow. Seemingly irked by Shi Yizhang's interruption, just as it seemed the cat wanted to say something, it hesitated with Shi Yizhang nearby. "Well, my grandfather is not working today. He is still in the village. You go and fetch him. I need to save someone. The sheep is attacking." The commotion at the village entrance grew louder. Both Shi Yizhang and Li Zhen turned their gazes to see a red-eyed old sheep, its mouth filled with rows of teeth resembling human teeth, viciously biting the arm of a seemingly simple-minded man. Blood gushed forth, and the old sheep's eyes turned even redder as it spat out the flesh, pawed the ground, and charged towards a woman behind the man. The onlookers, knowing this was an evil spirit at work, dared not intervene and instead retreated, shouting loudly, "A possessed sheep is attacking. Quickly summon Zhang Xingu and Li Gong." The man, who had lost a significant chunk of flesh from his arm, rolled on the ground, crying out loudly. Some villagers, upon hearing this, ran deeper into the village to fetch Zhang Xingu, a minor deity residing nearby. Even if her reputation was not as illustrious as Li Gong's, after all, the principle of not letting distant water quench immediate thirst was well understood. The blood-red-eyed sheep stood on its hind legs, knocking over 4 or 5 men with a single blow, bleeding as it charged towards the woman. The woman, terrified, twisted away but was bitten hard on the thigh, a large piece of flesh torn away. The red-eyed sheep seemed relentless, devouring the flesh with gusto. Onlookers were left frozen in shock, unable to flee. Make way. They assumed Zhang Xingu had arrived and hurriedly stepped aside, only to see a thin young man with his hair tied back. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Isn't that Li Gong's grandson? Just a good boy. But he doesn't respect his grandfather." Li Zhen's presence in the village was not particularly prominent. Some even did not recognize him. However, those who had suffered calamities and received help from the old man recognized him well. Shi Yizhang tugged at Li Zhen's sleeve, his eyes wide with urgency. "Li Xiaoga, hurry and summon Li Gong. Why are you here joining the commotion?" Li Zhen frowned at Shi Yizhang and pointed towards the woman being mauled by the frenzied sheep. "It's several miles away. My grandfather is not a deity. If we wait for him to arrive, this woman will be killed. You can't intervene. You're too weak. What would happen if something went wrong?" Shi Yizhang remembered Li Zhen's kindness, but also saw the sheep's madness. Realizing that even 4 or 5 strong men could not stop it, what could Li Xiaoga possibly do? Li Zhen, however, could not concern himself with such thoughts. Ignorant of his own abilities, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart and decided to test his prowess. He rolled up his sleeves, raised his arms, and prepared to rush forward and grasp the sheep by its horns. However, he was suddenly jostled from behind. Lu Daniu's brother, well built from a diet of beef and lamb, pushed past Li Zhen, shouting, "Hurry, Zhang Xinggu is coming." Zhang Xinggu made quite an entrance, flanked by several men. Her face veiled with a light gauze that revealed only a portion of her fair forehead. She wore a coarse cloth headscarf that contrasted sharply with her delicate attire, exuding a strong rural charm. Yet, her curvaceous figure suggested she was not merely an elder, but rather a beautiful daughter-in-law of some family. Zhang Xinggu was a minor deity in the village, beloved by the men who often referred to her as Zhang Xinggu. Despite being scolded by their wives, no one dared to disturb her. She had once rid the village of numerous evil spirits. Li Zhen, pushed aside, was about to lose his temper when Zhang Xinggu suddenly grasped his shoulder, shielding him behind her. "Young man from Li Gong's family, don't act foolishly. This sheep is highly malevolent. You're merely a frail lad. Why risk your life?" Zhang Xinggu turned her back to Li Zhen, reaching into the basket tucked under her arm and grasping a handful of bright white rice. With a swift motion, she scattered the rice on the ground, which quickly absorbed the blood. The frenzied sheep that had bitten Lu Daniu's wife now locked its fierce gaze on Zhang Xinggu. A gash appeared along the sheep's back, oozing pus, as if something was about to burst forth. Its eyes bled tears of crimson, disregarding Lu Daniu's wife and charging towards Zhang Xinggu instead. As the sheep lunged, the men, who had previously surrounded Zhang Xinggu, lost their nerve and scattered in all directions. Undeterred, Zhang Xinggu continued to scatter white rice on the ground. Initially, the sheep stumbled and slipped on the rice, but soon its hooves wore down, bones exposed, yet it continued to press forward, determined to reach Zhang Xinggu. The red-eyed sheep stood upright, its mouth gaping wide, splitting at the horns, a horrifying sight. "Oh my ancestors, this sheep is too terrifying. It's not merely possessed." Zhang Xinggu realized she was no match for it, and turned to flee, only to see Li Gong's grandson and the trembling Shu Yizhang standing behind her. "Run. This sheep is too evil. It likely possesses some minor spiritual abilities. We must leave to save our lives." Zhang Xinggu shoved Li Zhen, but he stood rooted to the spot. Shu Yizhang could not drag him away, nor could Zhang Xinggu budge him. "Oh my heavens, that sheep is invincible. Li Xiaoga, for the love of all that is good, come with me. Let us preserve our lives first. I still need to sew your shroud." Shu Yizhang was on the verge of tears, utterly unable to move Li Zhen. Zhang Xinggu, realizing the urgency, made her escape, coldly remarking, "This isn't how you make a name for yourself. Even your grandfather would take time to deal with that sheep. If you don't run, you'll meet your end." The villagers gazed from a distance, feeling a sense of regret, yet perceiving Li Zhen's obstinacy. Was he not courting death? Some of the robust men who had previously fled, enamored by Aunt Zhang, re-emerged at this moment, reveling in his misfortune. If even Aunt Zhang cannot tame that sheep, how foolish is Li's grandson to jeopardize his life for mere showmanship. Indeed, who wouldn't wish to display their prowess before Aunt Zhang? Yet to sacrifice one's life over such triviality seemed utterly unwarranted. In contrast, Li Zhen remained undeterred, his mind fixated on envisioning the stone tablet. Simultaneously, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The ferocious sheep, despite still slipping, lunged rapidly toward him. Shu Yizhang was on the verge of tears, and finally, Li Zhen spoke. "Brother Zhang, please inform my grandfather to prepare for contingencies. I will hold this mad sheep off." Shu Yizhang cautiously released Li Zhen, stammering, "Just don't die." "I won tea," Li Zhen reassured him, leaving him to face the daunting challenge alone. Of course, a black cat perched upon his shoulder remained unseen by anyone in the village, including Aunt Zhang. The villagers were in a state of anxiety, the strong men eagerly anticipating Li Zhen's embarrassment, while Aunt Zhang clutched a handful of rice, ready to cast it at any moment. Suddenly, Li Zhen produced an odd copper gong. The black cat, perched on his shoulder, licked its front paw and remarked, "Ah, the moment to showcase one's divine prowess has arrived." The chapter unfolded, revealing the summoning of the ghostly gong, a medium for invoking the night watchman deity. Prior to stepping into the realm of transcendence, Li Zhen could only obtain the ghostly gong by sacrificing his lifespan. This artifact consisted of a mallet and a gong. Summoning it had posed a significant challenge for Li Zhen, as he was torn between risking too much of his life force or not enough to summon the deity. Each use of this ability hinged on fortune. However, today was different. A mere thought summoned the gong into his palm. A chilling sensation coursed through his left arm. Reaching the crown of his head, the gong's surface was uneven, etched with a grotesque human visage. The cord suspending it appeared to possess countless tiny mouths. And as Li Zhen grasped the cord with his left hand, he felt the pain of being nibbled upon. Just a single gong was sufficient. He refrained from summoning the mallet, for using the gong would consume his life force, devouring his flesh and blood. Though the limitations of relying solely on the gong were evident, it also minimized the adverse effects on Li Zhen. The old sheep advanced menacingly, rising on its hind legs. Emitting a sound akin to a throat clearing, its hind hooves worn to the bone, blood pooling beneath. Its skeletal legs clanged against the ground, striking fear into hearts. Its mouth, lined with sharp teeth, gaped wide, aiming directly for Li Zhen's throat. Aunt Zhang, witnessing this, was taken aback, and the handful of rice she held was scattered in panic. Yet, it proved futile against the old sheep. In Li Zhen's eyes, the bizarre movements of the old sheep slowed to a crawl, and he discerned a faint human silhouette within its form. The hair at the back of his head grew uncontrollably. Holding the gong in his left hand, he raised his right arm, swinging it forcefully, his 5 fingers plunging into the sheep's mouth. With a resounding thud, Li Zhen's foot stomped down, his weight shifting forward as he exerted all his strength to grip the old sheep. Contrary to expectations, his right hand was not bitten off. Instead, his fingers spread wide, firmly holding the sheep's jaws apart, preventing it from closing its mouth, which only emitted a mournful bleat. This display of strength astonished even Aunt Zhang. While a crowd of men had struggled to subdue this ferocious sheep, how could Li Zhen, so slender, possess such power? The villagers gasped in astonishment, relieved that young Li had preserved his life, but the standoff between him and the sheep left them anxious. One clever individual shouted, "Quickly, fetch some sticks. While Li Zhen holds the sheep, let us beat it to death." Upon hearing this, the villagers quickly gathered branches, farming tools, and whatever they could find, preparing to assist. Li Zhen, at the brink of exhaustion as he held the sheep, felt his grip weakening. With a twist of his wrist, he thrust the sheep back a few steps. In this moment, his expression transformed, as if he had grown taller, lifting the gong, blood steadily dripping from his palm. With his right hand extended, he struck the gong with fierce determination. The sound it produced was far from the melodious chime of a mallet. Rather, it emitted a dull thud. Yet, as the gong reverberated, the old sheep's eyes exploded open, its body contorting as it collapsed amidst a mound of rice. Its bloated back quivered, and a strange yellow-green pus seeped from the gaping wounds. The villagers, witnessing the sheep's defeat, erupted in excitement, quickly encircling it, ready to strike with their makeshift weapons. "Stay back!" A commanding voice rang out, blending the tones of 2 individuals. The villagers froze, their tools stalled mid-swing, turning to gaze at Li Zhen, perplexed. What is happening? Li Zhen, the mad sheep is about to devour us. If we don't kill it now, it could spell disaster. Li Zhen's gaze remained cold, his hair cascading down to his waist, blood dripping from his left fingertips. He surveyed the villagers, none daring to meet his eyes. After a moment of silence, he declared, "This sheep is not merely possessed, it has lost its ability to resist. We shall wait for my grandfather to arrive before deciding its fate." Upon hearing Li Zhen invoke his grandfather, the villagers felt disheartened yet remained respectful, praising Li Zhen's connection to his grandfather's authority. Around Aunt Zhang, more strong men gathered like loyal hounds, forming a protective circle. "Aunt, this mad sheep has frightened you. It seems my earlier kick had some effect." "You kicked it?" Another retorted. "It was I who stealthily tugged at its wool, causing it pain. Thus, Li Zhen could subdue it. Otherwise, how could a mere child manage?" The men argued, faces flushed, eager to assert their prowess before Aunt Zhang. She frowned, pushing through the crowd, her expression stern, spotting Li Zhen standing tall before the fallen sheep. Her demeanor softened slightly. "You've lived long enough. At a crucial moment, you are outdone by a mere boy who wishes to impress me." How absurd. Her words silenced the men, their rivalry quelled, as resentment towards Li Zhen began to brew. What luck he has. Had we not struggled with that sheep for so long, how would he have captured it? Indeed, Li Zhen paid little heed to the opinions of others, his focus intent on the sheep as he pondered deeply. When he had seized the sheep's throat, he had distinctly perceived a flicker of human emotion in its eyes, an expression of plea yet also of release. This was not to say that Li Zhen's heart softened due to the sheep's fleeting humanity, but rather, its gaze struck a familiar chord within him. As if he had encountered it before, Li Zhen could not articulate it, but instinctively sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. The black cat, nestled upon Li Zhen's shoulder, observed the sight of the now blind, wretched sheep and lamented, "What a pity, What a pity. Curious, Li Zhen inquired. Do you pity this sheep out of compassion for its kind? The black cat shook its head, pressing its paw against Li Zhen's ear, replying, Inquire of Aunt Zhang. She knows all simply by casting rice. Li Zhen scoffed at Aunt Zhang's abilities, thinking, she could neither restrain this sheep nor see you. What grounds does she have to know more than I? In this world of mysteries, exceptional individuals abound. Black Cat, halfway through a thought, perked up its ears and fixed its gaze on the west of the village for a long while, then abruptly ceased speaking. Your grandfather is coming. I must take cover. It said before leaping off Li Zhen's shoulder and vanishing from sight. At that very moment, a thunderous sound erupted beside Li Zhen. I shall slay you, beast, roared Lu Daniu, the simple and honest man, brandishing a shovel at the old ram. Chapter 19. The Life and Death Trial of the Old Ram. The Questions of the Rice Seer. The gong had not yet been silenced, and remnants of the night watchman's abilities still lingered within Li Zhen. He extended his right hand and forcefully struck Lu Daniu on the shoulder. The overwhelming force caused Lu Daniu to wince in pain, dropping the shovel and bending his body. Turning around with reddened eyes, he glared at Li Zhen and scolded, If we do not kill this beast, will we keep it to breed? With a cold expression, Li Zhen, having lived 2 lives, had cultivated an unflappable demeanor in the face of adversity. He paused for a moment, grasped Lu Daniu's shoulder, and said, I have told you, this ram poses a problem. We shall wait for my grandfather to arrive before making a decision. If you startle it again and cause chaos, I cannot guarantee I will be able to contain it. Bah, do you think I need your help? Lu Daniu spat at Li Zhen's face, his eyes ablaze with fury. I respect grandfatherly. What are you, Li Zhen? If it weren't for Zhang Xingu's assistance with the rice, do you truly believe you could control this fierce ram? You think too highly of yourself. Li Zhen, expressionless, wiped the saliva from his face. I will not clean it off unless we slaughter this beast. It is mine, raised on my family's grain, and it has bitten both me and my wife. It deserves to die. With a sharp slap, Li Zhen struck Lu Daniu across the face. The force of his blow, amplified by the lingering energy from the gong, sent the hefty man reeling, ultimately causing him to kneel, dazed and ringing in his ears. Tearing a piece of fabric from Lu Daniu's clothing, Li Zhen wiped his face, secretly lamenting that Lu Daniu's attire was rather fine, which explained how he could afford to keep sheep. Unlike himself, who, after so many days since his arrival, had only eaten a pig's hind leg the previous night. A surge of envy towards the wealthy crept over him, and he kicked Lu Daniu twice. The onlookers dared to murmur quietly among themselves, fearing to voice dissent. Even the astute could see that Li Zhen, the grandson of Grandfather Li, had now also learned some abilities akin to a half-immortal. Otherwise, why would he be wielding a gong? Lu Daniu, too, was a simpleton. Did he not fear disaster by provoking the grandson of a half-immortal? Oh, it was understandable that the ram was bewildered by the couple, yet Lu Daniu's spitting in Li Zhen's face was truly unreasonable. Lu Daniu's brother appeared shrewd, while his sibling was utterly foolish. The villagers whispered, yet none defended Lu Daniu. Meanwhile, those men who had flattered Zhang Xingu saw an opportunity to vent their frustrations on Li Zhen, stepping out from the crowd, eager to hurl insults. However, upon meeting Li Zhen's cold, murderous gaze, they quickly retreated, closing their mouths. This scene did not escape Zhang Xingu's notice. She covered her face with a light veil and chuckled quietly to herself. The men, believing they had amused the seer, withdrew with their heads lowered. Lu Daniu's wife, having hastily bandaged his wounds, limped over to Li Zhen, apologized, and helped her husband to his feet. Listen to Brother Li. Wait for Grandfather Li to arrive. He is a half-immortal and possesses the means to handle this. Lu Daniu, with a pained expression, his eyes still red and trembling hands, stammered, This ram must be killed. It truly must. As he recalled Black Cat's earlier words, Li Zhen found himself unable to wait any longer. He turned to Zhang Xingu, only to find her doubled over with laughter. Truly unreliable. Zhang Xingu, is your expertise related to rice? He inquired politely, bowing slightly. Upon hearing Li Zhen's question, Zhang Xingu straightened, adopting an air of authority as she grasped her basket, and replied, Indeed, I am the seer of rice, naturally dealing with matters concerning it. Li Zhen raised an eyebrow. What abilities do the seers of rice possess? Zhang Xingu furrowed her brow, but deemed the information not too secretive, so she continued. White rice or glutinous rice can bridge the realms, allowing one to inquire of heaven, earth, and the departed. With sufficient skill, one can uncover anything. Is it truly so? Li Zhen was intrigued. Can you inquire about this ram? Zhang Xingu glanced at the old ram, its bulging back suggesting something wriggled within. The creature continued to bleat, and its cries, upon prolonged listening, oddly resembled human whales. This ram was indeed peculiar. It seemed to possess an aura beyond mere novice proficiency. Otherwise, Zhen, with his comparable skills, would not be utterly powerless against it. The ram was unsettling. To ask questions might invite its wrath. Yet, to refrain would hinder the good fortune of Grandfather Li's grandson. It is certainly possible to ask, but inquiring about rice shortens one's lifespan and tarnishes one's virtue. I cannot indulge in prolonged inquiries, so please, young sir, present concise questions, and I shall ask on your behalf. Zhang Xingu hesitated, yet ultimately acquiesced to Li Zhen's request. However, her reference to shortening one's life and diminishing virtue clearly aimed to place Li Zhen in her debt. Li Zhen scoffed inwardly. How much life could she truly forfeit? Now that he wielded the gong, his lifespan was rapidly diminishing. Yet, it was certainly less than before he had acquired these abilities. The gong's wonders seemed to extend beyond mere inquiry. He would have to delve deeper into its mysteries post-inquiry. Zhang Xingu's ritual was simple and unpretentious. She grasped the rice in her basket and began to scatter it. Once finished, she retrieved a handful of paper money from her pocket, igniting it with a fire starter. The paper quickly burned to ash, which she placed before the ram. The creature's mournful cries softened. Does she not light incense? Li Zhen pondered, but did not voice his thoughts. He recalled how his grandfather often lit incense at the altar during rituals, and even during the last exorcism of Zhang Laonyang, incense had been burned at the grave. This was a matter to discuss with Black Cat later. Li Zhen noted Zhang Xingu's subsequent actions. She sat cross-legged before the old ram, murmuring softly while tracing patterns in the rice. Finally, she bowed her head, her neck appearing to bend unnaturally, and her head drooped. The ram ceased its bleeding, and the villagers, awestruck, held their breath. For witnessing Zhang Xingu perform her mystical arts was a rare spectacle. As her head hung low, a chilling wind swept through, and she lifted her head again, revealing streaks of tears on her face. In a tone laden with sorrow, she softly addressed Li Zhen. Young sir, what questions do you have? Clearing his throat, Li Zhen posed the first question he had long contemplated. Zhang Xingu, ask if this ram is pregnant with a person? The villagers gasped, astonished, wondering if Li Zhen had lost his mind. How could a ram bear a human? Yet, Lu Daniu, supported by his wife, widened his eyes and began to tremble anew. Zhang Xingu nodded gently, caressing the old ram's body with tenderness. The scattered rice on the ground subtly shifted, forming what appeared to be characters, though it seemed only Zhang Xingu could decipher them. After reading the message, more tears streamed down her face. Trembling, she hesitated to respond to the initial inquiry, instead asking Li Zhen, what is your second question? Taking a deep breath, Li Zhen replied, inquire if its transformation was due to human malice. Zhang Xingu nodded, returning to her silent caresses of the ram. Time passed. Just as she was about to speak, a loud thud echoed through the air. The villagers turned their gazes to see Lu Daniu, supported by his wife, kneeling on the ground, wailing, Mother, I was wrong. I have been an unfilial son. Chapter 20. The Sheep and the Mother. Mourning in the death pit. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Why was Lu Daniu crying out for his mother? Wasn't she already deceased? Li Zhen, with his arms crossed, upon hearing the wail, began to comprehend the situation. Thus, he retrieved the gong, its length now hanging at his waist, its former size diminished. His left arm bore numerous small cuts, while the flesh of his forearm had vanished without bleeding, as the wounds had already healed. Entering the realm of the Tongmen indeed had its merits. Summoning the gong consumed little of his lifespan, yet it gnawed at his own flesh. Perhaps that was why the loss of vitality was lessened. This copper gong was part of a set, and Li Zhen could summon just the gong alone, reducing the backlash. This time, he had demonstrated his capabilities without feeling his body grow weak. He still possessed strength, albeit with a sharp pain in his forearm. Next time, he might try summoning just the hammer, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. Regardless, the buffs bestowed by this gong were quite numerous. Turning his attention back to Lu Daniu, it was clear that his call for his mother made the circumstances more understandable. The villagers, still in a daze, witnessed Aunt Zhang suddenly rise, her body trembling, her voice piercing. Oh, Lu Daniu, were it not for Brother Li's inquiry, the villagers would remain oblivious to the vile nature of your actions. How could you, a wolf-hearted beast, treat your mother so? Lu Daniu kowtowed repeatedly, too fearful to retort. His wife, with reddened eyes, revealed a wound on her leg, bitten by the old sheep, now oozing blood. Aunt Zhang calmed the old sheep momentarily, stepping back a few paces, and tremblingly pointed to the rice on the ground. In the previous dynasty, there was a tradition regarding the death pit. As the elderly approached death, their children would send them to the pit, providing food until they passed, after which they would be buried. But these beasts. Aunt Zhang pointed at Lu Daniu, then quickly directed her finger at Lu Erniu, who cowered among the crowd. These two wretches sent their mother to the death pit, refusing to provide her with a morsel of food. Unable to endure her hunger, the old woman returned to Lu Daniu's home, only to be chased away by him and his wife. She then went to Lu Erniu's home, where she was similarly rejected. These two brothers, with hearts colder than snakes, refused to offer her even a bite, ultimately forcing their mother into the death pit, sealing the entrance, hoping she would starve to death within. The villagers erupted in outrage, denouncing Lu Daniu and Lu Erniu as inhumane. But what of the sheep? Aunt Zhang collected herself and continued. They sealed the walls. But they did not anticipate that the sheep, which their mother had once nurtured, could not bear to witness her suffering, and thus, at night, it forcefully rammed the wall, crashing into the cliff, tearing open its belly to provide its entrails as sustenance for the old woman, allowing her to survive. The sheep, having gained sentience, used its life to hide the old woman within itself and brought her to the homes of these two beasts. Yet, when they discovered their mother was alive, they brutally killed both the sheep and the old woman, tossing their bodies into the pit. Li Zhen himself was taken aback. He had encountered wickedness before, but nothing could compare to this. Committing matricide twice over, they were indeed worse than beasts. No wonder Lu Daniu had reacted so fiercely when he had guarded the old sheep. He feared his heinous deeds would be exposed. In the distance, Lu Daniu continued to knock his head to the ground, pausing intermittently to alleviate the pain. Lu Erniu, unable to hide any longer, was seized by the able-bodied villagers, receiving a beating as a prelude to further punishment. Aunt Zhang gazed at the old sheep, her eyes brimming with tears, and resumed. Neither the sheep nor the old woman could rest in peace. Their corpses absorbed the deathly aura emanating from the Ileo Mountains, transforming into vengeful spirits seeking justice. Yet, a mother is a mother, and even as a spirit, she could not bear to harm her own sons. It is said that even I cannot control the powers of that sheep. Li Zhen, upon hearing this, was filled with profound emotions. Upholding the moral values of his past life, he found joy in helping others, yet he realized that those he saved might not even qualify as human. Lu Daniu cursed the sheep as a mere beast, failing to reflect upon his own reflection. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity in the sheep's gaze. It bore the visage of a mother, transforming into a vengeful spirit. It still could not bring itself to harm its own offspring, a pitiful mother raising wicked children. In the village, there were certainly those who could discern right from wrong. Some able-bodied men and women nearly resolved to hang Lu Daniu and Lu Erniu. Alas, the village chief had previously fallen victim to the vengeful spirit and was still bedridden. Aunt Zhang murmured softly, wiping her tears. The old sheep, its eyes now lifeless, lay still on the ground, having passed away. Within its belly, the once writhing form of the old woman had ceased its movements. Offering sustenance to the grave of mother, Aunt Zhang began to sing in a peculiar tone. A melancholic hue enveloped the village as dusk approached, the setting sun resembling blood, casting a fleeting clarity over the world. Li Zhen approached the old sheep, seeing its eyelids close, and sincerely said, "Rest well, I should not have interfered with your fate." Aunt Zhang gently tugged at Li Zhen's sleeve, whispering, "Even the mother could not bear to consume her own son. Your assistance in alleviating this resentment has already been a noble act." Li Zhen clasped his hands together, his tone becoming more courteous as he spoke with Aunt Zhang. "Aunt, your benevolence and skill are admirable. Were it not for you, we would never have known of the malevolence lurking in the village." The black cat perched on Li Zhen's shoulder, chuckling softly, playfully pawing at his ear. Aunt Zhang, unable to see the cat, felt her cheeks warm at Li Zhen's praise, hastily covering her face with her veil and waving her hand, saying, "This is merely the duty of those who gather rice. You flatter me too much." As Li Zhen and Aunt Zhang exchanged light-hearted banter, several men lurking in the crowd turned green with envy. "Aunt Zhang, open your eyes. This boy hasn't even fully grown up. What business does he have conversing with her?" "Well, you can't say that. His hair is quite long. That's not the kind of hair I meant." Meanwhile, the villagers had given Lu Daniu and Lu Erniu a sound thrashing, relieving their anger and deliberating on how to deal with the two families. The towering Lu Erniu, taller than his brother, now cowered on the ground, noticing the iron shovel his brother had brought earlier. He glanced at Li Zhen, who was laughing with Aunt Zhang, his eyes brimming with unspoken malice. Having grown up on meat and possessing considerable strength, Lu Erniu hardly felt the blows he had received. Seizing an opportunity, he sprang up from the ground, grasping the iron shovel. Raising it high, he aimed it at Li Zhen, exclaiming, "I'll kill you, you son of a dog." With a surge of adrenaline, he executed his move with remarkable speed. Li Zhen, believing himself safe, had already put away the gong and was devoid of his previous fierceness. The shovel came crashing down toward his head, leaving Aunt Zhang momentarily paralyzed with fear. Lu Erniu grinned maliciously, channeling all his strength into the blow. Bang! A large hand, though appearing weary, was sturdy and firm. It halted the shovel's advance, preventing it from moving forward even an inch. What? In your rage and shame, you dare to threaten my grandson? Li Changfu, hunched yet now standing tall, confronted Li Zhen with an air of unyielding authority, akin to a resilient pine. Chapter 21. Rescuing the Li son. Changfu bows to Ileo, old man, Li had arrived. Even Lu Erniu, bold as he was, dared not act recklessly. With a clatter, the shovel fell to the ground. This half-immortal, renowned across the countryside, exuded an overwhelming presence just by standing there. Lu Erniu fell to his knees, trembling, unable to utter a word of plea. A few more able-bodied men arrived, bowed to Old Man Li, and escorted Lu Erniu away. Aunt Zhang, upon seeing Old Man Li, stuttered, carefully offering her respects, casting a glance at Li Zhen, and upon seeing he was unscathed, felt a sense of relief. Li Changfu turned around, gazing at Li Zhen, his posture bending again into the familiar hunchbacked shape. He looked at Li Zhen, his tone softening somewhat, reassuring him that all was well, that all was well. Li Zhen remained in a daze, but he had secretly summoned the ghost hammer made of copper moments earlier. Should Lu Erniu advance even a step closer, he would disregard everything and strike Lu Erniu down with a single blow. However, before that moment arrived, his benevolent grandfather had already come. It must be said that his earlier display of single-handedly subduing the iron shovel was rather impressive. Grandfather, I'm fine. It was just that Lu Daniu's mother mentioned something. Li Zhen replied. I know, the shroud maker Zhang has already invited me. At this moment, I have witnessed the entire event, the old man said, the furrow in his brow easing slightly, a smile gracing his face as he patted Li Zhen's shoulder. Zhen, well done. Li Zhen was momentarily bewildered, staring at the old man's smiling face, unable to discern if it was genuine or feigned. Usually, he was a man whose laughter did not reach his eyes, but today, there was warmth in the old man's gaze. Later, the old man presented a silver tai shui to Aunt Zhang, stating that without her assistance in consulting the rice expert, this matter could not have concluded so swiftly. Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a brief refusal, she accepted the silver tai shui and, while bidding farewell to the Li family, cast a flirtatious glance at Li Zhen. He felt a shiver run down his spine, noting how the men's faces in the village appeared so pale, as if smoke were rising from their heads. A villager inquired how to deal with the two beasts from the Lu family, but the old man chuckled and replied, evil people will receive their just deserts. Let them be, their conscience will not be at peace. The villagers felt a sense of unease, but dared not oppose the old man, for his authority surpassed even that of the village chief. As night approached, the old man and Li Zhen departed. Exiting the village, they did not encounter the black cat. Presumably frightened of the old man, Li Zhen did not seek it out, planning instead to return the next noon to trade information with the black cat. A matter of urgency. The old man spoke little, returning with a lightness to his step, while Li Zhen struggled to keep pace. The old man's agility was impressive. No wonder he was called a semi-immortal. Muttering to himself, he was overheard by the old man, who turned and shot Li Zhen a glare. Li Zhen chuckled, sensing that his relationship with the old man had taken on a subtle shift. Upon returning to the village, they found a meal prepared. The table held a bowl of raw, bloody meat, causing Li Zhen to frown. We are not cavemen. How can we eat raw meat? The old man lifted Li Zhen's sleeve, pointing to the area where flesh had been lost. The bowl contains blood tai shui, which can replenish blood and nourish the muscles and bones. Previously, you were not able to digest it due to not having entered the threshold. Now, you can. What? Li Zhen looked into the bowl of crimson meat, and upon closer inspection, noticed it wriggling. The writhing flesh was indeed tai shui, without a doubt. Grandfather, which is better, blood tai shui or silver tai shui? Li Zhen lifted the bowl and pinched his nose as he drank down the tai shui. The old man took out his smoking pipe and replied, silver tai shui is beneficial for humans and aids in the cultivation of evil spirits. The lower one's realm, the more effective it is. The meat of silver tai shui is gentle and not overly stimulating, suitable for mortals below the threshold. However, blood tai shui is bitter and cold, its effects too potent. Those lacking skill cannot withstand its power. While it greatly replenishes, ordinary people should avoid it, as those in poor health may suffer lightheadedness or even death. Thus, blood tai shui holds lesser value. Yet in the eyes of those with deep knowledge, it is still superior. Li Zhen gulped down the bowl, giving a thumbs up. For those in poor health, it feels like intoxication? I understand. Suddenly, without warning, Li Zhen fell asleep, clearly overwhelmed by the potency of the blood tai shui. The old man helped him remove his cloth shoes and assisted him onto the Kong, almost as if serving a young master. Alone, he stepped outside, sitting in the courtyard on a rocking chair, lost in thought as he smoked his pipe. The moon was terrifyingly full that night, casting an eerie light on the old man's face. He held the pipe and muttered darkly, spitting on the face of Li's legitimate son and expecting to exchange his life. The child is soft-hearted. I will not be. The chilling wind howled like a mournful ape. The following morning, cries from women echoed through the village. People rushed from their homes to find 7 corpses hanging from the crooked tree in front of the Liu family, all arranged neatly. They were none other than the Liu brothers and their kin, all lifeless, with not one pair of eyes closed. Li Zhen did not awaken until midday. This life was utterly carefree, a luxury he had never enjoyed in his previous existence. After stretching, he felt an itch on his left arm. Lifting his sleeve, he discovered that the flesh that had been lost had fully regrown. Wow, this blood tai shui is miraculous. Aside from the deep sleep it induced, it brought significant benefits. Li Zhen rose from the Kong and noticed 2 bowls of rice waiting for him. His heart warmed. In one bowl was fried rice, cooked in lard and garnished with green onions, and in the other, silver tai shui, glistening like crystal. You truly are my dear grandfather. His stomach rumbling, he eagerly grabbed a bowl and began to eat. His eyes roamed the room until he spotted a pile of incense ash on the altar, upon which was inscribed a message. Go to the old shovel maker's house and learn the iron technique. Strengthen your body. I will visit Ileo Mountain and return in 5 days. The message was from the old man, whose handwriting was quite elegant, far more legible than the squiggly symbols on the stone stele of the Zhen scripture. After finishing the fried rice and the silver tai shui, Li Zhen noticed a basket of silver tai shui resting on the Kong, presumably reserved for him. No, it should be for the old shovel maker's tuition. But now that the silver tai shui was in his possession, could he not decide how to distribute it? Li Zhen chuckled, taking the basket, filling his mouth with water from the water tank, and then exited the village. Under the old apricot tree, he recalled that the silver tai shui might attract evil spirits. How could he take it to the old shovel maker? Yet, since the old man had spoken, it must be fine. He had mentioned going to Ileo Mountain. Was he not seeking trouble with the yellow weasel? It seemed he had underestimated the old man's resolve. He had expected him to delay until the end of the year. After pondering, he still felt uneasy, so he left a basket of silver tai shui in the village and pocketed 2 handfuls for himself, deeming it sufficient. Such a precious item was safer left at the old man's place. Li Zhen touched the Kong, still warm, and without further thought, hummed a little tune as he stepped outside. Unbeknownst to him, the precious silver tai shui was crackling and burning in the Kang's hollow. Outside the village, Li Zhen hummed a tuneless little song, feeling for the first time that life had become somewhat lighter. At the entrance of the village, the black cat appeared right on cue. Chapter 22, The Black Cat's Transaction, encountering the thick-browed man again. What are you singing? It's truly unpleasant. The cold voice of the black cat echoed in Li Zhen's ears. Li Zhen raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice to feign mystery, a tune for warding off evil spirits. The black cat's fur bristled as it bared its teeth at Li Zhen. Then don't sing. Li Changfu has gone to Ileo Mountain. No one can protect you now. Li Zhen took this warning to heart and quieted down. All right, I won't sing anymore. We have important matters to attend to. The black cat nodded, curling up in the trench at the village entrance, eyeing Li Zhen's bulging pockets with a cold smile. Since we have agreed on a transaction, I shall abide by the rules. As long as you behave, I won't bully you in the absence of your elders. Hey, sister cat, it's all good. Li Zhen grinned, offering a piece of silver tai shui the size of his thumb to the black cat. The cat's eyes lit up as it swallowed it whole. You're finally getting the hang of it. But what do you mean calling me sister cat? In this remote mountain village, mortals should address me as an immortal. Li Zhen's lips twitched. The black cat truly knew how to take advantage of the situation. However, whether this cat is male or female, Li Zhen had never encountered it before, making it difficult to ascertain. He had not dealt with spirits previously. Just because the voice sounded feminine, it did not necessarily imply it was a female cat. Without further ado, you continue with your celestial affairs, and I shall address you as sister cat. Having already consumed that tai shui, it is time to respond to my inquiry from yesterday, is it not? The black cat displayed a look of confusion, tilting its head towards Li Zhen. What question? I do not recall. Yesterday at noon, a man and a cat were engaged in some petty dealings when they were interrupted by Shi Zhang. The black cat, having a poor memory, had forgotten the question altogether. I encountered a debt collector who prophesied that by the 15th of July next year, all who pass through the horse village will perish. I wish to know if this holds any truth. Li Zhen reiterated the question, gazing intently at the black cat. The black cat narrowed its eyes, its tail drooping, and returned Li Zhen's gaze, slowly replying. The debt collector can be considered half a merchant. They traverse the land, leaving behind various prophecies, ultimately aiming to sell their knives. Humans are prone to greed and clever tricks. Who would refuse a knife on credit, to be paid for a year later? Thus, the business of debt collecting is quite lucrative. Debt collecting is a practice in the martial world, where those of lesser skill merely seek to earn a few coins, leaving behind prophecies that are trivial and easily foreseen by mortals. However, those of a higher realm, like the adept debt collectors, do not merely seek sustenance. They pursue cultivation. The prophecies left by these skilled individuals are imbued with celestial secrets and are profoundly intricate. Should a prophecy come to fruition, it will enhance their cultivation. If not, it will backfire, shortening their lifespan and diminishing their powers. Li Zhen narrowed his eyes and blurted out, "So, these highly skilled debt collectors, in an effort to ensure their prophecies come true, would resort to human intervention? Clever." The black cat licked its forepaw, casting an admiring glance at Li Zhen. Yet, Li Zhen's mind wandered to Sister Xiaohe. The debt collector had prophesied that Xiaohe would transform into a yellow weasel. But how could a human turn into a weasel? Thus, the debt collector employed sinister methods to graft a human head onto a weasel's body. Observing the shifting expressions on Li Zhen's face, the black cat continued slowly. "You need not worry. In the horse village, you are under the protection of Li Changfu. At the very least, your life will be safeguarded." Li Zhen nodded. Surviving was all that mattered. He had miraculously reclaimed his life and needed to cherish it. As for the indigenous people of the horse village, he was not well acquainted with many of them, and whether they lived or died was of little consequence to him. Regarding the information about the debt collector, Li Zhen was satisfied and retrieved a lump of silver tai sui, placing it in his palm while looking into the black cat's eyes. He inquired, "What do you know about my grandfather?" The black cat, which had been licking its forepaw, suddenly froze upon hearing Li Zhen's question. It raised its short feline face, its sharp pupils fixating on Li Zhen as it spoke lowly. "To inquire about your grandfather, this amount of tai sui is insufficient." Li Zhen rummaged through his pocket for more. "Is this enough?" The black cat shook its head, stating, "Even if you brought 2 ox carts worth of silver tai sui, it would still be inadequate." Li Zhen scoffed. "You mentioned before that you only required 5 taels of silver tai sui for your breakthrough." The black cat, with a hint of impatience, meowed softly and turned away, its demeanor seemingly darkened. At the village entrance, a chilling wind unexpectedly began to stir in broad daylight. With its tail raised, the black cat slightly tilted its head and coldly remarked, "Let us leave it at that for today. There is no need to meet at the village entrance in the future. When I require silver tai sui, I shall find you." With that, the black cat leaped into the fields and vanished from sight. Li Zhen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the cat's sudden change in demeanor. He had not uttered any disrespectful words towards it, merely inquiring about Li Changfu. Yet the black cat had transformed, deliberately distancing itself from him. In the depths of his mind, Li Zhen grasped a crucial point. While dealing with the peculiar incident at Lu Daniu's home yesterday, the black cat had perched on his shoulder, quite familiar and affectionate, as if it were a beloved pet. But this black cat was also a formidable spirit, teasing him, and conversing as if they were old friends. Could it be that the original body knew this black cat? If they were acquainted, why would the black cat fear the original body's grandfather? Yet if it feared the grandfather, why did it change its demeanor upon Li Zhen's inquiry about Li Changfu? Li Zhen inhaled sharply, hesitating to delve deeper, fearful of becoming ensnared in the complexity. The matter of the black cat would have to be set aside for the moment. At least, given the current circumstances, it was not an enemy. If the debt collector could manipulate prophecies, it indicated that he might personally come to eliminate those in the horse village. Having slain a yellow weasel, he had stirred a great malevolence in the Wudongzi. He wondered if the old man could manage to contain it. For now, the priority was to master his abilities. Celestial incense could not be used constantly, as his lifespan and flesh were too fragile. The iron-handed techniques of the old shovel were the best option, strengthening his physique and fortifying his bones. With a robust body, he could better withstand the backlash from summoning celestial beings. Having concluded his considerations, Li Zhen strode purposefully towards the old shovel's home. However, after passing a farmhouse, he sensed a slight rustling sound following him. Now that he was at the Tongmen stage, though unfamiliar with the specifics, his heightened senses allowed him to detect even the faintest footsteps. Li Zhen gradually held his breath, slowing his pace, ready to summon the bronze gong. Suddenly, a large hand landed on Li Zhen's shoulder. The action was so swift that he scarcely had time to react. Jinzi, Xiaohe is in grave danger. Chapter 23. Xiaohe in peril, conversations over wine. Uncle Fong, hearing the hurried breaths behind him. Li Zhen recognized the visitor as the burly Fong and turned to say, Uncle Fong, do not panic, speak slowly. What has happened to Sister Xiaohe? With hands calloused from labor and considerable strength, Fong's grip on Li Zhen's shoulder was nearly enough to shatter his collarbone. He hurriedly gasped for air. Looking at Li Zhen with urgency, Xiaohe is in critical condition. She hasn't eaten anything this morning. Her body is deteriorating. And yellow spots have appeared on her face. She keeps saying she's about to turn into a yellow weasel. I checked her pulse. It's very weak. Almost indistinguishable from that of a corpse. Jinzi, I just stepped out to find your grandfather, but unexpectedly ran into you. We must hurry and summon your grandfather. Fong turned to pull Li Zhen along, but Li Zhen held him back. Uncle Fong, my grandfather has gone to Ileo Mountain. He won't return for 5 days. What? Fong appeared as if his soul had been snatched away, releasing Li Zhen and staggering back 2 steps, nearly collapsing. Li Zhen sighed, supporting Fong, and continued, my grandfather is indeed in Ileo Mountain. He may have gone to Wudongzi. Xiaohe's situation is urgent. Should we not seek him out? Fong's face turned ashen, trembling as he shook his head. Ileo Mountain is not just any mountain. It is a grave of malevolence. Given our abilities, entering is easy, but returning alive is difficult. Ileo Mountain is vast, its caves chaotic and shrouded in miasma. If your grandfather has truly gone to Wudongzi, it is likely we shall never find him. But we cannot just abandon Xiaohe. Li Zhen looked at Fong, feeling an inexplicable anger rise within him. Your daughter is on the brink of death, and you are preoccupied with trivial matters. You cannot truly expect to live with such guilt. Fong's face flushed, his thick, dark brows furrowing together as he gazed at Li Zhen, stammering. Jinzi, I know that 3 years ago, your grandfather descended into the demon pit and procured a harvest of silver tai sui. Surely, he must have some left over from these years. If there were silver tai sui, it could sustain Xiaohe's life until the 15th of July next year, and then, Uncle Fong could descend into the pit to collect more tai sui. Li Zhen scoffed inwardly. No wonder Fong was reluctant to venture into Ileo Mountain to find his grandfather. It turned out he was aware of the silver tai sui. If Xiaohe were truly in distress and required the silver tai sui, Li Zhen would certainly provide it. However, what is truly frightening is the ill intentions of the coarse-browed Fong. Uncle Fong, please do not rush. Grandfather's tai sui collected 3 years ago has nearly been depleted, but there are still some reserves at home. Li Zhen feigned reluctance and continued. After all, silver tai sui is exceedingly precious, more valuable than gold. Even for my own grandson, whom I seldom see, Uncle Fong can take me home to see how Xiaohe is faring, and I shall determine how much tai sui to take back to the village, lest it be insufficient or, conversely, attract malevolent spirits. The coarse-browed Fong, with a flushed visage, excitedly grasped Li Zhen's hands, exclaiming, if it can save Xiaohe's life, what does it matter if you ride me back home? However, he cautioned, but, Zhen, I must tell you beforehand that Xiaohe's current appearance is truly disheartening. Do not be frightened or disdainful of her plight. Li Zhen nodded in agreement, and the two hastened to the village. Upon entering, a strong odor of chicken droppings pervaded the air. Fong scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and explained. Xiaohe has a fondness for chicken, and since we keep many chickens at home, these past few days, both your aunt and I have been occupied with caring for her, leaving little time to tend to the chickens. Li Zhen nodded in understanding. Xiaohe's head had been grafted onto that of a yellow weasel, and her habits had even begun to resemble those of the creature. The truth behind the debt collector's curse was indeed bizarre, and one must be cautious in future encounters. Entering the side room, a foul stench assaulted them. The beautiful Aunt Fong sat on a wooden stool, her face buried in her hands as she wept. Upon seeing Li Zhen, she hurried to her feet, choking back sobs to greet him. Do not fuss, Aunt. First tell me what has happened to Xiaohe. Aunt Fong ceased her sobbing, had the coarse-browed Fong pour some tea, and then guided Li Zhen to the edge of the Kong, pointing to the girl tightly wrapped in blankets, with only her head exposed. Xiaohe's neck has grown new flesh, a small piece resembling the head of a yellow weasel, complete with mouth and eyes. Her body is already paralyzed, and there are many festering sores. Xiaohe claims she wishes to transform into a yellow weasel. It may very well be true, she said, her eyes reddening as she struggled to continue. Sensing the stench and hearing Aunt Fong mention the festering sores, Li Zhen abruptly threw back the covers. If there was decay, it should not be concealed. The more moisture, the worse the affliction. What he uncovered was not the form of a young maiden, but rather the emaciated body of a yellow weasel. Xiaohe lay with her eyes tightly shut, and indeed, at the junction of her neck and body, there was a small yellow weasel's head, still not fully formed. It seemed that Fong had not deceived him regarding Xiaohe's current state. If left unattended, it was likely that the weasel's head would fully develop, and she would be irrevocably transformed. Contemplating this, Li Zhen turned to Fong and inquired, "Uncle Fong, what basis do you have for saying that silver Tai Sui can save Xiaohe?" Fong consoled his wife and quickly replied, "Zhen, what more basis do we need? Tai Sui is the most divine substance in the world. Those in the know consume it to enhance their spiritual cultivation and promote health. Mortal beings who partake are cured of all ailments. Xiaohe has been afflicted by the debt collector's curse, and since Tai Sui is an evil object, it is precisely what is needed to counteract the curse." Now, it was not that Li Zhen was worried about the silver Tai Sui. Rather, he feared that consuming the wrong substance might exacerbate Xiaohe's condition. However, hearing Fong's words eased his concerns, for surely, a father would not harm his own daughter. Would he? "Zhen, shall we return to the village to retrieve the Tai Sui?" Fong whispered. Li Zhen waved his hand in dismissal. "No need." "What? Did we not agree?" Fong exclaimed, visibly startled, only to hear Li Zhen continue. "Silver Tai Sui is precious. I have saved some for Xiaohe." He reached into his pocket and extracted a piece of silver Tai Sui, palm-sized, causing the coarse-browed Fong and his wife to widen their eyes in astonishment. The girl lying on the Kong stirred feelings of indescribable sorrow in Li Zhen. She had once been a striking beauty, her countenance more radiant than blooming apricot blossoms. Yet now she was tormented, her brow furrowed, and yellow spots marred her once flawless skin. The connection to this girl, who was once his childhood companion, weighed heavily on his heart. An inexplicable sense of pity welled up within him. Li Zhen gently pinched Xiaohe's face, causing her to part her lips in her slumber. He then broke the piece of Tai Sui into several portions and tenderly fed them to her. Fong observed from the side, his heart warming as he recalled his daughter's mischievous nature as a child, now transformed into this pitiful state, causing tears to well up in his eyes. "Zhen, thank you for this silver Tai Sui. When I harvest Tai Sui next year, I will repay you," Fong said, his voice thick with emotion. "No need," Li Zhen smiled, glancing at Xiaohe, whose features had softened slightly, the stench somewhat diminished. "This is a gift for Xiaohe." Despite the yellow spots on her face, she remained a lovely girl. Though she was sound asleep, she heard his words and tears streamed from her eyes as she murmured, "Zhengu." Li Zhen's senses were keen, and he distinctly heard her, causing him to momentarily pause in surprise. Fong clung to Li Zhen, reluctant to let him depart. He had his wife bring out the homemade yellow wine from the previous year, personally cleaned up the yard, and set a table, urging his wife to prepare dishes while he kept Li Zhen company with drinks. "Zhen, this time, I owe you a great debt. From now on, you are my brother," Fong declared, his cheeks flushed from the wine. "That cannot be. I call Xiaohe sister. How can I then call you brother? That would be quite the muddle." Li Zhen chuckled. "Each to their own. You are my brother, and Xiaohe is our daughter, so you are Xiaohe's brother. Come, cheers." They clinked their cups together. Later, Aunt Fong prepared several hot and cold dishes, and Li Zhen savored the meal with delight, as Aunt Fong's culinary skills were commendable. After indulging, both Fong and Li Zhen slumped over the table, clearly intoxicated. Aunt Fong brought a chicken leg for Xiaohe and returned to the yard, observing the two men at the table with a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, before she could carry her husband back into the house, Fong had already awakened, completely sober. "You're not drunk?" Fong chuckled. "With such a beautiful wife, how could I dare to be intoxicated?" Aunt Fong's face flushed with embarrassment at his jest. After sharing a laugh, Fong's expression turned serious as his gaze fell upon the snoring Li Zhen. "This lad has too many schemes. He is not like others his age. Earlier, he even deceived me, claiming all the silver Tai Sui was at the village." After a long pause, his tone softened. "However, if he truly cares for Xiaohe, that is sufficient. With my abilities, entering and exiting Ileo Mountain to find Li's grandfather is no difficult task. But what joy there would be in testing this grandson of his. Yet now, observing him, though he seemed a different person, filled with cunning, there remained a pure heart beneath it all, which was reassuring. Li Zhen lay with his forehead resting on his arm, breathing evenly in slumber. But if one were to crouch beneath the table, they would see that his eyes were open. It was only upon hearing Fong's final words that he slowly closed them. Li Zhen slept in the side room, feeling the warmth of the house, and sleeping soundly and comfortably. Knock, knock. A voice, clear and gentle, called from outside the door. "Zhengu, it is me, my father. Open the door quickly." "Zhengu, why are you still not opening the door?" I truly am my father. Li Zhen was taken aback, rising from the Kong to see what Xiao He was up to. Upon opening the door, the yard was shrouded in a thin mist. Xiao He stood outside, her eyes wide as she gazed at Li Zhen. He was momentarily stunned. What he beheld was a graceful young girl, clad in a dress of moderate length, her complexion a delicate pinkish white, resembling a neighborly little sister, standing at the door with a playful smile. Brother Zhen, you mentioned that after the fourth watch, we would venture into Ileo Mountain to capture the Bug Lord. Li Zhen's mind struggled to comprehend. How could Xiao He, who had been grafted into a yellow weasel, suddenly appear so well? She truly was stunning, having inherited her mother's beauty. If she had taken after the rough-browed fawn, it would have been a disaster. However, what did capturing the Bug Lord entail? Xiao He, perhaps you should first recuperate from your illness before we embark on this dangerous journey to Ileo Mountain. It is not a place for the uninvited, Li Zhen suggested, seemingly developing an earnest camaraderie with her. Upon hearing this, Xiao He blinked rapidly, her eyes soon misting over. Pouting, she pitifully implored, but Brother Zhen, you promised me that if we captured the Bug Lord, we would exchange it for copper coins to buy candied hawthorns. You weren't afraid of Ileo Mountain before. With your immense abilities, you could unfurl your banner and light your incense altar, earning the respect even of the celestial beings. Why now do you hesitate to take me to the mountain? Li Zhen, feeling dazed, wondered when he had acquired such formidable powers, capable of unfurling banners and lighting incense altars, earning celestial respect. But suddenly, with a sharp crack, Xiao He's neck was abruptly severed. A chilling wind swept through the courtyard, and inexplicably, a palanquin appeared atop the beams, accompanied by several small yellow weasels playing a swan horn. As he witnessed Xiao He's head drop, blood splattering across his face, Li Zhen was momentarily stunned, then surged with fury. With a swift movement, he grasped a bronze gong. His nails and hair began to grow uncontrollably, and the world before him transformed into a bloody haze. Concurrently, he summoned a hammer and the gong, striking it with a resounding clang. Suddenly, a porcelain basin crashed to the ground. Oh dear, I've awakened Zhen. Uncle's hands are so weak. I can hardly hold a basin of water. Fang's rough voice echoed in Li Zhen's ears. He jolted awake, sitting up on the Kong, drenched in cold sweat. It turned out that it had merely been a dream. You really should have drunk less yesterday. You're still so young, and your tolerance is lacking, Fang chuckled. With Old Li away these days, why not stay at Uncle's house? Your aunt is a wonderful cook and will prepare her specialty dishes for you daily. Li Zhen rubbed his eyes, hastily declining. No, Uncle Fang, that would be too embarrassing. Come now, what is embarrassing about adding a pair of chopsticks to the table? Fang urged. Li Zhen persisted in his refusal. Uncle Fang, I was actually intending to learn some skills. It was only because of yesterday's incident that I stayed for the night. Fang raised an eyebrow, inquiring skills? What skills? Li Zhen considered that learning the iron grip style was not something to be ashamed of, so he replied. My grandfather advised me to cultivate my health and learn the iron grip from Old Chan iron grip. Fang exclaimed with delight. What a coincidence. I am versed in the iron grip, but to learn from Old Chan? Humph. While his lineage is good, his comprehension is lacking. He cannot even master his own skills, let alone teach others. Why not let me instruct you? Within a year or two, you could easily grasp the fundamentals. Li Zhen recalled that Fang was indeed knowledgeable in the iron grip, as Old Li had mentioned before. However, Old Li also cautioned that Fang's temperament was too fierce, making him unsuitable as a teacher. Furthermore, the notion of mastering the fundamentals in a year or two seemed absurd. Old Li had claimed he could teach Li Zhen to grasp it in a month. While Li Zhen was genuinely capable, it was not within the realm of the iron grip. He speculated that his abilities were likely aligned with Old Li's teachings. Yet, Old Li was secretive, only referring to his teachings as an obscure path, and Li Zhen had no desire to pry further. Returning to the present, he observed Fang's animated expression and pondered how to tactfully refuse his offer. You suggested I apprentice under Old Chan at grandfather's behest, didn't you? Fang guessed Li Zhen's hesitance. Yes, but grandfather mentioned that Old Chan has no wife or children to worry about, so teaching a disciple brings him no pressure. He also noted that you might be preoccupied with your thoughts due to Xiao He's matter, and taking on a disciple might overwhelm you, Li Zhen replied respectfully. Fang, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. Grandfather indeed thought ahead. After all, with Xiao He's condition, how could he focus on teaching? However, since teaching you may not be feasible, I can still impart a technique or two, he offered. Li Zhen, recalling how he had played drunk the night before, listened intently as Fang stated that navigating Ileo Mountain to find Old Li should not be difficult. Fang seemed to possess considerable abilities. Though he was cautious, He reasoned that since Fong had openly stated his capabilities, he likely had no intention of leading him astray. Very well then. I would be grateful if Uncle Fong could teach me a technique or two so that I may approach old Chan with some confidence, Li Zhen stated with a bow. You have a way with words, Fong beamed, leading Li Zhen out of the village to a field behind a wall. He then spoke earnestly. The iron grip is distinct from other disciplines. The skills you develop are forever yours, as they refine your very being. Because of its practical nature, it emphasizes a solid foundation. You have entered this path late, having missed the optimal age for training, but with diligence and daily practice, you will eventually master it. While you may not reach celestial levels, achieving respect in the martial world is certainly within reach. Li Zhen nodded, recognizing that these words differed from what old Chan had conveyed. The latter had insisted that Li Zhen should surpass his top disciple within 10 days of rigorous training. The technique I will share with you is known as the point of life lamp, a hallmark skill in the iron grip. Each faction within the iron grip possesses its unique signature techniques, and since you saved Xiao He's life, I shall not withhold this from you, Fong declared proudly. Shedding his earlier nonchalant demeanor, Li Zhen, no longer inclined to be polite, nodded eagerly, fearing Fong might change his mind. He contemplated how significant this skill would be. With it, he could surely dominate old Chan's top disciple, Gao Kaixing. My lineage traces back to the Iron Hand, kin of Yonglu village in East Yijuan. I have mastered 2 unique techniques, one for entering the path and another for ascending. I will teach you the entry technique, so pay close attention. The Coiling Dragon Silken Strength. Iron Hand pointing true. This technique is the point of life lamp. As he spoke, Fong pinched his fingers and struck the nearby old walnut tree. With a crack, the thick tree trunk snapped as though it were a mere twig. Goodness. Chapter 25. Cultivating Life and Death Energy, Lighting the Life Lamp. Li Zhen, aware of Fong's strength, was astonished by such exaggerated might. This walnut tree, as thick as a man's waist, would require considerable effort to chop down with an axe. Yet Fong could break it effortlessly with a mere jab. The ferocity of the iron grip was truly remarkable. If those fingers struck a person, it would surely leave them in pieces. The iron grip cultivates the body, solidifying iron will and nurturing life and death energy. The techniques of the iron grip are intricately tied to one's breath. When alive, each move and stance is designed for living beings, while when death is involved, the martial arts prove effective against the sinister. The point of life lamp is a unique technique that embodies the coexistence of life and death energy. Should its principles circulate through the martial world, it would undoubtedly attract competition among many. As Fong spoke, he brimmed with pride, shedding his previous rustic demeanor. Li Zhen, only partially grasping the information, refrained from pressing for details and continued to listen as Fong elaborated. The point of life lamp, also referred to as the lighting of the flower lamp, requires both coarse and subtle skills. My master once claimed that upon achieving mastery, one could pierce mountains and rivers with a single finger. Now that is truly fantastical. Such claims seemed exaggerated, bordering on the mystical. Yet Li Zhen remained composed, silently hoping Fong would reveal more without further embellishment. Ahem. With a furrowed brow, Siyu Mei Fong felt a sense of unease as he regarded Li Zhen. Without further delay, he stated, to ignite the life lamp, one must attain the iron grip to cross the threshold. Of course, I shall now impart to you the incantation and mental techniques. With time and perseverance, once you step into the realm of the iron grip, you shall naturally comprehend this extraordinary skill. Was it truly necessary to navigate through the iron grip's domain? Li Zhen, having thought too much, curbed his lofty aspirations and patiently listened to the explanations provided by Siyu Mei Fong. Siyu Mei Fong nodded, extending 2 fingers to gently press against Li Zhen's forehead, solemnly proclaiming, every human possesses 3 lamps, one atop the head and one on each shoulder. These 3 lamps represent the life lamps. The act of igniting the life lamp involves concentrating one's energy to engage with these 3 lamps. Once the life lamp extinguishes, the vital energy dissipates, leaving the living being ensnared by the chilling grasp of the underworld, swiftly losing their will to fight. As Li Zhen observed the fingers of Siyu Mei Fong pressing against his forehead, he couldn't help but inquire, wouldn't it be more fitting to call this technique squeezing the life lamp instead of igniting the life lamp? Siyu Mei Fong, anticipating this question, chuckled and replied, indeed, when confronting the living, it is akin to squeezing the lamp. However, when dealing with malevolent entities, one must ignite the lamp. In our profession, encounters with the living are rare. Thus, the term igniting the life lamp is more appropriate. Malevolent entities differ from the living. They lack life lamps. Hence, one must condense their vital energy to ignite a life lamp upon them, thereby diminishing the power of the malevolent forces. Li Zhen's eyes widened in realization, nodding repeatedly. The essence of this technique, he understood, was to impose a debuff upon others. It seemed less daunting than he had initially thought. At that moment, Siyu Meifeng smirked, seemingly reading Li Zhen's thoughts, and warned, "If you believe igniting the life lamp to be so simple, you are gravely mistaken. The higher the practitioner's skill, the more they scatter their life lamps throughout their body. If you cannot locate their lamps, how can you possibly extinguish their life lamp? And as for formidable malevolent beings, do not even entertain the thought. If you cannot draw near them, how can you ignite their lamp?" Understanding how to handle such circumstances is the very essence of the life lamp technique. Li Zhen had never considered the complexities involved, realizing the depth of knowledge required. He humbly sought Siyu Meifeng's guidance. "Zhen, in the days to come, you will need to put in considerable effort. You must light a lamp at night, using your left eye to observe for half the night and your right eye for the other half. Once you enter the threshold and perceive the presence of life and death energy, you will gain the ability to see the life lamps of others. This is the secret of the technique, which cannot be disclosed to outsiders. The left eye absorbs vital energy, while the right eye absorbs death energy, allowing us to perceive even the most concealed life lamps and defeat our enemies. Observing candles at night, alternating between my left and right eyes? What a peculiar method of practice. For nearly the duration of an incense stick, Siyu Meifeng elaborated on the practical application of igniting the life lamp and how to cultivate it. Li Zhen, possessing a sharp memory, retained most of the crucial information. It appeared that the path of the iron grip was not merely simplistic. Rather, it was imbued with intricate mysteries, some of which were profoundly obscure. Indeed, the biases within one's heart are akin to a towering mountain, a statement that rings true. Whoever claimed that martial practitioners lacked intelligence, perhaps they were merely disinclined to engage their minds. Well then, Zhen, this technique is the only one I possess in my lifetime. Considering your childhood bond with Xiaohe, I shall impart it to you. If you diligently practice, once you enter the threshold, you will naturally master it." Siyu Meifeng spoke, his throat parched, having already damaged several ancient trees in the process. Upon hearing this, Li Zhen felt a subtle sensation within his heart, akin to a folk artisan passing down a craft they had safeguarded for half their life. This was a profound gesture of imparting skills. In the fields beyond the village, a gentle autumn breeze occasionally swept through, rustling the desolate fields and bestowing a fleeting sense of reality upon the ethereal soul that did not belong to this world. Li Zhen clasped his fists, solemnly bowing to Siyu Meifeng. "Thank you, Uncle Feng. You are like a half-master to me." "Ah, no need for such formalities. My teaching of this technique carries a personal sentiment. The bond between a master and disciple differs from ours," Siyu Meifeng replied, his face aglow with warmth. Not rejecting Li Zhen's gesture of respect, after sharing a meal and observing that Xiaohe was in good condition, Li Zhen bade farewell to Siyu Meifeng and his aunt, heading to the old man's house to learn his craft. Siyu Meifeng watched Li Zhen depart, then returned to sit on the bed, his hands clasped within his sleeves, chuckling to himself. Aunt Feng shot a disapproving glance at old Feng, lamenting, "My dear husband, you entrusted this remarkable skill of yours so easily?" Siyu Meifeng nodded, beaming with pride. "What of it? Young Zhen will have Liu Gong supporting him in the future, and finding a renowned master in the county won't be difficult. By teaching him this technique, he shall remember my kindness for a lifetime. Besides," Siyu Meifeng's expression grew slightly contemplative as he glanced at the slumbering Xiaohe, sighing, "I once had the opportunity to establish roots in Panzhou, but in seeking vengeance for my daughter, I became sworn enemies with all the debt collectors in the world and fled to this desolate land, never to consider a resurgence. If I were to teach another disciple in this lifetime, and they were to seek vengeance on my behalf, it would only bring harm to the child. It would be better to pass this extraordinary skill down." As Siyu Meifeng spoke, he suddenly felt discomfort beneath him, standing to discover a half-fist-sized piece of silver taishan hidden under the bedding. Aunt Feng covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. Siyu Meifeng picked up the silver taishan, gazing at it for a long while before grinning. "Look, what a delightful child this is. If Xiaohe were to survive, I would truly wish to ask Liu Gong to have that Zhen boy call me father-in-law." Walking along the wide road in the village, Li Zhen's mind endlessly conjured images of igniting the life lamps technique. "Once I master this skill, how imposing I shall be. I could easily crush any yellow or black creature with a mere gesture." Just then, he felt something tugging at his ankle. Whipping around, Li Zhen's expression shifted. He was indeed confronted by a plump, yellowish figure. "Young master, do I appear more like a deity or a human?" Chapter 26. The spirits seek recognition. Reaffirming loyalty to the old man. Only recently had he incurred the wrath of the yellow creature, and now another being had appeared, even in broad daylight. This spirit showed no hesitation towards the vital energy. Furious, as he contemplated summoning a gong, the creature tugged at his trousers once more, its voice softening. "If you do not wish to speak, I shall seek another." It was surprisingly polite. Li Zhen composed himself, scrutinizing the creature that had clutched his pants. Chubby and furry, with a yellowish hue, it seemed to be a rather rotund yellow creature. "Which borough do you hail from? Do you know Li Changfu?" Li Zhen decided to leverage his esteemed grandfather's name. The rotund creature stood upright, roughly the height of Li Zhen's calf, clasping its hands together, and said cautiously, "No, I do not know him. I have come at the behest of the old master to seek recognition. Moreover, I am not a yellow creature, I am a groundhog." Realization dawned upon Li Zhen. This creature was indeed the well-known groundhog from his previous life. The name evoked vivid imagery in his mind. However, in this realm, where animals could attain spiritual form, he wondered what kind of abilities this groundhog possessed. He pressed further, "What old master? Does the yellow fairy from the 5 caverns know of you? Who is more formidable, your old master or that yellow fairy?" The groundhog scratched its head, then clasped its hands together, rubbing them for a while before sheepishly replying, "The yellow fairy occupies an entire burrow. How could we possibly match such prowess? Our old master granted us a slope, named the Fat Round Slope, where we have resided for generations. I am the most promising among my peers to seek recognition. And the old master sent me down the mountain, saying the first person I encounter would be the rightful one. However, our old master is quite muddled and often speaks nonsensically. Whether I seek recognition from the first person or not is inconsequential. Young master, if you have matters to attend to, do not let me hinder you." This childlike voice was indeed somewhat foolish, and the incessant address of young master made Li Zhen chuckle. "What must I do for you to achieve recognition?" The groundhog's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his hands, saying, "If you say I resemble a deity, then that is sufficient." "All right, you resemble a deity. Is that satisfactory?" The groundhog shook his head vigorously and solemnly replied, "No, it must be a complete dialogue. Let me ask you first, young master, do you think I resemble the mighty and round king groundhog of Fei Yuan, or do I look like a human?" Just moments ago, that was not how he had phrased the question. Why did this groundhog add so many prefixes to himself? Li Zhen found it amusing and replied, "You resemble whatever deity of Fei Yuan. Is that satisfactory?" "Thank you, young master, thank you. May you live long and prosper." The groundhog bowed deeply, displaying great politeness. "You are truly a good person, the best I have encountered, unlike the hunchbacked old man I met in Ileo Mountain, who scolded me and kicked me away when I sought a title, which did hurt a bit, but at least it saved me some trouble." "The hunchbacked old man? Surely, he is not Li Laohan. I have some matters to attend to. You go amuse yourself. Remember, do not harm others. Your elder may not even be my match." Li Zhen pretended to threaten before departing for the old shovel man's place. The groundhog, Xiaobo, blinked and watched the noble leave before plunging into the ground, exclaiming with overwhelming excitement, "Oh, heavenly spirits, ancestors, and all the esteemed deities of Fei Yuan Mountain, I have finally obtained the title from the scion of the Li family." The elder's astute calculations foresaw the Li heir's amnesia and the master Li Changfu trapped in Ileo Mountain. "I have finally succeeded." In the fields, a plump groundhog rolled in the dirt, glowing with golden light and fragrant incense, while all the livestock and serpents within miles knelt in reverence. Of course, Li Zhen remained blissfully unaware of all this. He simply approached a homestead, listened to the commotion within, and knocked on the door with a loud thud. "Who is it?" came a voice from within. The yellow weasel squeaked, "If it's not me, then don't squeak." The old shovel man's voice followed. Li Zhen chuckled to himself and called out, "Squeak. Oh no, children, I offended the yellow weasel the other day, and now he's come for me. Master, what shall we do? Old shovel, let us out to teach that yellow weasel a lesson." The inside was bustling, but the old shovel finally mustered the courage to step to the door and opened it. Upon seeing Li Zhen, he let out a heavy sigh, but then recalled Li Zhen had angered the yellow weasel and widened his eyes, whispering, "Did I not tell you not to come? You have made an enemy of the yellow immortal. My humble abode cannot accommodate such a great Buddha." As he spoke, the old shovel attempted to close the door, but upon seeing Li Zhen's hand caught in the gap, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Li Zhen smiled and looked at the old shovel, saying, "Old shovel, I come at my grandfather's behest. He wishes me to pay my respects and learn from you." As he spoke, he pulled out the last remaining half-piece of silver tai sui from his pocket and handed it to the old shovel. The old shovel could hardly resist such temptation. Upon seeing the silver tai sui, his nostrils flared, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to savor the aroma. "Oh, what is this all about?" The old shovel hesitantly took the silver tie sway from Li Zhen's hand and, lowering his voice, asked, "Did you tell your grandfather about the yellow immortal?" Li Zhen nodded. "Of course, I informed him. He was quite furious and has already gone to Ileo Mountain, which is why he sent me to seek your tutelage." "What?" The old shovel's eyes widened. "Your grandfather has gone to Ileo Mountain? So bold. The evils of that mountain are such that ordinary officials dare not tread there. Your grandfather dares to seek trouble with the yellow immortal?" He looked Li Zhen over and suddenly softened his tone, frowning. "Could it be that he has entrusted you to me?" What a morbid thought from the old shovel. How could a grandfather like that possibly entrust his own grandson? The old shovel had previously mentioned that Li Zhen's grandfather could likely subdue one cave, while the yellow immortal occupied 5. Surely, there was a chance of victory. Though that may be the case, it is still their territory. And the yellow immortal has connections in Ileo Mountain, the old shovel noted. But your grandfather is a wise man. If he dares to go alone, he must have his confidence. With that, the old shovel carefully tucked the silver tie sway into his pocket and then led Li Zhen inside. In the courtyard, the group of 17 or 18-year-olds, led by Gao Kaixing, were all eager to show off their skills. Upon noticing that the visitor was not the yellow weasel, their interest was piqued. "Old shovel, did you not say the yellow weasel was knocking at the door? Why did you invite this pest back?" Gao Kaixing was the only one smiling, as he had been holding his breath since the old shovel had invited Li Zhen out of the homestead. Now that he had returned, his heart found an outlet for its pent-up frustration. The old shovel looked serious and said, "Li Agon has gone to Ileo Mountain to settle scores with those yellow weasels. You all behave yourselves. When Li Zhen enters, he will focus on learning. All past grievances, including the 10-day duel, are hereby erased." Gao Kaixing snorted through his nose, crossing his arms, his muscular physique evident beneath his coat. He scoffed, "You say it's erased." But he sat in the side room eating steamed buns while we watched him, so he should expect someone to quell his arrogance. "Old shovel, this matter was settled between us. I do not agree to erasure." The old shovel inhaled sharply, gesturing with his fingers. Just as he was about to chastise Gao Kaixing for lacking loyalty to the school, he heard Li Zhen speak. "All right, let us have the duel then. If a little brat wants to assert himself, I will oblige." Even the old shovel did not expect that Li Zhen, despite his frail appearance, would not take the opportunity he had provided him. Gao Kaixing sneered, "At least you have some guts. Fine, since you did not learn from old shovel. We will restart the duel. I will give you 10 days to toughen up, so no one can say I bullied you." Li Zhen shook his head and calmly replied, "No, let it be now. What did you say?" Chapter 27. The Entrance Duel, Summoning the Drum to Grind Kaixing. Gao Kaixing nearly laughed himself crooked. Who did not know that Li Agon's grandson was a sickly child, usually treated like a young master, and did not take his grandfather seriously? He had intended to give his master face, and, according to their original agreement, allow him 10 days to strengthen his body before receiving a few punches. Who knew this fellow wanted to fight now? Meanwhile, the old shovel hesitated, his gaze toward Li Zhen tinged with disappointment. He had thought this boy was precocious, wise beyond his years. How could he now insist on receiving a beating for the sake of pride? Ultimately, he was still young and spirited, unable to tolerate being pushed around. Since that was the case, there was no need to persuade him further. Perhaps after receiving a lesson, this Zhen boy would settle down to learn from him. "Li Zhen, I have previously mentioned that Kaixing entered the school first and has trained for 2 to 3 years under my guidance. He is not far from mastering the iron stick technique. Are you truly willing to duel with him now?" The old shovel gestured, wishing Li Zhen would back down. After all, he had accepted the boy's silver tie sway and must maintain a semblance of authority. Li Zhen, unperturbed, clasped his hands together and said, "Old shovel, my mind is made up. If I do not fight this duel, I may find it difficult to establish myself under your tutelage in the future." The old shovel painfully closed his eyes, waved his hand, sighed, and said nothing more, merely glancing at Gao Kaixing with a meaningful look, likely urging him to go easy. Gao Kaixing pretended not to see. Surrounded by a few junior brothers, they cracked their knuckles and approached Li Zhen, casually bowing, and said with a smile, "Anyone can speak bravado, but whether you can back it up is another matter. Li Zhen, I will give you a chance to bow and apologize to us. Call us brothers, and we will spare you the pain." Li Zhen crossed his arms, slightly furrowing his brow. The combined ages of these boys did not even match his shoe size, yet they expected him to call them brothers. Enough with the nonsense. Let us see if you've made any progress after training under old shovel for so long. After Gao Caixing's demise, his disciples, including Niu Feng, expressed their astonishment. How audacious! Who does not know that Kaixing is the most favored disciple of the Lord Chopper? Among the 6 within this sect, who has not been schooled by Gao Kaixing. With a single punch, he could leave an imprint on a stone mill weighing 1,000 pounds. The group of youths suddenly sensed a rising heat beside them, realizing that Gao Kaixing was genuinely enraged. They quickly withdrew to the side, anticipating a one-sided onslaught. Gao Kaixing sneered repeatedly, steam emanating from his shoulders and forehead, reminiscent of boiling water vapor. Li Zhen, however, was unafraid. The coarse-browed Fong had once mentioned that the 3 life lamps on a person resided at the shoulders and the crown of the head. Yet, the more profound one's cultivation and the greater one's abilities, the more adept one becomes at concealing their life lamps. Gao Kaixing, with his lack of skill, was evidently a foolish boor, blatantly displaying his life lamps. If Li Zhen had already mastered the techniques regarding life lamps, it would take merely 3 moves to incapacitate Gao Kaixing. However, he was still in the theoretical stage, having yet to study anything pertaining to the iron grip technique, including the art of life lamps, which he would only learn upon entering the gate. But would Li Zhen foolishly engage in a fistfight with Gao Kaixing? Certainly not. Although it was touted as a competition, there were no restrictions to the iron grip technique. He had his own skills, having already entered the gate. If anything, he was the one taking advantage of his superior size. At that moment, Gao Kaixing's life lamp flared with fiery energy as he stomped his foot, grounding himself. His fists clenched, bones cracking ominously. Come, he bellowed, launching himself forward with explosive speed, his center of gravity shifting as he threw a straight punch, channeling all his strength into it. He did not believe that Li Zhen could evade. The old chopper stood nearby, anxiously sweating, fearing that his eldest disciple might strike too hard and injure the grandson of Li's grandfather. He remained tense, ready to rush in and save Li Zhen. Meanwhile, the other youths fanned the flames of excitement. What a punch! What a punch! Kaixing's blow possesses the strength of a bull. Don't hold back. Remember how that brat devoured the Lord Chopper's steamed buns, how he taunted us. Kaixing, fear not. If you injure him, the Lord Chopper will protect you. Gao Kaixing, oblivious to the commotion around him, felt the wind rushing past, quickening his heartbeat and heating his brow. Before him, Li Zhen appeared no different from a sandbag. The punch drew near. The old chopper had already taken a step, preparing to intervene. But to Li Zhen, everything seemed to slow down. A cold wind began to swirl in the courtyard, chilling him to the bone. In Gao Kaixing's eyes, Li Zhen, who stood like a sandbag, seemed to rise slightly, becoming more robust, his hair lengthening. And what was that peculiar object in his hand? Smack! That invincible fist was effortlessly caught by Li Zhen, unable to advance further. What? Gao Kaixing was dumbfounded, and the youths around him were equally astonished. The old chopper was frozen mid-motion, unsure whether to rush to save the lad. The strength of a bull? It appears the Lord Chopper may have exaggerated your prowess. Li Zhen maintained a relaxed demeanor, with ample strength still in reserve. The moment he summoned the gong, a mysterious force surged into him, as he had previously verified when he repelled the old sheep. Moreover, summoning a gong without a hammer incurred minimal depletion of his lifespan. Li Zhen cared not to expend this little lifespan for the sake of his comfort at the old chopper's residence. He was there to earnestly learn his craft. Why would he engage in daily mind games? If he subdued him, he ought to leave him be. This was Li Zhen's straightforward and unrefined thought. Gao Kaixing was momentarily stunned, his face reddening. Could it be that after 2 or 3 years of refining his physique and over half a year of learning techniques, he could not even best a sickly opponent? With his right punch thwarted, he had his left fist. His body twirled, retracting his right hand in an instant, leaning forward. Fiery energy enveloping his left hand as it hurtled toward Li Zhen's face. To Li Zhen, this motion appeared slow. He merely raised the gong slightly, positioning it before him. Bang! The sound of the gong resonated, and the chilling wind invaded his ears, causing an inexplicable coldness to surge into Gao Kaixing's body. He found himself devoid of strength, his eyes wide in horror as he witnessed Li Zhen's massive hand descending. Smack! A strike to his forehead nearly shattered his life lamp. Alas, Li Zhen's mastery of the iron grip technique was insufficient. He could not perceive it, mistakenly believing he had restrained himself. Gao Kaixing weakened, collapsing backward, his vision swirling. The burdens of the past few years weighed upon him. Each punch felt like striking a cotton pillow. A crude poem sprang to mind as he fell into the embrace of his fellow disciples, losing consciousness. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Niu Feng, Lu Bangxia, and the later disciples regarded Li Zhen with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. The old chopper stood resolutely, not bothering with Gao Kaixing's predicament, instead scrutinizing Li Zhen with a mix of apprehension and curiosity regarding the gong in his hand. He shuddered, sensing the chilling wind in the courtyard. even his nearing mastery of the iron grip feeling somewhat tenuous. As for Li Zhen, he retracted the gong, noting that the incense before the stone tablet in his mind had only burned a small portion. The losses were manageable, and the gains substantial. Henceforth, he should no longer be disturbed in his tranquility. Turning, he bowed to the old chopper. Lord Chopper, I have always been frail, requiring diligent practice. Now, may I earnestly learn my craft? The old chopper was rendered speechless, feeling that Li Zhen bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather. Gao Kaixing remained unconscious for 3 days, during which Li Zhen diligently practiced the iron grip technique under the old chopper's tutelage. Throughout this time, the old chopper did not inquire whether Li Zhen's skills were inherited from his grandfather, merely observing that Li Zhen's cultivation seemed to have reached a minor breakthrough. Each path possesses unique traits upon entry, but the ability to harness both vitality and death energy, along with the perception of ghostly entities, constitutes a commonality. Clearly, on the day of his duel with Gao Kaixing, Li Zhen had already learned to summon death energy for his purpose, indicating he had indeed entered the gate. However, the specifics of his path were not questioned by the old chopper, for with his own discernment, he could not ascertain Li Zhen's sect. Much like his enigmatic grandfather, he understood that sometimes remaining silent is the wisest course of action, lest he inquire too much and provoke Li Zhen's displeasure, which could result in a beating. Of course, while he entertained such thoughts, the old chopper remained rigorous in imparting the iron grip technique. Though Li Zhen appeared frail, his foundational strength was no different from those younger disciples who entered later, and thus, the old chopper treated him no differently. Li Zhen's training regimen was consistent with the other disciples, encompassing exercises such as practicing lung capacity in water, lifting stone millstones for strength, and training courage by venturing into graveyards at night. Fearing retaliation from the yellow weasels of Ileo Mountain, the old chopper no longer dared to send these youths home, concerned they might be harmed by malevolent spirits on their way. Instead, he opted to prepare communal meals, allowing the youths to sleep in a large dormitory. As a result, Li Zhen became well acquainted with Niu Feng and Lu Bangxia. As for how the group perceived him, whether with respect or fear, or as a fellow disciple, remained uncertain. 3 days later, Gao Kaixing awoke. The first thing he did was to kneel before Li Zhen, tears streaming down his face, pleading for him to relinquish his supernatural abilities. Li Zhen, perplexed, quickly responded that he had not utilized any supernatural powers against him. He listened as Gao Kaixing, blushing, bashfully expressed, "Brotherly, ever since our duel, I have been unable to perform. It must be your supernatural powers. A fine young man like me cannot. Li Zhen, lacking such abilities, simply patted Gao Kaixing's shoulder, comforting him. It's all right. Retaining your innocence, you are the purest among the iron grip disciples. Chapter 28. The Water Ghost Pool and the encounter with the unlit eyes. The ancient trees of Ileo Mountain remained evergreen throughout the seasons, dense enough to induce unease. The muddy path grew narrower with each step, ultimately leading to a deep, bottomless water pool. The pool stretched several yards in length and width, devoid of any living creatures, with something floating at its center, indistinct from afar. An old hunchbacked man clad in a linen robe held a stick of incense, serving as the solitary beacon of light within the dense forest. He muttered incantations. Though his words were indistinct, the peculiar tone of his voice resonated eerily. This sound reached the depths of the pool, causing the dark waters to bubble and churn. Amidst the boiling, several chunks of pitch-black flesh floated to the surface from the depths. The irregularly shaped meat resembled dough that had been soaked, and faintly, one could discern some scales clinging to it, glistening with liquid. The hunchbacked man placed the incense stick upright on the ground and slowly crouched down, producing a small square of cloth from his trousers. With a breath, it transformed into a large sack, capable of holding a cow. Oh, great celestial being! I never anticipated that the lad from the town would gain such prominence, and now that he has entered the realm of the enlightened, I must trouble the celestial being to procure some meat. This extraordinary black entity, once consumed by the lad from the town, will hasten his cultivation, allowing him to assist the celestial being in escaping the sea of suffering. This hunchbacked man was none other than Li Changfu, the grandfather of the Townsley family. Despite his words of supplication, he did not wait for the creatures in the pool to grant consent. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and began to scoop up the chunks of flesh, tossing them into the sack. Eventually, his actions provoked the ire of the entities beneath the waters. The pool boiled violently, and the black meat floated like corpses. The smallest piece, indistinct until now, leisurely swam towards Li Changfu. As it approached, one could finally discern that it was the pale visage of a woman. If this were the face of a person who had drowned in the pool, having been submerged for such a time, it would undoubtedly be unrecognizable. Yet, this woman's face, while ghostly pale, bore no signs of swelling. The singularly striking feature was her eyes, which were green with vertical pupils. As she glided to the shore, her expression remained inscrutable until, in a sudden fit of rage, she thundered, "How dare he consume my flesh? Does he think himself worthy?" Li Changfu chuckled softly, lowering his posture, yet his hands remained busy, the sack now brimming. The celestial being is magnanimous. The lad from the town may be a bit impulsive, but despite the missteps, he has entered my abode. Though our transaction may falter, if the celestial being considers it favorably, should the lad from the town attain the enlightened realm and even step into the transcendent land, would it not be possible for us to establish a temple in this pan-prefecture? At that time, under the name of the Li family, I could grant you the title of a celestial being, and your enduring torment in the water ghost pool would be worth it. Upon hearing this, the floating visage of the woman softened slightly, though her tone remained frigid. To enter the enlightened realm and traverse the river is no simple feat. He has endured calamities at the hands of the Zhang family, sacrificing his own cultivation to beseech me as his guardian spirit, yet at the most critical moment, he turns his back. I do not understand, nor can I discern what this Li family's heir is truly up to. I grant him 5 years. If Li Zhen does not enter the enlightened realm within that time, even as the scion of the Li family, he shall sink into the water ghost pool, enduring eternal torment. Li Changfu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "The celestial being speaks wisely. I shall certainly urge the lad to cultivate diligently, to hasten his ascension into the ranks of the enlightened." The woman's face closed its eyes and slowly sank to the depths. Do not indulge him merely because he is the Li family's heir. I can guard the water ghost pool out of nostalgia for the Li family. Yet I can equally turn my back and join the Zhang family, becoming a celestial being myself. Li Changfu hastily bowed towards the pool, refraining from further words. After a considerable time, once the bubbling of the water ceased, he hoisted the sack and made his way out of the forest. The muddy path bore heavily on his back, further bending his already stooped form. He chuckled wryly, unsure to whom he was speaking. This grand scheme almost faltered. I have never dared to think ill. Perhaps the lad from the town has long perished within the ritual, and perhaps he is no longer the lad from the town. Yet, one misstep leads to another. Regardless of whether he is the lad from the town, as long as he bears the Li family name, he remains of their bloodline. Having endured the chill of the water ghost pool for 60 years, what is there to fear in the next 5 years of uncertainty? As for the Zhang family, it is mere bluster to frighten me. This whispered thought ultimately echoed back to the pool. The woman's pale visage seemed to flicker with a different essence. Within the estate of Lao Chan, the wails of despair were unmistakably loud. Gao Kaixing, Lao Chan's eldest disciple, lay in the courtyard, continuously lamenting. At such a young age, he had withered away. Anyone would be broken by such a fate. Lao Chan, frazzled, finally grasped Gao Caixing's pulse for a long while before sighing. "Kaixing, one of your life lamps has extinguished, your vitality waning. It will be perilous for you to traverse the night in the future. If you can continue to cultivate within the iron grasp style, it may prove difficult." Exhausted from his weeping, Gao Kaixing lay on the ground, his youthful form of 7 feet tall appearing pitifully frail. Nearby, the pockmarked Niufeng no longer dared to gloat. He covered his mouth, astonished. "What? You can't even cultivate anymore?" Dressed in silk and possessing a clean complexion, Lu Banxia rested her chin in thought. Ever since he clashed with Zhen Ge, he has become like this. Could it be a collapse of his Tao heart? I sense it is a mental affliction. Only Li Zhen, arms crossed, exhibited a tremor in his countenance. For days prior, when Gao Kaixing had thrown a second punch at him, he had merely blocked it with a gong. In essence, it was as if Gao Kaixing had struck the gong himself. Such an act invariably shortens one's lifespan, and since it was not the gong's master who struck, the backlash was even greater. No wonder his life lamp had extinguished. Li Zhen could guarantee that at that moment, he had not considered the consequences. He simply lacked martial training and relied solely on brute strength, using the gong as a makeshift shield. He could assure, but not swear. Li Zhen whistled nonchalantly and approached Gao Kaixing, smiling. "Stop crying. It's merely a life lamp that has gone out. I have a way to remedy it." Renewed hope ignited within Gao Kaixing as he sat up, clutching Li Zhen's arm, exclaiming excitedly, "Brotherly, Zhen Ge, I am the only son in my family. My parents have sacrificed everything, selling pots and pans to procure rare herbs for my cultivation, all in hopes of my mastering the iron grasp style and bringing honor to our lineage. If Brother Zhen can save me, I, Gao Kaixing, shall forever follow you." Li Zhen felt a shiver run down his spine. He had no desire for a 17 or 18-year-old boy to serve him. Waving his hand, He replied, "Enough of that. I can certainly cure your ailment, but you must wait until I enter the enlightened realm. After that, I will have a method to restore you to your former self. At that time, even the day river steel plates will be trivial." Gao Kaixing, with a simplistic mindset, did not comprehend the concept of empty promises and, shedding the pallor from his eyes, bowed excitedly. "Thank you, Brother Zhen. Thank you, Brother Zhen." Meanwhile, Lao Chan sat nearby, deep in thought. Would the lad from the town's ascension to the enlightened realm truly allow Gao Kaixing to rekindle his life lamp? How was he unaware that the iron grasp style had such powers in the enlightened realm? Could it be a secret technique? Within the village, aside from himself, there was another, an obscure practitioner of the iron grasp style. However, his lineage was lacking, and while his realm surpassed Lao Chan's, the iron grasp style placed great emphasis on lineage. Perhaps he had imparted some secret technique to Li Zhen? Lao Chan stroked his short, coarse beard, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. How could Li Zhen, who had yet to enter the enlightened realm, learn any secret techniques? It did not add up. Perhaps it had something to do with his grandfather, yet since it could save Gao Kaixing, it mattered little. Lao Chan sighed softly, observing Gao Kaixing diligently massaging Li Zhen's legs, feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy who felt compelled to compete with Li Chongfu's grandson. As night fell, the communal sleeping quarters at Lao Chan's estate were filled with the sounds of snoring from the youths. Niu Feng slept awkwardly, twisted like a pretzel. Lu Bansha, hailing from a well-off family, exhibited proper decorum in her sleep, lying quietly with her hands resting on her abdomen. Only Gao Kaixing, while snoring, continued to mutter about the day river steel plates. The remaining youths, not formally studying the iron grasp style, had merely been sent by their families to learn the craft of blacksmithing. However, old chopping, limited in energy or perhaps inherently kind-hearted, treated everyone equally and began to teach the iron grasp technique collectively. Li Zhen, lost in thought, suddenly realized he had become distracted. He hurriedly closed one eye while keeping the other open, directing his gaze toward the candle placed by the Kong. This was a technique taught to him by the rough-browed Fong, a way to practice the life lamp method. After several days, he was beginning to see results. Yet his wandering mind proved a hindrance. Even without the passageway, he could vaguely discern the slumbering youths on the Kong, their life lamps flickering above their heads and shoulders, dimming and brightening with their breaths. Oh, Gao Kaixing was missing a lamp. After observing for a while, Li Zhen felt a shudder in his eyelids and cold sweat began to pour down his back. Among the youths, there was one whose presence did not leave a deep impression on him. Yet, upon a closer look, he was alarmed to find that this boy had no life lamp at all. Fong had mentioned that only the deceased and malevolent spirits lacked a life lamp. Holding his breath, Li Zhen was about to stretch out his finger to check the boy's breath when he noticed the boy's eyes suddenly widen. The flickering candle extinguished. A wave of lifelessness swept through the large dormitory. Chapter 29, Old Chopping S Chicken Soup. The morning fairy arrives with the candle snuffed. Visibility in the dormitory diminished entirely. Nevertheless, having trained his eyesight for many days, Li Zhen waited a moment before discerning movement on the Kong. The boy without a life lamp sat up, remaining motionless as if waiting for Li Zhen to make the first move. Swallowing hard, Li Zhen steadied his emotions, recalling the boy's name, and lowered his voice, saying, "Goxing, how come you're awake?" Goxing heard Li Zhen's voice, rubbed his eyes, and fumbled in the dark to light the candle beside the Kong. After completing this task, he whispered, "Zhengu, why aren't you asleep? I woke up needing to pee and saw you staring at me, which startled me." Goxing's voice retained a hint of childishness as he crouched carefully down from the Kong, wary of disturbing anyone. Li Zhen felt a slight relaxation of tension. Yet his guard remained up, prepared to summon the gong from the stone tablet while engaging Goxing in conversation. "I arrived late and must practice diligently. After all, I'm still waiting for the passageway to help Gao Kaixing with a significant matter in his life." Goxing nodded and made his way to the corner where the chamber pot was kept. After relieving himself, he shivered, feeling a sense of relief. He returned to the Kong, but soon began to doze off. "Zhengu, don't practice too late. I'm going to sleep now." "All right." Goxing's snoring soon filled the air. Only then did Li Zhen allow himself to relax slightly, refocusing on his training. Yet, something felt amiss. Could it be that some living beings were born without a life lamp? Or perhaps his own abilities were insufficient to perceive Goxing's life lamp? Given Gao Kaixing's current frail state, he could clearly see the vibrant red flames on the boy's shoulders. So how could Goxing's lamp be so weak? Lost in contemplation, fatigue eventually overtook him. As dawn approached, Li Zhen finally closed his eyes, intending to rest briefly before resuming his practice. He continued to watch the candle burn down, its remnants resembling an old tree's gnarled roots, firmly planted at the head of the Kong. Goshing, snoring with his back, turned to Li Zhen, had yet to close his eyes. As daylight broke, old Chopping groggily emerged from the side room, knocking on the door of the dormitory. Everyone, wake up. If you sleep now, what will you do when you're dead? The boys in the dormitory sprang up as if jolted awake. Only Li Zhen and Gao Kaixing remained sprawled on the Kong. Gao Kaixing, frail and weak, could not rise, while Li Zhen, having stayed up late, felt disoriented. He retrieved a silver tai shui the size of a fingernail from his pocket, popping it into his mouth, which gradually cleared his mind and sharpened his senses. This silver tai shui was indeed a treasure. A single bite banished fatigue, allowing him to function on merely half an hour of sleep each day. Once outside the village, the boys fetched well water to wash their faces and quickly lined up, assuming the horse stance. This was morning practice, focusing on lower body strength to maintain balance and avoid stumbling. The horse stance differed from standing meditation. While the latter was merely for health, the former, bearing weight, formed a solid foundation in martial arts. Li Zhen had become quite adept, and with the nourishment from his daily silver tai shui, he made significant progress. In just 4 short days, he could now hold a 20-pound pod while practicing the horse stance for an hour. Old Chopping, balancing a small stool, brewed a cup of hot tea, savoring a sip before commencing the morning pep talk. The iron grasp technique, among all disciplines, had the most investment from the gangs in the county town. They had ample funds, white tai shui, and sometimes even managed to obtain silver tai shui for consumption. Consequently, their progress was naturally swifter than theirs. However, there was no need for self-deprecation. One must not underestimate the value of hard work. If they bled and sweated, surely their cultivation would advance. By the 15th of July next year, within a grand cave in Panzhou, the tai shui harvest would be plentiful. At that time, gangs from the county town would surely come to their village, hiring some young apprentices to gather tai shui in Panzhou. If they could all reach the passageway by next July, they might gain recognition from those prestigious gangs. Entering a gang would elevate their families and themselves, and if they could gather a batch of silver tai shui within the cave, they would return to the village, living comfortably for the rest of their lives. If they chose not to return, they would still have capital to further their education in the county town. Old Chopping's words ignited the boys' aspirations. Yet, they remained unaware that venturing into that cave to collect tai shui was akin to placing their lives on the line. One moment of carelessness could lead to their demise. But that was a tale for another time. Li Zhen, however, was unconcerned with the risks of the cave or the tai shui harvest. He was focused solely on Goshing, hoping to glean some insights from the boy's eyes. After observing closely, he found nothing amiss. Was he truly just a boy with a weak life lamp? Joining a reputable sect meant he wouldn't have to mention Old Chopping again. He could simply focus on honing his skills. Just as Old Chopping concluded this thought, a flicker of resentment crossed Goshing's face. Was he mistaken? Li Zhen sensed that Goshing harbored secrets, and he was not merely a boy seeking to learn skills. Should he tell Old Chopping about Goshing's absence of a life lamp? Before he could decide, a sudden loud knock echoed at Old Chopping's door. Who could possibly be seeking him at this early hour? Outside, a sweet, melodious voice rang out. "Chopping uncle, it's me, Zhang Lingji." The voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of the recent exchange he had with the fairy Zhang regarding Lu Daniu's family issues. The short and stout Old Chopping leapt from his chair, his face aglow as he hurried to open the door, exclaiming, "Oh, Lingji girl, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Zhang Lingji's name, the boys practicing their horse stance became flustered, dropping their water buckets and eagerly following Old Chopping, eager to catch a glimpse of the stunning Zhang Lingji, who did not know of her beauty. She was not only the object of affection for the men in the village, but also the object of youthful fantasies for the boys discovering their first crushes. As Old Chopping unlatched the door, he was greeted with an even more radiant Zhang Lingji than before, her head adorned without the traditional rural scarf, her hair elegantly arranged, with only a light veil draping across her face. This delicate, ethereal appearance only heightened her allure. The saying, "A branch of spring snow freezes the plum blossom," enveloped in fragrant mist amidst the morning glow, perfectly captured her essence. From a distance, Li Zhen observed Zhang Lingji's attire, reminiscent of a beloved figure from his past life. Known as Sister Doll, due to his small stature, Old Chopping could barely block the doorway, while the boys behind him jostled together, eager to behold the beauty before them. These spirited youths, lacking worldly experience and never having tasted the pleasures of life, were now wide-eyed and breathless, their gazes almost green with envy. Zhang Lingji chuckled softly, looking toward Old Chopping, and said gently, "Uncle Chopping, I've come to find someone." Who is it?" Old Chan was perplexed, having rarely left the village. He had not heard of the incident at Lu Daniu's home, nor did he know which of his disciples had a connection with the enchanting Zhang Xingu. Uncle Chan, may I enter? Zhang Xingu, clad in silken attire that accentuated her curves, exuded an air of chilliness. Old Chan stepped aside and remarked, hurry in, girl, dressed so lightly. You're not one of our iron-bodied disciples. You'll catch a cold. With a gentle smile, Zhang Xingu entered the courtyard, carrying with her a subtle fragrance of rice that enveloped the young men, sending shivers down their spines, as if their souls were transcending. Upon hearing that Zhang Xingu sought someone, the youths stood straighter, deliberately widening their eyes, puffing out their chests, exuding an air of bravado. Niu Feng spat on the ground, adjusting his hairstyle, thinking to himself that his family was renowned in the vicinity for cattle farming. Surely, the Xingu must have come to inquire about their cattle. Lu Bangxia adjusted his silken collar, contemplating that as the son of the village chief, Zhang Xingu must surely be here for him. Who else could it be? Each time Zhang Lingji passed by a youth, they would lower their heads in dejection, until she reached Lu Bangxia and Niu Feng. Gentlemen, make way. As she pushed past them, the true identity of the person behind her was revealed. Li Zhen sat atop an overturned water vat, holding a bowl of rice porridge. Though it was left over from the previous day, it had yet to sour, and after a morning of practice, he couldn't afford to skip breakfast. Zhang Lingji smiled brightly at Li Zhen, winking playfully. Li Xiaogu, may I borrow you for a moment? I have something to discuss. The youth stood in stunned silence, and even old Chan was taken aback. Li Zhen is acquainted with Zhang Xingu? The air was thick with envy, almost tangible enough to ferment into a barrel of vinegar. Finishing his porridge, Li Zhen belched, set down the bowl, and assumed a proper stance. Apologies, I am currently in the midst of practice and cannot be disturbed. At that moment, Gao Kaixing, weak and just rising from the bed, peeked through the curtain and witnessed the scene. Kneeling on the ground, he supported himself with trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. It's utterly unfair. A beauty before me, yet I am solely focused on my training. What chance do I have? Why must there be a Zhen and not a Kaixing? No one heard his silent lament. They could only wish to trade places with Li Zhen. Yet, the silken-clad Xingu, with a resigned smile, said, Li Xiaogu, stop being temperamental. I genuinely need to talk to you. About what? She leaned closer, whispering in his ear. The vengeful spirits of the Lu family have become a force to reckon with. Chapter 29. The Lu family's tragedy. Zhang Xingu's sudden change. The Lu family? Which Lu family? It was, after all, the Lu Dainyu and Lu Erniu, who had met a tragic fate. The vengeful spirits of the Lu family have become a force to reckon with? What could this mean? Aside from his mother, weren't the two families living well? Li Zhen questioned, recalling his previous encounter with the filial son from the village, realizing that such beasts existed in the world. Yet, he had never committed any heinous acts. What claim did these spirits have over him? Zhang Xingu gently took Li Zhen's arm, lowering her voice further. This is not the place to discuss it. Come with me. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhen rose, greeted old Chan, and followed the swaying Zhang Xingu out of the village. Watching them leave, old Chan stroked his beard and sighed. Ah. To be young is to be so carefree. Lu Bangxia and Niu Feng exchanged incredulous glances, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What gives Zhang Xingu the right to take Li Zhen away? Niu Feng's face reddened with frustration. Lu Bangxia squinted, stroking his chin. Indeed. I have not heard of any prior connection between them. Could it be due to Li's grandfather? What do you mean? Lu Bangxia elaborated. Li's grandfather is a respected figure in the area, and Zhang Xingu is a renowned practitioner of the rice-seeking path. If she seeks to curry favor with Li's grandfather, it makes sense for her to befriend him. Niu Feng scoffed at this analysis. What of my hundreds of cattle? Why doesn't she seek to befriend me? What use are cattle? If they contract disease, they die by the dozen. Zhang Xingu is still young. If she is doing this for her future, I understand. Lu Bangxia continued. I spit. Cattle are useless. Your grandfather, as village chief, has value. That is indeed useful. At least I have acquired skills that my grandfather can leverage to connect me with the local sects in the county, promising a bright future. Lu Bangxia proclaimed with arrogance. Thank goodness your grandfather is only a village chief. If he were a high-ranking official in the county, you would be insufferably arrogant. Lu Bangxia sighed, shaking his head. Turning away, he noticed Gao Kaixing kneeling on the ground, a visage of torment etched across his face. Alarmed, he rushed over. Kaixing, what troubles you? Gao Kaixing raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. This boy is unbeatable. If only he would let me experience the flow of the river. Lu Bangxia covered his face, genuinely feeling heartbroken for old Chan, who had taken on such a foolish disciple. Yet, isn't Li Zhen someone worth befriending? Outside the village, Beside the firewood pile, Li Zhen crossed his arms, his expression grave. Are you saying that after that incident, both families of Lu Daniu hanged themselves the following day? Yes. And the villagers speculate that it was Lu Daniu's mother's spirit seeking vengeance, which is why they dare not bury the two families. Exactly. But the deaths of these two families have nothing to do with us. I have never taken a life. Why would they be entangled with me? Li Zhen pondered. Indeed. I am merely a seeker of rice. My thoughts are not so malicious. There are still children in those families. Such a horrific act could hardly be the doing of someone from our village. Zhang Xingu furrowed her brows, tightly hugging her arms against the chill of the early autumn morning. She shivered, wearing too little for the cold, and noticing Li Zhen's thick hemp robe, she asked, Li Xiaoge, are you cold? Not at all. But I am cold. Then why not wear more layers when going out? Zhang Xingu turned her head away in irritation, her anger dispelling the chill. Li Zhen was not in the mood for such tender gestures. He continued to mull over the prophecy left by the debt collector. On the 15th of next July, everyone in the village will perish. Could it be that the Lu family was merely the beginning? Perhaps they were the first victims to fulfill the prophecy and enhance his path. My grandfather has gone to Ileo Mountain, and he has been away for at least 5 days. It is plausible that an outsider has slaughtered the Lu family. Li Zhen speculated. Zhang Xingu paused, perplexed. What does your grandfather's journey to Ileo Mountain have to do with whether an outsider has killed people in the village? Of course it does. His skills are high enough to ward off evil. Last time, because he visited another village, a yellow weasel slipped into ours. Li Zhen replied. So, your grandfather has not returned home? Correct. If he were here, at least he could ensure the village's safety. Upon hearing this, a sinister glint flashed in Zhang Xingu's eyes. Tilting her head, she slowly caressed Li Zhen's back, her nails darkening as they pressed against his heart. Since your grandfather is not home, that is simply splendid. Suddenly, Zhang Xingu's fingers pierced through Li Zhen's back, her long, sharp nails almost clutching his heart. Li Zhen, lacking combat experience, had never imagined that the gentle Zhang Xingu would turn on him. Pain overwhelmed him, rendering him breathless. His vision fading as he sensed the lingering fragrance of longevity nearly extinguished in his mind. With Li Changfu absent, this little rascal cannot escape death. Zhang Xingu's voice was chilling, a cacophony of many voices merging into one, men, women, and children alike. Simultaneously, a dark mist emanated from her body, her pores dilated, oozing thick plasma that mingled with her garments, releasing a stench that assaulted the nostrils. Ghostly mace copper, Li Zhen murmured softly, yet only summoned a fragment of a bone mace. The longevity incense had burned to its utmost, leaving little behind, with her lifespan nearly depleted. A proper sacrifice could not be made, and he could not summon a complete ghostly mace. A single bone mace momentarily enhanced Li Zhen's physical prowess. He forcefully swatted away Zhang Xingu's arm, but with that strike, her blood-soaked limb was cleaved in two, as though her body were made of paper. Tumbling backward, Li Zhen staggered to regain his footing, a ghastly wound gaping at his chest. Darkness clouded his vision as he lost copious amounts of blood, leaving him dizzy. At that moment, the brief benefit of the bone mace proved futile. I bear no grudge against you. Why do you seek to take my life? Li Zhen weakly retrieved a morsel of silver taishui from his pocket, sneering. Is it because of this? Zhang Xingu remained silent, transformed into a being of blood. With a loud crack, her blood-stained silk garment shattered into fragments. Numerous heads sprouted from her form, which began to swell grotesquely, resembling a balloon made of flesh. The visages were a gruesome blur, barely distinguishable as male or female. Silver taishui? It is trivial. Li Changfu wiped out my Lu family, leaving us without a successor. This vendetta shall not go unavenged, or my ancestors shall find no rest in the underworld. 7 voices overlapped, indistinct yet piercing. The 7 heads incessantly shifted positions upon Zhang Xingu's body. This mass of flesh was endowed with numerous limbs of varying lengths, crawling forth, trailing blood, and charging towards Li Zhen. Swallowing the last bit of silver taishui, he barely managed to sustain his breath. Yet the copious blood flowing from his chest rendered him incapable of resistance. The fleeting longevity incense could not summon a greater celestial being. The bone mace flickered, on the verge of dissipating. Despite the chaos outside, the courtyard remained eerily silent, as if shrouded in an unseen barrier. Meanwhile, Lao Chan sat restlessly in the yard. Why hasn't Tizhenzi returned? What is he doing with that Lingji girl? At his age, losing his vitality is no trivial matter, Lao Chan muttered, feeling something was amiss. Lu Bansha and Niu Feng exchanged furtive, raucous laughter. Creating a doll? It can't be that quick. It's not like Kai Sheng has just ascended. No. The usually reticent Go Sheng dropped the water jar, a grim expression on his face as he turned to Lao Chan. Zhonglingji is not right. She lacks a life lamp. Upon hearing this, Lao Chan's face blanched. This is dire. A living person cannot lack a life lamp. She cannot be Zhonglingji, but rather a malevolent spirit that has emerged. We must rescue Li Zhen. Just as Lao Chan prepared to rush outside, he halted, turning back to stammer at Go Sheng. How do you know she lacks a life lamp? Is Li Zhen's life more important, or shall we waste time here? Choose, Go Sheng replied coldly. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Lao Chan, though still bewildered, chose to believe the possibility rather than dismiss it. He darted toward the courtyard door, unfastening the bolt. However, the moment the door swung open, a wave of overwhelming stench flooded the courtyard, the nauseating odor inducing retching even among Niu Feng and the others. Lao Chan held his breath, peering outside, his pupils contracting in shock. The morning light outside was dim, and on the darkened village path stood a grotesque entity several meters tall. Its body was covered in bloodied, distorted heads, veins exposed beneath its flesh, and irregularly connected by dozens of limbs. With each leap forward, it left pools of blood in its wake. Just a glance sent chills down one's spine. Lao Chan steadied himself, fear gripping his heart, only to see Li Zhen standing directly in the path of the monstrous being. Li Zhen's condition was dire. A gaping wound marred his chest, his thick cloak stained crimson, hair cascading to his waist, and his complexion a ghastly pale. In his hand, he clutched a peculiar bone mace, but it bore no threat compared to the entity. What is that thing? Niu Feng and the other youths squeezed through the courtyard door, their life lamps flickering in panic upon sighting the horror on the village path. The sky darkened due to the creature's presence, a testament to its formidable power. This is bad. Zhen is about to be caught by that thing. The youths, disregarding everything else, grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the creature. After learning techniques from Lao Chan for so long, they could not allow this malevolent entity to consume one of their own in front of them. Hey, spare Zhen. Come for me instead. Niu Feng sprinted ahead, agile and alert, wielding a rake, swinging it wildly towards the creature's rear. With a squelch, the rake pierced through flesh, producing a sound reminiscent of a deflating ball. Niu Feng's eyes lit up. He had struck true. The creature had been injured, yet in the next instant, the grotesque being manifested several elongated arms from its rear, like a long tail, which struck Niu Feng aside against a tree stump, causing him to cough blood and lose consciousness. The creature absorbed the rake, an appendage sprouting from its forehead. Lao Chan cursed vehemently, "You fools! You are no match for such a malevolent spirit." Following Niu Feng, the other youths faltered. After all their training, they found themselves as fragile as paper before true terror. Run! Scatter! Lu Bansha was the first to regain her senses, urging everyone as she fled towards the village. The remaining youths, however, were not as fortunate. The creature's numerous arms descended mercilessly, claiming 2 lives instantly, reducing them to mere pulp. Lao Chan stood frozen, unable to utter a word. These 2 innocent boys hailed from impoverished families in the village, sent to learn the craft of blacksmithing. They had paid little tuition, perhaps merely a plate of eggs and a bag of coarse flour. Yet Lao Chan treated them as equals to his true disciples, imparting all he knew. Having no children of his own, these boys were like grandchildren to him. My disciples, my disciples. Lao Chan staggered a few steps, his eyes reddened, and in that moment, years of stagnation shattered. Lao Chan ascended to the first realm of the official rank, known as the moving altar. As the saying goes, 10 years to forge a bold heart, 15 to refine iron bones, 20 to form copper skin, and at 30, the altar is ascended. Upon entering that realm, one becomes a moving altar official, progresses to the stone of town, and finally achieves the fusion of incense, thus solidifying one's name in the world. Lao Chan's arms grew heavy, and the skills he had honed over the years surged forth as if aided by divine intervention. You vile creature, dare threaten the life of my disciple. Dare you meet my gaze? Lao Chan glared, his eyes igniting with a furious light. The grotesque entity, initially charging towards Li Zhen, turned its 7 heads, 14 eyes locking onto Lao Chan. In an instant, its massive form was engulfed in flames. The youths, unable to mourn, rushed back toward the village, astonished to witness Lao Chan incinerating it. Can the powers of the moving altar official truly subdue a malevolent spirit? Lao Chan, like a flickering candle in the wind, swayed as he turned back, feeling drained of all strength. Quickly, rescue Li Zhen. But before he could finish, a crack echoed as the flames on the creature extinguished, its charred flesh regenerating, new flesh sprouting forth. And the malformed tail composed of numerous arms lunged heavily towards Lao Chan. Dodge. As Dogxing took a sip, Li stomped his foot, and with a sudden force, a fissure appeared beneath him, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow. The wind howled as the old shovel was kicked aside. Dogxing seized the grotesque, elongated tail and yanked it with all his might, bringing the creature crashing to the ground. Liu Bangxia and the others stood in stunned silence. The usually inconspicuous Dogxing had transformed before their eyes. Not only had he kicked the old man aside, but he had also single-handedly caught the creature's tail. From a distance, Li Zhen, gasping for breath, recognized Dogxing's prowess and thought to himself, as expected. However, darkness enveloped him, and his bone hammer slipped from his grasp, causing him to collapse unconscious. Time slipped away, and as the life force waned, Li Zhen's chances of awakening dwindled. Observing Dogxing, he was enveloped in a spectral aura, with sharp spikes erupting from his fists, relentlessly striking the creature. Liu's apprentice, I bear no grudge against you, so why hinder my pursuit of that wretched beast? The voices of 7 echoed in unison, reverberating in Dogxing's ears, shaking the ancient trees outside the village. His speed was unmatched, rendering the clumsy, stitched creature utterly helpless against him. Alas, who would have thought I'd be their mentor? Dogxing sighed softly, the spikes on his fists radiating a blinding crimson light, his punches moving with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A series of explosive sounds rang out as the 7 heads burst open, blood splattering everywhere. After dispatching the creature, Dogxing lifted Li Zhen and the unconscious old man and retreated back into the village. Quickly retreat. This is a cursed being. As long as it exists, we cannot rest. Indeed, the remnants of the creature began to writhe on the ground, merging with the earth and growing even larger than before. Securing the door, Dogxing, panting heavily, laid Li Zhen and the others on the ground. The young men were too terrified to speak, but Liu Bangxia, maintaining his composure, realized that Dogxing was no longer the boy he once knew. He respectfully asked, Brother Dogxing, what shall we do now? We cannot remain trapped in this village. Dogxing remained silent, listening to the relentless pounding of the creature against the door. It would not be long before not only the door, but the very walls of the village would be breached. He took a moment to gather himself, his youthful appearance belied by an air of maturity. Sitting cross-legged, he checked Li Zhen's breath. Finding a flicker of life, he felt relieved. He rummaged through his belongings until he discovered a small porcelain vial, its opening sealed with a red silk cloth. With a sigh, he peeled back the cloth, gazing at Li Zhen as he murmured, If I'm not mistaken, this lad must be a descendant of that family. His abilities and this copper gong must not be in vain. Who would have thought this remote village harbored a hidden dragon? Yet a dragon must remain low-key, and the day of its ascent is far off, especially now facing a cursed being of the governing realm. The boys, still shaken, could scarcely hear Dogxing's mutterings and merely asked, Brother Dogxing, with your extraordinary abilities, do think of a way, a method? Indeed, there is one. Dogxing lifted Li Zhen's head, pinching his cheeks, and tilted the porcelain vial toward Li Zhen's mouth, pouring its contents down his throat. The family's method is rare in this world. I cannot ascertain whether this life-renewing elixir will be effective, but as long as he can cling to life and awaken, there may yet be a chance to summon some fierce deity to contend with this cursed being. As for me, I must find the one who cast the curse. With that, Dogxing leaped several meters high, vaulting over the courtyard wall, disappearing from sight, leaving behind the monstrous entity, which continued to pound against the door. Wretched beast, come to your end. Liu Bangxia and the others, though young, were stripped of their last shred of rationality, utterly at a loss for what to do. Dogxing is gone. The old man is unconscious. Are we doomed? One of the boys trembled. Liu Bangxia grasped a copper knife, drenched in sweat, swallowing hard as he stood protectively over the unconscious forms of Li Zhen and the old man. Fear not, we cannot die. My father and grandfather await my entry into the gang in the county. With a resounding crash, the old wooden door shattered without a sound, and a massive blood-soaked arm reached in, intent on crushing all the boys in the courtyard. Liu Bangxia, terrified, dropped the copper knife, his face ashen as he watched the grotesque arm descend. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The terrified boys, after what felt like an eternity, cautiously opened their eyes, only to see a figure with long hair cascading to the ground standing before them. In his left hand, he held an eccentric copper gong, and in his right, a bone hammer. Behind him, the blood surged, forming a larger shadow that stood tall, blocking the monstrous arm. The gong echoed loudly. The Watcher of the Night has arrived. In the following chapter, the family of Qinxiang Lu and Li Chongfu made their concession. The elixir Dogxing administered to Li Zhen proved extraordinary. In his mind, Before the stone tablet, before the longevity incense altar, he felt a surge of vitality. Even the wound in his chest began to heal. Unbeknownst to him, he believed the longevity incense possessed some miraculous power. Upon awakening, the blood-soaked arm crashed down, startling Li Zhen into action. Without hesitation, he summoned both the bone hammer and the copper gong. This was the complete form of the ghostly hammer and gong, calling forth the true watcher of the night. Li Zhen's face was as pale as a corpse. He had grown significantly taller, his hair cascading to the ground. The shadow behind him transformed into a boiling mass of blood, taking on a strange shape that countered the monstrous arm. The cursed entity, with its 7 newly grown heads, snarled, "Wretched beast, how dare you return to life?" Li Zhen found himself unable to speak. It seemed his body was not entirely under his control. A chilling, feminine voice emerged from his lips. "Merely a cursed being. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" The 7 heads paused, sensing something amiss with Li Zhen. They ceased their taunts, detaching from the grotesque body and floating menacingly above, baring their teeth as they lunged at him. With a resounding clang, the copper gong was struck again, reverberating through the courtyard. The 7 heads shrieked in agony, retreating back to their bodies. Li Zhen, now aware that he was not in full control, plunged his consciousness into the stone tablet's realm, only to find that the longevity incense he had just managed to cultivate was burning away once more. Summoning the full power of the copper gong brought forth the Watcher of the Night, but the toll on his life force was steep. He simply wished to resolve this predicament swiftly. Everything else was secondary. Gritting his teeth, he reassured himself that the life force he was sacrificing now was far less than when he had first entered this realm. Exiting the stone tablet's space, he focused on the monstrous entity before him. Li Zhen cast aside the copper gong, and his fingernails elongated, piercing into the cursed being's flesh. A surge of dark, deathly energy flowed from his nails, causing the creature's flesh to decay rapidly. Yet, before long, it expelled the rotting tissue, regenerating anew. The 7 heads mocked him. "You possess merely the skills of the ascended incense. How can you hope to contend with me? Wretched beast, your doom is assured." Li Zhen, his face as pale as death, coldly retorted, "If it were not for the fact that the Li clan scion is merely at the threshold of the ascended incense, I would not dare confront you with such limited power. If I truly were to unleash my full capabilities, this cursed being would likely lose even the ability to regenerate." The primary consciousness of Li Zhen sensed the copper gong emanating a palpable disdain. Even at the brink of death, it dared to flaunt its arrogance. "Though my Lu family has been transmuted into cursed beings, we too are of the governing realm." The cursed entity swelled with even more grotesque flesh, towering over the old trees and filling the entire village with its presence. The 7 disembodied heads dispersed, their eyes, noses, and mouths positioned in various locations, exuding countless tendrils of dark energy from the orifices. "My Lu brothers deserve their fate, yet my son and nephew are innocent. Li Changfu forced our family of 7 to hang themselves at night. How can you, wretched creature, have the audacity to protect that old beast?" Death, death, death. The dark energy enveloped the entire village in utter darkness. As Li Zhen listened to the words of flesh and blood, his heart jolted. Did his grandfather truly slaughter the innocent offspring of the Lu family? Could it be true? Yet now, he found himself in a life-or-death situation. Should he sacrifice his own life out of guilt? What Li Changfu did had nothing to do with him. He was also an innocent youth, with a clear mind. Li Zhen raised his drum, transforming his bone hammer into a towering shadowy weapon, igniting the incense with a crackling sound, and struck down upon the mass of dark flesh. "If you seek my life, then you must perish." Gosheng dashed across the fields with the speed of a runaway horse. His eyes flickered between life and death, desperately searching for the one who cast the curse. The practitioners of the Qinxiang sect often nurture cursed objects, yet to cultivate one of the established realm. Even the 5-faced tower, the strongest in the area, lacked such skill. Gosheng murmured, suddenly illuminated by a revelation. Beyond the village of Guoma, on a narrow path leading to the Lu family village, 2 powerful emanations of life faced each other. Such intense life energy indicated that the practitioner was of considerable skill. This person could not have emerged from a mere rural settlement. They must be a Qinxiang sorcerer. Gosheng quickened his pace, swiftly approaching the clash of energies. The path was thickly lined with trees, providing ample cover. Gosheng silently concealed himself in an ancient tree, keenly observing the figures below. An old hunchbacked man stood beside a bulging sack, while a flamboyantly dressed woman, resembling a peddler, pushed a small cart laden with assorted goods, stopping by the roadside. The old man, exuding a formidable aura, spoke with a steady voice. "How did you find your way here?" The woman wiped her lips and replied in a deep, resonant tone, Li Bo, it's quite simple. Just ask the Zhao family of Zhongzhou, and you'll know everything. The hunchback narrowed his eyes, spitting out vehemently, nonsense. Your Qianxiang Lu family has long been at odds with the Zhao family. Do you expect them to lend you a helping hand? The woman, with her masculine voice, raised an eyebrow, clutching a doll in her hand, and smiled. Li Bo, your wisdom is unparalleled. No wonder you've brought the remnants of the Li family to this desolate wilderness, eluding so many eyes and ears. Yet, fate is peculiar. Next year, during the great opening of the demon pit in Panzhou, I just happened to wander into this region, and what do I find? 7 hanging ghosts crying out for justice. And I discovered the remnants of the Li family. The hunchback's expression darkened. I merely cursed the Lu brothers with a terminal illness, ensuring their demise within 5 years. I never intended to harm the children of the Lu family. We, the Li family, would never commit such a heinous act. It must be you, young one, who has orchestrated this charade, sacrificing those 7 lives. The peddler laughed heartily, waving the doll in his hand. Li Bo, you are truly cunning. But even if you know, what does it matter? 7 lives, hanging and perishing, transformed into cursed objects, would be more than sufficient to sweep through an entire village. What you should be concerned about is the remnants of the Li family. The hunchback, indeed Li Changfu, clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. If he did not eliminate the person before him, the cursed object pursuing Jinhua would not perish. However, if he engaged in battle, he might not be able to obliterate it completely. That individual surely had the means to convey Jinhua's whereabouts back to Zhongzhou. A trip to Ileo Mountain had been a grave error. Li Changfu gritted his teeth and cast the sack to the ground. State your demands. I will grant you anything as long as you destroy that cursed object and vow not to disclose Jinhua's whereabouts in Panzhou. The peddler shook the doll in his hand, his head nodding dismissively. The Li family is universally condemned. This is a truth acknowledged by all. If I were to take the remains of the Li family, you can imagine the rewards I would receive. The foundational laws of the Qianxiang Lu family, praised by the emperor. What a tantalizing thought. Hidden within the old tree. Gosheng felt a sudden weight in his heart. The boy was indeed of that family, yet the peddler was also from the Qianxiang Lu family, a major lineage of Zhongzhou with unfathomable power. If discovered by this individual, he would be left with no escape. It was astonishing that even in a remote place like Guoma, where practitioners of the Tongmin realm were scarce, such secrets existed. Could this elder of the Li family be the same one from years past? Before Gosheng could ponder further, the scene before him caused his eyes to widen in shock. He remained frozen for what felt like an eternity. After some time, the peddler, squeezing the doll, laughed joyously and pushed the cart away. Li Changfu's voice was dry as he called into the woods. Having hidden so long, the person has left. It's time to show yourself. Gosheng adjusted his breath, his heart racing, and leaped down from the tree, kneeling before Li Changfu. I am Gosheng from Panzhou. Honored to meet the Li family. Li Changfu chuckled softly, shouldering the heavy sack as if it were a mountain. All for the sake of the child, wouldn't you agree? Gosheng dared not raise his head, respectfully bowing. Indeed, I too came to Guoma for the sake of my unexceptional disciple. The Iron Master of Hexiang is on the verge of entering the established realm, and he would be a valuable asset in the county. I am aware of you. Li Changfu replied with a low laugh. That is why I sent Jinhua to visit the Laochan family, hoping you would teach him well. Gosheng felt warmth in his heart and shook his head. I am unworthy. I only realized Jinhua's true identity today, which is why I dared to feed him the life-prolonging pill. Li Changfu listened and laughed again. Where is the foolishness in that? You have come to commend yourself. With that, he retrieved a small piece of black tai sway from the sack and handed it to Gosheng. This piece, produced by the immortals of the Water Ghost Pool after suffering 4 decades of calamity, will suffice for your journey into the established realm. Gosheng did not dare to refuse, solemnly accepting it and bowing 3 times on the ground. After watching Li Changfu depart, he dared to rise, letting out a soft sigh. He was not a scion of a great family in Zhongzhou, merely a self-made Iron Master from Panzhou. It was already a challenge to survive. So how could he dare to threaten the Li family as a disciple of the Qianxiang sect? Securing a piece of black tai sway was a tremendous stroke of luck. If he could teach the Li family child even a fraction of his abilities, it would be a great boon. At Laochan's village, Li Zhen was fiercely battling the cursed object when it suddenly dissipated with a splash, merging into the earth and vanishing from sight. Apart from the 2 unfortunate youths, the villagers were spared. The copper hammer scattered, and a piece of incense returned to its desolate state. Li Zhen collapsed onto the ground, ignoring the praises of Lu Bangxia and others, and fell into a deep slumber. In a side room, Gao Kaixing lifted the curtain, rubbing his bleary eyes. What is going on? The noise is unbearable. Can't anyone get some sleep? Chapter 32. A conversation with Li Changfu. The heart's not untangled. Li Zhen was unaware of how long he had slept, only realizing upon waking that the offering table lay empty. Had he returned to his grandfather's home? Wake up and eat. Lao Chan's family has had a rough time recently. You should rest well for the next few days, Li Changfu said, seated by the bed, enjoying a fragrant bowl of yellow rice. The rice, topped with pickled vegetables, was hot enough to burn the throat, hence the need for the pickles to balance the heat. Seeing Li Changfu relish his meal, Li Zhen could not resist getting out of bed, neglecting to tidy his appearance, and took up a bowl of steaming rice. Mimicking Li Changfu's manner of eating. You know about the Lao Chan family's troubles? Li Zhen inquired between bites. The old man spoke. Evil beings have summoned a cursed entity to take your life. Fortunately, I encountered it and drove the malevolent force away, allowing the curse to subside. Li Zhen nodded, realizing that it was no wonder he had been locked in a fierce battle with that abomination, which had 7 heads and numerous arms, only for it to suddenly dissolve into a pool of blood. It was, after all, the old man who had vanquished the one who cast the curse. As he pondered this, he recalled the words of Lu Daniu's ghost, which claimed that Li Changfu had exterminated their entire household. Li Zhen swallowed a mouthful of millet porridge and cautiously inquired, Grandfather, did you kill the 7 members of the Lu family? Li Changfu lifted his eyelids slightly, his hand trembling as he held the chopsticks. And if I did, what of it? They have become cursed beings, their lineage extinguished. Upon hearing this, Li Zhen set down his bowl and analyzed, Grandfather, actually, you did not kill those 7 people, did you? Li Changfu raised his eyebrows, questioning the reasoning behind this assertion. You had no motive. Surely you wouldn't kill Lu Erniu just because he threatened you with a shovel. After all, I'm not some precious young master. Li Changfu felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, he had entertained such thoughts at that time. Moreover, the cursed entity would only dare to reveal itself and attack when certain that you were absent, yet you were their true enemy. Why then do they cling to me? This suggests either a flaw in the one who cast the curse or a vengeful spirit targeting me, utilizing some form of deception to lead the Lu family's restless spirits to believe it was you who harmed them. You obliterated their lineage, inciting their wrath to seek your end, intending to kill me. After all, I have no siblings. Li Changfu cradled the bowl in his hands, his palm trembling slightly. His serpent-like eyes softened as he looked at Li Zhen and asked, Do you believe I did not commit murder? Li Zhen nodded, convinced that one who aids in ridding the village of malevolence cannot possess a wicked heart. Li Changfu forced a bitter smile, turning away to feign wiping his mouth while discreetly brushing away a tear. Speaking of which, where are my parents? Am I merely a left-behind child? Li Zhen suddenly posed this question. Since his rebirth, he had only known a distant grandfather and lost all memory, living in utter poverty. Understanding his family situation was the first step to venturing out into the world. Li Changfu turned around and sighed softly. Your mother died during childbirth, and your father perished while seeking treasures underground. I have painstakingly raised you, but when you venture into the world, remember to never trust anyone easily. Li Zhen nodded, aware that even Master Lao Chan had designs on his silver treasures. How could he trust others? After bidding farewell to Li Changfu, Li Zhen stepped outside to clear his mind. In the half-month since his reincarnation, he had begun to discern a truth. The more tranquil this world appeared, the greater the lurking dangers. The peculiar occurrences in this village seemed merely the tip of the iceberg. For instance, that Zhang Xingu, unbeknownst to him, could transform into a sinister entity to extract one's heart. Wait, Zhang Xingu. Li Zhen's eyes widened as he spotted a lively figure beneath the old apricot tree in front of the village. Li Xiaoga, come out. I have a question for you. Chapter 33. Encountering Zhang Xingu again. A warning from the black cat standing under the apricot tree was a slender figure, none other than Zhang Lingji. She still wore her square scarf, appearing rustic, yet the half of her face not concealed by the sheer fabric was as fair as lotus root. Zhang Xingu. But I thought she had perished alongside the Lu family, transformed into cursed beings. What then stands before me? Li Zhen felt tense, a bronze gong appearing in his hand. His hair beginning to grow as an aura of death surrounded him. Do not approach. What are you? Zhang Xingu furrowed her brow, confusion evident in her eyes. I am Aunt Zhang from the rice merchants. Li Xiaoga, do you not recognize me? Not long ago, we dealt with the Lu family's affairs together. Li Zhen steadied himself, his expression unyielding, one hand resting on the gong. Sensing something amiss, he prepared to strike it. Aunt Zhang is dead. What kind of evil spirit are you? Masquerading as her? Zhang Xingu looked perplexed, her eyes wide with urgency. What nonsense are you speaking, Li Xiaoga? When did I die? I am unaware of it. If you doubt me, feel for yourself, I am warm. In that moment, the door of the village opened, and Li Changfu emerged, bending slightly as he approached Li Zhen. Zhen, the Lu family's 7 members held some resentment towards Zhang Yadu, which is why they were turned into cursed beings, taking on her likeness. Thus, what you see now is the true Zhang Yadu. She is not dead. Really? Li Zhen raised an eyebrow, quickly retracting the gong. You should have said so earlier. Saving me unnecessary energy. Li Changfu chuckled, seemingly amused by Li Zhen's readiness to use the gong, before returning to the village. Zhang Xinggu finally exhaled, relieved to have Li Agon explain her situation. However, she was left wondering, what exactly is a cursed entity? It had been said that practitioners of the 1,000 Manifestations sect were adept at crafting cursed beings. Did someone from that sect cross paths with Li Xiaoga? But regarding the Lu family, Zhang Xinggu jogged forward, looking up at Li Zhen, and said, just the other day, we were calling each other aunt and nephew. And now you question my identity. Li Zhen scratched his head awkwardly, the pain in his back still fresh in his memory. Little did Zhang Xinggu know that the Lu family had been transformed into cursed beings by a wicked individual, taking her form and nearly costing him his life. Is that true? Zhang Xinggu gasped, her eyebrows raised, eyes wide, her breath quickening. That night, we exposed Lu Danyu's wrongdoings. And it was clear their days in the village would be difficult. Who knew just a day later, both families would be found hanging from trees. I initially thought Lu Danyu's mother could not bear the humiliation and had turned into a malevolent spirit to claim her son's life. However, upon returning to the village and performing a ritual, I inquired of the rice spirit, only to learn it was not her doing. When I sought the true culprit, I could not uncover the truth, which left me bedridden for several days. I assured the villagers near the Lu family not to rush their burial, fearing further complications. Yet upon interment, 7 corpses had vanished. Contemplating this, it seemed that aside from the 2 formidable individuals, only Li Agon possessed any semblance of power, prompting me to seek him out. However, upon hearing your account, Li Xiaoga, I understand now that there must be some wicked individual from the 1,000 Manifestations sect who has turned the Lu family's corpses into cursed beings. Li Zhen nodded, recounting the events from the previous day at Lao Chan's homestead in detail. He was thorough, yet refrained from sharing much about himself, only mentioning that the formidable cursed entity had ultimately transformed into a pool of blood, thus ceasing its threat. Zhang Xinggu, filled with apprehension, patted her chest. How frightening. The rice spirit foretold that next year, the demon cave in Panzhou will open, and the harvest will be plentiful, unleashing great malevolence upon the world. It appears the prophecy holds true. Intrigued, Li Zhen asked, Zhang Xinggu, what exactly is this rice spirit? Do deities truly exist in this world? Shoo. Zhang Xinggu suddenly lunged forward, covering Li Zhen's mouth with her hand. Her palm still bore a hint of fragrance, but it was too tightly pressed, making it difficult to breathe. Leaning closer, she whispered, in the realm of rice merchants, they always venerated deity. However, I have never seen what it truly is. Perhaps my spiritual attainment is insufficient. The deity knows all, but will take something from you if you ask too many questions. Li Zhen squinted slightly. Take what? Life essence? No, not necessarily. Zhang Xinggu widened her eyes and pointed to the sky. For celestial beings are eternal and indifferent to the fleeting lifespans of mortals. My mother and I both worship the same rice deity, yet I have seldom sought answers from him, resulting in my slow progress in cultivation. Throughout the years, I have not lost much, aside from enduring bouts of misfortune, such as stepping into dog feces when I venture outdoors. My mother, however, had a different fate. After questioning the rice deity once, she fell gravely ill and passed away before reaching 50. She once said that once one enters the realm of inquiry with the rice deity, the timing of one's death becomes the concern of the celestial beings. Li Zhen listened with a semblance of understanding, yet he harbored a peculiar perception of these so-called celestial beings. However, he recalled that within his mind, there lay a bronze gong, concealing a celestial being, did it not? He resolved to inquire further on another day. Presently, I do not aspire to outlive my mother, but rather, my utmost desire is to live each day joyfully. Zhang Xinggu raised her fist, her voice growing bolder. This year I am 26. Yet still a maiden without suitors in this village. Ah, Li Xiaoga, you shall undoubtedly visit the county next year to pay respects to the deity and collect the tai sui. At that time, do help me find a handsome man. If I could find a charming partner in this lifetime, I would be content and joyful. Li Zhen offered a perfunctory agreement, conversing a bit more about village matters before bidding her farewell, watching as she skipped away. After a long absence, a black cat lounged upon the old apricot tree, letting out a soft meow. Li Zhen looked up in delight. Cat's sister. The black cat paid him no heed, lazily stretching out on a thick branch. Do not raise your voice. Li Chongfu is asleep inside. If you wake him, I shall have to take my leave. Li Zhen nodded. Understood, understood. It's been a while, cat sister, and you still exude your charm. The black cat rolled its eyes. Weren't you just chatting merrily with that little celestial being? If I hadn't meowed, you two might have been too engrossed in each other. A hint of jealousy tinged the cat's tone. Before Li Zhen could respond, the black cat flicked its tail, yawned widely, and vanished into the woods. Li Chongfu sleeps lightly. I must depart now. Li Zhen, do not blame me for not warning you. Here in the village, you may be like a stone in a dung pit, ignored by all. But should you dare to step outside this village and into the county, you would become a coveted prize that everyone desires. The little celestial being has a complex mind, and that dog Sheng is no simple character. If you confide in them, your heart may be plundered, and you would have nowhere to weep. Time passed, and 6 months slipped away. The mastery of the skill came to fruition. In this second life, one must remain vigilant against others. But what did the black cat mean when it said that stepping out of the village would make one a coveted prize? Was it due to the silver tai sui given by old Li? Regardless, is it not better to live a peaceful life than to seek death? Next year's tai sui harvest, going to the county to pay respects, clearly does not bode well. Having pondered this, Li Zhen settled under the old tree, closed his eyes to rest, and absorbed the multitude of information he had gathered. As a master's student in psychology, though yet to graduate, it is indeed laughable to develop psychological ailments of my own. A healer cannot heal themselves, and my mentor's research leans towards brain science, lacking familiarity with psychological counseling. The clinic he recommended charges exorbitantly, and I feel as though I have traversed realms. What is this so-called cutting-edge diagnostic technology, if not alien in nature? As a semi-academic, I do not believe in the concept of a child of destiny. It is too absurd. I would rather believe in waves, quantum entanglement, and the intersection of the outer world and the inner world, with me as the intersection point. Yet, the facts remain, and no paper can explain them. These people use the ancient script and speak the words of our ancestors, yet everything feels rather peculiar. If the stone tablet is the culprit behind my crossing over, then it should also allow me to return. A new incense stick has sprouted before the stone tablet, corresponding to the character for iron. The incense stick aligns with the tablet's meridian. If it grows taller, it may reach the words Tong Min. Iron likely refers to the iron style technique, suggesting that this incense signifies my entry into the path of the iron style. However, the iron style incense stick has no mist surrounding it, unlike the celestial incense. The path of the iron style simply leads to the door. Thus, both celestial incense and iron incense represent a pathway, and the height of the incense indicates my depth of cultivation within that path. If iron represents the iron style, then what is the full name of the celestial? Li Zhen furrowed his brow, recalling the words he saw upon entering Tong Min. In the Jinxian Pavilion, the charming patrol is not for the unkind celestial beings. The pavilion is a door, and the Jinxian Pavilion is the Jinxian Gate. Could it be that the path I am cultivating is indeed called Jinxian? This felt oddly off script, as if I had received a protagonist script, yet I am convinced that the notion of a child of destiny is a fabrication. And this must be an issue with the stone tablet. Or perhaps, if all my incense sticks grow to their maximum height, I might return home? There is no evidence to substantiate this theory. With a sigh, Li Zhen opened his eyes slightly, observing the desolate fields merging with the gray sky. The old apricot tree, stripped of its leaves, rustled in the wind. Yet, there was no wind nor leaves, only a chaotic mind that could not find peace. A healer cannot heal themselves. Step by step, I shall cultivate my abilities, strengthen my body, and only then shall I have the right to be anxious. Li Zhen rose and walked back towards the village, intending to learn skills from old Chan. The winding country path, convoluted and muddy when it rains, stretches for 6 months. In the forthcoming April, the village would see rare liveliness. The market at the neighboring village occurs but twice a year. According to old Chan, in the past, markets thrived and flourished, unlike today's world, where they are scarce. The village market attracts peddlers from 10 miles around. There are also masters from the cultivation realm, discreetly preparing to take on disciples. Naturally, there are also gangs. The county is home to many gangs that only recruit from the cultivation realm, typically appearing at village markets to enlist young men. Old Chan has warned the youth to steer clear of bad gangs, which are those that cannot earn a living and deceive the village's young men into becoming fodder. The term fodder was not elaborated upon by old Chan, but it carries a very negative connotation, likely implying a loss of life. Every year, some are lured away by the county's gangs at the market. Of course, there are good gangs as well, but they are exceedingly rare. Truly formidable gangs do not recruit from the villages. unless during bountiful Tai Sui years when they are in need of manpower. Old Chan had many reminders, and the apprentices listened attentively. In the past 6 months, only Li Zhen, Niu Feng, and Lu Bangxia have entered the iron-style Tong men. Gao Kaixing also had the opportunity, but after losing his life lamp in a duel with Li Zhen last year, although he has since revived it, his advancement has been slow. However, Gao Kaixing harbors no resentment toward Li Zhen. Rather, he is grateful that Li Zhen entered Tong men and fulfilled their agreement by placing a finger on his forehead, granting him another chance to cultivate. Gao Kaixing is notably tall, standing out among the crowd. He serves as a beacon for the group. At this moment, he stands before a stall, fondling a jade bracelet and arguing with the vendor. You want 3 taels of silver for this broken jade bracelet? Uncle, you wouldn't even be worth that price. Youngster, you know nothing. Though the quality of this jade is subpar, it was excavated from the demon cave in Panzhou. I'm not selling it for 3 taels of gold, so consider yourself lucky. The middle-aged man, with a patch on his face and wearing a small round hat, snatched the bracelet from Gao Caixing's hand to inspect it closely. Gao Caixing's irritation was palpable. He truly desired that jade bracelet. Yet he found himself unable to produce the 3 taels of silver required. Kaixing, what are you staring at? Li Zhen too, drawn by the commotion, approached upon noticing Gao Caixing's flushed face. Compared to last year, he had grown significantly sturdier. His hair neatly tied at the nape, he donned a slim black cotton coat. With a prominent nose and slightly raised brows, his eyes no longer carried the pallor of illness, but rather a burgeoning vitality. Upon seeing Li Zhen, Gao Kaixing quickly adopted a woeful expression. Brother Zhen, do you have any silver left? I wish to purchase this bracelet, but it costs 3 taels. The bracelet? Li Zhen glanced over and spotted a middle-aged man wearing a small round hat, cradling a jade bracelet. What business does a grown man have with a bracelet? Are you planning to gift it to some young lady? I haven't heard anything about this. Gao Kaixing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, it's for my sister. She is getting married this year, and I wish to provide her with a dowry. Your sister is getting married? Li Zhen looked at Gao Kaixing skeptically. Aren't you, as her brother, supposed to have a wife first? Why the rush? No, it's not like that. Gao Kaixing, feeling awkward, pulled Li Zhen aside and whispered, Brother Zhen, you don't understand. My parents sacrificed everything to allow me to learn from Master Chan. Now, they can barely afford food. My sister, unable to bear it, intends to marry a man from Lujia village, despite his disability. He may be limping, but he has some family fortune. I feel guilty for my sister, which is why I wish to buy her a bracelet, yet I never expected it to be so expensive. They say it was excavated from a demon's lair. Listening to this, Li Zhen's left eye simmered with a ghostly fury, while his right eye darkened with a sense of foreboding. After 6 months of training, he had mastered the essence of the iron grip style. Is this bracelet truly from a demon's lair? A single glance should suffice to discern its authenticity. Upon inspection, Li Zhen nearly burst into laughter. What treasure! It bore no vitality and was devoid of any ominous aura. It was merely an ordinary stone, not something from a demon's lair. Noticing Li Zhen's scrutinizing gaze, the round-hatted vendor hastily concealed the bracelet behind him and slammed his hand onto the stall. Hey, what are you staring at? I'll tell you. This jade has increased in value. It's 4 taels of silver. Buy it if you wish, or go play somewhere else. With a flick of his fingers, he tossed 4 copper coins onto the stall, where they spun a few times before settling. Li Zhen chuckled softly. For copper coins, that's all I can offer. Gao Kaixing was taken aback. Is this how one haggles? The vendor's mouth twitched as he retrieved the bracelet, withdrawing his hands into his sleeves, refusing to look at Li Zhen. I see now. You're not here to trade, but to ruin my business. Meanwhile, Gao Kaixing, desperate to gather the 4 taels, felt panic rise as the vendor refused to sell. He grasped Li Zhen's arm. No, Brother Zhen, I truly need to buy this bracelet. We cannot haggle like this. Li Zhen regarded Gao Kaixing with disappointment. The more you show your eagerness for the bracelet, the less likely the merchant will relent. Besides, this jade bracelet is not from a demon's lair. It's simply a common stone. Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes widened, and the adhesive on his face contorted with anger. You think you're someone special? How dare you claim my bracelet isn't from a demon's lair? You defame my business. You'll have to face the consequences. Gao Caixing's face turned pale. Merchants at the market were often seasoned travelers, and among them could be those with formidable skills. His confidence, already diminished, now felt further compromised. Brother Zhen, let us go. I don't want the bracelet anymore. Li Zhen feigned ignorance and continued, Old man, whether or not this jade is from a demon's lair, you might deceive my brother. But you cannot fool my eyes. In a demon's lair, the air is thick with malevolence. Even ordinary items soaked in that atmosphere would carry a taint of death. Yet, this jade is pristine, devoid of any such aura. If you accuse me of tarnishing your name, consider the consequences of your deceit here at the market. As he spoke, Li Zhen's stance shifted, his aura solidifying, a testament to the vitality and depth he had cultivated over the past 6 months. Standing tall, he exuded a formidable presence. Brother Zhen, please, let us not escalate this. Gao Kaixing, realizing that Li Zhen was preparing for a confrontation, urgently restrained him, fearing further trouble. The vendor, recognizing the intensity in Li Zhen's demeanor, understood he was facing someone well-versed in the iron grip style. Though he had traversed the world, he was merely a wandering merchant, unworthy of engaging in conflict with such a figure. Furthermore, it was well known that practitioners of the iron grip style could be irrational. The last thing he wanted was to provoke a confrontation. Fine, take the bracelet. It's not worth the trouble. The vendor tossed the jade bracelet over, and Li Zhen caught it in his palm. With that, the vendor hastily packed up his stall and retreated, his demeanor deflated. Hey, why the rush? Li Zhen called after him. A sheen of sweat appeared on the vendor's forehead as he swallowed hard and turned. What do you want now? Here is your money. Li Zhen tossed 4 copper coins with precision into the vendor's hand. Thank you. The vendor grumbled through clenched teeth before departing. Li Zhen examined the jade bracelet in his hand, deeming it ordinary, and handed it to Gao Kaixing. This is for your sister's dowry. Take it. Gao Kaixing was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had tried to dissuade Li Zhen from purchasing the bracelet, contemplating how to scrape together 4 taels of silver. Little did he know that this merchant was indeed a charlatan. Overwhelmed with gratitude and guilt, he carefully accepted the bracelet and grasped Li Zhen's hand, tears welling in his eyes. Brother Zhen, your skills are remarkable. If it weren't for my family's engagement, I would consider marrying my sister to you. Li Zhen recoiled, shaking off Gao Kaixing's hand. No, you needn't repay me for the bracelet. Just buy me a candied hawthorn, and I shall take my leave. Of course. Gao Kaixing expressed his heartfelt thanks as he departed, cradling the bracelet, elated as he made his way home. Li Zhen chuckled softly, shaking his head, only to be confronted by a new figure. The newcomer sported a twirled mustache, slightly darker skin, and a stature slightly shorter than Li Zhen's. He was also dressed in the attire of a wandering merchant. Little brother, how did you know that bracelet was fake? Li Zhen paused, realizing he should not disclose his skills so freely. I guessed, if it were genuine, it would be different, but the merchant's demeanor betrayed his insecurity. The mustached merchant grinned. I see. I thought you possessed a discerning eye for treasures, one with the gift of discernment. Discernment? Li Zhen raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Those gifted in discernment often traverse various markets, seeking objects infused with spirit, nurturing them until they flourish, ultimately reaping great benefits. The mustached merchant stroked his beard, continuing to smile. And I, sir, am a connoisseur of treasures. Ah, so what brings you, esteemed connoisseur, to seek my company? Li Zhen felt fortunate to have gained not only a remarkable bracelet, but also a new acquaintance in the art of discernment. The mustached merchant's smile faded as he regarded Li Zhen, shaking his head with a sigh. Little brother, your deduction was astute. That jade bracelet is indeed not from a demon's lair, but even the vendor himself is unaware that this counterfeit jade is, in fact, a rare piece of exquisite raw jade, a rarity in the Pan Prefecture. Really? Li Zhen scrutinized the connoisseur, wary of potential deception. After a long moment, he inquired, if it is indeed a precious raw jade, does that not mean my brother has struck a fortune? Fortune? Indeed, it is a fortune. The man with a mustache and a traveling merchant's demeanor furrowed his brow slightly, extending a hand to calculate as he spoke. Raw jade, once carved, becomes a precious gem. Your brother indeed took a piece of raw jade, but it is not just any ordinary stone. This jade possesses a spirit. It requires flesh and blood for sustenance. Once it comes into contact with a bearer, it will drain their essence until their vitality is entirely consumed, transforming from raw stone into a spiritual treasure. Li Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? How can it be so sinister? The mustached merchant nodded, sighing, indeed, I had my eye on this jade, intending to purchase it for my own cultivation, but your tall brother was quicker. I cast an oracle and found he had no wealth to buy the jade, which relieved my mind. Who would have thought that you, a mere child, would emerge from nowhere to claim such a pristine jade for free? I could not help but cast another oracle, but curiously, I could not discern your path nor your background. I could only divine your brother's fate. He possesses a strong life force, with formidable abilities, destined to become a general. However, with this jade to aid him, he is truly destined for greatness. And you are the one who has altered his fate. Li Zhen grasped the implications, nodding, but if he has become a general, isn't that a good thing? The merchant chuckled softly, shaking his head. Of course, it is a good thing, but this jade bracelet belongs to your brother's sister. She will become a mere husk in order to nourish this spiritual treasure. Thus, this general's fate is forged from the flesh and blood of kin. Do you still consider it a blessing? Li Zhen's expression changed, yet he remained skeptical of the merchant's words. How can I trust you without proof? The merchant produced a token from his garments and said solemnly, I am but a humble man, serving as the deputy manager of the Lingbao Guild here in Dongyi County. Surnamed Qiu, given name Yan. Do you still doubt me? Chapter 36, The Sigh of Lu Bansha. The crisis of the Gao family deputy manager Qiu Yan of the Lingbao Guild in Dongyi County. Is he part of the local gang? Li Zhen squinted, recalling the words of old Chan about how occasionally people from the county would come to the village, albeit rarely. Yet here he was, encountering one. Now, do you wish to take this bracelet? Li Zhen inquired. One cannot say it that way. This bracelet was purchased by you for 4 copper coins. Whether to give it or not is entirely up to you, Qiu Yan replied, twirling his mustache. He then produced several silver ingots from his garments. Along with a cloth bag, smiling, I won't take it for free. I will offer you these 10 taels of silver and this bag of meat tai sui in exchange. 10 taels of silver equated to an entire year's income for a household in this village. Moreover, this bag of meat tai sui was a delicacy that impoverished families had never even tasted. Over the past 6 months, under the tutelage of old Chan and old Li, Li Zhen had learned about the distinctions of tai sui. Meat tai sui was the lowest tier, translucent white, and of minimal value compared to other tai sui, but still beneficial to practitioners. At least in the county, meat tai sui remained a form of hard currency. Next was blood tai sui, potent and crimson, nourishing blood and flesh, but deemed less valuable due to its poor digestibility for ordinary people. Silver tai sui was rare. The local gangs could hardly gather much during their annual excursions into the demon caves. As for the more precious gold tai sui, old Chan had never seen one in his lifetime, but Old Li mentioned it was common among noble families, akin to staple food. Thus, the 4 tiers of tai sui were meat, blood, silver, and gold. Yet, Li Zhen remained curious about the dark meat his grandfather often fed him. It resembled tai sui but did not fit into any of these categories. He had inquired with Old Li, but received only evasive answers. Snapping back to reality, Li Zhen noted the value of the reward offered by Qiu Yan. 10 taels of silver would suffice to procure some dowry for Gao Caixing's sister, and he agreed. All right, I'll take you to retrieve the bracelet. You are quite straightforward. In the summer, have you considered joining our Lingbao Guild? We have skilled masters who can teach you the craft, Qiu Yan suggested with a smile. A gathering of treasure seekers, and you have masters of the craft? Li Zhen asked, puzzled. Indeed, while the paths may be distinct, human nature is not so easily categorized. Do you think all those within the same path are like you, sharing the same trousers? That is evidently not the case. Each person in the rivers and lakes seeks to enhance their abilities. And our Lingbao Guild comprises talents from all walks of life, Qiu Yan explained. Li Zhen paused, recalling that in 3 months, the time for tai sui harvesting would arrive, and said, I will consider it. Little Heezy's condition had improved somewhat, and he often gave her the silver tai sui he had reserved for his own cultivation. Over the past 6 months, the little yellow-skinned head around her neck had not grown much. If he could join the guild and mine some tai sui, he could send the burly Fong to take little Heezy to seek a famous doctor in the county. He felt a sense of debt toward his childhood companion. And the longer he stayed, the more real this world felt. The thought of returning home gradually faded. The marketplace was bustling, vendors shouting about various wares, jewelry, glutinous rice, and divine urine bubbles, among many others. The villagers came for the excitement, with little spare money to buy anything. Li Zhen and Qiu Yan walked together, casually observing the stalls. Uncle Qiu, as a treasure seeker, can you see any good items among these? Li Zhen asked. Qiu Yan shook his head, sighing. The only treasure in this entire market was the one you snatched away. The rest are either swindlers or worthless goods, of no use to those in the craft. I see, Li Zhen mused, having underestimated the market, initially believing there might be a few genuine items hidden among the fakes, only to discover there were none at all. While strolling, they encountered Niu Feng and Lu Bansha, both laden with goods, laughing boisterously. Li Zhen smacked his forehead, realizing these two had likely been duped. Fortunately, both families were well off. One was a cattle rancher, and the other was the grandson of the village chief of Lu's clan, so they weren't overly concerned about the money. Brother Zhen, why haven't you bought anything? Niu Feng asked, puzzled. I didn't find anything I liked, Li Zhen replied with a smile. How can that be? Here, take this. Niu Feng pulled out a belly band embroidered with peonies from his pile of goods, handing it to Li Zhen with a wink. Brother Zhen, you must keep this. I heard it was worn by a celestial maiden from the county. It costs hundreds of coins. I bought two, and I'm giving you one. Li Zhen's face darkened as he tossed the filthy item back. You believe this? It might as well be something a rough man wore. Niu Feng's expression changed. He sniffed the item hesitantly, grimacing. That can't be. Lu Bansha, on the other hand, who had not bought any belly bands, looked at Xiao Yin beside Li Zhen and asked, Brother Zhen, who is this? Xiao Yin maintained an air of superiority, closing his eyes in contemplation, seemingly ignoring the two. Li Zhen interjected, This is Deputy Manager Xiao Yin of the Lingbao Guild. I'm accompanying him to retrieve something. What? Niu Feng and Lu Bansha froze, unable to move. When they regained their senses, they saw Li Zhen and Xiao Yin had already walked far away. Lu Bansha sighed, as expected of the grandson of old Li. Look at this, it's only April, and you've already made the acquaintance of the Deputy Manager of the Lingbao Guild. Niu Feng nodded, continuing to sniff the belly band. Yes. Yes. Lu Bansha buried his face in his hands, sighing. You fool, once Brother Zhen joins a good guild in the county, you will be left far behind. Now is the time to maintain a good relationship with him. Niu Feng sighed, putting the belly band away. After all, Brother Zhen was still his brother. Someone he had shared a path with. He couldn't believe Brother Zhen would ever look down on him in the future. Lu Bansha scoffed, foolish. The estate of Gao Kaixing loomed before them. Li Zhen knocked on the door vigorously, but no one answered. Inside, they could hear loud voices and even curses. Kaixing, open the door. As no one had responded yet, Li Zhen felt an ominous premonition rising within him. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he forcefully kicked the door open, shattering the latch. Xiao Yin, standing nearby, noticed the sudden brightness in front of him and thought to himself, this is merely a village ruffian, yet he carries himself with an air of worldly experience. Unfazed by the sight of a bag of meat, his decisive actions suggest that introducing this young man into our circle might prove beneficial. With a swift motion, Li Zhen leaped into the courtyard, where he could hear the muffled sounds of a commotion emanating from the side room of Gao Kaixing's home. Shouts pierced the air. Gao Kaixing, your sister has pledged to marry me. I brought the bride price, so what is this nonsense about backing out? Lu Leiguai, I told you, my sister has changed her mind. If she refuses to marry, how can you force her? Fine. It's fortunate that I consulted a fortune teller today, who predicted that I would not win this wife. But I, Lu Leiguai, refuse to accept defeat. Warriors, seize her. Today, I will take this girl by force. Don't hit my brother. Don't hit my brother. I will go with you. Gao Caixing's sister cried out. Li Zhen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. In 3 strides, he burst through the door with a resounding bang. I dare you to try? Though Lu Leiguai had a limp, his wealth and connections, including a brother in the city, allowed him to command the ruffians of Lu family village with impunity. He squinted at Li Zhen with a mocking smile. Where did this featherweight come from? Lu Leiguai's insults were crude, and he clearly regarded Li Zhen as insignificant. After all, he had come well prepared with 2 ruffians at his side, confident that such a display would make him invincible in an ordinary village. In his eyes, Li Zhen was merely a young fool. After kicking the door, the 2 ruffians ceased their assault on Gao Kaixing and instead stood to the side, observing coldly. Strike him. You 2 warriors, give it your all. Beat this Gao scoundrel to death, and then take his sister. I will ensure you both receive your coveted positions in the city. The 2 ruffians exchanged glances, hesitating to act, instead eyeing Li Zhen with caution. This young lad, standing firm, exuded a powerful presence, if not for his youth. He might have been mistaken for an experienced fighter. Gao Kaixing, though resilient and nearing the threshold of mastering his craft, refrained from retaliating, fearing for his sister's safety. The temptations promised by Lu Leiguai were too alluring. The chance to join the ranks of the esteemed was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stop. Don't hit my brother. I will go with you. Gao Caixing's sister pleaded weakly, curled up by the edge of the bed. Her slender wrists bore a pristine jade bracelet, which Li Zhen had assisted in purchasing at the market. Just as Xiao Yin had predicted, the bracelet appeared to consume the vitality of its wearer. As her complexion turned pale from blood loss, Lu Leiguai scoffed, surveying the girl with a lecherous gaze before his expression soured. Too late. If I don't teach your brother a lesson, I won't feel satisfied. With a resigned sigh, the 2 ruffians steeled themselves and swung their fists towards Gao Caixing's head. Crack! Crack! Just then, Li Zhen stepped forward, leaning slightly and deftly grasping the wrists of both ruffians. Surprise flashed across their faces. How could this boy possess such strength? Li Zhen remained unfazed, channeling his energy into a powerful pull, yanking the 2 ruffians behind him. Despite their age, they were still novices, engaged in petty thuggery. The ruffians stumbled back, their expressions darkening. You're just a novice. How can you be stronger than us? With that, the two launched a simultaneous attack. One threw a straight punch, while the other aimed a swift kick. Despite their experience, they quickly discerned that Li Zhen lacked the intent to kill. Had he wished to, they would have already been incapacitated. Recognizing this, they aimed their strikes towards Li Zhen's vital points, determined to deliver a crippling blow. At that moment, even Xiao Yan, the deputy manager of Lingbao Trading House, held his breath. Though untrained in combat, it was clear to him that Li Zhen was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of experience. Lu Leaguai's eyes widened with excitement as he shouted, "Kick him in the kidneys. Show him who's boss." Gao Kaixing, recovering from his prior state of defense, felt reassured when he saw Li Zhen standing guard. Li Zhen's eyes remained steady, his breath calm, unwavering in the face of danger. He inhaled deeply, sensing the flow of energy within him, and the world around him seemed to slow. With a sudden focus, he unleashed a technique known as pointing the life lamp, a skill he had only recently mastered. In that moment, he perceived the glaring life lamps glowing atop the ruffians' shoulders and heads, evidence of their unrefined state. With rapid precision, Li Zhen struck at the 6 life lamps, extinguishing their glow as if snuffing out candles. "What is happening? I feel so weak," the ruffians mumbled, fatigue washing over them as they prepared to face Li Zhen's retaliatory strikes. Thud, thud. Li Zhen, having honed his skills for over half a year, was now capable of lifting immense weights. His fists, imbued with strength, connected with the ruffians' chests, sending them reeling and leaving them gasping for breath as they collapsed to the ground. How embarrassing, one of the ruffians thought, choosing to feign unconsciousness. The other, trembling, muttered, "That was a true technique." After dispatching the 2 ruffians, Li Zhen felt no satisfaction. The outcome had been inevitable, as their levels were simply too inferior to him. Gao Kaixing, his face bruised and swollen, gave Li Zhen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Zhen, you're incredible." Gao Caixing's sister, no longer crying, watched Li Zhen with a hint of admiration as her cheeks flushed. In the corner, Lu Leaguai's bravado evaporated as he stepped back, pointing at Li Zhen. "You, don't come any closer. The Gao family's engagement was broken, and we are in the right. I'm here to abduct Gao Xiaoyang, and that's the truth." At that moment, Gao Caixing's sister, Gao Xiaoyang, timidly emerged, glancing around cautiously before whispering it. "It wasn't my decision. It was my parents who arranged it, and I didn't agree." Li Zhen recalled the words of Gao Kaixing when he bought a bracelet in Jiaiji, mentioning that his sister was marrying the wealthy Lu Leaguai to ensure their family could put food on the table. How had their narratives diverged so drastically now? A fleeting glance exchanged with Gao Kaixing led the latter to avert his gaze, his swollen face reddening, unable to meet Li Zhen's eyes. Gradually, Li Zhen discerned the underlying issue. Despite his modern sensibilities, he still found the idea of selling one's daughter repugnant. He addressed Lu Leaguai, asserting, "Since Gao Xiaoyang objects, how can you bring a few henchmen to forcibly seize her? That is not marriage. That is abduction. It is against the law." Lu Leaguai retorted defiantly, "The law? My brother has joined a powerful faction in Dongyi County. Here in this village, I am the law. Young brother, your prowess is commendable, but you must comprehend the might of the faction in the county. Step aside, allow me to take this woman, and we shall settle our grievances. Furthermore, I could speak favorably of you to my brother, granting you an opportunity to join the faction." Li Zhen shook his head, indifferent to such factions. After all, he had already received an olive branch from a deputy manager of Lingbao Hang. Observing Lu Leaguai's arrogance, he understood that the villagers held the county's factions in greater reverence than they did the authorities. Li Zhen scoffed, "You are the law? I have never seen such an abhorrent representation of it. To be frank, I am a brother to Gao Kaixing. I must assist him. Since his sister opposes this union, you should relinquish your intentions." Fuming, Lu Leaguai's face grew crimson as he cursed. "Huh? So that's it. No wonder the village's soothsayer foretold that I would not secure a marriage today. It is you, you rascal, causing the disruption. I recently sent word for my brother to return and handle this wedding, and it is imminent. When he arrives, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant." With a smile, Li Zhen replied, "The village soothsayer predicted your lack of a marriage today. Did he not foresee that you would face calamity?" Lu Leaguai's expression shifted as he limped away in disarray. "Damn it, boy, I wonder how long you can keep up this bravado." The 2 henchmen, no longer pretending to be incapacitated, groggily rose and bowed slightly to Li Zhen, conceding, "We are outmatched. But young brother, Lu Leaguai's brother is said to be affiliated with the blood-clothes gang in the county. You must exercise caution." After they left, Li Zhen observed the flickering life lamps, indicative of a fragile vitality, knowing the girl would need several days to recover. Yet, it was still better than Gao Kaixing. who had nearly extinguished his life force in a desperate act. Finally, the room settled, revealing that Gao Xiaoyang had lost consciousness. Her face had turned ghostly pale. Yet the jade bracelet on her wrist emitted a faint glow. The ever-watchful Qiao Yin finally spoke up. This is dire. The jade is beginning to drain her life essence. The girl's vitality has already been significantly sapped. Gao Kaixing, noticing the man in odd clothing with a mustache, glanced again and hurriedly moved his unconscious sister to the bed. Brother Zhen, what has happened to my sister? Li Zhen furrowed his brow, unable to explain immediately. Observing Gao Xiaoyang's dangerously depleted vitality, he used the life lamp's capabilities to discern that her 3 life lamps had dimmed considerably. Without hesitation, he removed the bracelet and produced the silver tai sui given by old man Li, feeding it to Gao Xiaoyang. After a moment, her vitality ceased its decline, and a hint of color returned to her cheeks. Meanwhile, Qiao Yin rubbed his eyes, stroking his mustache, astonished. How could this village's henchman produce a silver tai sui? Chapter 38. The twilight shrouded the mountains, and the early spring winds were fierce. This bracelet is no ordinary item. It is a malevolent jade that consumes life essence. It cannot remain on your sister's wrist, Li Zhen asserted solemnly. Gao Kaixing absorbed this, exhaling a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought my sister's pallor was due to Lu Leiguai's intimidation. I had no idea it was the bracelet's fault. But how did you know? Li Zhen shifted slightly, allowing Qiao Yin to step forward. This gentleman is the deputy manager of Lingbaohang. He informed me that without his intervention, your sister might have been drained completely. Upon hearing this, Gao Caixing's heart sank. A deputy manager from the county. How had Brother Zhen connected with such a figure? No wonder he was unperturbed by Lu Leiguai. It was clear he had powerful allies. Gao Kaixing snapped back to reality, hurriedly expressing his gratitude to Qiao Yin before rushing to prepare tea, his hands trembling. He realized that with Qiao Yin present, Li Zhen felt emboldened to act without fear of Lu Leiguai's brother's status. At that moment, Gao Xiaoyang regained consciousness, her complexion slightly improved, yet still appearing fragile. She rose from the bed and graciously bowed to Li Zhen and Qiao Yin, saying, "Thank you both for saving my life. I am forever indebted." Qiao Yin waved his hand, distractedly fiddling with the jade, lost in thought. Li Zhen dismissed her gratitude, stating, "It is nothing. Your brother is my fellow disciple. Assisting you is merely my duty." Gao Xiaoyang smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Li Zhen. "You must be the brother Zhen my brother often speaks of. Indeed, you are handsome and skilled." Li Zhen chuckled at the flattery, despite recognizing it as mere politeness. "What else has your brother said about me?" Gao Xiaoyang paused, contemplating briefly before whispering. He said that Brother Zhen is righteous and steadfast, capable of maintaining his focus even in the presence of beauty. "You are a model for our generation." Li Zhen thought to himself that such praise was exaggerated and felt uncomfortable. As they continued their light conversation, Gao Kaixing finally returned with several cups of tea, offering them to Li Zhen and Qiao Yin. Qiao Yin squinted, taking a sip of tea. He grimaced slightly and set the cup down, choosing not to drink further. Gao Kaixing, noticing this, felt awkward, reasoning that it was normal for someone accustomed to fine tea to find his humble offering lacking. Li Zhen, however, paid little mind to such distinctions. Having lived 2 lives, he found all teas and wines tasted the same, and he drank heartily, quenching his thirst. After reiterating the concerns regarding the bracelet, he gave Gao Kaixing the bag of meat tai sui and silver coins that Qiao Yin had provided. Gao Kaixing was almost moved to tears, attempting to decline. Li Zhen frowned, insisting, "Take it. You've reached a point of desperation, yet you hesitate? These tai sui will benefit your cultivation, and the silver will alleviate your family's pressing needs. I have retrieved the bracelet. This is what you deserve. But do not forget the candied hawthorns you promised to buy me." Wiping his eyes with a patched sleeve, Gao Kaixing bowed deeply 3 times to Li Zhen, then to Qiao Yin, choking back emotion. "Brother Zhen has been too kind. Should you ever need my assistance, I would not hesitate, even if it means facing danger or sacrificing my life. Do not make a scene. Your sister is watching," Li Zhen remarked, gesturing towards Gao Xiaoyang, who had also turned teary-eyed. Gao Kaixing quickly redirected his attention to comforting his sister. Li Zhen and Qiao Yin exited the side room, standing in the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze. Qiao Yin's mind was racing as he observed Li Zhen's increasingly peculiar gaze. This lad seemed to possess a heart that was both righteous and sinister, carrying with him a silver tai sui, his demeanor not resembling that of the common villagers. It was imperative to investigate further. Qiao Yin toyed with a jade bracelet, raising it towards Li Zhen with a smile, saying, "This little brother has bestowed upon me this jade bracelet, which has left me indebted in a significant way. When you visit the county in the future, I shall treat you lavishly. As the hour grew late and the village gathering began to disperse, he took his leave, bidding, "Farewell, little brother. Until we meet again. Safe travels, Manager Chiu," Li Zhen replied. Watching him depart into the encroaching twilight, his own thoughts now stirred. Chiu Yin had indeed exchanged a taishui and silver for the bracelet, yet he claimed to owe Li Zhen a favor. There were only two plausible explanations. Either the bracelet's true value vastly exceeded that of the taishui and silver, leaving Chiu Yin feeling guilty, or he genuinely wished to befriend Li Zhen. Li Zhen found it difficult to discern, for Chiu Yin appeared shrewd. Since entering the Gao family, he had distanced himself from conflicts, maintaining a low profile, clearly intent on self-preservation. It seemed that Lingbao Hang was not a significant force in the county. Otherwise, Manager Chiu would not have allowed the old rogue LV to prematurely reclaim the bracelet. Suddenly, a chill ran down Li Zhen's spine. Was it possible that Chiu Yin was biding his time, waiting for the bracelet to extract Gao Xiaoyang's vitality? He had witnessed the jade bracelet glowing with vitality as it was removed from Gao Xiaoyang's wrist. Indeed, the old man Li had spoken the truth. Outsiders should not be trusted lightly. As he pondered this, Gao Kaixing emerged from the side room. "Did you manage to soothe the girl?" Li Zhen inquired. "It's done. You wouldn't believe how troublesome women can be when they cry," Gao Kaixing chuckled. Li Zhen smirked inwardly, thinking, "I've never been in love, how would I know?" After a moment's pause, he asked, "Kaixing, you told me earlier that it was your sister who willingly offered to marry off to alleviate the family struggles, but now Xiaoyang denies it, claiming it was your parents' coercion. Can you clarify?" Gao Kaixing had anticipated this question. He lifted his gaze towards the heavy twilight and replied, "Brother Zhen, I actually have no parents. It is not them who wish to sell Xiaoyang. It is I, her brother, who harbors that desire." Li Zhen's pupils contracted slightly. So what she said was a lie. "Xiaoyang fabricated the story about our parents selling her to protect my pride," Gao Kaixing explained, crouching down and lowering his voice. "Brother Zhen, I long for success. 5 years ago, my parents perished in the county, and their remains are lost. To uncover the truth behind their deaths, I ventured alone to the county. But even beggars on the streets bullied me, robbing me of my meager resources. How could someone as inept as I possibly find my parents' remains or avenge them? For years, I have toiled endlessly, juggling 3 jobs during the day while honing my skills at night. The only way for someone from a destitute family to rise is through martial arts. I sacrificed everything to learn from the old master, but my talent is not exceptional. I have to consume more and use more herbs to build my strength since I am so thin. This year, I have exhausted my savings from odd jobs, but I have yet to gain entry into the guild, which is why I had to marry off my sister. Yet I vowed that once I have mastered my skills and joined a guild, I would certainly redeem her. But today, when I brought home the bracelet and saw her crying, I could not bear to sell her. Brother Zhen, I yearn for success too much. I envy you. You have Li Ugon backing you. Niufeng has hundreds of cattle behind him, and LV Banksia has his village chief grandfather. I have nothing to learn my craft. I even had to sell my sister. This world is unjust, but I have never resigned myself to fate." Gao Kaixing slowly rose, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. He seemed different now, yet somehow unchanged. Li Zhen recalled what Manager Fu from Lingbao Hang had said, that Gao Kaixing possessed a faint glimmer of a general's fate. As the twilight enveloped the mountains and the early spring breeze blew, the heart of a youth resonated, stirring a bewildered soul in another realm. Li Zhen smiled gently, embracing Gao Kaixing's shoulders, and said, "If the world is unjust, then save yourself. At least your sister is still with you, is she not?" Chapter 39. The soul lamp conceals life. A glimpse at midnight. Having left the Gao family estate, darkness had already fallen, and the village gathering had dispersed. Some lingered, slow to dismantle their stalls, typically the elderly or those from more remote areas. Unable to traverse the night roads, they sought refuge in the village, borrowing the shelter of a local family to escape the cold and wait for dawn. Coincidentally, an elderly woman selling candied hawthorn was resting by the roadside. Li Zhen, unable to wait for Gao Kaixing to buy it for him, took out 2 copper coins and made the purchase himself. It was not merely a craving. The girl with thick eyebrows and square features, reminiscent of his childhood companion Qingmei, had often mentioned candied hawthorn in his dreams. Whether she possessed the ability to visit him in dreams remained uncertain, but Li Zhen frequently dreamt of her, perhaps due to his lingering guilt. Upon arriving at the Laofeng household, he knocked on the door and delivered the 2 candied hawthorns, feeling a sense of relief as he turned to return. Aunt Feng welcomed him warmly, but upon seeing that he was unwilling to stay, she had no choice but to relent. Observing Li Zhen's sturdier physique and upright posture, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhen, In just half a year, you've already gained entry into the guild. With your current demeanor, it seems you've even mastered my technique of concealing the soul lamp quite well. Most people wouldn't be able to find it. Aunt Fong and Qing Mei enjoyed the candied hawthorn. Their hearts warmed and smiles bright. Where have you hidden the soul lamp, Zhen? Li Zhen's expression twitched slightly as he replied, 3 lamps, all concealed in the rear. As he hummed a tune along the countryside road, Li Zhen was oblivious to the astonishment of Aunt Fong. The hiding place of the soul lamp was something he had learned from Dog Sheng. Half a year prior, before he had even entered the martial arts guild, he had been diligently gathering life energy to strengthen his vision, and he observed that Dog Sheng had no visible soul lamp, which nearly led him to believe Dog Sheng was some malevolent spirit. Had it not been for the subsequent confrontation with the cursed object involving Dog Sheng and the Liu family, his perception might not have changed. Only after entering the guild did he realize that Dog Sheng did possess a soul lamp, but had delved so deeply into the martial arts that he understood the art of concealing it within the soul gate. The soul gate, or the rear, was a notion Li Zhen had specifically consulted Dog Sheng about. Dog Sheng had said mysteriously, with such thick flesh on your backside, no one's fingers can reach that far. If you hide the soul lamp there, it will be foolproof. At the time, Li Zhen found his logic strange, but ultimately agreed, adopting Dog Sheng's method of concealment. In retrospect, Dog Sheng was a remarkable individual. During that encounter with the cursed object, Li Zhen had been unconscious, only to later hear from LV Banksia that Dog Sheng had ventured alone to confront the one who had cast the curse. If the cursed object was so ferocious, the one who had cast it must have been even more formidable. Dog Sheng's bravery set him apart from the ordinary. However, in the following months, Master Lao Chan treated Dog Sheng with utmost respect, a fact that led the other disciples to assume it was merely a show of reverence for strength. Yet, Dog Sheng frequently approached Li Zhen with genuine concern, cautiously offering him advice. The other disciples began to speculate. Perhaps Li Zhen was the true powerhouse within Master Lao Chan's ranks. Li Zhen had attempted to extract information from Dog Sheng, but the latter was tight-lipped, much like his own soul gate, revealing little while occasionally imparting martial arts techniques. Over time, Dog Sheng's teachings exceeded those of Master Lao Chan, and had Dog Sheng not referred to him as a brother, Li Zhen might have considered rejoining the ranks of his masters. While these developments were indeed favorable, the past 6 months had not been devoid of challenges. After that incident, Li Changfu's health gradually deteriorated. Once robust and able to tirelessly traverse various villages, he now lay on the calm, unable to rise. During this past half-year, Li Shenxue made it a point to return frequently to care for Li Changfu, treating the elderly man, who had once undergone surgery, as if he were his own grandfather. This evening marked another return to the village. The night had fully enveloped the land when Li Zhen finally arrived home. Rather than knocking, he tread lightly, slipping over the wall like a swift swallow. This stealthy approach spared Li Changfu the trouble of getting up to open the door. Upon entering, Li Zhen saw Li Changfu chewing on a basket of silver mushrooms. Seated by the Kong, his complexion pale, occasionally interrupted by a cough. Noticing Li Zhen's entrance, a spark of life returned to his eyes as he smiled and said, "Zhen, you're back. How was today's market? Was it lively?" "Quite lively," Li Zhen replied, scooping a ladle of water from the tank into the pot. Igniting a fire to boil some hot water, Li Changfu's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the market, muttering, "Lingbao Hang?" The Lingbao in Dongyi County is filled with affluent individuals. They are known for their kindness and extensive connections. Their reputation in Dongyi County is quite remarkable, indeed. "Oh, I thought they were just a minor group," Li Zhen remarked, slightly taken aback, as he reached into the basket by the Kong and took a handful of silver mushrooms to eat. Since Li Changfu's illness, Li Zhen had no time to prepare meals, and his grandfather had somehow procured several baskets of silver mushrooms, which they had been consuming since before the new year without finishing them. These mushrooms were filling, warming the body and slightly enhancing his mental clarity. However, it seemed they had developed a resistance. The more he ate, the less effective they became. Nonetheless, their ability to replenish vitality was still quite remarkable. Li Zhen had previously suggested selling the baskets of silver mushrooms to take Li Changfu to the county for medical attention. But Li Changfu had steadfastly declined, insisting that his ailment was beyond anyone's cure. Initially, Li Zhen thought his grandfather was merely being selfless, wanting to reserve their resources for the younger generation. Yet, over time, no amount of persuasion could sway Li Changfu. Eventually, Li Zhen resigned himself to the situation and inquired how long Li Changfu could endure. The old man, looking exceedingly pale, stubbornly claimed he could last 100 or 80 years. Isn't that absurd? Moreover, Li Zhen had asked about Li Changfu's age and learned he had lived for 3 cycles of 60 years, totaling 180 years. Li Zhen was astonished at such longevity. Li Changfu merely stated that the deeper one's path, the longer one could live, and that he considered himself short-lived. As night deepened, Li Zhen felt drowsy, leaning against the wall, dozing off, when suddenly the trees outside began to rustle ominously. The noise jolted him awake. Pushing the door open, he was met with an unusual glow outside the village, accompanied by the sound of trumpets and swana from the direction of Ileo Mountain. As he approached, he saw a magnificent sedan chair stationed outside the village, and to his astonishment, the bearers were not servants, but several cunning yellow weasels. Lady Huangduan from Wudongzi has arrived. Why aren't you kneeling? Li Zhen's heart sank. This was bad. The weasels had come to confront him. The yellow weasels from Wudongzi had held a grudge against Li Zhen since last year. However, due to Li Changfu's trip to Ileo Mountain, they had not sought revenge until now, perhaps having heard of Li Changfu's grave condition. Huangduan was known to be the most formidable among them. Impudent wretch, kneel, commanded a yellow weasel with a small official's cap and a long snout, pointing a claw at Li Zhen. Li Zhen furrowed his brow, a brass gong appearing in his hand, his hair cascading down to his waist, his face growing gaunt and pale. His shadow, elongated in the moonlight, seemed to struggle to emerge from the darkness, yet hesitated, remaining hidden. The gong would not summon the complete night watchman without the proper invocation. But faced with the menacing yellow weasels and the ominous figure from the sedan chair, Li Zhen had to prepare himself to call for aid. Kneel? On what grounds should I kneel? Who are you to intrude upon my home at night? He feigned ignorance, pretending not to recall the weasels he had previously slain. The weasel with the official's cap glanced at the sedan chair, baring its teeth. You dare question us after killing our kin? You insolent wretch, if you kneel and submit, Lady Huangduan may merely turn you into a meat bun, but if you resist, the lives of everyone in this village will be forfeit. Li Zhen narrowed his eyes. It seemed the weasels had a good memory for revenge. While he harbored a spirit of defiance, Li Changfu's current state meant that if he fell, his grandfather would have no chance of survival. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the possibility of being captured and, once inside their lair, would devise a plan to summon the night watchman and create a disturbance, hoping to escape unscathed. This way, he could avoid a confrontation in front of Li Changfu. I will kneel, but you must promise to keep your word and take me away as a meat bun, leaving my grandfather unharmed, Li Zhen declared, retracting the gong. The sharp-nosed weasel conferred with the shadow in the sedan chair, which nodded in agreement, and the weasel proclaimed, the wicked must be punished. Pay your respects to the lady. Kneel. Several yellow weasels advanced towards Li Zhen. He did not mind sacrificing his pride to kneel if it meant preserving his grandfather's life. He lifted his robe, preparing to bow down. However, just then, a chilling wind howled, and the swana and trumpets from Ileo Mountain ceased their melodies, replaced by the anguished cries of the weasels. The tender buds of the apricot trees at the village's edge were swept away by the howling wind, and the weasels that had been rushing towards Li Zhen suddenly recoiled in terror, as if they had seen something extraordinary. The sedan chair was lifted into the air. At that moment, Li Zhen's knees bent halfway. With his head bowed and eyes shut tight, he did not witness the unfolding scene. The wind intensified, enveloping the village in a chilling atmosphere. The moon, obscured by lingering clouds, illuminated what had previously been a clear night, suddenly erupting with thunder. Boom! Like the drums of war, the sound shook the very hearts of all. The shadow within the sedan chair could no longer remain seated, screeching in a sharp voice, retreat. We cannot withstand this boy's kneeling. But the sedan chair would not budge. The weasels that had been carrying it were blown back towards Ileo Mountain. The figure inside the chair pulled aside the curtain, resembling a nosy matchmaker, and stepped out, shouldering the sedan chair before being swept away by the wind towards Ileo Mountain. Thud! Li Zhen knelt firmly on the ground. The howling wind lifted his hair, but the noise ceased. Before him, there appeared to be nothing at all. He rubbed his head, momentarily believing he had merely experienced a nightmare. Calming his breath, he felt the urge to sleep dissipate. So he leaned against the old apricot tree and began to meditate, drawing in life energy and exhaling death energy. The practice of refining breath and nurturing the spirit is the essence of cultivation. In the village, by the Kong, the oil lamp flickered, casting an eerie light that rendered Li Changfu's face even more pale and ghastly. The wrinkles of old age resembled centipedes crawling across his skin, and the age spots on his forehead looked like dried blood. Li Changfu cast a glance outside the courtyard and smiled softly, exempt from kneeling by imperial decree. A privilege of the Li family. Even celestial beings must bow their heads to the descendants of the Li clan. How dare a mere creature from the realm of the ordinary demand that Zhen Wazi kneel? Truly, they do not fear the shortening of their lifespan. As dawn broke, Li Zhen awoke leisurely. It was not a good sign to doze off while meditating. Those capable of such a feat were either lazily foolish or had reached a state of enlightenment, transcending themselves into an empty void, thus entering a state of bodily slumber. Li Zhen, who never engaged in internal conflict, would never consider himself the former. Last night's practice had been exhausting, and he needed to replenish his energy with some silver tai sai. Upon returning to the house, he discovered that Li Changfu was already awake and appeared to be in slightly better spirits, still resolutely preparing a pot of porridge for himself. Can't you rest? You look utterly drained, and yet you're still cooking, Li Zhen chided gently. Li Changfu pretended not to hear and merely chuckled. Seeing you venture out at night, I assumed you were off to practice your skills with old Chan, so I took it upon myself to cook some porridge. Recently, consuming so much silver tai sai has caused ulcers in my mouth. Li Zhen pursed his lips. Grandfather, where did you acquire so much silver tai sai? I once gave old Chan a piece the size of my fist, and he treasured it dearly. Just yesterday, the deputy manager of Lingbao Hang was utterly astonished when he saw me take out a bit of silver tai sai. Li Changfu chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, in my earlier years, I amassed these from treating afflictions. These few baskets shall serve as capital for you to seek a bride in the future. Li Changfu dared not speak the truth. If it weren't for his own gluttony, devouring the golden tai sai, why would he be relegated to consuming the silver tai sai meant for heating the stove? Li Zhen nodded, believing the explanation. After all, his grandfather claimed to have lived for 180 years. It was only natural he could accumulate such a fortune. Yet, as he pondered this, Li Zhen suddenly paused. Grandfather, how old am I this year? You, my dear boy, have just turned 18, Li Changfu replied leisurely. That can't be right, Li Zhen frowned. Looking quizzically at Li Changfu. You say you're 180 years old, yet I am merely 18. When did you give birth to my father? And when did my parents pass away? Upon hearing this, Li Changfu's expression stiffened. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly somber. 180 years, a cycle of 3 decades. Even if he had a child in his old age, the age gap between grandfather and grandson should not be so vast. Yet, Li Zhen had overlooked Li Changfu's true age, as he appeared merely to be a man in his 60s or 70s. Upon closer examination, however, a significant issue arose. Since his reincarnation 6 months prior, the dynamic between Li Changfu and himself had not resembled that of a typical grandfather and grandson. From the outset, Li Zhen had accepted the old man as the grandfather of his past life, but now, as he mulled over the matter, other thoughts began to take root, a quiet speculation blossoming within him. Nevertheless, Li Zhen refrained from delving further into this topic, noting the old man's darkened countenance. Besides, he was unwell and could hardly endure any additional strain. After having their meal, he recounted the events of the previous night concerning the Huangduan's visit to Waileo Mountain. Noticing Li Changfu's lack of interest, Li Zhen reluctantly tidied up the dishes and stepped outside. As was customary, today he would go to old Chan's home to learn his craft. In early spring, the village was beginning to awaken, with a few old trees sprouting leaves and wildflowers blooming along the roadside. It had been a while since he had seen Cat's sister. He wondered where she had gone to seek her fortune. The previously mentioned information exchanges had yielded little in the way of transactions. Upon entering the village, he greeted some familiar faces, who returned his salutations warmly. The previous incident involving the malevolent old sheep had earned him a modicum of fame in the village. People were saying that the grandson of Li Gonggong had become successful, having learned his grandfather's skills, and would undoubtedly become an extraordinary being in the future. In the past 6 months, numerous matchmakers had visited Li Changfu's homestead. However, due to the old man's peculiar temperament, they often left after receiving a scolding, and gradually, no one dared to approach the Li family for matrimonial proposals. It was said that the old man was intent on keeping his grandson single. While the elders could not persuade him, perhaps the younger generation could reason with him. While learning from old Chan, Li Zhen found himself frequently intercepted by matchmakers along the way. Unfortunately, the ones being introduced to him were quite peculiar. Of course, peculiar in this context was a euphemism for something far less appealing. He recalled one matchmaker from the Liu family village who claimed to have a girl who was easy to maintain. When asked how easy, she replied that the girl could be satisfied with just 8 buns for a meal and wouldn't eat more. Moreover, she claimed that at night, the girl snored like thunder and had a robust physique. When Li Zhen inquired about her weight, the matchmaker pondered and said, as heavy as your family's stone mill. In the village, a plump figure was considered attractive, but Li Zhen had not anticipated such an extreme. On another occasion, A matchmaker from area village wanted to introduce him to a girl from the underworld. Upon inquiry, it turned out she was a former killer, but now she had turned over a new leaf. The matchmaker even brought her to the village, saying they had walked together without any incident. Zhen felt a wave of nausea and decided to cease all discussions regarding matchmaking. These were amusing anecdotes, yet in his heart, he sensed that he might once again face a life of solitude in this life. A two-lifetime bachelor. Was he still merely a bachelor? He was undoubtedly a lone wolf. Having traversed the village and reflected on some past events, he finally arrived at Old Chan's residence. The courtyard was wide open, and an unusual silence enveloped the place. The usually clamorous chickens, ducks, and geese had gone quiet. As Zhen stepped into the courtyard, his expression changed. In the center of the yard, several chairs had been arranged, occupied by a group of individuals. The leader, a man with a square face and a hooked nose, exuded a sharp gaze as he lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a cup of hot tea beside him. Old Chan was engaged in a nervous conversation with him. Behind this man stood 3 Taoist priests clad in silk robes, their mere presence radiating an aura far beyond that of ordinary folk. Among them was a familiar face, Lu Leiguai, the man who insisted on marrying God-Subjugation sister. He squinted and stood behind the hooked-nosed man, addressing Old Chan with a smug expression. Your disciple has struck our martial artist from Lu family village and ruined my engagement. Old Chan, I respect you as a senior in the iron grasp profession, which is why I've brought my brother to inform you. If this were in the past, it would not be so simple. Your disciple might find himself in pieces soon. Old Chan smiled nervously and handed a cup of hot tea to Lu Leiguai. Yes, yes. You speak the truth. My disciple is truly unaware of his limits. I will certainly teach him a lesson. Teach him? Lu Leiguai scoffed. I, Lu Leiguai, have done good deeds all my life, and just as I was about to secure a bride, my fate has been ruined. Can I simply swallow this grievance? Old Chan's eyelids twitched, and suddenly, he stood up in agitation, unable to contain his anger. The hook-nosed man, Lu Leiguai's brother, slammed his palm on the wooden table, causing it to splinter with a resounding crash. He coldly raised his eyes to Old Chan and impatiently said, You'll listen to whatever my brother says. It's that simple. There's no need for me to teach you this, is there? Old Chan's earlier anger evaporated instantly. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. Isn't the blood-clothing gang known for being righteous in the county? Is this how you oppress us common folk? The hook-nosed man feigned a troubled expression, smacking his lips and chuckling. Indeed, we in the blood-clothing gang are righteous, but this is just my one brother. You've bullied him, and I'm not allowed to seek justice? Old Chuan gritted his teeth and raised his eyes, catching a glimpse of Zhen entering the door. He gestured for Zhen to retreat. To his surprise, the younger brother of the notorious Lu Leiguai had already risen to the position of Incense Master within the Blood Garment Gang. The Incense Master held a legitimate managerial role, responsible for lighting incense for deities and conducting rituals, wielding considerable authority over numerous gang members. In terms of cultivation, Lu Leiguai's brother was not far behind him. Both were at the same threshold of entry-level cultivation. However, the power backing him was formidable, comprising the entire gang, including influential leaders and established masters. In essence, facing a gang with his meager status was akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. Relinquishing his prized disciple would render Old Chuan unworthy of the title of master. After losing 2 disciples in a battle with cursed objects last year, he found it difficult to emerge from that shadow, especially when it came to his most promising disciple, Zhen. He attempted to signal desperately, but Zhen feigned ignorance. Moving steadily and unperturbed, he approached the shattered table, pointed at the debris, and frowned, asking, Who will compensate for this table worth 5 coins? Lu Leiguai's brother slightly raised his eyes, tilting his head to glance at his ineffectual brother, inquiring, Who is this? Lu Leiguai stammered, recalling how Zhen had intimidated him the previous day, but with his brother present, he steeled himself and spat. This is the wretched cur who has ruined my fortunes. The hawkish-nosed man remained composed, twisting the ring on his thumb, and said in a low voice, How do you wish to deal with him? If he can speak, then cut out his tongue. If he can fight, then break his tendons. I will make him understand that one must not be too arrogant. Lu Leiguai's eyes widened in fury. His brother, still icy and calm, waved his hand to summon 3 skilled enforcers who had already entered, instructing, Do as my brother says. But do not draw blood. Tomorrow is my brother's big day. The 3 men, dressed in silk, appeared well-fed compared to the villagers. They moved in to encircle Zhen. Old Chuan, seeing the situation, stepped in front of Zhen and shouted, Do you know who this boy's grandfather is? The 3 enforcers, recognizing the potential significance, hesitated. Glancing back at the hawkish-nosed man, he raised an eyebrow, questioning, who is his grandfather? Lu Leagwai slapped his thigh and cursed. Listen to him bluster. This boy's grandfather is merely a minor sorcerer from the roadside. The hawkish-nosed man frowned and asked, a minor sorcerer? From which sect? Lu Leagwai faltered, pondering. I don't know. Perhaps he is involved with fortune-telling or talismans, just someone who helps with moving homes and cooking. Brother, you are the incense master of a major gang. Why fear him? Upon hearing this, the hawkish-nosed man felt reassured. In the region of Pan Prefecture, the most powerful gangs were those formed by iron hands. The wealth collectors and the thousand faces. The likes of fortune-tellers and talismans held no sway in Tongzhou. Acknowledging Li Zhan's grandfather's identity, he felt emboldened and continued. What are you hesitating for? Does the incense master need to handle this personally? The three enforcers, disregarding all else, lunged forward. Old Chuan stood firm, his aura rising, exuding a faint scent of incense. Just as he was about to act, Li Zhan held him back. Chuan, step aside. Li Zhan brushed past old Chuan. Standing before the three men, and after searching his person for a moment, produced a crimson wooden token. It bore the engraved words Lingbao Hang. The three men, sharp-eyed, recognized the token instantly, halting their advance. The hawkish-nosed man stood up from his chair, exclaiming, you fumble against a mere boy. And now you wish to challenge your livelihood in the Blood Garment Gang. The three men exchanged glances, their faces contorted, and murmured, Master Lu, we want to fight. But he holds the token of Lingbao Hang. The hawkish-nosed man felt a catch in his breath and, upon closer inspection, indeed saw the wooden token. He stepped forward, standing before Li Zhan, and demanded, how do you possess the token of Lingbao Hang? Li Zhan casually flipped the token over, revealing the name of the deputy manager. Qiu Yan. He replied nonchalantly, Brother Qiu is an acquaintance of mine. Is it so rare for him to lend me a token? The hawkish-nosed man was momentarily stunned, his expression betraying no fear, but inside, he was tumultuous. Qiu Yan, the deputy manager of Lingbao Hang. The influence of Lingbao Hang far surpassed that of the Blood Garment Gang, and possessing a deputy manager's token indicated a person of great significance in Dongyi County. A mere incense master, let alone a subordinate, would bow down before Qiu Yan. How could a commoner like Li Zhan have connections with such a figure? That token cannot be real. Let me see it. Li Zhan scoffed. What is the Blood Garment Gang to me? You dare question the token of Manager Qiu? The hawkish-nosed man felt a pang of apprehension. Indeed, only someone of higher standing could exude such authority. Yet, unbeknownst to him, one of Li Zhan's hands trembled slightly behind his back. Chapter 42. The Battle of Wits against Lu Mao and the Truth of the Token. Manager Qiu, how have you been? The hawkish-nosed man probed cautiously. Li Zhan coldly replied, yesterday at the roadside market, I was drawn to the festivities. My manager brother is in excellent health. The hawkish-nosed man swallowed hard, wanting to scold him for daring to associate with the esteemed manager of Lingbao Hang as a mere commoner. However, the words remained unspoken. Observing how confidently Li Zhan stood, he no longer appeared as a lowly commoner. With a slight tremor in his eyelids, the hawkish-nosed man devised another plan, stating, it has been a while since I visited Manager Qiu. Young brother, when you have the chance, please send my regards. He was testing whether Li Zhan understood the intricacies of the gang. The incense master of a sub-branch and the deputy manager of a gang were worlds apart. One could only aspire to meet such a figure. You? Li Zhan chuckled. Manager Qiu is inundated with business and treasures. Why would he have time for a lackey from the Blood Garment Gang? The hawkish-nosed man felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained his composure, stating, I am Lu Mao, the incense master of the Blood Garment Gang. Young brother, is it truly wise to belittle me? Li Zhan feigned arrogance, pulling out the chair beneath Lu Mao and seating himself, coldly declaring, earlier you spoke of cutting out my tongue and breaking my tendons. Now you desire a favorable disposition for me. If Brother Qiu were here, you likely wouldn't be able to leave this place. Lu Mao, upon hearing this, was filled with doubt and confusion. He felt that the crimson wooden token in Li Zhan's hand was far too convincing. Positions within the gang were differentiated by the depth of color of the tokens. How could a mere commoner understand this? Yet, the intense crimson hue made it impossible to believe it was a fake. However, a lowly enforcer, merely at the entry level, could not possibly have connections with the deputy manager of Lingbao Hang. As Lu Mao pondered, old Chuan was astounded, his jaw nearly dropping. When had his disciple become so closely acquainted with the deputy manager of Lingbao Hang? He anxiously glanced at the few disciples he had settled in the side room, including the exceptionally special Go Shang, who had been showing apparent flattery towards Li Zhan over the past 6 months. Could it be that? Old Chuan's heart raced, feeling as though his ancestors had sent forth a plume of green smoke from their graves. Lu Mao, why have you stopped? Hurry and strike. This wretched creature has ruined my kin. How can you still be courteous to him? It is no wonder that old man Lu is so useless. He lacks even this bit of discernment. Lu Mo, startled, glanced at Li Zhen's darkened countenance and hurriedly turned back, moving swiftly to his brother, delivering a few resounding slaps. He recognized the deputy manager of Lingbao firm. Even I cannot afford to offend him. Brother, for heaven's sake, do not drag me down with you. What? Old man Lu's face quickly swelled, astonished as he pointed his cane at Li Zhen. He knows someone of esteem in the county? Just him? Lu Mo? You're still young. How could you be more foolish than your brother? Smack. Smack. Another 2 slaps followed. And Lu Mo ordered his subordinates to drag his own brother out of the estate. Turning back, he bowed to Li Zhen and said, I had no idea you were acquainted with Deputy Manager Qiu of Lingbao firm. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. In due time, when you arrive in the county, my blood robe gang's 3rd hall will surely treat you with utmost respect. I must first discipline my useless brother. Farewell. Once outside the residence, old man Lu clutched at Lu Mo's clothes, scolding him fiercely. I raised you from a mere infant. And this is how you treat your brother. Lu Mo held his brother down, and, once they had distanced themselves, whispered, Brother. He possesses the order of the deputy manager of Lingbao firm, and it is of impeccable quality, not a counterfeit. If he truly has connections with Lingbao firm, our actions would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, let us withdraw early. I will seek someone to investigate the truth. Should I discover that this brat is merely boasting, he might find himself in dire straits. Old man Lu finally calmed down, wiping away his tears, and pointed at his swollen face. So, I just took these blows for nothing? Lu Mo chuckled. Brother, the act of striking you was real, but the intent behind it was feigned. If we cannot deceive ourselves, what will we do if he turns out to have genuine connections? Old man Lu finally felt a bit relieved and asked, Can I still marry Gao Xiaoyang? Lu Mo suppressed his laughter, his expression darkening. Until we ascertain that brat's identity, brother, you should set aside your matrimonial aspirations. The sheep's rear is pristine. You may address your immediate needs there. Lu Mo, having come with great force, retreated just as swiftly. Once he confirmed that the leader of the blood robe gang had left, Li Zhen exhaled deeply, his back already damp, sinking into a chair. Deceiving others is far more challenging than deceiving the crafty. Faced with Huang Duan of Wudong, he felt no fear, but that Lu Mo, behind him, was supported by a powerful faction in the county. How could a mere wanderer contend with such a colossal entity? Old Chai, oblivious to Li Zhen's condition, cheerfully asked, Zhen, do you mean to say you are now acquainted with the deputy manager of Lingbao firm? Li Zhen forced a wry smile. I deceived them. What? Old Chai exclaimed, pointing at the token in Li Zhen's hand. But this token looks so convincingly real. Li Zhen toyed with the wooden plaque. Furrowing his brow, I knew that obstructing old man Lu's marriage would offend his brother, who has connections in the county. So, when I parted from the deputy manager, I stealthily took his order. What? Old Chai was left dumbfounded. His own disciple was robbing Peter to pay Paul, but this was a rather grand theft. You dared to steal from the deputy manager of Lingbao firm? Boy, is it too late for me to disown you as my disciple? Chapter 43. The grievances of Lingbao firm and the master-disciple showdown in Panzhou, Dongyi County. A light rain fell. The square brick and tile houses connected in a cluster. And though rainwater pooled on the street, the road remained firm, paved with blue bricks, as merchants and pedestrians continued their business. A tall pavilion towered over the surrounding buildings, standing at least 3 stories high, each level crowned with a sharp, sloping roof. In front of the building hung a not overly aged but heavy and weathered plaque, intricately inscribed with the words Lingbao firm. Few visitors traversed the pavilion. The few figures that did were hurried and distinct from the ordinary crowd. Inside the second-floor room, the air was thick with the fragrance of rare delicacies and medicinal herbs. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with a prominent mustache, his hair damp. He was polishing a bright, luminescent jade bracelet, chuckling as he remarked, "Treasures manifest in the world indeed accompany the wonders of nature. This spring rain carries a hint of blood, I can feel it." Next to the counter, a hunched young servant held a basin of warm water, awaiting instructions. "Master, let us cleanse the impoverished aura from the village with the prepared talisman water." The mustached man grunted in acknowledgement, carefully stowing the jade bracelet away. Wrapping it in silk cloth, like a woman who has never touched water, he gingerly dipped his slightly plump hands into the basin, testing the temperature before beginning to wash. The young servant, not idle, continued, "Master Qiu, have you discovered treasures in the village below?" This mustached man was the deputy manager of Lingbao firm, Qiu Yin. He sighed softly, withdrawing his hands from the water before responding. treasures have indeed been found, but they were seized from another. A piece of exquisite blood jade, capable of gathering luck and seizing energy, should have rightfully belonged to the villagers, yet I exchanged it for a bag of tai sui and silver. Upon hearing this, the young servant hastily set down the basin and bowed. That means the villagers were not destined for such fortune. Moreover, this treasure, in Master Chio's hands, will surely be put to good use. Chio Yen smiled and returned to his seat, taking a ginseng root from the shelf behind him and chewing it raw. After swallowing, feeling a warmth spread through him, he continued, that villager has the fate of a weak general, but with this jade, he can seize the energy of his kin for his own use. Over time, he may truly become a formidable figure in a chaotic world. A general's fate. The young servant gasped. A general is not merely a creature of the pond. If a general emerges from Dongyi County, it would elevate our status immensely in Panzhou. Chio Yen lazily nodded. The general's fate is one thing, but ultimately, I am merely a treasure collector in this realm. My fortune-telling skills are not particularly accurate. Yet there is one individual whom I cannot fathom. There is someone even Master Chio cannot see through. The young servant was taken aback. Coming from humble beginnings, being able to serve the esteemed Lingbao firm was already a stroke of good fortune, but how could he, being from the village, not know how impoverished and downtrodden the villagers are? Chio Yan's mention of several formidable figures left even him somewhat incredulous. Carrying silver tai sui in my pocket, I can remain unperturbed, knowing I am the deputy manager of Lingbao firm. Yet this lad remains neither servile nor arrogant. If he is not a fool, then he must hail from a distinguished lineage. Chio Yen paused. In my eyes, he does not seem a fool. Rather, he resembles a noble of some sort. The young servant's jaw nearly dropped. After serving Master Chio for so many years, this was the first time he had heard such high praise from him regarding another. Even the current head of Lingbao firm would sometimes receive a scolding from Chio Yen. May I ask, Master, what is his name? Chio Yen caressed the jade bracelet in his hand. His name is Li Zhen. In this world, few bear the surname Li, especially in such remote rural areas where encountering someone with that name is even rarer. The Li surname is noble, yet also taboo. If it were not for this being Panzhou, I would almost think he is a scion of the illustrious Li family from Zhongzhou. The Zhongzhou Li family? The young servant was perplexed, unaware of which Li family was being referenced. He only knew that the most powerful gang in Dongyi County was the Tai Sui gang. Chio Yen realized he was speaking to a wall and simply continued to himself. But the Zhongzhou Li family has long been destroyed. The aristocratic families and factions have driven them to extinction, leaving no Li in the world but ordinary ones. They spoke of celestial beings not permitting them. Of the emperor's wrath, the Zhongzhou Li family met a deserved fate. Yet how are we mere small fry to comprehend the truth? Xiaoman, today, do not mention these matters to anyone. I have 2 instructions for you. Listen carefully. The young servant bowed again. Master, please give your orders. Chio Yen took out the wrapped jade bracelet once more, positioning it in the light streaming through the room. He instructed, assist me in locating 13 women, preferably maidens, to be taken to my residence in the name of the Baohang. Ensure that no third party is aware of this. Furthermore, he added, send someone back to the Ma village. My steward has lost something. The servant eagerly complied and exited the second-floor pavilion. As for Chio Yen, he held the jade thoughtfully and pondered, why would someone steal my identity token? If you are in distress, you could have negotiated with me using this jade. After a self-deprecating smile, he mused, alas, I truly mistook you for a member of the Li family from Zhongzhou. You, a mere commoner, are unaware of the value of this blood jade. How dare you trade with me? In Ma village, the weather was cool and the old Chanshuang was eerily silent. You dare to steal the order of the deputy steward of Lingbaohang? This is the end, Zhenwazi. Do you not realize that the second largest gang in the county is Lingbaohang? The old Chanshuang panicked, pondering escape with his life. Li Zhen took a deep breath. Sitting upright as he analyzed, if he is indeed the steward of Lingbaohang, his abilities must be formidable. Having taken his order, he is bound to notice. Yet, he did not mention it upon leaving the Gao family. This implies we are doomed. Everything is over. It is finished. Old Chuan, do not panic. Li Zhen urged as he continued to deliberate. The deputy steward of Lingbaohang must possess considerable skills. While I know he is not a master of martial arts, when standing beside me, his vitality was notably robust, and his breathing cycle was exceptionally refined. Even if he lacks knowledge of martial arts, he certainly has skills akin to my grandfather's. Either he is a foolish pig who failed to notice I took his order, or he is fishing for information to discern my intentions. Clearly, he is not a fool. Old Chuan turned pale, realizing, then what is your purpose in taking his order? Li Zhen calmly adjusted his breathing, explaining, To temporarily resolve the troubles with old Gui and his brothers, that is one reason. To test the worth of that jade, that is another. And lastly, to unveil my identity, that is the third. Jade? What jade? Old Chuan inquired. A precious jade, which he exchanged for me. I took his order, and he feigned ignorance, indicating that this jade is far more valuable than the silver he offered. Thus, I took his order, and he will indulge me this once, as it is a debt he owes me. Li Zhen added in his mind. It seems Qiu Yin is quite curious about my identity. This is the key to our predicament. Upon hearing this, old Chuan calmed down, sitting down with a furrowed brow. What should we do then? Should we confess to Steward Qiu? But how do we deal with old Gui? His brothers are formidable. If not for the blood-clothing gang's leader, I could easily strike him down. Li Zhen dismissed old Chuan's bravado with a sigh, stating, at this point, we can only feign familiarity. I will either return personally for the order, or he will send someone. In any case, I must return this jade in front of old Gui's brothers, under the pretense of friendship. Old Chuan's eyes widened in realization. Brilliant. But how will you deceive Qiu Yin's people? How will you masquerade as a wolf in sheep's clothing? Li Zhen crossed his arms. Casting a cold glance at old Chuan, it is simple. From this moment, you must no longer regard me as your disciple, but as a nobleman of the county. Only by deceiving yourself can you deceive others. You scoundrel. Old Chuan looked at Li Zhen with a mix of disbelief and concern. Realizing the precarious position they found themselves in, he saluted. Ah, young Master Li, what brings you from the county? Weren't you conversing with the deputy steward of Lingbaohang? Indeed, that is so, Li Zhen confirmed. Now, go and brew me a pot of tea. Meanwhile, in a side room, Go Sheng sat on the Kong, eavesdropping through the paper window. He shook his head, chuckling softly. Why complicate matters? Just tell Qiu Yin you are a scion of the Li family, and all will be well. The entire county will elevate you. What weight does the blood-clothing gang carry compared to you? After indulging in the feeling of being a nobleman, Li Zhen felt elated. However, he could not forsake old Chuan, as he needed to secure a position of influence to intimidate Qiu Yin's subordinates and avoid direct conflict with the blood-clothing gang. Fighting was inevitable, but without the necessary development, he could only employ a delaying tactic to balance both sides. He possessed the capability for combat, and if Li Zhen were to live longer, he might resort to recklessly confronting foes in the county. But after having lived so long and finally feeling a sense of belonging, facing death became all the more daunting. Afternoon, for individuals gathered in the courtyard. Originally 5. One disciple had already left the sect. He had come merely to learn the craft of blacksmithing, but due to old Chuan's equal treatment, he was taught the techniques of the iron grip style. Unable to endure the pressure and fearing the bizarre elements, he had departed early. Thus, the remaining 4 were the last disciples of old Chuan. Following the market day yesterday, they had a half-day off, so they arrived late at the estate. The others appeared unchanged. Liu Bangxia donned an extravagant outfit, albeit somewhat gaudy, adorned with numerous counterfeit items purchased at the market. Gao Kaixing arrived late. Unaware of the blood-clothing gang's affairs, his joy evident as he no longer had to marry off a sister. In just a day, he had also entered the realm of the iron grip style. Go Sheng, though youthful in appearance, sat to the side in meditation, exuding a sense of weariness. But Niu Feng was a different story. His eyes were sunken, his steps unsteady, as if he were on the verge of collapse from overindulgence. Li Zhen, arms crossed, maintained an air of superiority, but upon seeing Niu Feng's condition, he could no longer contain himself. Connecting the dots to the previous day's purchases of a certain seductive garment, it seemed Niu Feng had succumbed to temptation. Liu Bangxia exclaimed upon seeing Niu Feng. What the hell? Brother, what did you do last night? Niu Feng laughed foolishly, seemingly dazed. Li Zhen cleared his throat, addressing the young man. I can understand youthful exuberance, but you must realize that excessive indulgence is unwise. Perhaps it would be best to dispose of that garment. Rest assured, the brothers in the sect are all honorable gentlemen and would never stoop to picking it up. Once Niu Feng finished his foolish laughter, he turned to Li Zhen. Brother Zhen, you don't understand. She was beautiful, so beautiful. What? Li Zhen was taken aback. Niu Feng's appearance was quite disconcerting, resembling a lovesick fool. His laughter was lewd, his eyes vacant, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. The celestial maidens in the county, truly, at my home, so beautiful. She wore a seductive garment. It was truly enchanting. Liu Bangxia, taken aback, quickly grabbed Niu Feng's arm, shaking him. Is this true? Why didn't you tell me sooner? The force of her grip was perhaps too much, as Niu Feng fainted, collapsing into her arms. Trouble! Liu Bangxia exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. Brother Zhen, Niu Feng has fainted. Li Zhen sensed something was amiss and lost his jovial demeanor. His eyes flickered with life and death energies as he employed his skill to peer deeper. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran through him. Niufeng's life force was nearly extinguished. Ordinarily, a person's life force would fluctuate, dim when sleeping or ill, but on this sunny day, with abundant yang energy, a person's life force should shine brightly as a lantern. Even if Niufeng had indulged throughout the night, without serious harm, it would not result in the total extinguishing of his life force. To ensure clarity, Li Zhen scrutinized several times. The unyielding pursuit of Niufeng's spirit lamp left no stone unturned, fearing he might have concealed his life as essence there. Yet, no trace was found, confirming that Niufeng had indeed suffered a grievous loss of life force, extinguishing all 3 lamps. Furthermore, Niufeng claimed to have encountered a celestial maiden in the town, which could very well imply he had encountered not a mere human, but a malevolent entity that feeds on life essence. Is that belly band still in your house? Li Zhen inquired anxiously. No, do not harbor ill intentions toward my celestial maiden. Niufeng, in a dazed state, managed to retort. Li Zhen handed him over to the still bewildered Lao Chan and beckoned to Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia, saying, the items Niufeng procured are quite sinister. Something must have transpired at his home. Lao Chan must look after Niufeng. We need to visit his residence. Gao Kaixing, having just gained access, was eager to hone his skills, confidently patting his chest. Rest assured, Brother Zhen, we can suppress any malevolent forces that may arise. Li Zhen shot him a glance, cautioning, just don't get overwhelmed. Having departed from Lao Chan's abode, they ventured past the horse market, and after a 3-mile trek, they arrived at Lu family village. Niufeng's family was the only one in the village with a different surname, due to being the sole outsiders. Coupled with their substantial wealth from raising over 100 cattle, they were not ostracized by the villagers. In fact, Niufeng often played with the village chief's grandson. Upon entering Lu family village, Li Zhen was immediately struck by a foul odor, reminiscent of a mix of decay and heather, utterly nauseating. Even holding his breath, the stench clouded his mind. Yet, the other villagers, busy with their stalls or farm work, appeared oblivious to the odor, casually greeting Lu Bangxia as they strolled along the path. Strangely, each person greeting her bore dark circles under their eyes, and their life lamps flickered ominously, suppressing his unease. Li Zhen hastened his steps toward Niufeng's home. The cattle-rearing estate was quite opulent, with 2 large cow sheds at the back from which the foul stench emanated. Good heavens, this is unbearable, Lu Bangxia exclaimed, retching and waving her hand, unwilling to enter. Li Zhen and Gao Kaixing, battling their nausea, knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. No one answered. Frowning, Li Zhen gracefully leaped over the courtyard wall, only to be met with a shocking sight upon entering. The yard was strewn with vibrant red belly bands, creating a scene reminiscent of a blood pool, and Li Zhen felt himself being drawn into it. Regaining his composure, he bit his tongue, and clarity flooded his senses. Looking around again, he realized there were no belly bands at all, only the lifeless bodies of cattle sprawled across the ground. Chapter 45. The Celestial Maiden of the Prefecture. The old ape and the blood sausage, the once healthy yellow cattle that should have been in the shed, now lay dead in disarray in the yard, nearly forming 2 layers. Each lifeless beast stared wide-eyed, blood oozing from their ears and nostrils, with flies swirling incessantly. The repugnant smell emanating from this place was the source of the stench pervading Lu family village. The overpowering aroma momentarily caused Li Zhen to feel faint, but he summoned the life energy within him, gradually stabilizing himself atop a mound of carcasses. The technique of biting his tongue was one taught by Lao Chan. The blood from the tongue is pure yang, and in the face of illusions or disorienting spirits, this method could clarify the mind and dispel confusion. To his astonishment, it proved effective. Li Zhen maintained his composure, meticulously examining the condition of each deceased cow. He noted that all the yellow cattle lay with rigid limbs, their eyes wide open, as if they had experienced great terror before dying. Old Li had once mentioned that those who had yet to unlock their spiritual doors could see unwillingly manifested malevolent spirits by applying cow tears above their eyes. Cattle are inherently spiritual creatures, and with so many dead, yet no visible wounds, it was evident that this was beyond human capability. It must be the belly bands. Li Zhen did not dare to relax his vigilance. He summoned a ghastly ghost-faced bronze gong into his palm, regardless of its effectiveness. Possessing a reliable tool could bolster one's courage. The cattle were already lost, and the damage to Niufeng's family was irreparable. But if they could rescue Niufeng's parents, that would suffice. However, at that moment, Li Zhen dared not dwell on dark thoughts. Armed with the gong, He felt light on his feet as he leaped among the carcasses toward a side room facing the sheds. Without knocking, he kicked the door, which shattered upon impact. Peering inside, he found it empty. This room was devoid of inhabitants, so he proceeded to the next. Bang, bang. After kicking open 4 rooms, all were vacant. Now at the final room, if he found no sign of Niu Feng's parents, he would need to consider retreating. It was imperative to save the parents of his fellow disciples. The fates of others were of little concern. Bang. Li Zhen kicked open the door, only to be taken aback. Gao Kaisheng, who had just been startled, had also bitten his tongue, regaining clarity, and hurried to Li Zhen's side. Both men were frozen in shock at the scene before them in the 5th room. Inside, there was a stark contrast to the numerous dead cattle outside. No trace of blood or decay lingered. Instead, a woman clad in a white dress, her face veiled in sheer fabric, was gently massaging the shoulders and legs of a middle-aged couple. This woman, unlike Aunt Zhang, radiated an ethereal aura, detached from the mundane world. "Mother, do you approve of my relationship with Niu Feng?" the veiled maiden asked bashfully. "Of course. How could I not? My son marrying such a beautiful bride makes me dream with joy," Niu Feng's mother exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of the white-clad maiden. "And what of my father? I have a residence in the prefecture and can bring you both to live with me there," the maiden softly suggested, gently squeezing Niu Feng's father's shoulders. Niu Feng's father, in a state of bliss, replied, "That sounds wonderful, but I haven't been to the prefecture much. What will happen to all these cattle?" "Cattle? Oh, they can simply be disposed of," the maiden chuckled, exuding a beguiling charm. No, that won't do," Niu Feng's father protested. "Yellow cattle are sentient beings. Selling them for plowing is acceptable, but slaughtering them all would incur divine retribution. Then what should we do?" "Dear father?" Standing at the door, Gao Kaisheng was utterly entranced, but realizing he was losing composure, he shook himself awake and tugged at Li Zhen's sleeve, urging, "Brother Zhen, let us leave. Niu Feng is fortunate indeed to have wed the maiden from the prefecture." Li Zhen nodded, glancing at the trio inside, who remained oblivious to their presence. As he turned to depart, a sudden clang of the gong reverberated, deep and resonant. With a single hand, Li Zhen struck the gong, and immediately his senses sharpened. The dead cattle remained in the yard, yet the interior had transformed. Niu Feng's parents were now bound by 2 red belly bands. Suspended from the rafters, their bodies bloodied and lifeless, eyes wide in terror, feet dangling in the air, utterly deceased. Gone was the celestial maiden. Instead, a hairless, baboon-like old ape lounged on the bed, gnawing on entrails, blood dribbling from its mouth. Upon noticing Li Zhen, it swallowed the remnants and burped, "Young man, where do you hail from, and do you know my husband?" Li Zhen felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill settling in his heart. Niu Feng's parents were dead. The belly bands purchased at the market were indeed instruments of death. Gao Kaisheng, awakened by the gong's sound, now beheld the true scene within, his shock rooted not in fear of the old ape, but in its role in the demise of his fellow disciple's parents. "Beast! You wretched beast!" Gao Kaisheng, newly initiated, his spirit high, charged into the room, fists raised, intent on striking down the old ape. The aged ape feigned fright, its elongated arms shielding its form. Ah, how barbaric the villagers are! How could the esteemed Lord Niu Feng be acquainted with mere mud-legged folk? Go to hell! Gao Caisheng's face flushed crimson, fury surging within him, thoroughly disgusted by the old ape's antics. With a fierce punch, he aimed for the creature's head. "I am a noble lady from the county. You, savage, shall not tarnish my dignity." Despite the blood not yet spilling from his lips, the green-eyed ape, with its formidable fangs bared, pretended to be a demure maiden, clutching its chest. As Gao Caisheng's fist approached, it grinned slyly, and with a single wave of its hand, a tremendous force struck Gao Caisheng's face. With a resounding slap, the enraged Gao Kaisheng was sent flying through the window, landing amidst a pile of cattle carcasses. Spitting a mouthful of blood, struggling to sit up, his eyes wide with terror, he shouted to Li Zhen, "Brother Zhen, quick, go summon Lord Chan for assistance. This beast possesses profound abilities." The old ape, with its filthy fingers poking at its ears, remarked, "I only wish to play with you. Calling for help would spoil the fun." Gao Kaisheng readied himself again, tearing off a piece of cow carcass to use as a weapon, but was restrained by Li Zhen. "Brother Zhen, hurry. Call for Lord Chan. We cannot allow the deaths of the Niu Feng's parents to be in vain. We must slay this beast." Li Zhen shook his head, exerting great force to pull Gao Kaisheng back. "What are you doing? Seeking death? Your sister awaits your return to the village. There's no need to show off." His nails slightly elongated, Li Zhen's demeanor turned cold. He stepped forward. "If the heavens fall, I will bear it. You return to seek Lord Chan. Gao Kaixing spat blood. Hesitating, Brother Zhen, I believe I am the taller one. Get lost. Li Zhen kicked Gao Kaixing out of the courtyard, while he himself held the gong. Facing the menacing old ape, the ape's eyes gleamed at the sight of the ghostly copper gong. What a splendid item. Young man, if you hand me that gong, I might reconsider and spare your innards. What is so delectable about intestines? Li Zhen murmured, channeling all his strength into his palms. His own skills were insufficient to confront the old ape. He could only rely on his gong. You do not comprehend. Intestines are the most exquisite delicacy in the world, smoked, fried, roasted, or even eaten raw, especially those of a human, particularly a beautiful one's. Alas, I have traversed many villages yet have yet to encounter a beauty. The old ape appeared enraptured, its barbed tongue licking its fingers. Li Zhen scoffed, raw? You would consume it even if it were filled with excrement. The ape's expression hardened, its green fly-like eyes fixated on Li Zhen. You shall not insult my beloved. Suddenly, all the cattle's bellies in the village ruptured from within. Eerie little apes crawled out, their wet fur glistening, wailing as they made their way toward Li Zhen's feet. The old ape's eyes shimmered with a mix of pity and madness as it rasped, My children, bite him. Tear open his innards. In the courtyard of the Liu family, Liu Mao sat upright, sipping tea while conversing with his brother, his nose twitching as if detecting something amiss. As a prominent figure in the blood-clad gang, his senses were keen. What a heavy stench of blood. The offerings to our gang's leader never reeked this strongly. Lu Laoguai glanced at Liu Mao, puzzled. Brother, why do you concern yourself with this? First, ascertain the identity of that old Chai's apprentice so I can marry soon. Liu Mao waved his hand, a serious expression on his face. Brother, let us not discuss that now. The demon lair opens in 3 months. The world has turned increasingly sinister. If something truly malevolent arises in Liu family village, we must prioritize our survival over marital concerns. What? Liu family village is quite secure. There is said to be a guardian on the Ileo mountain watching over it. No demons can escape. Liu Laoguai shook his head. Liu Mao squinted, sniffing diligently until he heard a dull gong sound, which made his eyes light up. Someone is exorcising a demon. A prime opportunity. The demon hides treasures. While we can benefit from their conflict, let us go and mediate. Summoning 3 followers, Liu Mao dashed out of the village. Chapter 46. A fierce battle with the eerie ape. Summoned the night watcher. The myriad of grotesque little apes, dragging thick, viscous slime, bared their teeth and quickly swarmed around Li Zhen's feet. Simultaneously, the old ape dove into the pile of cattle corpses, disappearing from view. Li Zhen steadied his mind, continuously dispatching the strange little apes while trying to locate the old ape. However, he only saw the cattle carcasses shifting, the old ape remaining elusive. It lay in wait, seeking the perfect moment to strike Li Zhen fatally. Though he wielded the copper gong, it felt somewhat inadequate. Suddenly, he struck the gong with a forceful clap. The old ape, stirring among the corpses, momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhen channeled his strength into his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. He smashed through one cow carcass, but still found no trace of the old ape. You think possessing a treasure gong means you can contend with me? A sinister, raspy voice emerged from behind Li Zhen. Reacting swiftly, he turned and, with a surge of energy, struck where he sensed the presence. Crack! His fingers aimed not at the old ape, but instead struck a thick cow horn, which shattered upon impact. Li Zhen, momentarily stunned, felt a pair of bloodied hands emerge from beneath his feet, swiftly grasping his ankle. The grip was vice-like, pulling Li Zhen deeper into the pile of corpses. The suffocating mass of carcasses piled high, exerting immense pressure, rendered him nearly immobile. Ha! The old ape leaped out, towering over Li Zhen, then crouched down, its green fly-like eyes fixed intensely on him. Quite handsome, young lord. Would you like me to transform into a celestial maiden and play with you? Li Zhen had awaited this moment. He summoned the bone hammer, which opened up the constricting cattle carcasses, creating a gap for his hand. Instantly, he withdrew his hand, energy swirling between his fingers, aimed at the old ape's eyes. The act of striking the life lamp not only honed his vision, but also strengthened his fingers. This maneuver was more than sufficient to pierce the eye of a malevolent creature. The old ape, caught off guard by Li Zhen's quick escape, had no defense against his swift action. With a squelch, Li Zhen punctured both of the ape's green, fly-like eyes. The old ape howled in agony, leaping back. Its already filthy face quickly became drenched in blood, appearing even more horrifying. You dare to stab my eyes? How bold! The old ape clawed at its decayed eye sockets, its fingertips digging fiercely into its chest. Once again, a squelch echoed as it punctured 2 holes in its chest, revealing a mass of writhing flesh within. numerous eyes pushing forth, rolling around, ultimately settling into gaping wounds. Fortunately, I consume ample sustenance. Though my eyes are pierced, I still possess eyes. The eyes in its chest, asymmetrical, one resembling a human eye, the other a bovine's, gazed malignantly at Zhen. Neither the Ileo mountain nor the monkey trainers of the county will accept me. Both demons and humans alike exhibit vile conduct, and they all deserve death. Blood and flesh erupted from the old ape's mouth, its arms bristling with fangs, summoning a malevolent wind that caused the cattle corpses in the courtyard to tremble. It leaped with astonishing agility, aiming to crash down upon Zhen. Had this been the old Zhen, he might have been unable to evade the demon's tempestuous onslaught. However, now he wielded the bone hammer. With both the hammer and the ghostly gong in hand, he could summon the complete night watcher. His hair grew wildly, cascading to the ground. The incense of longevity in his mind ignited with fervor. Zhen's shadow spread like boiling blood, and his aura turned increasingly frigid, causing even the furious old ape to tremble. How much longer? The old ape paused, uncertain about the entity before him. I inquired about the time. Zhen's dual voice echoed in the old ape's ear, yet curiously, his lips did not move. Outside Neo family village, Lu Mao and his 3 subordinates hurriedly approached. Having missed the recently departed Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia, he steadied himself, an avaricious glint in his eyes. It seemed quiet inside, estimating they were counting their spoils. Regardless of whether they had vanquished the curse, it was undoubtedly the Blood Garment Gang's time to shine. Chapter 47, with the ape's brain in hand. Visitors from the Spirit Treasure Guild, a chilling wind howled, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, rendering movement nearly impossible. Just as Lu Mao prepared to kick open the village gate, a resounding bang echoed, and before he could react, the door swung open, revealing an obscured interior. The sudden turn of events made Lu Mao hesitate. He had hoped to benefit from the conflict within, but the struggle inside appeared far from over. A blood-red shadow spread like a school of fish and water outside the village. Lu Mao and his 3 associates felt a coldness creeping up from beneath their feet, as if they were trudging through a quagmire. What was this? Lu Mao was taken aback, realizing he had encountered a formidable malevolence. As a practitioner of the entry stage, his adaptability was reasonably adequate. He took a deep breath, striving to absorb the vitality of the human realm to maintain his body temperature. Meanwhile, his 3 companions, being mere novices, stood dazed, sensing a chilling energy rising from their feet to the crown of their heads. Cold. They felt like corpses trapped in an ice cellar, witnessing nothing but a hellish, blood-soaked landscape. Lu Mao's heart raced. Aware he had stumbled into trouble, he frantically inhaled vitality, and behind him, a misty copper incense altar began to materialize. The first realm of entry stage, the altar mover. The altar bound the soul of the person. Should one perish, the altar would shatter. The altar came in 3 grades: gold, silver, and copper. Each type provided varying benefits to the person consolidating the altar. The finest, the golden altar, when summoned, greatly enhanced one's strength and vitality. A golden altar also indicated the person's high potential and the likelihood of grasping a special ability. The silver altar offered diminished benefits and would not assist the summoner in comprehending any special abilities. Lastly, the copper altar, which most practitioners possessed, was the case for Lu Mao, who had conjured a copper altar to draw forth vitality while enhancing his physical attributes. At last, he discerned the entity before him. To be precise, it was a person traversing the blood-red lake, with long hair cascading to the ground, a gaunt and pallid visage, and a tall frame. They clutched something in their hand. Lu Mao held his breath. At first glance, it appeared the figure was grasping a strikingly red belly band, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a bloodied and mangled head. The head was grotesque, with bared teeth and a twisted mouth, resembling not a human's, but rather a large-footed ape from the Ileo Mountains. The blood-red shadow finally receded, as if drained of ink. The skies cleared. Lu Mao's 3 subordinates finally caught their breath, some kneeling, others collapsed, gasping for air. The long hair transformed back to a neck-length style. Lu Mao finally recognized that the figure holding the old ape's head was none other than Zhen, who had once brandished the Spirit Treasure Guild's deputy manager's token at the old shovel's residence. He wished to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he stammered, "Brother Li, I caught a whiff of the bloodshed here and assumed a murder had occurred, so I brought my 3 subordinates to investigate, only to discover it was you dealing with the curse." Zhen's complexion regained some color, yet due to the extensive burning of longevity incense, he appeared somewhat sickly and ghastly, akin to a specter. He opened his mouth, recollecting Lu Mao's identity, and murmured, "I remember you. Chief Lu. A chill ran down Lu Mao's spine, as if a dead man had spoken his name, sending shivers down his back. Crows cawed from the old tree. In early spring, the lingering chill of winter still lingered. Li Zhen sheathed the bone hammer and copper gong, unflinchingly retrieving a piece of silver taishan from his pocket and consuming it. Lu Mao, with keen eyes, immediately recognized that Li Zhen was eating silver taishan, increasing his astonishment. He had intended to uncover a flaw in the man's deception. Yet who would have anticipated such formidable prowess? The ape spirit, judging by its cultivation, was no trivial matter, exuding a potent aura of blood, certainly a practitioner of the entry stage. How could this old shovel's apprentice, seemingly just a novice, possess the ability to subdue a formidable creature of the entry stage and brandish its head with ease? Even if Li Zhen had produced the Spirit Treasure Guild's deputy manager's token, it would be mere bluster. His abilities were undeniably authentic. And the silver taishan he held was indisputable evidence. Truly, a figure of the entry stage, equivalent to a chief in a gang within the county. On par with Lu Mao's own status. Was it possible that a familial connection through his brother's marriage could lead to offending such a person? Lu Mao stood in stunned silence for a long while until distant calls broke the stillness. Zhen, I've brought reinforcements. Gao Kaixing, with long legs, sprinted ahead, waving at Li Zhen from afar. Following him were the anxious old shovel and the composed dog Sheng. Lu Bangxia was notably absent, evidently frightened. As they drew nearer, they noticed Lu Mao still dazed, along with his three subordinates, some kneeling, others sprawled out. Gao Kaixing, oblivious to the situation, was unaware of Lu Mao's earlier visit to the village. Even old shovel, squinting at Lu Mao, then noticing Li Zhen gripping the head of an ape spirit, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhenhua, you've already slain that great macaque? Li Zhen nodded, remaining calmly in place, occasionally nibbling on pieces of silver taishan. Lu Mao stared in disbelief. Even as the chief of the Blood Garment gang, he could not afford such extravagance as treating silver taishan as a mere snack. The old shovel, believing Lu Mao had aided his apprentice, clasped his hands together, saying, Chief Lu, holding no grudges, has helped my disciple subdue the great macaque. I am in awe. Lu Mao hesitated to claim credit, waving his hand. Not at all. By the time I arrived, Brother Li had already slain the ape spirit. I had no part in it. The old shovel was startled, glancing at Li Zhen, noting his pallor, yet he appeared otherwise unharmed. The pale complexion was to be expected. The old shovel had observed that every time Li Zhen summoned the copper gong to fight, he seemed to resemble a dying man. Li Zhen picked up the conversation, asking the old shovel, has Niu Feng awakened? The old shovel shook his head. He has expelled his vital essence. His vitality is weak. I fear his life lamp is nearly extinguished. It will take some time for him to recover. Li Zhen nodded. Having already used some abilities regarding life lamps while in the village to see Niu Feng's faint life lamp, it was better for him to remain asleep. If he were to awaken now, the shock might be too much for him to bear. The old shovel, listening to Li Zhen, cast an intentional glance inside the village. There, amid the dismembered bodies of cattle, lay the remains of Niu Feng's parents. They are dead, Li Zhen said slowly. I arrived as quickly as I could. But this spirit used a hallucinatory fog. It must have killed Niu Feng's parents long ago. The old shovel staggered back, nearly losing his balance, while Gao Kaixing caught him. His expression not much better. Hundreds of cattle had perished, and with Niu Feng losing both parents, the phrase family broken and home destroyed could not be more fitting. The usually carefree and jovial Niu Feng, who delighted in women's belly bands, would likely find it difficult to recover from such a blow. Li Zhen produced a piece of red cloth with his left hand, saying, It is this malevolent object that clouded Niu Feng's vision, leading the spirit into his home. The old shovel, infuriated, struck his thigh, rendered speechless. Lu Mao, standing aside, felt out of place amidst the sorrowful scene of master and apprentice, preparing to take his leave back to the village, when the sound of galloping hooves approached. In this world, fraught with malevolent spirits, night travel was perilous, resulting in a decline in horsekeepers. However, those who dare to ride horses must certainly be from a prominent sect, and their status cannot be low. The reasoning is simple. Sect members are agile and can run as fast as a horse, but those who ride openly do so to flaunt their status. As expected, a young man clad in silk was seen caught in the embrace of a masked man, both mounted on horses, with 4 others gradually approaching. The masked leader reined in his horse, abandoning the silk-clad youth. The boy, unable to rise in time, cried out, Zhen. They claimed to be from Lingbao Hang, seeking the manager's order, specifically mentioning your name. I had no choice but to bring him to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Mao's expression changed dramatically. and he cast a cold glance at the group led by Lao Chan. Indeed, Li Zhen was merely using the tiger's skin to make a coat. He did not recognize the deputy manager of Lingbao Hang. The order was stolen by him. Chapter 48, Lu Mao's Choices. Li Zhen's display of might. The silk-clad youth lying on the ground was none other than Lu Bangxia, who had come to the cattle farm. This turn of events had thrust Li Zhen into the spotlight. Lu Mao's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He no longer cared about the visitors from Lingbao Hang and shouted at Li Zhen, "You filthy peasant. No wonder you have the order of the vengeful manager. It turns out it was stolen." The audacity of this little beast, unaware of the weight Lingbao Hang holds in Dongyi County. After cursing, Lu Mao turned to the masked man on horseback, disregarding his status in Lingbao Hang, and clasped his hands, stating, "Brother from Lingbao Hang, I intended to capture this fellow and return him to the county for you to handle, but he held the manager's order and frightened me greatly, leaving me in a quandary. I could only keep him stable. Unexpectedly, you have indeed come for him. Is Lu Mao a fool?" Rising from the mud of the Lu family stronghold to become a prominent figure in the blood robe gang in the county is no small feat. He understood that if one wished to navigate the rivers and lakes, sacrifices must be made. In simple terms, it meant gambling one's future and fate. Was he unaware that Li Zhen had just killed what could be a formidable ape spirit? Did he not realize that if Li Zhen were to stay in the county, he might become a prominent figure in the gang, on par with himself? Of course, he knew. But with Lingbao Hang seeking the order, it was evident that the deputy manager Qiu Yan's order had been stolen. Lu Mao understood that it was time to make a choice. Should he befriend Li Zhen or curry favor with Lingbao Hang and connect with Qiu Yan? It was clear even to a fool that the latter was the better option. Indeed, Lu Mao's decision was more decisive. Just moments ago, he had called Li Zhen little brother, only to swiftly change his tone and berate him as a filthy peasant. This was how he could solidify his stance. As expected, the masked leader, merely glancing at Lu Mao and assessing his attire, recognized him as a potential manager of a gang in the county. The saying "clothes make the man" held true here. Consequently, in making a judgment, he leaned towards Lu Mao's narrative. No wonder Qiu, the manager, returned to the gang claiming his order was lost. It turned out it had been stolen by this filthy peasant. Lu Mao was overjoyed, wishing he could leap onto a horse, rip off the rough man's mask, and kiss him passionately. Was this not an opportunity? To become familiar with the deputy manager of Lingbao Hang would elevate his status in the Blood Robe gang. In his early days in the rivers and lakes, a fortune teller had once predicted he would miss a tremendous opportunity. Now he realized that the fortune teller was talking nonsense. He had seized the opportunity, and ingratiating himself with Lingbao Hang while antagonizing Li Zhen was the wisest choice. In this way, his elder brother could also rest easy in his pursuit of a wife. "I am Lu Mao of the Blood Robe gang's third hall, serving as the fragrance master. I hope you will mention my name to the manager," Lu Mao said, bowing deeply, even willing to lower his status to address the masked man as sir. The masked man, evidently pleased, beckoned. "So, you are Master Lu? I shall remember that. Take this filthy peasant back. I wonder how many lives he has left after daring to steal the manager's order." The four horses gradually encircled Li Zhen, their imposing presence, due to their affiliation with a major gang in the county, even causing Lao Chan to break into a sweat. He tugged at Li Zhen's sleeve, raising his eyebrows and whispering, "Zhen, what shall we do now?" Li Zhen cast a reassuring glance and replied, "Lao Chan, do not forget why I am staying at your farm." "Why?" Lao Chan was momentarily bewildered, but before he could react, he watched as Li Zhen stepped forward, lifted the head of the ape spirit, and slammed it onto the ground, sending dust flying. Having come to the stronghold to deal with this deadly creature, he never expected to be slandered. Li Zhen spoke slowly, narrowing his eyes, and clasped his hands behind his back, radiating a completely different aura. Only then did Lao Chan realize, Zhen is going to act like a nobleman. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia wore expressions of confusion, completely out of touch with the situation. As for Go Sheng, he sat quietly to the side, occasionally grinning to himself. The four masked men on horseback encircled Li Zhen, all gazing at the ape spirit's head on the ground, momentarily stunned. Did this not resemble the ape spirit listed for a bounty by the government? The four exchanged glances, recalling that this ape spirit had caused harm to a wealthy family's daughter in the county, and even the Taishui gang, boasting a master from the Chengdu townstone official, had failed to capture it. How did it end up here in this stronghold? The commanding masked man leaped down from his horse, picked up the ape spirit's head, scrutinizing it for a long while before addressing Li Zhen. "Which mountain are you affiliated with?" Li Zhen coldly chuckled and suddenly shouted, "Are your eyes blind?" The masked man was startled, despite Li Zhen's peasant attire. His imposing aura was anything but ordinary. Moreover, The fact that he had captured an ape spirit caused the masked man to reassess his judgment. Manager Chiu had sent him to retrieve the order, explicitly naming Li Zhen, yet it seemed he had never claimed that this Li Zhen was the thief. After Li Zhen's declaration, he ceased further conversation, leaving the people from Lingbao Hang to ponder. Sometimes, one can frighten oneself, and that statement held true. Lu Mao, feeling a bit bewildered, noticed the situation was not favoring him and loudly exclaimed, "Sir, he is just pretending. Do not be fooled by him." The masked man's eyes flickered incessantly. He swallowed hard and asked Li Zhen, "Which mountain are you affiliated with?" This was a common phrase in the rivers and lakes. Inquiring about one's gang affiliation, Li Zhen maintained his cold smile. "It is said that Brother Chiu treats people kindly and educates his subordinates well. But seeing you now tells a different story. You have certainly tarnished Brother Chiu's reputation." With that, Li Zhen pulled out a red wooden token from his garment and tossed it to the masked man. The masked man caught it, carefully examined it, and upon opening it, indeed found it to be Manager Chiu's order. Then, Li Zhen added, "Brother Chiu took the time to accompany me to the market, and I even gifted him that precious blood jade. Unexpectedly, he carelessly left his order with me. I intended to return it to him in the county, but he grew anxious and sent some men to fetch it. Yet, judging by your attitude, it seems you are treating me as a common thief. Is it Brother Chiu who instructed you to act this way, or are you intentionally trying to create enmity between me and Brother Chiu?" The masked man felt as though the sky had fallen. The matter of the blood jade was kept very secret by Manager Chiu, apart from his attendant, who had prattled on about it. No one else knew. Yet here was someone who seemingly knew Manager Chiu well, claiming to have given him the blood jade and casting a colossal accusation upon him. How could he bear such a serious charge of causing enmity between Manager Chiu and a familiar acquaintance? It was all the fault of this blood robe gang's little manager, Lu Mao. The masked man glared at Lu Mao with fury. "You, the little manager of the blood robe gang, dare to speak such slander against the brothers of Manager Chiu?" Lu Mao? Chapter 49. All respected Li Zhen, but Lu Mao returned in defeat. Do not trust a single account, for he is merely a clodhopper from the past, a minor practitioner of the craft. Lu Mao felt a pang of anxiety, as the situation seemed to spiral beyond his expectations. Were the associates of Lingbao Hang not of sound mind? How could they place their faith in the words of this Li Xiaogui? As a distinguished leader of the blood robe gang, would he deceive them? The masked man's eye sockets brimmed with malice. Before departing, a senior had advised him that the demon lair in Panzhou would soon open, warning him to avoid drawing attention amidst the influx of practitioners from various counties. He had initially dismissed the advice, yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering someone familiar with Manager Chiu. The matter of the blood jade had only been whispered to his servant, who had relayed incomplete details, merely stating that someone had bequeathed an opportunity to Manager Chiu. Now, upon hearing Li Zhen's declarations, everything fell into place. Li Zhen was an acquaintance of Manager Chiu, hence the token was left behind in the village. Li Zhen, being a practitioner dispatched to vanquish demons, was likely a prominent figure from the state. Thus, the entire scheme was orchestrated by this small leader of the blood robe gang. With a cold demeanor, the masked man wasted no time and struck Lu Mao across the face. The sound echoed sharply. Lu Mao, suppressing his rage, could only endure the blow, his voice hoarse as he retorted, "Is it permissible for an associate of Lingbao Hang to discern right from wrong? Are you truly unable to see that he has stolen Manager Chiu's token and is merely playing the part of a grandiose wolf?" Taking a deep breath, the masked man recognized that he could not utter a word about the blood jade. Li Zhen's identity had solidified in his mind, but he needed to find another way to command respect from this small leader. His gaze locked onto the head of the monkey demon. With a swift motion, a chilling wind swept through his hand, and by some unknown means, the demon's severed head flew into his grasp. Holding it aloft, he thundered, "Lu Xiangzhu of the blood robe gang, do you not recognize this creature? The demon for which the court has issued a bounty. You dare to declare him a mere clodhopper yet possess the power to subdue such a beast? Or perhaps you claim to have slain it yourself?" Lu Mao faltered, momentarily rendered speechless by the masked man's accusations. Indeed, such a capable clodhopper, why would he feign dominance? If he could defeat the monkey demon, he could easily vanquish Lu Mao as well. Why pretend to be familiar with Manager Chiu to intimidate him? Was it merely to assist his brother in securing a marriage proposal? This back and forth seemed to entangle Lu Mao in his own demise. Seeing Lu Mao at a loss for words, the masked man coldly remarked, "So, you are Lu Xiangzhu of the blood robe gang, are you? I shall duly report your slander to Manager Chiu. As for how this esteemed individual chooses to handle you, that is beyond my concern." Realizing the precariousness of his situation and fearing for his standing within the blood robe gang, Lu Mao quickly devised a cunning ruse. I am not Lu Xiangzhu. I am Du Xiangzhu of the 3rd Hall, Dulan. Should you possess any skill, let us settle this in the county where we can truly showcase our abilities. With that, Lu Mao seized his half-conscious subordinates and departed hastily. The masked man chuckled. Did you truly think I would be fooled? Observing Lu Mao's retreat, the associates of Ling Baoheng showed no intention of pursuing him further. Their objective was merely to retrieve the token. Meanwhile, Li Zhen had already soaked his back with perspiration. The incense he burned to summon the celestial being was not a sustainable solution. Caught between two rival factions, he needed to deceive one side to gain time. Fortunately, his acting skills were convincing enough, especially with the masked man, who was easily misled. Otherwise, this day could have ended poorly. Despite the cold sweat trickling down his back and the dizziness from the aftereffects of the incense, Li Zhen maintained a facade of calm. The masked man, sensing Li Zhen's formidable aura, acknowledged that this was no ordinary individual. Having befriended Manager Chiu, he felt certain of his significance. Once a person accepts a particular narrative, they often provide themselves with ample psychological reinforcement, fabricating additional details to complete the logical sequence. The masked man was evidently lost in this self-constructed narrative. Perceiving Li Zhen as a young nobleman on a journey to hone his skills, a cherished companion of Manager Chiu, he bowed respectfully, stating, it is Lord Li. I have heard of you from Manager Chiu in the past, who praised your youth and exceptional talent. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person. Li Zhen's lips twitched. The flattery was more absurd than he could have imagined. Your affairs are of no concern to me, but you must safeguard Manager Chiu's token. Should it be lost again, I shall not be there to clean up the mess, he replied slowly. The masked man nodded vigorously. Indeed, Lord Li. We shall exercise utmost caution. He then glanced at the monkey demon's head, indicating, my lord, this creature is the demon for which the court has issued a bounty. How shall we proceed with its disposal? Feigning indifference, Li Zhen remarked, it is but a minor demon. I cannot return to the county, so let you take it to the court. As for the bounty, I have no interest. As he spoke, he produced a piece of silver taishan the size of a fingernail and tossed it into his mouth. The masked man was taken aback. His suspicions were confirmed. This Lord Li was likely a scion of a prominent family. After all, who else would treat silver taishan as if it were mere candy? Since his arrival, he must have consumed an entire bag, and he was indifferent about the monkey demon, even instructing them to turn it over to the court, showing no greed for the reward. A scion of a great family indeed. The masked man hastily bowed. If that is the case, I shall heed Lord Li's instructions. When you arrive at the county, I shall treat you to a feast at Chuanhe Tower. Li Zhen replied nonchalantly. Manager Chiu promised me something last time that has yet to be fulfilled. You have brought it up. Very well, I shall crave that dish from the snow-capped flame mountain. Do remind me of it. The masked man dutifully nodded and bowed. Truly, a scion of the state. The names of the dishes he mentioned were so lofty that he had never heard of them. He would have to inquire with the chef at Chuanhe Tower. If the dish was expensive, his monthly salary might not suffice. After bidding farewell to Li Zhen, the masked man mounted his horse, secured the monkey demon's head in a cloth bag, and hurriedly departed. Once the group had left, Li Zhen finally exhaled, wiping the fine beads of cold sweat from his forehead as he found a tree stump to sit upon. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia, despite being outsiders, could now grasp the situation and hurriedly surrounded Li Zhen, exclaiming, Brother Zhen, what exactly is your background? Even the esteemed officials from the county bow to you. Li Zhen chuckled wryly. I am nothing but a clodhopper passing through the pass. I merely deceived them as a strategic delay. What? The two youths were bewildered, while the elder Chai, impressed by Li Zhen's earlier display of authority, felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of their ruse being exposed. What will happen when they return to the county and inform Manager Chiu that your deception has been uncovered? Li Zhen sighed, his eyes glinting with a flicker of determination. He would see whether Chiu Yin would acknowledge their past acquaintance, but he suspected he would. What does that mean? Chai asked, confused. Li Zhen refrained from elaborating, clearly fatigued. He sat upon the stump, closing his eyes, contemplating the fleeting nature of his borrowed time, yet feeling a sense of tranquility within. Having reincarnated for over half a year, it was time for him to come to terms with his identity. The reverence from Go Sheng, Chiu Yan's speculations about him, and the silver taishan casually produced by old Li. All of these pieces of the puzzle were beginning to coalesce in his mind. He was uncertain of his true identity, but now he felt he was gaining clarity. It remained to be seen whether Chiu Yin would provide him with the answers he sought. The galloping horses surged forth like a swift tide. As dusk approached, the masked man felt an urgent need to return to the county before the fourth watch. Otherwise, once night fell with the cursed head concealed in his possession, he would inevitably attract the attention of other sinister beings. His companion, who lagged behind on horseback, suddenly spoke up. "Brother man, let us deliver this demon's head to the magistrate and exchange it for a pound of golden taisui. You can take the lion's share, and we shall settle for the remainder." The leading masked man cast a cold glance at him, reprimanding, "Fool, do you truly believe we can present this demon's head in our own name? Did not that official just say it was up to us to handle it?" The masked man sighed, exasperated by his companion's ignorance. "The more he suggests we handle it casually, the less we can afford to do so. Our failure to pay proper respect this time, by not greeting him, reflects poorly on us. He may overlook our transgressions, but we cannot. This cursed head must be submitted to the magistrate under the name of Lord Li, and we must augment the reward and deliver it with utmost sincerity." The companion, who had earlier been contemplating the division of the reward, now raised his thumb in approval. "As expected of brother man, your considerations are thorough. But must we truly add to the reward? Isn't that a loss?" "Loss?" The masked man scoffed. "In these chaotic times, where evil lurks in every shadow, any individual stronger than you can dispatch you without a trace. You may offend anyone, and that same person can easily extinguish your life with a casual gesture. Such is the fate of the insignificant. Speak no more foolishness, or I shall tidy you up." The night was desolate, with the sun setting in the west. The calls of birds were sparse. The only sound echoing through the forest was the rhythmic clatter of hooves. Chapter 50. The monkey handler. Zhen, are you not anxious? What good is anxiety? Focus on your training. But I am anxious. What if Lingbaoxing comes to raid my old granary? Let them raid. It is fate. I warned you to flee sooner, but you would not listen. Zhen, I have consumed more salt in my lifetime than you have rice. Why do you not trust me? Your appetite seems quite hefty. In the old granary, by the chicken coop, Li Zhen was exhaling life and death energy while nurturing his body and cultivating his Tao. Meanwhile, Lao Chan, drenched in sweat, was restless. Finally, the bystander, Dog Sheng, could no longer contain himself and remarked sagely, "Do you know why you only barely entered the hall after reaching 60? Lao Chan halted his pacing, looking cautiously at Dog Sheng. "Please, enlighten me." "It is because you overthink, fear too much, and are timid in your actions, leading to mediocrity." Dog Sheng reclined, chewing on a blade of grass. The so-called iron-willed individual is not only one who fortifies their body, but also one who tempers their mind to be as resilient as iron and steel. If a mere Lingbaoxing frightens you this much, you might as well be inferior to your disciple. Lao Chan felt a flush of shame. But as he absorbed Dog Sheng's words, his eyes brightened. "So, you are unafraid of Lingbaoxing?" "Afraid? Of course I am. Lingbaoxing has a legacy spanning decades, with formidable individuals in the realm of Dingfu. Aside from the Taisui gang and the magistracy, who would not fear?" Lao Chan's face twisted in distress. "Then that is the case. If even you are afraid, why should I not be? And Zhen has stirred up a colossal mess. This could lead to execution." "Do not fret. He has not yet been executed." Dog Sheng smirked inwardly, eager to see his inept disciple's reaction upon learning of Li Zhen's identity. Lao Chan sighed heavily, feeling a significant portion of his anxiety dissipate, and added, "I shall check on Yo Feng. I wonder if he is all right." Once Lao Chan departed, Li Zhen's eyes widened slightly. He retrieved a red pouch from his clothing and inquired of Dog Sheng, "You seem knowledgeable. What is the story behind that ape spirit and this pouch?" Dog Sheng straightened his posture, adopting a solemn expression, and replied slowly, "Many paths exist in this world, yet few attain prominence, causing many to fade into the annals of history. I do not know if you have heard of the monkey handlers." "Monkey handlers?" Li Zhen paused, recalling he had indeed heard of them. Dog Sheng, rarely revealing mystery, lowered his voice and continued, "The monkey handlers are a sect that has long since become extinct, with no successors left to carry on their tradition, all having perished due to a calamity 18 years ago." Li Zhen's pupils constricted. 18 years ago. He had just been born. As the morning light broke, the masked man knelt respectfully in the second-floor hall of Lingbaoxing, holding a crimson token. "You've worked hard," said Qiu Yan, his expression unchanged as he extended his plump, fair hand to accept the token, biting it before carefully tucking it away. "Serving the shopkeeper is no burden." The masked man bowed his head and replied. Qiu Yan, dismissing the pleasantries, squinted and asked, "How did you find Li Zhen? And how did you manage to retrieve this token from him?" The masked man felt a bead of sweat trickle down his cheek to the floor of the hall. After pausing briefly, he omitted unnecessary details and stated, "Lord Li mentioned you were acquaintances, and I did not dare to inquire further." Qiu Yan slightly raised his eyelids and pressed on. The masked man steadied his mask and continued, "Lord Li said he was passing the opportunity of the blood jade to you. I do not know what blood jade is, nor the truth of Lord Li's words, So I brought the token back to you. Liar. Xiao Yin suddenly shouted, nearly causing the masked man to lose his balance. You, Man Yutong, claim ignorance of blood jade, yet you refer to Lord Li so familiarly. Do you truly believe I will take you at your word? The masked man's heart sank. Oh no, I slipped up and forgot that detail. Xiao Yin took a deep breath and continued. I will not delve too deeply into your knowledge of blood jade, but Li Zhen is indeed correct. He has truly passed this opportunity to me. My friend Li is indeed an old acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the masked man felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. Xiao Yin narrowed his eyes while playing with a piece of slightly red jade bracelet. Contemplating, could it be that he is truly a descendant of the Li family in Zhongzhou? Otherwise, how would he know the immense value of this blood jade, and how it is a tremendous opportunity to me? What else did my friend Li mention? The masked man carefully organized his words before saying. Lord Li also mentioned that the young master of the Blood Clothes Gang's third hall has offended him, and the crime warrants death. Thunder rumbled in the morning sky. Xiao Yin abruptly stood from the mahogany chair, his tone and demeanor strikingly similar to something else. His chin trembled as he muttered to himself. The masked man was somewhat taken aback. Why did Xiao Yin react so intensely to a casual remark? Chapter 51. The blood feud of the monkey handlers and the grievance of the fourth princess. A chilling wind swept through the dim courtyard, where light was scarce. Dog Sheng sat cross-legged on a horse stool, his expression enigmatic. Clearing his throat, he resumed discussing the monkey handlers. There are countless traditions in this world, but the most renowned include the Zhang family of talisman water, the Lu family of thousand forms, the Wang family of deferred blades, and the Zhao family of rice inquiries. Of course, there are 8 major paths in total, and I will not elaborate further, lest you cannot keep up. Long ago, the monkey handlers were also nearing the pinnacle of these esteemed sections. As their name implies, they primarily focused on monkey training. However, in contrast to other sects where the skills are embodied within the practitioner, the prowess of the monkey handlers resides within the monkeys themselves. Li Zhen nodded, beginning to grasp the distinction between the monkey handlers and other traditions. Listening, it resembled some form of beast mastery. Dog Sheng paused, nostalgia crossing his face, and continued. Of course, extremes lead to reversals. The monkey handler's entire skill set being dependent on the monkeys means that if a monkey harbors ulterior motives, its master becomes akin to a puppet. 18 years ago, a monkey handler in Zhongzhou had raised a monkey that attained the ability to cross rivers. That monkey, emboldened, intruded upon the royal palace and stole a pouch from a princess, only to be discovered by her. The river-crossing monkey demon was already a formidable expert within the martial world, on the verge of touching the threshold of immortality. He feared that the princess would attract the soldiers and the officials of the court, so he resolutely decided to kill her, imprisoning her soul within a belly band. The monkey demon believed his actions were flawless, but what kind of person was the current emperor? He was the sovereign supported by the esteemed Li family of the Central Plains. At that time, the imperial wrath was ignited, prompting the Li family to take action in pursuit of the true culprit. The illustrious Li family, capable of overshadowing the heavens, captured the true perpetrator within 3 days in the Central Plains. The monkey performer cried out in injustice. Yet the crime of murdering a princess warranted the extermination of 9 clans. All monkey performers within the Central Plains were unable to escape the death penalty. Amid the chaos, the belly band, tainted with the princess's vengeful spirit, vanished without a trace. The emperor's fury led to countless corpses floating upon the waters. Monkey performers became the target of public outrage, and within a decade, they had all but disappeared from the martial world. Who would have known that our impoverished village would encounter such an incident? Go Sheng sighed, pointing to the belly band in Li Zhen's hand, and remarked, after that, monkey performers concealed their identities, yet some with integrity believed the current emperor was unjustly slaughtering innocents. Many of the surviving monkey performers became scourges upon the world. This belly band became a symbol of their chaos. They took the lives of women from various states, taking pride in seizing belly bands, only to face retribution. Nowadays, there are few monkey performers who dare to cause trouble. Li Zhen, momentarily lost in thought, pondered the situation, uncertain of who was right or wrong. Was it truly just for the rulers of this world to punish all monkey performers for the misdeeds of one? Perhaps Go Sheng sensed Li Zhen's doubts and replied slowly, the 8 families of the Central Plains govern the world of the arts, and the emperor possesses such confidence due to the support of these 8 families. However, only 7 remain now. Li Zhen's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at Go Sheng and asked, which family is no longer among them? Go Sheng made a shushing gesture, whispering, hush. It is best not to speak of it. That family committed a transgression far greater than that of the monkey performers. Beyond the village of Guoma, On the edge of Ileo Mountain, beneath a towering ancient tree, a gathering of crimson eyes focused on a flickering bonfire. A man clad in a black robe was adding kindling to the flames with his bony fingers. He cleared his throat, and a chilling wind swept through the forest. Soon after, a fragrant smoke began to rise beside him, emanating from a gilded incense altar adorned with thick incense sticks, burning fiercely. Unlike the incense master Lu Mao of the Bloodclothes gang, he was not merely surrounded by one altar. He had multiple stone pillars arranged within the altar, each cradling a thick incense stick. With another light cough, the crimson gazes surrounding him dissipated entirely. Not far away, from a cold water pool, a face covered in black scales emerged, blinking with curiosity. The man in the black robe reached into the bonfire, roasted a finger, and then consumed it with a crunch. Moments later, the finger regrew. The flickering firelight illuminated half of his face, scarred and marred, with little skin remaining aside from his mouth. The object that houses the soul of the fourth princess has also found its way into your hands, remnants of the Li family. You have made it easy for me to locate. His lips moved, producing a low, husky tone. 18 years, raising a new monkey to lure you out of the mountains. Provided the pretext to bind you and me together. It is a pity that the newly raised monkey, a mere stone official, met its demise for nothing. The Li family serves that wretched emperor. I will not forget this grudge. However, that treacherous emperor turned against you, leaving your Li family in ruins. The most laughable joke in the world. We are adversaries, yet now we are like grasshoppers tied to the same string. Li Sion, do not let me down. As the Panzhou cave opened, chaos engulfed the world. The more chaotic the better. The world knows not the truth, only that the monkey performers are ruthless and cruel. Yet the fourth princess used a belly band to frame my monkey's life, leading to the extinction of all monkey performers. How could the world know the malice of the imperial family? Tonight, I shall stay at the old Chai's abode, as darkness has fallen, listening to Gosheng recount amusing tales until nearly the third watch. If I linger longer, I shall truly be unable to traverse the night roads. Li Zhen, Gosheng, and the unconscious Niu Feng lay together on the large shared bed. Gosheng, what exactly is your identity? How do you know so much? Feigning wisdom. Gosheng replied, I have taken over a new life, with the grace of an immortal. Li Zhen shook his head in disbelief. How could two individuals of such fateful significance sleep in this humble lodging? First, there was Niu Feng, orphaned and destitute, a classic tale of revenge. Then there was Gosheng, speaking of rebirth and immortals. If it were truly a matter of possession, it would resemble something villainous. Li Zhen never considered himself a protagonist, as he constantly teetered on the edge of life and death, lacking any means to cultivate or engage in fierce battles. All he had was a stone tablet in his mind, consuming his lifespan. After the battle with the monkey spirit yesterday, his longevity incense had dwindled to a pitiful state. Aside from consuming silver-tainted longevity products, there were no other remedies. Li Zhen felt a headache coming on. His grandfather was gravely ill, and his own lifespan was short. This was truly a lamentable fate. He fell into a deep sleep, slipping into the fourth watch. The moon hid behind clouds, and a sinister aura enveloped the village. Li Zhen awoke, needing to relieve himself, but upon opening his eyes, he saw a woman clad in palace attire, stunningly beautiful, beckoning to him. In her hand was not a silk handkerchief embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, but a glaring red belly band. She waved and laughed. Monkey, monkey, come play with me. Li Zhen felt an uncontrollable urge as his large, hairy hands reached out to grasp the belly band, only to see the palace-clad woman's expression change dramatically, her anger erupting. Beast. You actually came when summoned. Someone dismember this beast. The incense flared, and spirits gathered within the palace. Li Zhen felt a surge of fear, and his feet propelled him into the air. Yet, a massive hand descended, pinning him down firmly. A serpent-like shadow, covered in black scales, coiled around a man in a five-clawed dragon robe. Instead of anger, he smiled, his eyes dark and foreboding. Monkey performers who offend my little princess shall be erased from existence henceforth. Chapter 52. The fourth princess enters the dream. Messenger Cat's sister Li Zhen awoke, drenched in cold sweat. It was merely a dream. His gaze remained fixed on the cobweb-laden beams of the old Chai's abode. How could this dream feel so vivid? He sighed, turning over and retrieving the red belly band. Perhaps it was this cursed item that caused such disturbances. I should discard it when I return at noon. Li Zhen climbed down from the bed and noticed that Gosheng had vanished. While Niu Feng lay unconscious on the bed, he stepped out of the side room. Daylight had dawned, and the only sound in the yard came from the old Chai munching on sunflower seeds. Li Zhen filled a basin with water, washed his face, and rubbed his calloused finger against his teeth. After rinsing his mouth, he felt rejuvenated. Upon seeing Li Zhen finished with his morning routine, the old chai continued to crack seeds, exclaiming, "What should we do? The shopkeeper is coming to kill us. Where should we escape?" After speaking, he spat out the seed husks, littering the ground. Li Zhen took a deep breath. The morning air was vibrant, and after inhaling, he felt invigorated. "Old chai, if you truly worry, why waste time cracking seeds?" The old chai frowned, sighing. I am anxiously cracking seeds. Otherwise, my heart would be restless. Do not panic. Just wait for today to see if anyone from Lingbao Hang comes looking for us. If no one does, it means the shopkeeper remembers our bond. But if someone arrives, you should pack your things and flee while I distract them, Li Zhen said earnestly. As Lao Chan rose, he stuffed the remaining sunflower seeds into his pocket and made his way to the side room, where he began to sort through the pouch of silver tai sui he had saved. After packing it neatly and placing it at the door, he emerged and whispered, "How can I allow my disciple to suffer any indignity? As a master, that would be unacceptable." Li Zhen was left bewildered. "I understand the reasoning. But what is the purpose of your packing?" In the afternoon, neither Gao Kaixing nor Lu Bangxia showed up at Lao Chan's residence, and Li Zhen felt increasingly restless. His grandfather was still bedridden, and he needed to return to help prepare meals. It wouldn't do to eat only silver tai sui every day. Such a diet could lead to heatiness and constipation. He would bear the brunt of these troubles as a dutiful grandson. Leaving the village and walking along the road, he found himself unimpeded by any matchmaker's meddling, which felt quite liberating. Suddenly, a black cat sprang out from the ditch and leapt gracefully onto Li Zhen's shoulder. "Sister Cat, what brings you here?" Li Zhen exclaimed with delight. The black cat seemed slightly moved by his sudden joy, but quickly adopted a serious tone. "No distractions. I have urgent matters to discuss." "What could be so important?" Li Zhen inquired. The cat tilted its head, its vertical pupils fixed intently on him, as it rubbed its whiskers against his cheek, and said, "You carry an unpleasant odor." Li Zhen sniffed himself, wondering if someone had taken revenge on him during the night. Some people, like souls, linger on after death, leaving behind a scent that even the ordinary can detect, the black cat explained. Suddenly, Li Zhen understood and hurriedly pulled out the red belly band from his clothing. "Is this what you meant?" The black cat's eyes sharpened, its voice rising with indignation. "You have a woman. How could you betray me, Li Zhen? I spend my days watching over you, guarding against those who wish to harm you. And yet you hide a woman's belly band. No wonder there's such a foul smell. You are taking advantage of me." Li Zhen was taken aback. The cat shouldn't react this way, at least not like this. "Sister Cat, let me explain. I obtained this from a deceased monkey spirit. According to Dog Sheng, this is a marker of a murderer among the monkey trainers who seek revenge on society." "Revenge on society? What does that mean?" the black cat asked, puzzled. "It refers to the malevolent creatures that, after killing innocent people, would take such items. I found it particularly sinister, especially since it harmed Niufeng's parents. So I intended to study it. However, I haven't made any progress and was planning to dispose of it." Li Zhen shifted his gaze, preparing to bury the ominous item in a discreet location. The black cat nodded thoughtfully, seeming to accept his explanation. After a moment of silence, it said, "A formidable presence has emerged from Ileo Mountain. Not a malevolent spirit, but it seems to be coming for you. Be cautious." "Ileo Mountain?" Li Zhen was taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement, bowing slightly to the cat on his shoulder. "Thank you for the warning, Sister Cat. Here is a treat for you." With that, he pulled out the last bit of silver tai sui from his pocket and tossed it to the black cat. Its eyes brightened as it eagerly swallowed the offering. "You call silver tai sui a treat? Not bad. If you have more of these in the future, I won't forget your kindness." Li Zhen hurriedly agreed, feeling a twinge of sorrow, as his lifespan seemed stagnant, and he worried about where he would find more silver tai sui to offer. "You came to see me about this matter?" Li Zhen asked. "Indeed. Someone is plotting to take your life. Doesn't that seem significant to you?" "Of course, I cannot be entirely certain, but I can sense that this individual is targeting you." "You know how accurate a cat's intuition can be," the black cat said, licking its paw slowly. Recalling the woman who scattered glutinous rice, Li Zhen suggested, "Why don't I ask Aunt Zhang about it?" The black cat paused, then pressed a paw gently against Li Zhen's head, exclaiming, "What does she know? She's merely a novice. Do you really think she can help you divine your fate? If you wish for her demise, by all means, go ahead." Li Zhen took a moment, observing the cat's demeanor, and felt increasingly that this little creature possessed a distinctly human essence. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Sister Cat, did we know each other before my amnesia?" Chapter 53. The Tai Sui helps to settle matters. Li Zhen goes to the county town. The delicate green vertical pupils seemed to flicker with evasion. The black cat turned its head away, leaping down from Li Zhen's shoulder, leaving behind a remark about not getting carried away with emotions before vanishing from sight. Li Zhen chuckled softly, feeling that his suspicions had been confirmed, which was a relief. Sister Cat had considerable abilities, as long as she wasn't an enemy. That was enough. Having distanced himself from the village, he found a sparse patch of land and dug a hole to bury the red belly band. To prevent any unsuspecting passerby from discovering it, he carefully covered it with a layer of dry earth. After completing this task, he returned to the village. Upon entering, he heard the sound of Li Changfu's harsh coughing, almost as if he were about to cough up his lungs. Li Zhen felt a pang of compassion and stepped inside, saying, "Grandfather, let me take you to the county town for a checkup. This incessant coughing is not a sustainable situation." Li Changfu was propped against the wall on the Kong, a basket of silver tai sui beside him. He covered his mouth with an old handkerchief, stained with blood. Weakly smiling, he replied to Li Zhen, "Zhenzi, this ailment of mine is beyond cure." "That is nonsense. How can you know it's incurable if you haven't tried?" Li Zhen retorted, frowning at his grandfather's stubbornness. Li Changfu grabbed a handful of silver tai sui, stuffed it into his mouth, and after a moment of catching his breath, he spoke slowly, "I know my own body. This affliction isn't merely an illness, it's a curse. Zhenzi, if you truly wish to save me, go to the county town and seek out the Tai Sui gang. As a supervisor of their incense offerings, you may obtain a talisman that can dispel this curse afflicting me." The members of the gang have little understanding. They only know that the talisman is extraordinary but lack knowledge of its application, as they only offer it for worship. Li Zhen fully believed his grandfather's words and asked, "What does this talisman look like?" Li Changfu's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of unusual emotion as he remained silent for a long time before finally responding. "It resembles an inkstone from the outside, but upon closer inspection, it resembles a rusty mountain. It's a very square piece of stone." Li Zhen committed this description to memory and began gathering his belongings in the village. "What are you doing?" Li Changfu asked in confusion. "I'm going to the county town. I will visit the Tai Sui gang and request that item for you," Li Zhen declared without hesitation, packing some provisions. Donning a jacket and grabbing a handful of silver Tai Sui from the basket beside Li Laohan to tuck into his pocket as he prepared to leave. Li Changfu quickly reached out, his eyes finally clear, filled with reluctance and concern. "Child, the world is perilous. Humans can be more sinister than ghosts. Take this talisman. Burn it in a critical moment, and it will be of great use." He handed Li Zhen a handful of yellow talismans and then presented him with the entire basket of silver Tai Sui. As he searched his person, he produced a piece of dark, writhing flesh. "You must consume this. It differs from the golden and silver blood Tai Sui. It comes from Ileo Mountain, entrusted to you by one of your ancestors. When you return safely from the county town, I shall take you to pay respects to that ancestor in the mountain." After consuming that piece of dark flesh, even if it were only a small morsel, Li Zhen felt a distinct growth in his life essence within his mind. Incredible. This dark flesh could indeed prolong life. However, recalling Li Laohan's mention of the ancestors of Ileo Mountain, he was reminded of a dream he had experienced, where a pallid woman's face floated above a deep pool, her expression filled with resentment as she warned him, "Eat my flesh, and you may live, but not enjoy life." It seemed to evoke something sinister, perhaps related to Ileo Mountain and the water ghost pool. Li Zhen felt a shiver run through him, realizing that the origins of this dark flesh must be significant. He expressed his gratitude to Li Changfu, shouldered his provisions, and prepared to embark on his journey to the county town. However, just as he was about to leave the courtyard, Li Changfu called out to him once more. Li Zhen turned back helplessly and gazed at the once formidable hunchbacked old man, who was now leaning against the door frame, standing unsteadily. With a hoarse voice, he spoke to him. "Child, it matters not whether you acquire the town's treasures. Your safe return home is paramount." Li Zhen felt a sense of disorientation, repeatedly murmuring the words "return home." Once upon a time, this solitary village, nestled between the Ileo Mountains and Guamazhai, akin to a lonely grave, had become his home. As he passed by the coarse-browed Fong family, Li Zhen astonishingly entered to greet Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong. He left a piece of silver Tai Sui for the young girl Xiaohong, feeling reassured as he departed. Fong Xiaohong, hidden beneath the quilt on the Kong, was conscious and wrapped tightly, her head peeking out. Timidly, she called out, "Brother Zhen," and watched him leave the Fong household. Uncle Fong stared at the silver Tai Sui on the Kong, momentarily lost in thought. He remarked to Aunt Fong, "Do you recall what Oldly mentioned before?" Aunt Fong nodded knowingly. "Of course, he said that Jinzi might have been possessed by an immortal." Uncle Fong carefully picked up the piece of silver Tai Sui, cut off a small piece, and fed it to Xiaohong, chuckling, "I don't believe it. Oldly has misjudged this time." How could there be such a benevolent immortal? After bidding farewell to old Chan, Li Zhen was uncertain if he would return alive and prepared for the worst, reflecting on his journey as though arranging his affairs. After all, he had lived in this place for over half a year, with fellow disciples and a master. Li Zhen had always been a homebody. Thus he felt a twinge of emotion. Old Chan found it odd. Why would his disciples suddenly head to the county? Could it be he knew he would be targeted by the Lingbao merchants and decided to flee early? However, Old Chan dismissed this possibility, knowing Li Zhen to be responsible and incapable of such actions. Upon learning that Li Zhen was going to the county to seek medicine for old Li, the elderly man was overwhelmed with tears. In an unprecedented act of generosity, Old Chan retrieved a small piece of silver tai sui from his treasure trove, carefully wrapped it in cloth, and handed it to Li Zhen. Young Zhen, this journey is long and arduous. Take this silver tai sui to sustain you on your way. Li Zhen smiled, revealing his bright white teeth, and lifted the silk cloth covering his basket to reveal a bounty of silver tai sui. No need, Old Chan. I have plenty. Old Chan stood frozen in disbelief, unable to utter a word of consolation. Had he known old Li's family was so affluent, he would not have imagined it to this extent. After leaving the village and walking for a while, Lu Bangxia and Gao Kaixing caught up with him, carrying various bundles. Li Zhen was taken aback. What are you doing? Gao Kaixing grinned. We are accompanying Brother Zhen to pay our respects. We have to go eventually, so we might as well go together. What about your sister? Aren't you going to take care of her? Li Zhen inquired. Gao Kaixing waved his hand dismissively. I was worried about my sister, so I asked that immortal Zhang to take her in for a while, and surprisingly, she agreed. Li Zhen nodded. That immortal is quite kind-hearted. No, she demanded a price. Gao Kaixing replied. What price? Leaning closer to Li Zhen, Gao Kaixing lowered his voice. Immortal Zhang said I must keep an eye on you, and not let any temptresses deceive you. Li Zhen's expression darkened as he playfully slapped Gao Kaixing. The three laughed heartily as they left the village around noon. They journeyed eastward, passing through various settlements and forests, until they reached Donai County. Initially, Li Zhen traveled alone, but now two companions accompanied him, making the journey feel far less solitary. In the county town, vendors shouted their wares, and the market thrived. On the second floor of Lingbao Hang, the elegant and wealthy Qiu Yin was gleefully toying with a red jade bracelet, delighting in its beauty. They say jade nurtures people, but this precious gem must be nurtured by people in return. A nearby servant, lowering his gaze, asked, Master, has the treasure been perfected? Qiu Yin shook his head, his brows furrowing. It still needs refinement. Today, procure more maidens and send them to my estate. The servant nodded hastily and retreated from the loft, leaving Qiu Yin alone. Seated comfortably in an armchair, caressing the blood-red jade, murmuring, there are countless treasures in this world, yet none are as precious as the skin of that Li Sion. What would happen if I refined jade with his blood? Chapter 54. Farewell to Guamazhai. Entering the Death Creek forest after passing by the Liu family village. It was already afternoon. Remembering the Niu family, Li Zhen couldn't help but ask Lu Bangxia, your grandfather is the village head of Liu family village. What do they plan to do with the dead cattle from the Niu family? Lu Bangxia tightened her grip on her wrist and replied softly. Those dead cattle are more terrifying than those afflicted by disease. They can't be consumed, and selling them to other villages would be too dishonorable. My grandfather suggested burying them. But digging such a large pit is challenging, so he plans to burn them instead. However, it's easier to burn the cattle than to preserve the Niu family's home. And now he is troubled. Li Zhen sighed, feeling pity for Niu Feng, who was always carefree and cheerful, yet had to endure such a calamity. Thankfully, he remained unconscious. If he were to awaken, who knows what he would endure. At this point, Gao Kaixing interjected, I say, we should blame him. If he hadn't harbored such foul thoughts and bought that belly band, how would his parents have met such a fate? Lu Bangxia nodded in agreement. I think Kaixing is right. Old Chan mentioned before that many skilled men have perished due to the whims of women. We should have been cautious of such things. Yet Niu Feng bought that item home. With matters as they were, there was no need to dwell further. I have already buried that belly band. I hope it won't harm anyone again, Li Zhen remarked, but suddenly felt his pocket bulging. He reached in and pulled out a bright red belly band that seemed to seep blood-like hues. Li Zhen's scalp tingled slightly, and to avoid alarming his companions, he quietly tucked it back away. Gao Kaixing noticed the change in Li Zhen's expression and asked, Brother Zhen, what's wrong? Nothing. I was just considering which faction to join in the county, Li Zhen casually replied, although he already had a choice in mind. I'll join whichever faction you do. It's that simple, Gao Kaixing said. Then let us go to Lingbao Hang. Lu Bangxia urged earnestly, her face filled with anticipation. Li Zhen shook his head. Returning to Lingbao Hang was not an option. We might consider the Tai Sui gang. They have many formidable warriors, and it would be beneficial to be among one's own kind. Lu Bangxia shook her head. Brother Zhen, that line of thinking is flawed. The more skilled people there are, the less they will need us. With so many capable fighters, why would they want us? It's better to go to Lingbao Hang and become kings among treasure hunters. Li Zhen's lips twitched at her reasoning. While Lu Bangxia had a point, he had a mission that necessitated joining the Tai Sui gang. As the trio conversed, they quickly reached the dusk hour. The narrow path wound into a dense forest, devoid of a visible end. Gazing into the dark thicket, a sense of trepidation crept into their hearts. Though it was said that skilled warriors possessed iron courage, such claims felt hollow. Some sights could chill one to the bone, and mere courage would not suffice. Without swift horses, reaching the county town before dawn would be quite challenging, Li Zhen remarked. Gao Kaixing pulled out a bit of hemp wick from his clothing, inserted it into an old copper lamp, and lit it with a fire starter. The dim light offered a semblance of safety. Old Chan had mentioned that they would pass through the Death Creek forest, where previous travelers had left markers, each accompanied by incense left by the living. If they could find shelter by the markers until dawn, they would be safe. As a local, Gao Kaixing clearly understood the customs of this land. Li Zhen nodded in agreement with Gao Kaixing's words, and the three plunged into the shadowy forest. The so-called dead stream forest does not imply the existence of a dried-up creek within, but rather refers to the damp and treacherous ground that, in the dead of night, reveals a blood-red stream. A careless step could lead one to be devoured from head to toe by this crimson current. Of course, these are merely legends surrounding the Deadstream forest. Gao Kaixing spoke while feeling Lu Bansha draw closer to him. Brother Kaixing, for heaven's sake, stop talking. I already feel something sticky beneath my feet. The darkness enveloped them, completely obscured by the dense foliage overhead. Li Zhen, not sensing much muck underfoot, cast a glance at Lu Bansha. You didn't step in something foul, did you? Upon hearing this, Gao Kaixing lowered the copper lamp, only to discover that Lu Bansha was indeed standing on something. Huh, you really stepped in it. Lu Bansha's expression shifted to one of dismay when Li Zhen exclaimed, No. Wait. The sudden shout startled both of them. Bring the lamp closer. Gao Kaixing, almost instinctively obedient to Li Zhen, inched the lamp nearer to Lu Bansha's feet. What they saw made his face go pale, a chill creeping up his spine. What Lu Bansha stood upon was not excrement, but rather a dark-skinned, lifeless child, clutching tightly to his foot. What the hell? Lu Bansha was covered in goosebumps. In a panic, he shook his foot vigorously, finally dislodging the gruesome thing beneath him. How could there be a dead infant? A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle and sending a shiver down their spines. The wailing of infants erupted in their ears, growing louder and multiplying, as if they had been thrown into a maternity ward. In the pitch-black forest, it became increasingly difficult to breathe. Gao Kaixing began to sweat, trembling as he raised the copper lamp to illuminate their surroundings. Yet, at some point, everything had become obscured. The only discernible figures were rows of dark-skinned infants, spreading out beneath their feet like neatly arranged sunflower seeds. Lu Bansha, paralyzed by fear, found his martial skills utterly useless. Only Li Zhen tightened his grip on what he held, not hastily summoning his ghostly gong, but instead retrieving the yellow paper given to him by old Li. With a swift flick, he ignited it, and the yellow paper flared up, causing the swarm of wailing, ghostly infants to retreat, clearing a substantial area around them. Behind an ancient tree, shadows lurked in pairs. What exquisite talisman paper! A real treasure. Chapter 55, The Might of Yellow Paper, the initial battle with the old Jianghu. A mere sheet of yellow paper, no larger than a palm, crackled as it burned, suspended in the air, enduring for quite some time. The talisman paper given by old Li truly was remarkable. Its mere presence quelled the wailing, ghostly infants around them. Clutching tightly to his basket, within lay a trove of silver Tai Shui, the foundation of Li Zhen's livelihood in the county, which he could not afford to lose. Could it be that the silver Tai Shui attracted these malevolent spirits? Li Zhen pondered, realizing the likelihood, recalling that during his apprenticeship in the village, the silver Tai Shui had drawn the attention of a yellow weasel. Yet, no matter how sinister the weasel, it was still merely a beast that had attained some form of sentience. These wailing, ghostly infants, however, were an enigma. What in the world had they stumbled upon? Gao Kaixing shouted loudly, attempting to dispel the fear welling up inside him. Indeed, his boldness surged somewhat, but as his voice rang out, the surrounding ghostly infants seemed to react, clustering together like ants drawn to grain, inching toward the burning yellow paper. The flaming talisman paper, not an ordinary item, ignited a green flame upon contact with these spectral beings. The crackling intensified, and the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. The ghostly infant's dark skin deteriorated under the flames, their cries echoing as they gradually collapsed to the ground. Li Zhen felt a flicker of confidence. After all, his grandfather was the most formidable semi-immortal in the region, and the talisman paper he provided granted him an almost invincible space. Furthermore, observing the burning paper's longevity, Li Zhen began to contemplate an escape plan. The night had just fallen. They could retrace their steps and leave the Deadstream forest, waiting for dawn to continue their journey. As Li Zhen mused, Gao Kaixing and Lu Bansha wholeheartedly agreed, hurriedly turning to retrace their steps. Yet upon turning back, they found no trace of the path they had taken. Old trees intertwined, casting shadows, blocking their retreat. Li Zhen's heart sank. With no path visible, it was clear they had encountered a ghostly wall. What should we do now, Brother Zhen? The wailing cries still echoed, draining Lu Bansha of strength, as he desperately sought Li Zhen's guidance. If only they hadn't ventured into this murky water. Seeking aid from the county would only cost them their lives. In the distance, behind an ancient tree, 3 shadowy figures could no longer contain their excitement. The paper dolls have been burned. This talisman paper is truly a treasure. The one among them, seemingly the most composed, suggested, we must eliminate the one in the middle once the talisman burns out. Look at that basket. There must be something valuable inside. I can almost smell the tai shui. As they plotted, the enduring yellow paper suddenly extinguished. The opportunity has arrived. In the nearly pitch-black forest, the 3 figures darted forth like phantoms. One drew forth a copper-coined sword, gliding through the air, the sword emanating a sinister aura, aimed directly at where Li Zhen had been standing. Another pressed down with both hands, his robes billowing, as a multitude of white paper constructs manifested behind him, landing on the ground and transforming into eerie, wailing beings, crawling forward like the earlier ghostly infants. The last individual, muscles taut and brimming with deathly energy, charged towards the 3 with an iron grip. Yet in that fleeting moment, the previously extinguished yellow paper flared back to life. Li Zhen's face was illuminated by the flames, his voice cold and deep. So it was you who conspired against us. The 3 were taken aback, their assault faltering. They had been deceived. The yellow paper had not extinguished from burning out. This boy had intentionally doused it. But even if they were lured out, what could it matter? 3 mere novices, weaker than lambs for slaughter. Don't dawdle, don't let them fool you. Eliminate them first. The one wielding the paper constructs, clearly quicker of mind, commanded as the paper constructs surged towards Li Zhen. The other 2, with their copper-coined sword and deathly fists, followed suit. Yet as those paper constructs entered the illuminated area of the yellow paper, they too ignited and crumbled into ash, falling to the ground. The copper-coined sword, though weakened, still forced its way toward Li Zhen's chest. The sound of a gong echoed through the dense forest, strange and abrupt. The swordsman, witnessing the boy summon an odd bronze gong, swung his sword toward it. In an unbelievable turn of events, the sword shattered upon contact, breaking into dozens of coins that clattered to the ground. As for him, his complexion turned ashen in an instant, as if his lifespan had been utterly drained, his body swaying precariously. Beware, Brother Huang, this gong is peculiar. The man, with fists like the wind, felt a sudden chill in his heart. His brother, after all, had gained some renown in the martial world of Dongyi County. His skills with the blade were of a notable caliber. However, he never expected to fall to such an obscure junior. Even this seasoned fighter felt a twinge of anxiety. Before them stood a youth, wielding a gong, his gaunt face illuminated faintly by the firelight, his hair tied down to his waist, appearing more fearsome than any malevolent specter. Rise, Banksia, and close the gates. A sharp command echoed, and suddenly, figures burst forth from the thickets, mercilessly pummeling the swordsman who lay incapacitated on the ground. Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Zhen sprang into action. With a fluid motion, he unleashed the U-Dragon twining silk technique, his iron hand striking true. Extinguished the life lamp. The old fighter's vitality was robust, his life lamp glowing brightly, indicating longevity. Li Zhen despised longevity. The 3 life lamps showed no regard for others, suggesting immense confidence in his own abilities. Yet, as he was momentarily captivated by Gao Kaixing and Lu Banksia, Li Zhen seized the opportunity. With a swift movement, he unleashed a wave of deathly energy, the howling wind striking his opponent's left shoulder, extinguishing one of the life lamps. Before he could continue, the old fighter reacted, his fist swinging with the force of the wind, landing a blow to Li Zhen's chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger back several steps. Simultaneously, with one of his life lamps extinguished, half of his body began to chill. His lips turned a ghastly shade of blue as he incredulously exclaimed, A secret technique? You. Merely a novice. How could you master such a skill? Li Zhen spat blood, feigning recognition as he glanced at the old fighter, calling out, Manager Chiu. What brings you here? The old fighter, a man of insatiable curiosity, could not resist turning his head. Where is this Manager Chiu? With 2 life lamps extinguished, the old fighter finally grasped the situation, cursing, despicable. Li Zhen, unfazed, took advantage of the old fighter's weakness, thrusting his fingers into the man's eye sockets. With a sickening sound, he left the old fighter with only 2 bloody cavities. Li Zhen grinned wickedly, withdrawing his bloodied fingers, cursing, You all dare to rob, yet call me despicable? Chapter 56, The Life Lamp Technique. The Taishan gang Xing, Yi only one remained, lurking in the shadows, manipulating paper talismans. Li Zhen remained vigilant, pulling Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia back into the illuminated radius of the yellow paper, awaiting silently. Concerned that the old fighter and the one wielding the copper coin sword might have further tricks, Li Zhen boldly stepped forward, seizing the gong, summoning a bone hammer, and mercilessly crushed the skulls of the 2 men until they were unrecognizable. Those within the sect were formidable, their cries echoed loudly, sending shivers down Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia's spines. Yet, what filled them with dread was the sight of Li Zhen, wielding the bone hammer, smashing the brains of the 2 rogues, blood and fragments splattering the ground. Trembling, Li Zhen withdrew the hammer, ensuring both men were lifeless before returning to the burning yellow paper. Though he had lived 2 lives, this was his first experience with murder. When he had slain the monkey spirit before, the emotional backlash was not as intense, perhaps due to the creature's grotesque appearance. However, the 2 he had just killed were living men, possessing features and voices, rolling on the ground in agony, resembling humans in every way. Murder was far from the ease he had imagined. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he felt a wave of dizziness but ultimately accepted this grim reality. Times had changed. Just leaving the encampment, one was met with robbery. If not others, oneself would perish. Li Zhen was not naive. Yet, the inherent humanity within him made it difficult to adjust. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia had remained in stunned silence, and after a lengthy pause, Gao Kaixing finally spoke. Brother Zhen, how does it feel to kill? Li Zhen took a deep breath, solemnly replying, It is time for a psychological evaluation. What? As the 3 conversed, new movements stirred in the dense forest. It seemed the paper manipulator had returned. In such a short time, where had he gone? Li Zhen's eyelids remained unblinking as he summoned the ghost-faced copper gong, gripping it tightly, his body tense, watching the shadows beyond the light. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the rustling underbrush. He was gaunt, with deeply sunken cheeks, hair pulled back, skin taut. Without hesitation, he stepped into the illuminated radius of the burning yellow paper, carrying a corpse in his arms. The dead man clutched a stack of paper talismans in his palm. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Seeing this, Li Zhen pretended to stow the gong and clasped his hands in greeting. Your assistance in eliminating these evildoers is much appreciated. The thin man raised his hand, discarding the corpse between the 2 decapitated bodies, then returned the gesture, saying, The authorities have placed a bounty on these 3. I have pursued them all the way here. It is fortunate to encounter you. I never expected 3 young ones could eliminate these 2 notorious rogues. Li Zhen remained cautious. One could not trust anyone outside. Moreover, the 3 dead were under bounty from the authorities, having killed 2. Would this thin man confront him over the reward? Sensing the tension in Li Zhen and his companions, the thin man offered a slight smile, though it was rather ghastly, ugly and bitter, resembling a grimace, startling Li Zhen. From where do you hail? Do you know how to claim the bounty? Li Zhen understood the thin man was probing for information, yet he himself was at a loss for words. He fabricated a half-truth, stating, We 3 came from the Majai. Our elder mentioned visiting relatives in the county, supposedly belonging to the Taishan gang, which brought us to the Deadstream Forest. The thin man's eyes widened, revealing another unsightly grin. The Taishan gang? Excellent. I am Xingyi, a fragrant master of the Taishan gang. May I inquire which relative you speak of? Li Zhen's heart sank. In this vast forest, anyone they encountered might be affiliated with the Taishan gang. Without certainty about the other party's affiliations, he could not follow their lead. Li Zhen feigned suspicion, asking, You claim to be from the Taishan gang. What proof do you have? Upon hearing this, Xingyi shook his head with a smile, producing a badge from his waist. Crafted from pure silver, it glimmered under the light of the burning yellow paper, inscribed with the characters Taishan. As Li Zhen gazed upon it, he thought to himself, This truly is a member of the Taishan gang. One cannot lie, otherwise, one must weave countless lies to cover it up. Before Xingyi could say anything further, He extinguished the burning yellow paper with a swift motion, startling the three. In the darkness, he presented a folded talisman. Such a fine talisman. Your family must possess considerable skills. No wonder you have relatives in the Taishan gang. Li Zhen accepted the talisman, observing that behind Xingyi, a half-golden, half-silver incense altar began to take shape. The altar was adorned with several square stones as Xingyi turned, pulling out a thick incense stick, placing it in the altar. He then bowed, murmuring incantations. The altar rises, stones are set, incense offered to the gods of the forest. Xingyi of the Taishan gang seeks a night of peace. With a whoosh, the thick incense burned like a torch, illuminating a vast expanse. This altar was peculiar, suspended behind Xingyi as if hung by an unseen force. Noticing Li Zhen and his companions in a daze, he elaborated, upon entering the ranks of the Taishan gang, you too can form an incense altar, allowing you to offer incense within it, seeking peace from the celestial beings at night. As one progresses further along the path of cultivation, one ascends to the rank of the townstone officer. As the name suggests, within your altar, you can move some townstones to stabilize your incense. The unextinguished incense pillar signifies that your journey through the night will remain uninterrupted, free from any disturbances from celestial beings. However, should the incense pillar extinguish, no matter the treasures or mountains that lie ahead, you shall be unable to proceed. Li Zhen nodded slowly, absorbing this peculiar knowledge. You were fortunate earlier. Coupled with the fact that your elders were willing to invest in you, all three of you possessed the cultivation to ascend to the altar. It was merely due to underestimating the situation that you did not reveal your altar. Had you done so, perhaps you would have perished before my arrival, Xingyi remarked. Gesturing towards the three corpses on the ground, Li Zhen clasped his hands in gratitude. These three had sullied the reputation of the Taoist, engaging in numerous acts of banditry. One a debt collector, another a paper maker, and the last a blacksmith known as Wang Laosher, who previously worked for the Blood Garment gang. Xingyi recounted with keen interest. Li Zhen's lips twitched at the revelation of the old blacksmith's name. Indeed, he was aptly named, for he was excessively honest. It was a tragic tale. Having offended someone in the Blood Garment gang, he was expelled, and his wife and child were murdered. With no other choice, he turned to a life of banditry. I intended to spare him, yet he met his end at your hands. Such is fate. When someone wishes to take your life, you must defend yourself. Xingyi stood beside the incense altar, the thick incense burning fiercely. He bent to the ground, digging graves for the three. A heavy weight settled in Li Zhen's heart, rendering him speechless. Chapter 57. The three-tiered discussion of the incense altar. Xingyi swiftly excavated 3 deep pits. He then rifled through the bodies, retrieving some items before interring the 3 within the graves. Li Zhen discerned the items he took: a delicate paper figurine, a copper coin, and a token from the Blood Garment gang. These were tools of their trade. Removing them would confirm their identities, allowing for a bounty at the local magistrate. Xingyi explained, tossing the copper coin and token to Li Zhen. You killed these 2. I shall not take from you. Hearing this, Li Zhen felt a sense of relief. The incense master from the Tai Sui gang left a favorable impression, not allowing greed for the bounty to sour their relationship. Yet, it was uncertain whether his earlier comment about having relatives in the Tai Sui gang influenced his actions. The incense pillar on the altar behind Xingyi continued to burn brightly, illuminating the path through the woods. Let us proceed. These 3 engaged in heinous activities, and burying their remains ensures they will not be devoured by wolves, thus earning us a measure of merit. Xingyi moved toward the narrow path ahead. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia looked to Li Zhen. Brother Zhen, what shall we do now? Li Zhen picked up scattered copper coins from the ground, remnants of the earlier skirmish, indiscriminately pocketing them as he followed suit. Let us go. We must follow him now. On the very first day after leaving the village, we encountered bandits. This was merely a human disaster. It was still early in the night, and the ominous presence was not too strong. However, should we linger, we might encounter even more sinister beings. The 3 closely followed, their gazes fixed on the incense altar hovering behind Xingyi, harboring a tinge of envy. What envious? Xingyi sensed their gazes, a half-smile gracing his lips. The trio exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement. Once one's abilities reach a certain level, one can indeed condense the altar and light incense. The altar is categorized into 3 tiers: gold, silver, and copper. If you can condense a golden altar, your future is boundless. Perhaps even becoming a hall master within the Tai Sui gang would not be a daunting task. Gao Caixing's eyes sparkled with fervent aspiration as he gazed upon Xingyi's altar, which glimmered with both gold and silver hues. Senior, why does your altar exhibit both golden and silvery tones? Xing Yi did not withhold, explaining, "Indeed, the altar is divided into 3 tiers, yet within the gold, silver, and copper, there are varying qualities. My altar is akin to a blend between gold and silver, not exceedingly rare, but among the incense masters of the Tai Sui gang. Its quality is commendable." The 3 nodded in understanding, and Li Zhen felt a flicker of anticipation. In this second life, with a grandfather of considerable ability, I might at least condense a silver altar, right? However, one must not flaunt wealth. Remember, while the golden altar is splendid, it may also be forcibly taken and refined into one's own. While such theft may enhance the color of one's altar slightly, many Taoists still revel in this practice, particularly those who roam the martial world. Xing Yi concluded, shaking his head with a smile. Alas, what use is it to share so much with you? Condensing a golden altar is no simple feat. Perhaps among 1,000 Taoists, only one can achieve a golden altar. Such a rare opportunity is unlikely to fall upon you. Moreover, possessing a golden altar would naturally lead one to seek affiliation with a sect for protection, ensuring a stable path of growth. Gao Kaixing, upon hearing this, evidently bristled with determination, tightening his fists and whispering, "I will definitely become a golden altar." Though Lu Bangxia remained silent, his thoughts aligned closely with Gao Kaixing's. Li Zhen, too, kept his silence, instead closing his eyes, immersing himself in the space of the stone tablet, meticulously observing the altars in his mind. Longevity incense, celestial incense, iron incense. The incense holders seemed to transcend the classifications of gold, silver, and copper, appearing instead in an ancient black, profound and mysterious. I surmise that the altar in my mind must differ from the one I shall condense after ascending. Otherwise, a black altar would surely reflect poor quality, Li Zhen pondered. Withdrawing his consciousness from the stone tablet, and noticing that the incense pillar on Xing Ye's altar was burning less vigorously, in his ears, he faintly discerned the sound of trickling water. The essence of life and death infused his eyes, enhancing his vision in the night. Lowering his gaze, he realized the ground beneath had turned unexpectedly damp and muddy. With each step, he felt the squelch of mire, as if treading upon treacherous terrain. Suddenly, blood bubbles began to emerge from the ground, resembling a breathing marsh. However, while the marsh flowed with muddy water, beneath his feet lay a pool of blood. "We cannot proceed any further," Xing Ye's voice dropped, swiftly retracting the incense altar, leading Li Zhen and the others through a series of twists and turns. They arrived at a signpost. There, half-burnt incense pillars stood densely, with the ground strewn with incense ash. Something stirs within the Deadstream forest. "We cannot return to the county tonight. This signpost bears the essence of the living. The incense pillars planted by predecessors pay homage to the deities, allowing us to weather the night here." Xing Yi retrieved a piece of incense from his satchel, inserting it into a relatively dry patch of soil and lighting it before rolling up his sleeves and settling down. Li Zhen and the others exchanged glances, mimicking Xing Ye's actions and sitting down as well. A savory aroma wafted through the air as Xing Yi produced a plump chicken leg from somewhere, gnawing on it while sipping a small cup of wine. He offered no hint of sharing. After a long day of travel, Li Zhen's stomach growled in protest. And seeing Xing Yi feast, he couldn't help but pull out his own provisions. Li Zhen carried little in the way of provisions, just some dry bread, tough and hard, making it difficult to chew. No wonder it was called dry food. It was exceedingly parched, he thought, but out of necessity, he obediently consumed it. Lu Bangxia fared better. He had a considerable supply and pulled out some edamame and white bread, enjoying the salty beans as he ate. Gao Kaixing, however, appeared much worse off than Li Zhen. His provisions had grown moldy, crumbling into a mess as he attempted to chew. Whether Gao Kaixing was starving to death was uncertain, but the ants would surely feast well. As I approached Kaixing, I noticed he was struggling with his meal. Without a second thought, Lu Bangxia hurriedly offered him one of the steamed buns from her basket. Kaixing hesitated momentarily before accepting it, rubbing his eyes beneath the dim street sign, unable to discern his emotions in the twilight. Taking a bite, he found the bun delightfully sweet, and, after tearing off the remaining half, he extended it to Li Zhen, saying, "Brother Zhen, you should eat this. Your flatbread is far too dry." Li Zhen, surprised, declined Kaixing's kind gesture, instead retrieving 2 small pieces of silver tai shui from the basket, handing them to both of them. "Here, eat this, it will fill you up." Nearby, Xing Yi suddenly felt his chicken leg lose its appeal. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could this silver tai shui truly serve as sustenance? As for Li Zhen, he was acutely aware of the wisdom in concealing one's wealth. Yet, the matter at hand was straightforward. Xing Yi, a fragrant master within the Tai Shui gang, was no stranger to the ways of the world and possessed a considerable perspective. By not coveting his own reward, he could easily perceive the intention behind Li Zhen's gesture. Offering some silver taishui to Liu Bangxia and Kai Sheng was not merely to satiate their hunger. It was also a display meant for Xing Yi. If he did not reveal a hint of his own resources, how could he convince Xing Yi of his affluent background and connections within the taishui gang? Even if the situation turned unfavorable, he could always excuse it as a misunderstanding. At the very least, Xing Yi would recognize that the talismans he used were of no ordinary quality, and that consuming silver taishui was indeed sufficient. Senior, would you care for some? Li Zhen inquired, extending a piece of silver taishui towards Xing Yi. Xing Yi quickly shook his head, pulling out a fist-sized piece of silver taishui from his pouch and raising it slightly. No need, no need. I have my own. When people feel insecure, they often repeat what has already been said. Li Zhen noticed a hint of discomfort in Xing Yi, indicating that the silver taishui was also precious to him. He observed Xing Yi putting the silver taishui away, clearly reluctant to consume it. Having completed this exchange, Xing Yi closed his eyes to meditate, while his mind wandered to speculate about Li Zhen's identity. Few high-level talisman masters could create such superior talismans. Such a valuable talisman, he reasoned, could only belong to someone of noble birth from Pan Prefecture. It was said that prominent families would send their heirs to perilous places for training. Just who was this young master? With only 8 fragrant masters and 2 hall masters in the taishui gang, surely he couldn't be the gang leader? Once he returned to the prefecture, he would need to investigate thoroughly. To recruit this young man into their hall might very well present an opportunity for him. Lost in thought, Xing Yi suddenly noticed that the incense stick planted beside him extinguished abruptly. A chilling wind howled, and the forest took on a sinister quality. Furrowing his brow, he heard strange whispers emanating from the depths of the woods, mingled with the eerie breeze, invading their ears. The parched earth beneath the sign began to bubble ominously. Gurgle, gurgle. The 3 of them were startled. Sensing danger, Li Zhen quickly asked Xing Yi, Senior, what is happening? Xing Yi bit his tongue, momentarily steadying his mind before lowering his voice to reply. It seems the creatures roaming the Deadstream forest are particularly fierce tonight. This place, blessed by the deities, cannot withstand their malevolence. Whatever you see or hear, do not respond. Survive the night, and we shall speak of it then. Hastily, Xing Yi draped his clothing over his head. Observing this, Li Zhen and the others followed suit. Just as they did, a hand appeared from behind, caressing their backs. Li Zhen clenched his eyes shut, feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end, indifferent to the touch, yet a faint noise danced in his ears. The sound buzzed like the wings of insects, yet it felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a voice he once heard in another life. Sue, are you busy this weekend? Your grandmother brought some cured meat from the countryside. Your mother made it for you. I know you've been under a lot of stress lately. Take care of yourself. Isn't your advisor a psychology expert? Let him help you. Li Zhen was taken aback. The call from his past reverberated in this life. Trembling, he unconsciously called out, Mom. Chapter 58, The Bronze Door in the Woods. The March of the 100 Ghosts. Li Zhen's childhood nickname was Sue, given by his grandmother, symbolizing peace and safety. There was no mistaking that voice. It was indeed his mother's. Yet, after all this time, even as his memories of his previous life began to fade, how could he still hear her voice? Xing Yi had just warned them to ignore any sounds they heard, but this was a call from his own mother. What kind of malevolent spirit would mimic the voice of one's mother? Li Zhen longed to pull away the cloth covering his head, yearning to respond, yet he was torn, fearing it might be a trick of some evil entity. But what if this was his only chance to return home? He could not afford to let any opportunity to return slip away. In this world, life was as precarious as floating reeds, often plunging one into life or death crises. Who wished to continue living in such turmoil? He formulated a plan. Crouching low, he stepped back on the damp ground and summoned the bronze gong hammer with a thought. Invoking the complete power of the night watchman, he prepared to confront whatever was calling to him. If it was a trick of the malevolent forces, he would still have the strength to fight back. To protect the innocent Kai Sheng and the others, he would delve deep into the forest alone, drawing the entities away. Yet ideally, he would encounter a chance to return home. Gripping the ghostly bronze gong with his left hand and the bone hammer with his right, his energies surged, and the winds of the forest intensified. With nails slightly elongated, his hollow cheeks and hair cascading to his heels, he rose. As he stood, he was met with an unforgettable sight. Shadows flitted through the woods, revealing countless bizarre figures, some crawling, some standing, some slender, some tall, all traversing the light and shadow. Between 2 massive old trees stood a wide-open bronze door, from which the voice calling him emanated. Unconsciously, Li Zhen joined the procession of these eerie beings, his feet seemingly suspended, supported by his flowing hair. Among those traversing the light and shadows were countless strange entities, wolf-headed humanoids, multi-legged wild boars, bears covered in barbed spines, ethereal shadows without heads, a long-faced woman in wooden clogs, and an infant whose tongue draped to the ground. Li Zhen felt as if he were one of them. His consciousness grew hazy, and a singular thought consumed him, to reach that bronze door, for beyond it lay home. Suddenly, his hands moved involuntarily. Bang! The sound of the gong brought the entire procession of eerie beings to a halt. Those with heads, and those without all turned to face Li Zhen. From their expressions, he sensed resentment, yet more prominently, fear. Bang! The resounding gong echoed through the dead-stream forest, sending birds and beasts into a frenzy. In his ears, a cold voice emerged, fragmented and clear. Li's child, have you lost your mind? A mere ant, unworthy of entering the hall, seeks to exact vengeance for the Li family in the underworld? This deity values the Li family. Do not bring death upon yourselves and implicate us. Li Zhen found himself uncontrollably striking the gong. The procession of eerie beings halted and bowed before him. Xing Yi, hidden among the incense sticks, turned pale with fear, covering his head with his clothing, bewildered by the unfolding events. Could this sound truly be made by a celestial being? A rare sight. The night parade of 100 demons had not been witnessed since the fall of the Li family in Zhongzhou. What sheer misfortune had led me to encounter it? Damn it. If I survive this night and return to my gang, I shall boast so fervently that even the leader will have to greet me as Brother Xing. Chapter 59. Paying homage to the Hall of Xing Yi, entering the county to retrieve the embroidered ball. As the hour approached 4, the bronze door slowly closed. The forest was devoid of the enigmatic light and shadow, leaving only an abyss of darkness. With a sudden thud, Li Zhen lost the support of his hair tie and collapsed onto the ground. The gong and bone hammer were retracted, and the longevity incense in his mind had diminished once more. The myriad of strange entities that had previously worshipped him vanished with the disappearance of the bronze door. Pushing himself off the ground, he realized the sticky sensation had vanished. The surface no longer bubbled with blood. It seemed that everything had returned to normal. Gritting his teeth, Li Zhen felt a twinge of regret for his earlier recklessness. According to the lore of the Night Watchman, the door led to the underworld. Yet, he had distinctly heard his mother's voice calling out. Could it be a ruse by the strange entities? But how could they possibly know terms like graduate, student, and mentor? Behind that door lay secrets unknown to man. And if even the Night Watchman sought to prevent his entry, it must be fraught with peril. Seeing no further abnormalities, Li Zhen returned to the signpost and lit the incense that Xing Yi had previously planted. The incense emitted a faint glow, and Xing Yi, sensing that the night parade had concluded, removed her clothing and sat upright. Upon seeing Li Zhen sitting expressionless beneath the signpost, Xing Yi was taken aback. How could this young man perceive the end of danger before her? Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Young brother, did you hear any peculiar sounds earlier?" Li Zhen shook his head. Beside him, Gao Kaixing lifted his clothing and eagerly exclaimed, I heard it. I heard it. It was a deafening gong, clanging like mad. Li Zhen. Xing Yi squinted, pondering. It is said that in the land of the night parade, the living have little chance of survival. And this gong is something I have never heard of before. It is rumored that the Li family of Zhongzhou once housed a celestial being, said to be a malevolent spirit that wreaked havoc in the region, feasting upon the living, leaving only bones in its wake at the sound of its bronze gong. Could it be that such a celestial being was among the ranks of the night parade? With the fall of the Li family, the celestial beings that once dwelled there had all fled. It was not beyond reason to consider this possibility. Xing Yi, enlightened by her thoughts, surmised that the celestial being who had caused chaos in the region would not deign to take their lives, given their insignificance. As the hour turned cold, Xing Yi produced another thick incense stick and planted it in the ground. Young brother, might I inquire your surname? Li Zhen, hearing this, did not think to use any pseudonym and replied, Li Mu, from the town of Zhen. Li Zhen. Xing Yi's pupils constricted as she muttered the name. What a coincidence. Just as she thought of the Li family of Zhongzhou and that celestial being, this young man bore the same surname. In the Taishui gang, I did not expect to encounter a brother named Li. Do you know the name of your relative? Xing Yi asked. Li Zhen shook his head, vaguely responding. The elders only mentioned a distant relative, without stating a name, saying that upon reaching the Taishui gang, someone would assist me. Xing Yi looked at Li Zhen with a peculiar expression, internally scoffing. If the elders sent you to the gang, surely they would mention the name of a relative? Wasn't he that nonsensical? After a brief pause, Li Zhen turned to Xing Yi and clasped his hands, saying, Brother Xing, I do know the name of that distant relative. But due to estrangement and past grievances between our forebears, our relationship is not particularly close. Though my family urged me to visit the Taishui gang, I fear he may not recognize me as kin. Upon hearing this, Xingyi realized the truth. That is easily resolved. My hall is currently short on hands. If you join my ranks, once you ascend to the threshold and establish your incense altar, I can arrange a position for you as an incense master. A smile crept across Li Zhan's face, knowing that Xingyi had taken the bait. He then retrieved a small silver taishui from his pocket and offered it to Xingyi, saying, "Brother Xing, this humble gift is insignificant. Please accept it. It was originally intended for my distant relative." Upon hearing this, Xingyi found his reasoning increasingly sound. A young man bearing precious silver taishui had arrived in an unfamiliar land, seeking to pay homage to a distant relative. For an ambitious young lad, honoring a relative paled in comparison to paying tribute to a benefactor who would recognize his worth. Xingyi felt that he was indeed that benefactor at this moment. No, you mustn't," he said, while accepting the silver taishui into his pocket with a beaming smile. Observing the young man, he felt a growing fondness. His abilities were commendable, his intellect sharp, and his adherence to propriety was commendable. The mere prowess he demonstrated had already vanquished 2 adversaries in the threshold realm. It wouldn't be long before he distinguished himself in the Taishui gang. An incense master? Perhaps that was an understatement. In that case, young brotherly, you may join my hall. Once you make a name for yourself, we can discuss your recognition of that distant relative, Xingyi said with a smile. Then I must thank you, Brother Xing, Li Zhen replied, bowing again. He then turned to his 2 companions and addressed Xingyi. However, these 2 brothers of mine, though young, have also reached the threshold. I would be grateful if Brother Xing could assist them in finding work as well. Xingyi turned to look at Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia. He regarded Gao Kaixing as a capable young man, yet his tall stature might hinder his physical development, making it unlikely for him to achieve much in the martial arts. Perhaps he could start by helping out in the stables. As for Lu Bangxia, though he appeared somewhat well off, his smile had a rather unrefined quality, unsuitable for the perilous life within the Taishui gang. However, out of respect for Li Zhen, Xingyi replied, "The vacancies in my hall are limited. It's not difficult to bring them into the Taishui gang, but the assignments available may not be particularly desirable." Li Zhen, not understanding the implications of not particularly desirable, felt that bringing his 2 brothers into the Taishui gang was a good deed nonetheless. "Why are you hesitating? Quickly express your gratitude to Brother Xing." Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia stood frozen, tears glistening in their eyes. They had not anticipated that Li Zhen's single remark would allow them to join the Taishui gang, and their excitement reached its peak. They bowed profusely in gratitude to Xingyi, wishing they could kneel before Li Zhen and pay their respects. "Brothers, this is how it should be." Having endured the night parade of 100 demons, the hours following it in the depths of the Deadstream forest were devoid of any further supernatural disturbances. As dawn broke and the faint morning light filtered through the branches, Xingyi opened his eyes, adjusted the signpost, collected the burnt incense, and awakened Li Zhen and the others, preparing to head towards the county. Li Zhen, observing Xingyi's actions, felt curious. "Brother Xing, why do you take away the burnt incense?" With a smile that belied his seriousness, Xingyi replied, "Last night during the night parade, the celestial beings from all directions dared not seek the protection of the incense's aura. Thus, it must be extinguished. However, you must understand that celestial beings are proud. By extinguishing the incense, we severed the offering that should have been made. If others were to see it, they might think the celestial beings are of no use. And wouldn't that tarnish their reputation? Even if they didn't exert any effort, the incense must be taken back to be fully burnt to avoid incurring their wrath." Li Zhen chuckled at this. What celestial beings, so concerned with face yet so unhelpful? They're not as useful as the night watchmen in my mind. Once the longevity incense is ignited, we shall see if they lend a hand. Upon exiting the Deadstream forest and traveling a few more miles, it was around noon when they finally arrived at the western gate of the county town, Dongyi County. Gazing at the towering city walls and the still thriving atmosphere, Li Zhen found himself momentarily at a loss. Upon his initial arrival, he had contemplated reporting to the government office, believing there was an official presence in the county. Thankfully, he had not acted foolishly. Had he been determined to seek the government, he would have met his end in the Deadstream forest. Li Zhenming came to a profound realization. To make a living in this land, one must first cultivate oneself. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle shift in the emotions of the 2 young men beside him. Lu Bangxia wore an expression of astonishment, while Gao Kaixing clenched his fists, his breath slightly heavy. Li Zhen recalled that both of Gao Caixing's parents had perished in the county, their remains long gone. It seemed that this youth also bore the archetype of a vengeful protagonist. Xing Yi observed the reactions of the three individuals, perceiving Li Zhen's calm demeanor, indicative of someone well acquainted with grand occasions. His conviction about Li Zhen's identity solidified. This fellow must belong to a prestigious family in the state. Perhaps even his name was fabricated. It would be prudent to investigate the families of this state and ascertain which prominent figures were involved in the bustling markets, selling their wares. Amidst the lively streets lined with quaint little structures, far removed from the desolation of the village, the county thrived in splendor. Before a small building, a crowd had gathered, bustling with activity. As the four of them passed by, something suddenly descended from above. Li Zhen instinctively looked up, his months of training in martial arts granting him commendable reflexes. With a swift motion, he caught an object, only to be taken aback upon closer inspection. It was a red flower ball, resembling a decorative sphere. The crowd erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Who did the young lady Ning throw her ball to? I saw it. I saw it. It's a commoner." Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia were stunned, exchanging glances, silently pondering the unexpected fortune. At the base of the small building, several young servants pushed through the throng, confronting Li Zhen with disdainful expressions. "Do you know who resides above?" Li Zhen shook his head. "That is the daughter of Master Ning. You, a mere commoner, should return the ball. My lady is generous and will reward you with a few taels of silver." One of the young servants reached out to snatch it away, but was swiftly kicked aside by Xing Yi. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who was this audacious individual, daring to strike a servant of the Ning family? Xing Yi stood protectively before Li Zhen, a basket of paper figurines slung at his waist. A coin in hand, despite his worn attire from long travels, he exuded an imposing aura, his presence resonating with formidable energy. "Do you know who caught that ball?" he demanded. Li Zhen was at a loss, wondering, "Who am I, really?" The young servants, though somewhat skilled, were no match for true practitioners. The crowd, mostly composed of ordinary folk, felt the chilling winds sweep through the town, making them shiver in fear. Li Zhen tugged at Xing Ye's sleeve, whispering, "Let it go. Brother Xing, I merely came to pay a visit to the gang, without any intention of causing unnecessary trouble." Xing Yi, recognizing Li Zhen's noble demeanor, regarded him with admiration for not stooping to the level of these disdainful servants. However, while a noble could afford such restraint, could he? Li Zhen was his opportunity. The gang leader had once said that in the journey of life, seizing opportunities could lead to great fortune. "Brotherly, you must not involve yourself in this. Since you have joined my Taishui gang, you are one of us. I shall see if the esteemed Miss Ning dares to confront me." Xing Ye's face turned sharp, emanating an intense aura. Li Zhen felt it prudent to refrain from further persuasion and discreetly turned to Gao Kaixing, handing the flower ball to him. "Kaixing, do you not desire a bride?" Gao Kaixing made a face of distress. "Brother Zhen, spare me. The women in this county are like cabbages. How could I possibly win one?" Li Zhen then attempted to pass the ball to Lu Bangxia, who quickly declined. He was astute enough to recognize that the people above looked down upon them as commoners. Accepting the flower ball would surely offend. With a sigh, Li Zhen mused, "If Niu Feng were here, he would surely accept it, calling me Brother Zhen with such affection." Just then, he noticed hurried footsteps descending from the small building. Several young servants, having recovered, rushed to the side of a woman in a red dress who was making her way down the stairs. "Miss." These commoners not only refused to return the flower ball, but are also violent. The young lady, with a delicate brow furrowed, appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her voice, soft and gentle like spring rain, replied, "My father consulted a master from Lingbaoxing, who proclaimed that the ball I throw today represents my destined partner. Since it has already been caught, is there any reason to reclaim it?" The young servant, realizing their argument was weak, added, "But miss, those are just commoners. Even if they possess some skill, accepting the ball may tarnish your reputation." The young lady inhaled sharply, her expression transforming with indignation. "What of being a commoner? What of being skilled? Do not underestimate the practitioners from the village. My sister was killed by a monkey demon, and none from the various gangs could avenge her. Only a commoner practitioner from Guoma village helped me slay that demon and avenged her death. The workers at Lingbaoxing have already claimed the bounty for that master, and if he comes to the county, he shall be our esteemed guest." The young servant, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, bowed and retreated, fearful of the consequences. Meanwhile, Li Zhen listened intently, his expression peculiar. "Slaying a monkey demon? Guoma village? Why does it feel like they are speaking of me?" Unaware of the monkey demon incident, Xing Yu regarded the young lady with respect. "My household servant lacks manners and has offended you. Might I inquire who caught the flower ball?" With a derisive snort, he stepped aside, revealing Li Zhen's true appearance. It is said that clothing makes the man, and presently, Li Zhen's appearance was far from impressive, relying solely on his handsome face for support. The young lady from the Ning family gazed at the flower ball in Li Zhen's hand, then looked him over, unable to suppress a smile, secretly thinking, who would have thought that a practitioner from the village could be so handsome? But his attire is rather shabby. When did rags become fashionable? Li Zhen, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament, felt the flower ball being tugged from his grasp. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia each held on to one end, exclaiming, "Brother Zhen, you can give the ball to me now. Which village do you hail from, young master?" Miss Ning inquired, offering a slight bow, her voluptuous figure undeniably captivating, causing the onlooking men in the county to turn red with envy. Who would have thought a commoner could receive such attention from the esteemed Miss Ning? Li Zhen, relinquishing the flower ball to Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia, raised his hands in a gesture of respect towards the Ning family's young lady. "I come from Lu family village, and by sheer happenstance, I caught this flower ball. You may certainly reclaim it. I have no intentions of marrying just yet." A flicker of disappointment passed through Ning Qianjin's expressive eyes. He is certainly not a master from Guoma village, she mused. However, she quickly chastised herself for such naivety. How could a mere practitioner from a village possibly be the one to avenge her sister? Li Zhen's words sent ripples through the crowd. Not only the men in the county, but even Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia were taken aback, thinking, how could Brother Zhen refuse the advances of such a wealthy and beautiful woman? Others secretly wished for the flower ball to be thrown again. But out of respect for the Ning family, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Only Xing Yi, clad in tattered robes, stood defiantly with crossed arms. A look of defiance on his face. He could only sneer inwardly. My little brother is a scion of a prominent family from Pan Prefecture, while this insignificant girl from the Ning family is hardly worthy. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd as a path was cleared, revealing a wealthy-looking man adorned with a jade ring. He was followed by a few attendants, who looked at Li Zhen and his companions holding the embroidered ball with evident disdain. However, as a local gentry, he understood the ways of the world and feigned politeness, asking, "Gentlemen, have you perhaps claimed the embroidered ball thrown by my daughter?" Before Li Zhen could respond, Miss Ning interjected, "Indeed, father. You have just returned from Lingbao and know what the shopkeeper said. The embroidered ball I threw today is meant for my true match." This wealthy man was naturally Miss Ning's father, who frowned with a cold glint in his eyes. "True match? You threw it without me present. It doesn't count. You must throw again." Miss Ning was anxious, aware that her father looked down on the common folk from the village. The young man who caught the ball, though poorly dressed, was quite handsome. Hearing the words of Ning's father, Xing Yi couldn't help but laugh in anger. The Tai Sui gang was the most powerful gang in Dongyi Prefecture, its status unrivaled. Even as a leader within the gang, he would be on par with the heads of second-rate factions in the city. Unfortunately, the gang's enforcers were often away, battling in distant lands, leaving little time to establish their reputation locally. Unlike Lingbao, which maintained extensive connections and was revered wherever it went. Xing Yi scoffed, "Not marrying? That is perfectly fine. My brotherly here would never stoop to accept your daughter, who looks like a withered gourd." Miss Ning was taken aback, realizing the insult. Li Zhen felt a bit awkward. Although he understood that Xing Yi was defending him, the words were harsh. Miss Ning, by all accounts, was not unattractive, resembling a youthful beauty with an appealing figure. One of the attendants behind Ning's father, having learned some martial skills, stepped forward and shouted, "How dare you disrespect the daughter of Ning's family?" Xing Ye's face flushed with anger, resembling a persimmon under the northern wind. Though the weather was calm, his fury was palpable. Seeing this, Ning's father quickly scolded the attendant, then smiled and said, "Dear friends, it's not that the Ning family looks down on you. It's simply that marriage requires matching social standings. I inquired at Lingbao, and the shopkeeper mentioned my daughter's intended match is of noble origin. Yet, I see that none of you seem to fit that description." Xing Yi was tempted to curse the man for his lack of insight. He had heard of the shopkeeper from Lingbao, a skilled fortune teller known for his accuracy. Xing Yi believed the shopkeeper had indeed spoken correctly. Li Zhen catching the embroidered ball was a sign of great fortune. Yet, this Ning fellow, with his narrow-mindedness, would likely miss such an opportunity. Understanding why Li Zhen, coming from a prestigious family, chose to disguise his identity while gaining experience in a remote village, Xing Yi could sympathize. However, the Tai Sui gang would not tolerate such humiliation. "Ning, do you know who this brotherly is?" Xing Yi asked coolly, while discreetly presenting his insignia as the Tai Sui gang's leader. Li Zhen understood the signal and discreetly accepted it, unable to suppress a smile. How could Xing Yi force him into such a display? Their essay saying, The first bird gets shot, and the tall leg gets sought. However, feeling belittled by Ning's father only fueled Li Zhen's determination. I could throw a basket of silver at you and crush you. What identity? This young man looks like a mere villager. What identity could he possibly have? Ning's father scoffed, waving his hand to signal his attendants to seize the embroidered ball. Miss Ning felt embarrassed, yet with her father's authority, she could not object. She leaned closer to Li Zhen and whispered, "Young master, please don't be angry. My father is just like this. How about I invite you to a banquet to apologize another day?" Li Zhen smiled, realizing that today he could not avoid the mess created by Xingyi. He grasped the embroidered ball and tossed it away, causing several attendants to scramble to catch it. Ning's father, recognizing his defeat, smiled faintly and retreated wisely. Li Zhen stepped forward, slightly lifting his robe to reveal an insignia inscribed with the words Tai Sui. "Ning, I have no desire for this embroidered ball. I can easily discard it. However, as a leader of the Tai Sui gang, my mission has been delayed due to your household's interference. How do you propose to make amends?" Ning's father froze, staring intently at the insignia, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. How could someone so young possibly hold such a title? He pondered deeply, glancing at the poorly dressed Xingyi, who took a step forward. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through the air, coalescing into a striking incense altar. The altar, adorned with a weighty stone, radiated an extraordinary presence. Although Ning's father was not a practitioner, he understood the significance of such a display. The altar's presence signified a high level of mastery, and the realization struck him. This seemingly destitute man was indeed at a level capable of commanding such power. In Lingbao, he would hold a deputy's position. Xingyi smirked coldly, declaring, "I am Xingyi, the incense leader of the Tai Sui gang. This is Li Zhen, another incense leader who has recently returned from eliminating a wanted criminal. We had not anticipated encountering such troublesome matters. Ning, you should choose your path wisely," Xingyi continued. Li Zhen opened his mouth, feeling that Xingyi was exaggerating his status. He was merely a member of the Tai Sui gang. Yet suddenly he was elevated to a leader. Although aware of the exaggeration, he could not undermine Xingyi's efforts, stepping forward to say, "You look down on others. Ning family, you're nothing more than a rat's tail juice." The crowd instinctively parted for Li Zhen and his companions. Xingyi led the three toward the Tai Sui gang's direction, while Gao Kaisheng and Liu Banxia frequently glanced back, eager to see Ning's father's expression. They noticed Ning's father being supported by his attendants, his face ashen. How could someone so young be the leader of the Tai Sui gang? Miss Ning felt an indescribable sense of grievance. Approaching her father, she sobbed, "Father, give me back my true match." Ning's father was at a loss. Had he known the shopkeeper at Lingbao was so accurate, he would have trusted him. Now, having offended the leader of the Tai Sui gang, the most formidable faction in Dongyi Prefecture, how would they handle the situation? "Kai, stop crying. Change your clothes. I will take you to the Tai Sui gang to apologize." Miss Ning wiped her tears, but added sadly, "But young Master Li doesn't fancy me." Ning's father blinked a few times and whispered, "You don't understand. Men are all pigs. When you serve him tea later, just raise your backside a bit higher. Do you understand?" Miss Ning's eyes turned red, and her face flushed as she shyly ran back to the pavilion. The Tai Sui gang, though powerful, was located on the outskirts of the city, almost at the edge. Otherwise, Li Zhen would have thought he had entered another village. The gang was not grand. It resembled a collection of farms linked together, with several grain storage-like buildings. At the entrance of the Tai Sui gang hung a dried white Tai Sui, sprinkled with phosphorescent powder, faintly glowing. The gang has 3 halls. This is the Lin Hall, responsible for Tai Sui transportation, similar to a convoy, Xingyi explained. Li Zhen nodded, expressing concern, "Brother Xing, are we not afraid of offending Ning Yuanwei by acting this way? After all?" Xingyi, noticing Li Zhen's anxiety regarding the Ning family, chuckled softly. "Our Tai Sui gang and the government are 2 peas in a pod. The Ning family is merely a wealthy gentry. Their influence pales in comparison to a second-rate gang. Can they truly contend with us? Do you know how an ordinary member of the Tai Sui gang would react in a situation like that?" "How so?" Li Zhen asked, intrigued. Xingyi's expression turned grim as he gestured with his fingers, mimicking a digging motion. They would go up and dig out his eyes, forcing him to see the world differently, and before leaving, they would snatch a woman. "This is the style of our Tai Sui gang." Li Zhen, taken aback, realized so. The Tai Sui gang acts like bandits. "Brotherly, do not think that we are merely brazen in our actions like bandits," Xingyi said earnestly. Li Zhen replied with sincerity, "I have never thought of it that way." "Good," Xingyi continued, his tone becoming somber. "The members of the Tai Sui gang truly have their lives on the line. One could easily perish in the demon lair. If one does not look out for oneself, death brings no peace. Chapter 62. Blood and flesh feed the Tai Sui. Fighting word hall in an ancient ancestral hall, the aroma of incense was intoxicating. The pillars were carved with mystical designs, and the aged beams appeared stained with blood. What was enshrined within was not a plaque or deities, but a piece of ancient meat, imbued with a golden sheen and covered in grotesque growths, having long since dried out. This is the leader of our Lingzi Hall, Xingyi explained. Huh. Li Zhen looked around, unable to see anyone. Brother Xing, where is the leader? Kai Sheng and Lu Bangxia both shook their heads in unison. Xingyi motioned for the three to show respect and focused their gaze on the golden Tai Sui atop the table. This is the leader of our Lingzi Hall. What? Li Zhen was taken aback. A piece of Tai Sui? Xingyi shook his head. The Tai Sui is not the true form of the leader. Rather, it is the leader's manifestation. What do you mean? Li Zhen was confused, feeling an unexplainable chill in the hall. Xingyi explained. The Tai Sui freshly severed from the demon lair is quite malevolent. It feeds on blood and flesh. Our Lingzi Hall's leader has used flesh to nurture the Tai Sui. What you see on this incense table is the Tai Sui nurtured by the leader's flesh. The Lingzi Hall transports Tai Sui, and we have several large storage facilities. The Tai Sui attracts malevolent spirits, necessitating powerful objects to subdue them. Without such items, the leader becomes the talisman. His flesh merges with the Tai Sui, confining his soul within this radius. No malevolent entity dares to trespass under the aura of incense. Upon hearing this, Li Zhen felt the leader was remarkably selfless and recalled the item his grandfather had instructed him to retrieve. Do other halls also use Tai Sui that have consumed human flesh as their talismans? No, Xingyi replied, shaking his head. The Tai Sui gang has 3 halls: Ling, Bing, and Do. The talisman of the Bing Hall is a horse spear, while the Do Hall possesses a stone, said to have been brought back by the former leader from elsewhere, unknown in purpose but effective against malevolent entities. The Do Hall is responsible for combating malevolent spirits in the caverns and collects Tai Sui. Hence they use the best talisman to ensure the safety of their storages. Li Zhen understood. What Xingyi mentioned about the talisman of the Do Hall must be the stone his grandfather had instructed him to obtain. However, this talisman was not merely an object to be used as his grandfather described. According to Xingyi, the talisman in the hall was akin to the most robust security system. Retrieving it would not be an easy feat, Brother Xing. May I touch the leader? Li Zhen asked tentatively. He had no desire to touch the Tai Sui that had consumed human flesh. He merely sought to gauge the Tai Sui gang's attitude towards the talisman. Xingyi's expression changed, initially poised to rebuke, but then recalling Li Zhen might be a scion of a prominent family from Panzhou, he suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, "No, please do not. The talisman can subdue malevolent spirits, yet it is the most sinister of entities." Previously, a former incense master from our Lingzi Hall, in a fit of madness, came in the dead of night to lick the leader and went insane, ultimately consuming himself. Now, a position for an incense master is vacant, leaving us with only 8 masters across the 3 halls. Li Zhen's face shifted. How did that incense master come to lick the talisman? Xingyi sighed. Initially, no one thought someone would be interested in the talisman, especially not an incense master who was supposed to guard it. Afterward, the leader mandated stricter supervision of the talisman. Had it not been for your introduction to the leader, I would not have even opened this hall's door. Lowering his voice, Xingyi leaned closer to Li Zhen, whispering, in truth, the incense master who licked the talisman did not go mad. The leader personally executed him, severing his tendons and casting him into the demon lair. The leader declared that to touch the talisman is to gamble with the Tai Sui gang's very existence. Even the thought of it should be avoided. Li Zhen swallowed hard, gazing at the golden Tai Sui on the incense table, observing its grotesque growths seemingly writhing. This Tai Sui contained the soul of a living person. Perhaps the one writhing was not the Tai Sui, but the leader who nourished it. Li Zhen felt troubled, uncertain how to procure the Do Hall's talisman. Yet, with his grandfather's health deteriorating, this was the only avenue available. Even if it meant betrayal, he had to bring the talisman back. A loud thud echoed as the wooden door creaked open. Lord Xing, have you come to pay respects to the leader? Who are these individuals? Chapter 63. Blood-Clothed Gang S Expert. The incantation of River sacrificed the voice that came was thin and edged with a hint of softness. Yet it was discernibly that of a man. Turning around, shrouded in light, the figure remained indistinct, but Li Zhen could hear Xingyi snort coldly. What about the goods from Lure Village? Have they been delivered? The soft-voiced man did not rush to respond, but instead stepped further into the ancestral hall. Lord Xing, please allow me to explain. Stop. Xing Yi barked sharply, startling Li Zhen. This is sacred ground. One cannot enter as they please. The man's appearance finally became clear. He was robust, clad in a half-opened coat, his face ruddy, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His rugged visage was in stark contrast to his voice. He widened his eyes at Xing Yi, then pointed at Li Zhen and the others. Lord Xing, why are they allowed to enter? Xing Yi coldly retorted, are you on par with him? The burly man opened his mouth. What difference does it make? Aren't we all sons of the leader or the boss? Xing Yi's brow furrowed, realizing he had misspoken. Li Zhen's identity should have been kept confidential. He needed to act as if he were unaware to avoid irritating this low-key scion. After a brief consideration, he recalibrated. These three are newcomers to our Tai Sui gang, naturally here to pay their respects to the leader. Are you also a newcomer like them? Hearing this, the burly man softened, cupping his hands towards Xing Yi. I was indeed presumptuous. I hope Lord Xing will forgive me. Yet, he felt something amiss. Recalling whether he had paid his respects to the leader when he first joined the gang, he realized he had not. Enough. Let's discuss the situation with the goods from Lure Village, Xing Yi commanded. The burly man's expression turned grave, urgency creeping into his tone. My lord, the goods from Lure Village are far too conspicuous. The blood-clothed gang has also set their sights on them. While transporting to the large storage, they encountered trouble at Lure River, where the river god has stirred up trouble. It is said that the blood-clothed gang has enlisted experts to perform sacrifices at Lure River, and the river god stands with them. The goods are currently stuck at Lure Village, and we have over 20 brothers in a standoff. I came back to seek your command, Lord Xing. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi's typically calm demeanor darkened, revealing an ominous aura. You choose now to inform me of such a monumental issue? Having returned to assist, the brothers have scattered in various directions, and Lord Xing has also vanished without a trace. I recently heard that a leader from the blood-clothing gang is at the Ning family pavilion to collect the embroidered ball, which prompted me to make another trip. Li Zhen's expression was somewhat awkward, realizing that his delay in collecting the ball had caused issues. However, it was hardly his fault. Xing Yi was never present in the gang. An unexpected turn of events had occurred, but now that I was aware of the situation, it could be addressed. Xing Yi took a step forward, and the incense altar behind him materialized, filling the ancestral hall with a palpable aura of dread. How audacious of the blood-clothing gang. A mere second-rate faction in the county dares to obstruct our Tai Shui gang's affairs. A burly man, wearing a pained expression, replied, Master, you may be unaware, but the blood-clothing gang is currently thriving. It is said they have received an edict from a powerful gang in the province, intending to seize Tai Shui in large quantities. The expert who conducts the river god rituals is also from the province, and they hardly regard our Tai Shui gang as significant. How outrageous! Xing Yi exclaimed in anger, pointing at Li Zhen. Hua Ernyang, take this newcomer to Lure Village. We must secure this shipment. Li Zhen stammered, me? Huh. Hua Ernyang turned to Li Zhen with incredulity. You want me to bring him along? What use is a fresh recruit? Xing Yi frowned, visibly displeased. The decision to send Li Zhen with Hua Ernyang was intentional. Since they were all from the province, it would be a matter of weighing their backgrounds. Perhaps Brother Li might even recognize that provincial expert, although he knew it was unwise to call in Li Zhen's favor so soon. The batch of Tai Shui from Lure Village was crucial for the Tai Shui gang's operations during the Ghost Festival. Losing this shipment would be a burden the Lingzi Hall could not bear. You need not concern yourself, just take Brother Li along. I will visit the blood-clothing gang to clarify why they dare to encroach upon our domain. Xing Yi strode out of the ancestral hall, calling out to Li Zhen and the others, locking the hall's door before hastily departing. Hua Ernyang tightened her coat, eyeing Li Zhen with disdain. What skills do you possess, newcomer? If I take you to Lure Village and something goes awry, what will you do? You have no experience. Li Zhen, confronted with the stark contrast of Hua Ernyang's demeanor, responded politely, Brother Hua, I am somewhat familiar with the iron grip style. Call me Ernyang, not brother. That sounds dreadful. Hua Ernyang flicked her fingers and shot Li Zhen an annoyed glance. That glare was formidable. Had her stomach not been empty, Li Zhen might have feared losing his dinner. You are hardly proficient, and your physique appears weak. I wonder what Xing Master was thinking, sending you to Lure Village. She clicked her tongue and added, Hurry up and get ready. We have more than 20 brothers relying on us to cross the river and stay safe. Li Zhen, feeling a bit out of place, did not understand Xing Yi's intentions. On his first day in the gang, he found himself embroiled in their conflicts. As they prepared to leave, Hua Ernyang remarked, My donkey is outside the village. Can you ride? Li Zhen shook his head. I can't. Such a useless fellow, unable to ride a horse. I wonder why the master sent me to bring you along, Hua Ernyang said, her expression reflecting her disdain. Are you planning to be sacrificed to the river god? Li Zhen felt somewhat helpless and chose not to argue, following Hua Ernyang out of the village and mounting the donkey. The donkey was thin and listless. Under Hua Ernyang's hefty weight, it began to tremble. Do I really have to ride this donkey? Li Zhen complained. What else can we do? You can't ride a horse. Should I carry you? Hua Ernyang retorted, giving the donkey a sharp slap on its rear, signaling Li Zhen to mount. The donkey's saddle was small, barely accommodating Hua Ernyang alone. As Li Zhen climbed on, he felt himself slipping, with no real support. Hua Ernyang, however, flicked the reins and declared, Hold on tight. We're off. The old donkey brayed hoarsely and dashed down a narrow path. Fearing he might fall, Li Zhen grasped Hua Ernyang's waist tightly. Unfortunately, her waist was too thick to wrap his arms around comfortably. As Hua Ernyang skillfully maneuvered the reins, she glanced back slyly. You're really holding on, huh? How annoying. Li Zhen felt a mix of embarrassment and determination. Lure village lay 10 miles from the county town. By the time dusk fell, Hua Ernyang's donkey halted by the banks of Lure River. A narrow wooden bridge spanned the river, broken in the middle as if bitten through by some creature. Hua Ernyang looked troubled, harboring a strong aversion to the river. Last time I crossed, I had to offer 30 pounds of white taishui before the river god allowed me passage. Returning to Lure village might prove challenging. She then turned her gaze to Li Zhen, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Could it be that Master Xing sent me to bring you here for a sacrifice? Li Zhen ignored Hua Ernyang's rambling and retrieved a small piece of silver taishui from his pocket. Approaching the riverbank, he murmured, On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, let the lamps shine on the beams. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, let the people walk safely across the river. River god, heed my call. I am Li Zhen of the Li family, seeking your blessing to cross. With a splash, he cast the silver taishui into Lure River. Standing upright, his expression became solemn. After more than half a year, he had acquired some skills. His grandfather had taught him various rituals, and this offering was one of them. The incantation was somewhat forceful, and as it was Li Zhen's first practical attempt, he was uncertain of its effectiveness. Hua Ernyang watched from the side, her urge to mock him stifled by an inexplicable feeling that this newcomer was somewhat remarkable. What was he muttering? The taishui he tossed seemed to be silver? Bubbles erupted in Lure River as fish leapt, miraculously raising the broken bridge. What? Hua Ernyang gasped, taken aback. You have some skills. What is this ability of yours? She asked, astonished. Don't just stand there. Hurry across the bridge. Li Zhen urged, feeling a surge of energy as he took a step forward, moving faster than Hua Ernyang. She trailed behind, astonished that this newcomer could outpace her. Despite her own well-honed skills, the narrow wooden bridge, buoyed by the fish, swayed precariously but was passable. Once they both crossed, the fish dispersed, and the broken bridge sank back into the depths. After reaching the other side, Hua Ernyang involuntarily praised Li Zhen. What a remarkable skill. So, Master Xing indeed had a purpose in sending you along. After we drive the Blood Robe gang away, our cargo will soon be loaded onto the boat and swiftly reach the shore. Li Zhen patted his pocket. The basket for the silver taishui had been left at the village, and much of what he carried had already been used. The incantation for the river offering taught by his grandfather did not include the disposal of the taishui. That was merely his own addition. It seems the incantation is not of utmost importance. Rather, the silver taishui for the sacrifice is the true essence, isn't it? However, since the Lure village has taishui collected by the gang, it stands to reason that procuring silver taishui for the river offering should not pose a significant challenge. Accompanied by Hua Ernyang, they soon arrived at the entrance of a village. The village was brightly lit, and it was evident that two factions were in confrontation. You cannot cross Lure River, yet you dare to hide these carts of taishui? A group clad in red stood in 2 rows, their expressions exuding an unspoken arrogance. They blocked the entrance of a courtyard, and from within, someone shouted, You enjoy the spoils without effort, so eager to become someone's lackey. Even if this warehouse of taishui rots, it will not be given to you. The red-clad group burst into laughter. Your taishui gang, always looking down on others. Never expected to be cornered at the door, did you? To call us lackeys is to insult the esteemed officials from the state. I wonder how many heads you have to lose. They continued, Regardless, we are the ones who will offer to the river god. If you cannot cross Lure River, how can you protect your precious taishui? Come out and face us, if you dare. They taunted, their jeering echoing through the courtyard. Inside stood more than 20 robust men, all wearing grim expressions. The leader, a man with slumped shoulders and a flat nose, held back his companions, saying, Brothers, do not act rashly. Hua Ernyang has gone back to summon reinforcements. Although we only have 2 incense masters in our hall, both Xing and Zhao are seasoned veterans. With Zhao having gone to the governor to fetch the gang leader, only Xing remained. If he arrives, we shall surely overcome this crisis. The men exchanged glances. And one sighed, Cui Gu, spare us the comfort. The Blood Robe gang has become the state's lackeys, their spirits more formidable than anyone else's. Moreover, they have the river god supporting them. The river god of Lure River is said to be a 1,000-year-old tortoise spirit, powerful enough to rival the governor himself. Not even the incense masters could withstand him. Cui, the flat-nosed man, displayed a troubled expression and sighed. Regardless, we cannot lose this Tai Sui. Our livelihood in the month of July relies on this batch of goods. Brothers, if it comes to a life-or-death situation, I will shield you while you find a way to escape. The atmosphere in the courtyard was somber, while the Lure village was filled with willow trees. New buds sprouted, willow leaves fluttered, and the cold air from Lure River crept into the village as dusk approached. Suddenly, loud voices erupted outside the courtyard. Get out of the way. You bastards. Watch as I shove my foot down your throat. The Blood Robe gang's men dared not obstruct and hastily cleared a path. Two figures entered the courtyard. The flat-nosed man, seeing Hua Ernyang approach, felt a surge of excitement. Ernyang, did you bring Xing? Hua Ernyang shook her head repeatedly and stepped aside to reveal Li Zhen, who smiled coyly. Hee, I didn't bring Xing, but I did bring a new brother. The 20 men in the courtyard gazed at Li Zhen's frail appearance, their spirits dampening. The flat-nosed man frowned deeply. Ernyang, you usually handle matters efficiently. How could you make such a blunder in this case? You sacrificed 30 pounds of Tai Sui to pave the way for reinforcements, and you brought back this frail wretch? Chapter 65. The unyielding assistant, Cui Gu Niels Hua Ernyang, known for her fiery temper, was enraged by the flat-nosed man's remarks. Cui Gu, I risked becoming the river god's meal and returned to the gang. After much difficulty, I managed to bring back a brother. And this is how you speak to me? Cui, aware of his harshness towards Hua Ernyang, realized the urgency of the situation. The Blood Robe gang was blocking the door, and with the river god obstructing the Lure River's passage, if they could not summon Xing, this batch of goods would likely rot in Lure village. Ernyang, I respect you as a brave woman, but our lives and fortunes are at stake here. You didn't bring back the incense master, but instead this skinny wretch. What are you trying to achieve? Hearing Cui's words, the surrounding brothers chimed in. Indeed. Ernyang, we know you have a penchant for these things, but this is no time for folly. I see he stands decently. But is he even skilled in the arts? His aura seems weak. He must only have attained minor accomplishments. Ernyang, it's understandable that Cui Gu would say this. The Blood Robe gang has found a powerful ally. Did you really have to bring back a pretty boy? Li Zhen furrowed his brows, anger bubbling within. Why should he be belittled upon his arrival? He had merely come to assist the gang members in crossing the river, yet now he was being disparaged. Hua Ernyang, her temper flaring, slapped one of the men twice. You think you can belittle us? This new brother has the ability to bridge the river god, can you? Hearing this, the others began to realize. Indeed, when Hua Ernyang returned, she had offered 30 pounds of white Tai Sui to the river, which had allowed one person to pass. Was it possible that upon returning, she had used dozens of pounds of Tai Sui again? Tai Sui does not simply materialize. Even the cheapest white Tai Sui cannot be casually squandered in such quantities. Cui scrutinized Li Zhen, seeing no other signs of capability, and skeptically asked, Can you truly make the river god bridge the crossing? Li Zhen coldly smiled. Where would I possess such extraordinary abilities? I crossed over with Hua Ernyang. Cui understood that those with genuine abilities often bore a hint of pride. Yet to maintain such confidence in front of over 20 disciples of the Tai Sui gang indicated true skill. Otherwise, wouldn't it be madness to act so brazenly? Seeing this, Cui clasped his fists and asked, Brother, from whom did you learn your craft? What lineage do you hail from? Li Zhen casually replied, I am Li Zhen, a newcomer to the Tai Sui gang, originally a disciple of Lao Chan from the Iron Handle gang in Dongyi County. Feel free to inquire. You shall see what kind of mastery my master possesses. Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Whether Lao Chan is impressive or not depends on one's own boasting. These men, trapped in Lure village, had no opportunity to verify his claims. It was best to intimidate them for now. Cui nudged his companion, saying, I have not heard of Lao Chan. The companion tightened his coat, his expression serious. Cui Gu. We encounter many unfamiliar faces, and there are rumors in the county about a trickster who was captured by a master from the Iron Handle gang. Cui nodded and stepped forward. So you are a disciple of the esteemed Lao Chan. Forgive my rudeness. Bring tea. Cui Gu. The well has been poisoned by the Blood Robe gang. There is no tea left. Li Zhen did not return the courtesy, but moved aside. You all claimed I was useless. Why not send someone to rescue yourselves? I cannot cross this river. Chui's forehead throbbed with veins, his breathing becoming labored as he suppressed his anger, pointing to the ruckus outside caused by the Blood Robe Gang's disciples. Li brother, since you have joined our Tai Sui gang, you surely understand our shared fate. The Blood Robe Gang relies on powerful allies to oppress us. And while we endure this humiliation, we must ensure this batch of Tai Sui returns to our gang. This would be a significant achievement for you as a newcomer. Hearing this, Li Zhen's expression softened slightly. If he could establish merit through this, could he not propose certain conditions to the leader of the Tai Sui gang? For instance, retrieving the town stone from the Duzi Hall to cure his grandfather. Xing entrusted me to come to Luer village, expecting me to help you overcome this hardship. I will not stand idly by regarding this river crossing matter. However, all of you who insulted me with your words must apologize. Li Zhen declared as he settled onto a stone bench nearby. It is not that he cares about the apology, but rather that without displaying a semblance of authority, these fiery subordinates would never yield. If one fails to establish credibility, commanding these individuals becomes impossible. To cross the river, one must not only recite the incantations taught by his grandfather, but also secure the support of the Silver Tai Sui. It is essential to first administer a little eye-opener to these men. Brother Chui, naturally the leader among them, glanced around and pointed at a few brothers, apologized to Brother Li. Upon witnessing the brothers' reluctance, some even interjected, Brother Chui, have you lost your mind? With that demeanor, how can he be someone who knows how to venerate the river? Apologizing to this pretty boy? No way. Brother Chui's face turned pale. He certainly did not regard Li Zhen with any esteem, yet Li Zhen was their sole hope. These brothers appeared to have overindulged in Tai Sui, their minds muddled. Whether or not he was a lifeline, they should grasp the opportunity first and speak without bravado later. Brother Li, I am the deputy of Master Xing Xiang and can speak on behalf of the brothers. Allow me to apologize to you. With that, Brother Chui suddenly knelt down. It was swift and decisive, leaving even Li Zhen momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense, soon interrupted by curses. How dare you, you little scoundrel. Accept Brother Chui's kneeling. Are you blind? Help him up. Hua Ernyang sighed. Mustering her strength, she pulled Brother Chui up. What was the need for this? Our brother Li is, after all, one of our own, a newcomer. Why kneel this way? Besides, your Chui family is of noble heritage. This would be humiliating for our brother Li. Li Zhen also regained his composure, somewhat moved by Brother Chui's decisive action. He was indeed a person capable of great deeds. But unfortunately, among this group, he was the only one with any sense. Clearing his throat, Li Zhen said, Brother Chui, I will assist you in crossing the river. But from now on, all my requests must be met. Brother Chui gritted his teeth and nodded. Brother Li, command me as you wish. If crossing the river requires it, I will even petition the leader to betroth Hua Ernyang to you. Li Zhen felt a bit dazed. Hua Ernyang, a rugged woman, at that moment, displayed a bashful demeanor akin to a young girl, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Zhen. Brother Chui, feeling a jab to his ribs, gasped, how absurd. My lifelong affair cannot be left to your foolish antics. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, a loud crash sounded as the courtyard door was kicked open. A man clad in a blood-red robe, robust in stature, announced, the Liu family from Panzhou has come to collect the goods. The door swung wide. Even the earthen walls of the courtyard cracked. The leader, dressed in the blood-red robe, was a senior incense master of the Blood Robe Gang. Behind him, a darkened space held a red canopy sedan chair, carried by 6 bearers who appeared to struggle under its weight. They did not dismount, exuding an air of great authority. Brother Chui understood that a powerful ally from the Blood Robe Gang had arrived. Instantly, his expression grew serious. They were still deliberating on crossing the river when the visitors had already arrived at their doorstep. Now, it seemed they might not even be able to leave the village. The individuals from the state were likely formidable figures, while he himself was merely a novice. The disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Even if Master Xing were present, he would probably fare no better. Who was in charge? Upon seeing the Liu family's representative arrive, did no one think to pay their respects? The leading incense master of the Blood Robe Gang sneered. Don't think you can flaunt your authority as the Tai Sui gang in front of the Liu family. Even if your leader were here, he would have to bow his head. If it weren't for the sake of these Tai Sui, Liu Run would have already turned you into a pile of mush. No one in the Tai Sui gang spoke, their eyes ablaze with anger, yet they remained silent. No one was foolish enough to provoke someone from the state. Brother Chui, seeing the situation, stepped forward, clasping his hands toward the sedan chair. Liu Run. These Tai Sui are the rations for our brothers in July, procured at the cost of their lives. How could we easily part with them for others? From within the sedan chair came a languid, deep voice. I wouldn't let you work for free. I can offer you some silver. Coincidentally, my Lu family needs a batch of Tai Sui. Let us forge a good relationship. There's no need to escalate this to a life and death struggle. Wouldn't you agree? Brother Chui clenched his fists, knuckles widening. This representative of the Lu family had promised them silver yesterday, yet the wretched scoundrel only offered a single tael. One tael to exchange for an entire warehouse of Tai Sui. It wasn't that the Tai Sui gang was stingy, but, what? Do you find the offer insufficient? The voice from within the sedan chair shifted abruptly, and a fierce wind swept through Lu village. The willows drooped, dancing frantically, an ominous sight. The 6 bearers of the sedan chair felt their shoulders grow heavy, utterly drained of strength. Crack! With 6 sharp sounds, all 6 bearers were abruptly severed at the waist, collapsing lifelessly. Li Zhen, observing from the side, felt his eyes widen. The iron bearers were known for their immense strength. These 6 individuals were all adept bearers. Each could lift a 1,000-pound stone effortlessly. What on earth was in that sedan chair to crush them so mercilessly? A chilling wind howled, and an otherworldly voice echoed. Though listening closely, nothing was discernible. Thick blood pooled at Brother Chui's feet, staining the soles of his cloth shoes. If you find 1 tael of silver insufficient, then I might just take it for free. The peculiar intonation wormed its way into the ears of every brother in the Tai Sui gang. Even the righteous Hua Ernyang dared not lift her gaze to meet the sedan chair. Seconds ticked by, the stench of blood growing more pungent. Brother Chui felt as if his spine were being stripped away, barely able to stand. An entire warehouse of Tai Sui, the lives of over 20 brothers, rested in his hands. A single misstep could lead to unspeakable calamity. Let me think. Think. Is there even a need to think? The languid voice from the sedan chair rose. You must understand, this single tael of silver is not ordinary. It is silver bestowed by the Lu family. You lowly wretch. Having received such a precious item, shouldn't you be secretly rejoicing? Brother Chui's lips trembled, feeling as if the unseen willows were filled with clawing malevolence. Anxiety surged to its peak. A tael from the Lu family is still just a tael. Li Zhen interjected. If you want to exchange 1 tael for so many Tai Sui, is it your mind that is lacking, or mine? With a whoosh, cold sweat poured from Brother Chui's back, his robe completely soaked. He could barely remain upright, collapsing to the ground. If just moments ago he was still grappling with the Lu family's representative, now he had been effectively sentenced to death. The lives of over 20 brothers would be sacrificed here because of this man named Li. Not only did Brother Chui cast a venomous glare, but even Hua Ernyang looked at Li Zhen in disbelief. Silence. Only the sound of the willow branches brushing against the wind. Even the incense master from the Blood Robe gang unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Where did the Tai Sui gang find such associates? Surely, they did not summon the Grim Reaper? Inside the sedan chair, an unusual silence lingered momentarily before a voice spoke again. What did you say? What did I say? Are your ears not functioning? Li Zhen frowned, sitting on a stone bench, kicking down the courtyard wall. You think you're beautiful just because you're ugly? Brother Chui's eyes turned red, trembling as he raised his right hand, looking at Li Zhen. Why do you want to endanger the lives of our brothers? Li Zhen pretended not to see, continuing to wait for a response from the sedan chair. Then tell me, what would be considered fair? The languid voice from within the sedan chair replied, dripping with mockery. Fair. Of course, it would be to exchange equivalent silver for an equivalent amount of Tai Sui. That is fair. Li Zhen smiled. Nonsense. The voice in the sedan chair sounded as if it was stifling laughter. I have sacrificed to the river god. You cannot cross Lua River. The current Tai Sui gang is but fish on a chopping block. Why should I concern myself with what is fair? Li Zhen coldly chuckled and said, but what if I can still cross this river? Impossible. Who do you think you are? The voice from the palanquin rose again. Even a bit agitated. The river we, the Lu family, offer sacrifices to can only be commanded by Lu family members. How can the river god of the Dingfu realm be swayed by you mere country bumpkins? Although Li Zhen was not entirely confident, he held an inexplicable faith in the methods taught to him by his grandfather, Li Chongfu. But I can lead my brothers from the Tai Sui gang across the river. He continued. Oh, if you can cross, not only will I let you take this Tai Sui with you, but I will also deal with the incense master of the Blood Robe gang. Upon hearing this, the incense master from the Blood Robe gang turned pale, yet deep down. He thought it impossible for the Tai Sui gang to have any means to cross the river, and thus he relaxed. But if you cannot cross, I will take the lives of all 20 of you. The voice from the palanquin continued. Brother Chui glanced at Li Zhen in panic, shouting, don't agree. If we can't cross, we will all perish. Li Zhen feigned ignorance, nodding. Fine, If we cannot cross, you may deal with these people as you wish. Boom. Brother Chui felt as if the sky had fallen. Li Zhen had thought Brother Chui was somewhat clever, but now he realized he was rather ordinary. Trapped behind closed doors, they were being led to slaughter without seizing this final glimmer of hope. Present equal stakes to fight for a chance at survival, or simply await death. Of course, Li Zhen's leverage was not solely the methods taught by his grandfather. Unseen by others, a sleek black cat sat upon his shoulder, whispering softly, Li Zhen, just go ahead and act. I can't control others, but you and I can leave together. Chapter 67. The Gambit on the River, the Dread Beneath the River. It was unclear when Sister Cat had joined him, or how she had crossed the Liar River. In any case, she perched gracefully on Li Zhen's shoulder, unbothered by being seen by others. Sister Cat's words were indeed more reassuring than any tonic. Li Zhen wished to inquire further, but fearing that the officials within the palanquin would sense something amiss, he pretended not to acknowledge her presence. Nevertheless, his heart grew steadier. Unperturbed even if the sky were to fall. Naturally, he would not act timidly. The Liu family of Panzhou may not be a prominent clan, but they wield significant influence in this county, enough to intimidate your Tai Sui gang. I fear not a grim end. The voice from the palanquin echoed again, its tone particularly grating, causing discomfort among the brothers of the Tai Sui gang. Li Zhen stepped forward, undeterred by the possibility of the cat falling from his shoulder, and declared, if you are indeed a prominent family, then your word should hold weight. Should I cross this river, do not go back on your promise. The palanquin erupted into a flurry of activity as several more thugs from the Blood Robe gang lifted it again. They cleared away the bodies of their comrades who had been crushed, yet their faces betrayed no extra emotion. You speak as if it were true. The laws of the Liu family compel the river god to serve us. The river god of the Liar River commands the 7 tributaries. Not even your Tai Sui gang's leader, nor the county magistrate, could hope to command him. The mocking tone from within the palanquin went unacknowledged by Li Zhen as he approached Brother Chui and observed the flushed faces of his Tai Sui gang brothers. Brother Chui, if we wish to survive, crossing the river is imperative. I possess means to offer sacrifices to the river. You must open the warehouse and provide me with 3 pounds of silver Tai Sui. Brother Chui's breath quickened, though he was furious at Li Zhen's reckless actions. The arrow was already drawn, and he had no choice but to release it. The lives of over 20 brothers rest in your hands, Li Zhen. If you betray us, I shall haunt you even as a ghost. With that, Brother Chui stormed off to the backyard to prepare the silver Tai Sui. Li Zhen sighed in relief, thinking the members of the Tai Sui gang were rather foolish. I devise a way to save your lives, and you, upon perishing, do not seek vengeance against the Blood Robe gang or the Liu family, but rather against me. What grievance do you hold? If not for obtaining the town stone to treat my grandfather's illness, I would have no desire to save these troublemakers. At that moment, Sister Cat's whiskers brushed against Li Zhen's ear, her voice soft and soothing. Hey, you aren't truly learning Li Changfu's methods, are you? Unable to speak, Li Zhen feigned a neck twist and nodded. Sister Cat purred softly, then remarked, why waste silver Tai Sui? Just stand by the riverbank and call out a few times. That will suffice. Li Zhen was somewhat taken aback as he listened to Sister Cat continue. Li Changfu's method of sacrificing to the river is not a ritual. What he taught you is merely to use your identity as a means of passage. In essence, the incantation his grandfather had imparted to him was simply a way to announce his arrival to the river god, saying, hey, I, Li Zhen, am here, allow me passage. Upon hearing this, Li Zhen recalled the incantation taught by Li Changfu, pondering deeply, and indeed it seemed to be the case. So, the silver Tai Sui you acquire can be pocketed for yourself, but do not forget to reward me for this trip. Sister Cat licked her forepaw, her whiskers continuously brushing against Li Zhen's ear. Li Zhen weighed the situation in his mind, beginning to doubt what Sister Cat said. That the method his grandfather taught was not a true ritual, but rather akin to some underworld jargon or a statement of identity, made sense. He had previously concluded that his grandfather's identity was far from ordinary, exuding an air of fallen nobility. Ultimately, his own identity might also hold significance. Yet, in this moment, the Liu family, in cahoots with the river god, was the one in power. Observing the attitudes of the Tai Sui gang and the Blood Robe gang, it was evident that the Liu family's influence was considerable, but it paled in comparison to his own identity. If one were to gamble, then let it be. If he could not cross the river, he would lose his head. Yet, he had Sister Cat as a backup. If he could cross, he would need to thoroughly investigate the mystery of his lineage. 3 pounds, neither more nor less. Brother Chui, catch. A thug tossed a basket over, and Brother Chui caught it, somewhat unsteadily, as he approached Li Zhen. Li, I do not know your purpose in joining our gang, but the lives of my brothers. I understand. If they die, will you haunt me as a ghost? Li Zhen interrupted helplessly, attempting to take the basket, only to find Brother Chui's grip on it was deathly tight, his fingers turning pale. In Brother Chui's complex gaze, Li Zhen seized the basket and moved to the riverbank. The night was dark, and the moon shone brightly. The tranquil Lyre River reflected a sea of long hair. As he stood by the bank, it felt as if all the strands of hair were floating in the water. How eerie, Li Zhen muttered, then sat down, emptying the silver tai sui from the basket. He pretended to open a bit and threw it into the river with a splash, disturbing the strands of hair. He took out most of it and offered it to Sister Cat, who did not hold back, chomping down a large bite. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Li Zhen had taken a piece of silver tai sui and made it vanish into thin air. Brother Chui was dumbfounded, anger brewing in his eyes, as he tried to discern whether there was anything supernatural about Li Zhen. However, as a seasoned enforcer, he could see nothing amiss. All he could observe was Li Zhen holding a mass of silver tai sui, marked with bite marks. Hua Enyang leaned closer to Brother Chui, whispering, I told you. This young man is quite capable. Look at him, facing the clans of Panzhou without a hint of fear. Brother Chui snorted coldly and replied in a hushed tone. What skill is there in merely making silver tai sui disappear? It is a true accomplishment if the river god allows us to cross. Hua Enyang fell silent, placing her hopes on Li Zhen, sitting back and murmuring, this lad rode my donkey by day and dared to embrace my waist. Could it be he truly has feelings for me? By the riverbank, nearly all 3 pounds of silver tai sui had vanished into Sister Cat's belly, and Li Zhen also tucked a bit into his pocket, feeling it was time to stop. Standing upright, Li Zhen recalled the incantations taught to him by his grandfather while gazing at the riverbank. The gentle night breeze caressed him, and inexplicably, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He proclaimed loudly, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the candles illuminate the beams. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, let the people cross in peace. The river god, hearing his voice, I am Li Zhen of the Li family. I proclaim your safety. I shall lead my brothers across the river now. Silence ensued. Nothing happened, save for the night breeze stirring the surface of the water into a slight ripple. Brother Chui frowned, his heart racing. Li Zhen, raising his arm, commanded, brothers of the Tai Sui gang, prepare the boats, load the cargo, and get ready to cross the river. The crowd remained motionless, fearing that the river sacrifice would invoke strange phenomena and reveal the river god. Since Li Zhen had performed the sacrifice and nothing occurred, who would dare to board the boat? Would that not be courting death? Li Zhen remained unperturbed, being a master's degree holder in psychology. He understood precisely what the group needed at that moment. He slowly stepped back without looking back. Second sister launched the boat. Upon hearing this, second sister Hua rolled up her sleeves, unfastened her coat, and hurriedly ran forward to push the boat into the river. At this moment, the brothers of the Tai Sui gang followed suit, fearful of lagging behind. Sister Cat, perched on Li Zhen's shoulder, curiously asked, how do you manage to command them? It's the leader effect, he replied. Do you not comprehend the subtle nuances? Is this also a trick taught to you by Li Changfu? On the riverbank, the sedan chair with the red cover and blue patterns remained silent. The Incense master of the blood-clothes gang grew anxious. According to the earlier wager, if the Tai Sui gang could cross the river, he would meet his demise. He hurried over to the sedan chair, gently tapping the edge, and humbly murmured, Noble one, shall we merely watch the Tai Sui gang escape? Finally, there was movement from within the chair. A piece of greasy flesh squeezed out through the gap, revealing a bloodshot eye that gazed at the Incense master of the blood-clothes gang. Why the rush? Do you think they can cross? The river I Lu have sacrificed to is not for outsiders to cross at will. The river god has yet to show himself. Those youngsters from the Tai Sui gang know nothing of the river sacrifice. Prepare to fish them out from the river later, and while you're at it, bring back their corpses. I am rather hungry. Upon hearing this, the Incense master of the blood-clothes gang nodded eagerly, relieved. He had feared as he watched the boat team drift further away, his heart tightening. Since the river god had emerged at this moment, it meant victory for him. However, strange phenomena began to unfold on the river's surface. First, fish corpses floated up, bellies turned skyward, shimmering in the moonlight. Then, bubbles began to rise from the water, creating a series of ripples. A chilling wind swept across the river, causing the small boats to sway. Li Zhen quickly turned his gaze towards Sister Cat, only to find her still grooming herself. In the river, a peculiar bulge appeared. From a distance, it resembled a head of a corpse, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the rounded head of a turtle spirit. Brother Chui gasped in horror, shouting, It's the river god! It's the river god! This ancient turtle spirit coiled within the water, its head alone rivaling the size of a boat, leaving one to wonder about the enormity of its body. Its two eyes, like crimson lanterns, illuminated the surrounding fish corpses. The river god lingered there, and the river's surface soon teemed with water monkeys, their eyes blinking curiously. Bubbles continued to rise, and no one aboard dared to move. After a long pause, the turtle spirit's head sank beneath the surface, accompanied by a gust of wind, shattering the water monkeys into pieces. The river ran red, mingling with the fish corpses. The small boats resumed their journey, and Zhen began to paddle once more. Brother Chui was so frightened he could scarcely speak. The powerful, malevolent spirit of the defined capital was an intimidating presence. Yet, for some reason, the river god showed no intent to hinder them, even dispatching the mischievous water monkeys. Sister Cat finished grooming herself, nudging Zhen's head and stretching lazily. Oh dear. It seems the renowned river god is eager to witness you. Zhen, puzzled, broke into a slight cold sweat as he rowed with renewed vigor, eager to leave this perilous place behind. On the riverbank, the Incense master of the blood-clothes gang's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tai Sui gang had landed. The sedan chair began to stir once more, the weight suddenly increasing, crushing 6 bearers beneath it. Greasy white flesh spilled from the sedan, a multitude of eyes opening, exclaiming, River God, how dare you allow these outsiders to cross my Lu family's river? With a thunderous crash, the river erupted in a torrent. The mighty turtle spirit rising like a mountain from the depths, bellowing, Lu family, what are you? Get lost. The river goddess' wrath was unleashed. The Lu family steward could only swallow this indignity, while the multitude of eyes outside the sedan blazed crimson with fury, declaring, Very well, this grudge is now forged. You are merely the river god governing the 7 longitudinal and 8 lateral rivers, a mere creature of the defined capital. Do not forget, my Lu family's head is also a celestial being. The river god sank back beneath the waves, uninterested, and released several water monkeys. The unfortunate disciples of the Blood Robe Gang, having gained nothing throughout the night, found themselves in a foreign land, beneath the riverbed and within the depths of a cavern. Before the ancestral tablets, the river lord, or perhaps the turtle spirit, was bowing in reverence. Alas, my ancestors, I am still too inexperienced. I had hoped to forge a good relationship with the Li family, yet I was so nervous that I could barely utter a word, merely bubbling with anxiety. My dear ancestors, the boat has landed, and over 20 brothers from the Tai Sui gang have returned from the brink of death. Zhen, seated atop Huanyang's donkey, finally felt a sense of relief. What reward might the leader bestow upon me for such a significant contribution? Huanyang tightened her grip on the reins, her thick brows furrowing in contemplation. Brotherly, do not rush into marrying me. My mother has stated that choosing a husband requires careful deliberation. We should first get to know each other. Zhen felt an urge to leap from the donkey. Chapter 69. The return to the gang at second watch. Zhen's reputation soared. The transition from a standoff with the Blood Robe Gang to ceremonially crossing the river occurred merely as the night deepened, approaching the second watch. It was only the constant hovering between life and death that made the passage of time feel agonizingly slow. The brothers of the Tai Sui gang, from the Lindsay Hall, hurriedly carried baskets filled with Tai Sui flesh, trailing behind Huanyang's donkey. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, as if everyone harbored a shared burden. The once scrawny Li brother, whom they had looked down upon, had proven himself capable of performing the river ceremony and had saved their lives. Reflecting on the disdainful remarks they had made when Huanyang introduced Zhen to Luer village, they now felt a flush of embarrassment. The Tai Sui gang had become a prominent force in the county, even receiving favoritism from the local government. Thus, the brothers held a certain arrogance, often dismissing others. However, having been cornered and bullied by the Blood Robe Gang's backing, they found a release for their pent-up resentment when Huanyang arrived with Zhen. Unexpectedly, their initial contempt had rendered them the foolish ones, as they realized that kindness begets kindness. This sentiment spread, leaving each person feeling somewhat uneasy. Brother Chui, carrying 2 baskets, caught up with the donkey and gasped, Brotherly, rest assured, this entire endeavor is your accomplishment. Once we return to the gang and meet with the leader and the hall master, I will report it all. The leader is not a miser. He will surely reward you handsomely. Even if the brothers have to forego their salaries this month, we will treat you to a feast at Chunmanlu. Zhen wrapped his arm around Huanyang's waist, but due to the slippery nature of his companion, he could barely keep hold, resorting instead to clutching her coat. The coat fluttered, and Huanyang said little, feeling a chill in her chest. Brother Chui, as for the feast, I am indifferent to your promises. I saved the lives of my brothers and brought back the silver Tai Sui. Will the leader truly reward me so? Li Zhen asked, testing the leader's compassion for his subordinates. If the leader were generous, he might aim for the position of Zhenshi in the Duzi Hall. Chui pondered, furrowing his brow. That is hard to say. After all, there are no precedents for someone like you. However, since you are new, you may not realize that our leader, while somewhat eccentric, is sincere and caring towards his own. The Tai Sui gang has become the foremost gang in the county precisely because the leader generously shares his skills and offers the highest salaries, ensuring every member has the potential to excel. Li Zhen nodded, understanding that Chui's words were mere formalities, yet he grasped that the leader was not stingy. He wondered how long his grandfather could hold out. If he could not secure the position of Zhenshi in Duzi Hall this time, he would need to consider alternative strategies. Brotherly, I reiterate, even if we have to scrape together every last coin, we will treat you to a meal at Chunmanlu. Chui insisted again, his face flushed. Li Zhen eyed him curiously. What was with this man's obsession with feasting? It was hardly an auspicious sign. As the first watch passed into the second, the moon illuminated the night, leaving only the sound of the brothers' labored breathing. The journey back was relatively smooth. From a distance, they spotted the village aglow with lights. A warm, inviting glow spreading across the landscape. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia crouched beside the stable, each wielding a broom, their faces smeared with grime. Brother Kaixing, do you think we will be cleaning toilets for the rest of our lives? Lu Bangxia, the grandson of the village chief, had grown accustomed to luxury. But upon arriving in the county with Li Zhen, he found himself relegated to menial tasks. It was difficult to voice his frustrations to Li Zhen, for the latter bore no obligation to support them. Surely not. After all, we are skilled practitioners, even if we haven't yet reached a significant level. Besides, as the old master said, gold will shine regardless of where it is placed. Don't be anxious. Perhaps after a month of cleaning, we will be promoted, Gao Kaixing replied, though he felt uncertain about the prospect of promotion. Promoted? From cleaning toilets to sweeping the village? Or perhaps our wooden brooms would be replaced with silver ones. In the vast Lindsay Hall, these two brothers sat alone. Drowsiness crept in, their eyelids heavy as lead. Just as Gao Kaixing was about to drift off, the ground trembled violently. Heavy footsteps echoed, causing the very foundation of the village to shake. Startled, the two sprang to their feet, gripping their brooms tightly. In the darkness, a group of figures dashed toward the village. Gao Kaixing, palms sweaty and breath ragged, urged. Bangxia, the hall master, mentioned that he went to the Blood Robe gang. You must find him. I'll hold off these intruders. Lu Bangxia hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. Kaixing, how am I to know where the Blood Robe gang is? This is dire. A chilling wind howled, and a piece of dried Tai Sui hung on the front fence, glowing eerily. Inside the ancestral hall, the hall master's door rattled ominously. Lu Bangxia, drenched in sweat, recalled the hall master stating that his role was to deter any intruders. Yet, the hall master was reacting strongly. What could possibly be approaching? A donkey appeared first, its tongue lolling, followed by Huanyang's frozen, purple-tinged chest. Upon realizing they were alive, Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia exhaled in relief. Of course, Brother Zhen had accompanied Huanyang. He had returned. But where was he? Lu Bangxia questioned, bewildered. Gao Kaixing looked up, but all he saw were a mass of over 20 individuals, yet he could not discern Li Zhen among them. Frowning, with an unexpected surge of courage, he stepped forward, directing his broom, caked with manure, toward Huanyang. My brother Zhen went with you. You returned, but where is he? The group of over 20 appeared bewildered, pondering if this was yet another new recruit. However, they could not help but notice his disheveled appearance. Huanyang, tempering her irritation, recognized their connection to Li Zhen and refrained from anger. I am here. Li Zhen leapt from the donkey, having been concealed by Huanyang's formidable presence. Upon seeing Li Zhen unharmed, Gao Kaixing felt an immense relief wash over him. He rushed forward. Brother Zhen, are you well? They did not mistreat you, did they? They wouldn't send you back to clean the stable, would they? Before Li Zhen could respond, Brother Chui stepped forward, with a flat nose and sloped shoulders. He bore an unremarkable appearance, yet his presence commanded respect, silencing Gao Kaixing. Clean the stable? Who dares to make brotherly do such work? That would be a direct affront to me, Chui Sheng. Even if the hall master ordered it, I would not permit it. I would stuff Huanyang's sweat-soaked feet in their mouths to teach them a lesson. Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia were taken aback, astonished by how Li Zhen had returned from the night with such authority. How is it that someone wishes to shove the sweat-soaked feet of Flower Ernyang into my mouth? A hoarse voice echoed from behind the fence. Chui Sheng's complexion turned pale, realizing the unfortunate timing. Xing Xingxiang, why have you returned? Chapter 70. The Hidden Struggles of Xing Zhao. Visitors from the Lingzi Hall. Xing Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his expression somber. a fragrant altar of gold and silver behind him, exuding an innate authority without a hint of anger. Cold sweat trickled down Cui Sheng's back as he awkwardly replied, "Master of Fragrance, I was merely jesting." Flower Ernyang shot a reproachful glance at Cui Sheng. "Cui Go, you and your band of ruffians are always fixated on others' sweat-soaked feet. Now look what you've done." Xing Yi, putting away the fragrant altar, shifted from a sunny demeanor to a stormy one, laughing heartily. To return alive is better than any other outcome. Cui Sheng, I shall remember this debt. If you do not treat me to a meal next time, you may find your mouth filled with something unpleasant. Cui Sheng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, quickly embracing Li Zhen beside him, Master of Fragrance. This time it is all thanks to you and Brotherly. Had it not been for Brotherly's sacrifice at the river, and your summoning of such talent, our lives would have been lost at Luer village. Xing Yi nodded, silently glancing at Li Zhen. Indeed, Li Zhen hailed from the illustrious Lu family far beyond the borders of Panzhou. Although unfamiliar with the ritual of river sacrifice, he had heard of it. Typically, the act of river sacrifice was a means of exerting influence. Those with greater power could command the waters, ensuring that the spirits therein would not dare to stir against them. However, to traverse the river where another had sacrificed meant one's own prowess or influence surpassed that of the sacrificer. Young Brotherly, your skills may only be modest, Xing Yi pondered, and cannot possibly subdue the river god of a defined realm. Thus, the truth remains singular. Young Brotherly was indeed a scion of the prestigious Lu family in Panzhou, and the surname had to be fabricated. After all, the Li surname held both prestige and infamy. Who would casually adopt such a name? It must be the mischief of a scion from a great clan. As Xing Yi contemplated this, he appreciated his own discernment. Yet, he wondered if he could seize this opportunity. The goodwill from the Deadstream Forest had already been exhausted, having saved his brethren. Henceforth, it would be unwise to engage in further exchanges of favors. While weighing his options, Xing Yi busily approached and withdrew some blood-tainted essence from a basket, handing it to Li Zhen. Young Brotherly, your contributions are immense, and I shall await the return of the leader to deliberate further. For now, as a personal gesture of our friendship, I gift you these few pounds of blood essence. Li Zhen accepted without hesitation, maintaining an expression of calm surprise. After all, he had once consumed this substance, which was potent and more effective than silver essence. Thank you, Brother Xing. Today's river sacrifice took a toll on me. My head feels somewhat dizzy. Could you assist in arranging accommodations for the three of us? Certainly. Xing Yi cheerfully agreed, instructing Flower Ernyang. Ernyang, our village has plenty of vacant rooms. Please select a decent one for Brotherly to rest. Flower Ernyang raised an eyebrow, muttering, "This is too hasty. I am not prepared. I did not mean for you to stay as well." Oh. Flower Ernyang led Li Zhen and the others away, all the while lamenting the foul odor of Gao Kaixing and Lu Bansha, berating them as stinky men. Gao Kaixing felt distressed, thinking, "Didn't Tu tell us to clean the stable and latrines?" As the four entered deeper into the village, Xing Yi turned to Cui Sheng. Cui Sheng, how did Brotherly contend with the Lu family? Cui Sheng collected himself, recalling the encounter earnestly. He remained neither servile nor overbearing, even adopting a somewhat harsh demeanor towards the Lu family. He made a wager with them and emerged victorious. We managed to cross the river. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes, first instructing a group of over 20 brothers to transport the essence into storage, then feeling a surge of joy. Though the steward of the Lu family was but a servant, he represented their external facade, possessing substantial skill and stature. Even with my alliance with Zhao's Master of Fragrance, we could hardly expect favorable outcomes. Brotherly is indeed no ordinary talent. His brashness towards the Lu family suggests that his family's standing must be formidable in Panzhou. Could it be that this noble scion deemed it fitting to allow Brotherly to hone his skills in such a remote area, confident in his safety? Or was it due to the hidden protection of an expert? Xing Yi scrutinized his surroundings, apart from the desolate county town and the deep, lonely mountains. He sensed nothing amiss. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. If no one is there to protect this noble scion, then I shall take it upon myself. The room selected by Flower Ernyang was quite exquisite, featuring 3 wooden beds, hard buckwheat pillows, a screen in the center, and a tea table. It was certainly more refined than the rustic accommodations of the countryside. Li Zhen recalled the communal quarters of the old Chanchuan family, shuddering at the thought of so many people crammed onto a single large bed, snoring and rumbling. Had he not practiced some skills related to the lamp of fate at night, he would have found it impossible to rest peacefully. Goodness, what kind of treatment is this? Such a splendid room for us. Lu Bansha exclaimed as he plopped down onto the wooden bed in astonishment. Humph, were it not for Brotherly. you'd all be sleeping in the pigsty. The new brothers must endure a few nights in the sty to temper their spirits, Flower Ernyang explained. You too reek. Shouldn't you wash up first? Gao Kaixing and Liu Bansha exchanged glances, shouting praises for Brother Zhen as they exited the room. Having spent the day cleaning the village, they were well aware of the well's location. Inside, only Li Zhen and Flower Ernyang remained. Li Zhen produced the blood essence that Xing Yi had gifted him, cautiously consuming it piece by piece due to prior lessons. He then offered a piece to Flower Ernyang. Sister Hua, partake of this. Flower Ernyang declined. This is your reward. I cannot accept it. And do not call me Sister Hua. Refer to me as Ernyang. All right, Sister Hua, Li Zhen smirked, sensing her impending ire and quickly adding. Just a jest, please don't take offense. Flower Ernyang's eyes suddenly glimmered with a hint of sorrow as she reproached him. Li Lang. How did you know that I favor men with a sense of humor? Li Zhen shivered, nearly dropping the blood essence onto the bed. I was merely joking. Oh, I was merely teasing. I am but a bold and fierce woman. How could I harbor such inclinations? It's just a jest among friends, Flower Ernyang clarified. Li Zhen remained cautious, knowing that some people often express their true feelings through humor. Brotherly, let us speak plainly, now that we are somewhat familiar. I shall reveal something to you. Our Lingzi Hall lacks a master. We have one, but the blood sacrifice essence has transformed into a protective talisman, for within the hall, only the two fragrance masters hold sway. Despite our outward amiability, we are secretly divided into factions. Some naturally heed Master Xing, while others are loyal to Master Zhao. Among our 40-some brothers, the 20 you see are all aligned with Master Xing. Li Zhen comprehended the implications. In such an organization, even when a master exists, factions will inevitably arise. Without a clear master, the situation within the faction could escalate. The leader had previously mentioned the need to elect a new master for the Lingzi Hall. Flower Ernyang lamented. However, Master Xing is honest and unpretentious, caring little for such hollow titles, dedicating himself to labor and tangible benefits for the gang. Yet look at Master Zhao, who chooses this moment to assist the leader. Our leader is a powerful figure. What can he achieve other than currying favor? When Master Zhao becomes the master, our hardships will only multiply. Li Zhen understood, responding slowly. Do not worry. Since they are both masters, neither will be benign. And do not underestimate Brother Xing. He must have his own plans. Flower Ernyang rubbed her temples, rising from her seat. Let us hope for the best. It is getting late. You should rest early. Once Flower Ernyang departed, Li Zhen began to ponder. What exactly was Master Xing's scheme? Why does it always seem that he must exert effort on himself? Suddenly, Li Zhen felt a dampness beneath him and sat up to take a look. At that moment, his pupils constricted in shock. The blood-red bellyband, which he had discreetly discarded into the Luer River when no one was looking, had returned within just 2 or 3 hours. The night passed without incident. The following morning, 2 unfamiliar individuals appeared at the gang, claiming to be looking for Li Zhen. Ning Yuanwei was accompanied by a servant carrying various packages. He turned his head to glance at his daughter and said, You know what to do, right? No need for your father to instruct you. Ning Kaiwei, now donned in a blue skirt, blushed and timidly replied, I know. When serving that gentleman water, just raise my bottom a bit. Chapter 71, Second Sister Hua's Jealousy. Ning Kaiwei's charms in the Tai Sui gang. Only the Lingzi Hall was relatively well established in the city, while the other 2 halls, due to their respective trades, were situated in more remote areas. Ning Yuanwei and his daughter, accompanied by several servants, found their way to the Lingzi Hall, hoping to encounter the fragrant master who had received the embroidered ball beneath Ning's residence. The Tai Sui gang, unlike Ling Baohang, operated discreetly. The estate was solemn and quiet, and due to the presence of the Tai Sui deity, it even felt quite chilly. Why can't the people in this gang speak out? They carry such a big attitude. A servant, accustomed to flaunting the Ning family's status, revealed a hint of displeasure. Ning Yuanwei frowned and reprimanded, Silence. The Tai Sui gang is the largest in the county, with many esteemed figures. How dare you speak ill of it? You will forfeit your salary for this month. The servant who had just spoken turned pale. How could he be penalized for merely defending his master? However, Ning Yuanwei's thoughts raced. He suspected that the fragrant master who had received the embroidered ball might very well become his future son-in-law. Instead of harboring resentment towards the Tai Sui gang, he felt a secret delight. A worker, holding a bowl of white Tai Sui and eating heartily, caught sight of Ning Yuanwei at the entrance of the estate and approached. Just as he was about to shoo them away, he noticed Ning Kaiwei beside him. Most workers in the gang, dedicated to cultivating their skills, were still innocent youths. And upon seeing a woman, their eyes sparkled, particularly in the case of a refined lady like Ning Kaiwei. What brings you here? The Tai Sui gang does not entertain visitors, the worker said politely while holding his bowl. Ning Yuanwei paused and discreetly offered several pieces of silver. My young brother, is our fragrant masterly present at the estate? The worker accepted the silver. Although he received a decent salary each month, who would refuse extra money? Yet, upon hearing Ning Yuanwei's inquiry, he frowned. Fragrant masterly? There is no fragrant master by that surname in the Tai Sui gang. What? Ning Yuanwei was taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he suppressed his inner fury and asked, is there truly no fragrant master by the surname Li among the three halls? Naturally. I have been with the Tai Sui gang for 5 years. Apart from not knowing the name of the gang leader, I am familiar with all the fragrant masters. The worker slurped his white Tai Sui. You must have been deceived. The Tai Sui gang, as the largest in the county, has its share of imposters. Ning Yuanwei's expression darkened as he muttered, damn it, I have indeed been played for a fool. Meanwhile, Ning Kaiwei, who had initially been blushing, gradually wore a more serious expression. The gentleman had an upright appearance and a straight posture. He hardly seemed like someone who would deceive. What about the fragrant master Xing? Is there anyone in your estate named Xingyi? Ning Yuanwei, possessing a good memory, recalled the individual who had been prominently featured outside the Ning residence on that day. If the Tai Sui gang could not find this person either, he could report this to the authorities and place a bounty on the scoundrel who had deceived his daughter's affections. The worker nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The fragrant master Xing is indeed renowned for his skills and has been well known for a long time. Ning Yuanwei felt a bit dazed. Why was the fraud not following the usual script? Or perhaps those two merely happened to know Xing Yi's name. Can I meet fragrant master Xing? That would certainly be impossible. Fragrant master Xing is exceedingly busy, with no time to meet idle visitors. After a moment of contemplation, the worker added, however, if you are speaking of this Li fellow, we do have someone by that name in our gang. Really? Yet, he was not a fragrant master, merely a new worker. Ning Yuanwei pondered this and realized with dismay that he had been misled. This mere worker dared to impersonate a fragrant master. How dare you speak to me like that? I too am a worker. The worker set down his bowl and continued, however, to speak of our brother Li in such a manner is rather unjust. He is currently a great benefactor of our Linzi Hall, having contributed more than the 2 fragrant masters combined. When the gang leader returns, Brother Li may very well be rewarded with a managerial position. Really? Ning Yuanwei's expression brightened once more. The worker seemed to have discerned that the old man had come to the Linzi Hall merely for amusement. Beside him, Ning Tsaiwei's demeanor softened, resembling the delicate young lady she had been before. I told you, that gentleman Li is exceptionally talented, aside from his somewhat shabby attire. He is certainly not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he shares a close friendship with fragrant master Xing, appearing as if they are brothers. The worker nodded, acknowledging the truth of this statement. Our brother Li was indeed introduced to the Tai Sui gang by fragrant master Xing Hua Ernyang, having risen late. Had just watered the small onions planted behind the estate when she heard commotion at the entrance. Rubbing her eyes, she ambled over. What is all this noise about early in the morning? Upon seeing her, the worker quickly turned. Ernyang, these two are looking for brother Li. Brother Li? Hua Ernyang, still groggy from sleep, took a moment to recall who brother Li was. Observing the two, one not particularly old and the other a young lady, she inquired, what do you want with brother Li? He is extremely busy, busier than a fragrant master, and does not see idle visitors. Hearing this, Ning Yuanwei could hardly contain his delight. He had not expected that his future son-in-law would hold such a significant position within the Tai Sui gang. Excuse me, could this sturdy fellow take my daughter to meet Master Li? Hua Ernyang scrutinized Ning Kaiwei, feeling a surge of hostility within her. Wasn't this the girl with whom Li Zhen had entangled himself? Before she could inquire further, Ning Yuanwei spoke. I am Ning Yuanwei, engaged in the textile business. Recently, I sought a match for my daughter and threw the embroidered ball, which was accepted by Master Li. Yet, he inexplicably declined. Once the ball is accepted, it is considered a divine match, and no one else dares pursue my daughter. I am in a difficult position, hence bringing her to seek Master Li at the gang. Hua Ernyang furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. It turned out this young lady was indeed Li Zhen's fiancée. How dare he? She scoffed. Li Zhen is a talent of our gang. How could he possibly marry into your lowly merchant family? I will not permit it. Hua Ernyang spoke coldly, her demeanor imposing. And though her fingers were adorned with delicate gestures, her commanding presence held considerable authority over those without cultivation. Ning Yuanwei was momentarily taken aback. His carefully prepared speech had been aimed at eliciting sympathy from Master Li. His daughter was beautiful, and even after throwing the embroidered ball, suitors continued to pursue her in the county. Yet, despite his words, Why did this robust man refuse to acknowledge his claims? At that moment, the door to Li Zhen's room opened. Gao Kaixing, rubbing his sleepy eyes, noticed the Ning father and daughter at the entrance. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly returned inside. Zhengu, we have a problem. The Ning family has come to the gang. I saw Hua Ernyang looking fierce. Has she discovered that you are not the fragrant master? Hearing this, Li Zhen finally rose. After consuming an abundance of blood tai sui the previous night, he had spent the night digesting it, and now he awoke in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, the benefits were evident. As he turned his attention inward, he noted that the longevity fragrance before the stone tablet had significantly increased. Blood tai sui, though fierce, was indeed invaluable, a true treasure. Feeling a sense of comfort, he turned over and got out of bed, pushing aside the screen. Li Zhen stepped out of the room with his hands clasped behind him. Ning Kaiwei, her eyes darting around, soon spotted him. She quickly raised her arm, her sleeve slipping down to reveal a delicate portion of her arm, and waved, saying, "Young Master Li. It's me, Kaiwei. I promised to treat you to a meal." Li Zhen nodded and replied, "All right, come in." Ning Kaiwei dashed past Hua Ernyang without noticing the rapid flush that spread across her face. Breathing heavily like an enraged bull, she cast a resentful glare at Li Zhen, her lips forming the words, "Heartless scoundrel." Only Ning Yuanwei, a few young servants, and a member of the Tai Sui gang remained, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What a melodramatic scene. After shooing away the snoring Lu Bangxia, the room was left with only Li Zhen and Ning Kaiwei. With a creak, the door closed. Ning Kaiwei found the teacup and kettle. Although the tea was cold from overnight, she knew the door attendant had an iron stomach and could handle raw or spoiled food. She extended the teacup toward Li Zhen, bending slightly to pour the tea for him. Her posture subtly accentuated her curves, and Li Zhen stroked his chin, bemused. "Miss Ning, as a guest, it is I who should be serving you tea. You have taken the kettle, which is fine, but why do you elevate yourself so?" Li Zhen remained unfazed, raising the cold tea to his lips and drinking it down. Having lived 2 lives, he could easily discern the thoughts brewing in her mind. However, he bore burdens that could not afford any entanglements. When the time came, he might need to steal the Zhen stone from the Duzi Hall and oppose the Tai Sui gang, which would inevitably involve Gao Kaixing and Lu Bangxia. Not to mention, dragging the naive Ning Qianjin into this turmoil was unfathomable. Ning Caiwei's cheeks flushed with color, her delicate fingers trembling. Li Zhen gestured for her to take a seat before asking, "Miss Ning, forgive my candor, but I am not the incense master of the Tai Sui gang. I am merely a new worker. The previous statements were merely to enhance my facade, as you know." Your father Li Zhen spoke honestly, wishing to convey to Ning Kaiwei that he had no background or status, merely a worker, and presumed that the daughter of a wealthy family would not wish to endure hardship alongside him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Ning Kaiwei did not show a hint of disdain, but rather a tinge of sympathy. "Young Master Li, I understand my father's temperament. He often looks down upon the impoverished. But since you are a worker of the Tai Sui gang, you must possess considerable skills, and at such a young age. Achieving the status of incense master is surely a certainty. Moreover, your honesty is a rare quality in men these days." Li Zhen was taken aback. He had hoped that speaking the truth would dissuade her, but to his surprise, this Ning Qianjin admired such qualities. "However, I currently have no intention of marrying, Miss Ning. We are not compatible. The matter of marriage is not something to be taken lightly," he explained, glancing at a burning green candle on the tea table. "Li Lang, how can we know we are incompatible without trying?" Ning Kaiwei replied, wiping away tears with her sleeve, looking utterly forlorn. This display of charm would undoubtedly sway most men. And even Li Zhen felt a momentary dizziness. The adjacent green candle dripped wax, congealing as Li Zhen cast another glance before saying, "Miss Ning, a reluctant fruit is never sweet. While you are indeed wonderful, we truly are not suited. Moreover, I have a paralyzed sister back in Guoma village. We grew up together." A flicker of something strange crossed Ning Kaiwei's eyes, but Li Zhen remained oblivious. "Young Master Li, how can a village girl from Guoma village even be compared to me? Does she have my fair skin? My beauty?" Ning Kaiwei remarked, her gaze wandering, her cheeks tinged with crimson. The places her dress could not conceal stirred Li Zhen's senses. He bit his tongue, yet his mind remained clouded. "Do not be like this, Mississippi. Though my little he sister grew up in the village, she is quite beautiful, and it is not her fault that misfortune befell her." In a daze, Ning Kaiwei suddenly drew closer. A warm breath brushed against Li Zhen's ear. "Misfortune? What kind of misfortune could a place like Guoma village bring?" The softness and warmth dulled Li Zhen's senses. He could only attempt to avert his gaze to another direction, perhaps to the candle on the table. "Wait a moment. A candle?" Why is there a candle in broad daylight? Li Zhen steeled himself, biting down hard on his tongue until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. At the same time, he summoned forth a ghostly bronze gong, striking it forcefully. The sound reverberated through the room, causing the air to ripple. Li Zhen recalled his initial encounter with the Ning family, having deliberately claimed to be from Lujiabao to conceal his identity. Yet, this Ning Kaiwei had been prying for information, and he had inadvertently revealed his origins from Guoma village. The gong sound created ripples in the space within the room. Li Zhen infused his right hand with vigor, striking the green candle. With a crack, the candle shattered into a pool of wax. At that moment, Li Zhen's vision gradually cleared. The energy and lifelessness converged between his eyes, and he began to see the truth. Ning Kaiwei was no longer beside him. Only a paper figure sat quietly across the table. Retracting the gong, Li Zhen sat down with a cold smile. So, you are indeed a capable daughter of the Ning family. Outside the room, Ning Yuanwei could no longer wait and left early with the young servant. Seeing this, Hua Enyang's fury surged, and she kicked open the door to Li Zhen's room with a bang. Stop it, you little vixen. Come at me instead. Hua Enyang was taken aback, finding only Li Zhen present in the room. Did she not see with her own eyes that the Ning family's young lady had entered? The room was filled with an unusual fragrance, dizzying her senses. What happened to my brother Li? Li Zhen remained silent, pointing to the shriveled paper figure sitting on the opposite chair. Hua Enyang's expression changed, exclaiming, a true objectification from a skilled paper craftsman. Within the hidden passage of the Ning family's attic, a woman dressed in a deep red skirt concealed herself, her expression slightly surprised as she murmured, the object I created with 90% of my strength should be more than enough to deal with a mere beginner. But how could this person see through it in such a short time? What peculiar bronze gong did he use to break my technique? A long, dark scar marred her face, a chilling sight. Her expression was as cold as ice. Indeed, a practitioner from Guoma village merely used skills I could not perceive to dismantle my technique. The object he possesses carries my sister's scent. He is definitely not merely a beginner. He must be the one who raised that monkey spirit. With the monkey spirit eliminated, it confirmed my identity. Disguised and entering the Taisui gang, this cunning monkey trainer certainly possesses skills. However, no matter what, I will ensure my sister accompanies me in death. I will create 10 more human skin paper figures, and I shall enter the realm of Incense together. This little monkey trainer deserves to perish for daring to live under the Li name. How foolish. Chapter 73, The Heart of the Incense Master. Zhang Taidan's display of power. Master, are we really not waiting for the young lady? Asked a young servant trailing behind Ning Yuanwei, his face revealing uncertainty. He knew his master treasured his only daughter dearly, but was now abandoning her without a second thought. Ning Yuanwei's expression remained unchanged, though his blue attire seemed to have lost its color. He turned, his gaze hollow as he looked at the young servant. We must simply fulfill our duties. A few miles away, the incense candles in the attic suddenly extinguished. Ning Laoi and several young servants inexplicably ignited, transforming into mere paper figures without uttering a single scream. Li Zhen sat on the stool, his expression slightly grim. He should have known that the people in this county were not to be trifled with. A seemingly poised young lady emerges, yet unbeknownst to many, she possesses remarkable skills. Almost, she extracted vital information from him, but fortunately, Li maintained his composure and was not entirely entranced by that green wax figure. Having personally incinerated the paper effigy of Ning Kaiwei, he felt a slight alleviation in his heart. Hua Enyang, observing from the side, broke into a cold sweat. Li brother, it is my fault for not discerning the true nature of that esteemed young lady, allowing them entry, nearly costing you your life. Li waved dismissively, it matters not. Enyang was unaware, and besides, it was I who invited Miss Ning into the room. Hua Enyang sighed softly, her face clouded with concern. Have you offended someone? The ability to animate paper figures is a skill reserved for adept practitioners of high caliber. Last year, during the Tai Sui ceremony, we were deceived by a paper artisan whose figures appeared lifelike. Thankfully, Master Xing, with his vast experience, saw through the artisan's tricks. Yet, this art is insidious. I now suspect you may have been replaced by a paper figure. As she spoke, she reached out to pinch Li's face. Li recoiled in horror, hastily responding. If you say that, I might think you're a paper figure yourself. Hua Enyang paused, propping her chin in contemplation. Indeed, you have a point. How can I prove I am not substituted by a paper figure? Enough, Enyang, do not frighten yourself. The paper figures are beguiling but require a medium, like this green wax, otherwise, they can easily be recognized. Since the wax has been extinguished, we remain here unharmed. Neither of us is a paper figure. After analyzing, Li rose again, recalling his first encounter with Ning Kaiwei, where she mentioned that those from the Magi helped avenge her sister by slaying the ape demon. It seemed she was probing for information, suspecting him to be the slayer. Ultimately, he owed a debt of gratitude to the Ning family. Yet, such methods seemed unbefitting of one who would compel a benefactor. He felt in his pocket the blood-red, unsightly object, an item he could not seem to discard, and a thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that holding this object led the Ning family's paper artisan to mistakenly see him as a murderer? Furthermore, he was merely a novice in the Tongmin realm, yet harbored a mysterious capability far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. With the ghostly-faced gong, he had disrupted her craft, which likely deepened the Ning family's suspicion of his identity. Li meticulously pieced together these thoughts, growing wary of the Ning family. However, it was not the time for reckless bravado. Retrieving the Zhen stone from the Duzi Hall was paramount. Ernyang, do you know where the Tai Sui Help Duzi Hall is located? Hua Ernyang, engrossed in examining the green wax, replied, of course, it lies 5 miles west. Duzi Hall is quite conspicuous, but why do you ask? Is it truly sparsely populated? Li inquired. Li brother, let me clarify, Hua Ernyang said. The Tai Sui Help has gained its reputation not solely from our Linzi Hall, but from the brothers within Duzi Hall, who risked their lives for it. Duzi Hall has half our numbers, yet they send only 5 men on each expedition. Each of them is at least adept in the art of the hall. The 3 incense masters have perfected their skills, and the hall master is already at the threshold of the immortal realm. Despite this, their expeditions often result in heavy casualties. Although there are always some present in Duzi Hall, they are primarily elders recuperating. The caves are laden with dark energy, which drains one's vitality. Even a mere glance can extinguish the life of someone like us. Listening to Hua Ernyang's lengthy discourse, Li felt a heavy gloom settle over him. The Duzi Hall housed individuals of considerable skill. Was it possible that the Zhen stone could only be borrowed under legitimate circumstances? Just then, he heard a commotion from outside, accompanied by Gao Caixing's furious shouts. Alarmed, Li rushed out of the house to find a throng gathered in the courtyard, many of whom he had never seen before. He noticed Lu Bangxia, battered and limp, leaning against Gao Caixing's leg. Confronting Gao was a group of unfamiliar faces. Had his brother broken some unwritten rule? Merely for feeding the wrong fodder? Was there no justice? Gao Caixing shielded Lu Bangxia, his face a stormy shade of iron, bellowing. You dare to lay a hand on him. The group, clad in robes, comprised individuals both young and old, who scoffed. My steed Jing Gui is worth £1 of silver. The Tai Sui feed at the finest fodder. Yet you, the new stable hand, dare to give my prized mount swill? If not him, then whom should I strike? Nearby, the onlookers urged, Zhang Tiding, do not speak so harshly. He is not merely a stable hand, but a new brother and familiar with Li brother. If you act so tyrannically, you may alienate Li brother. Li brother? Who is that? The burly man, Zhang Tiding, sneered. In this Linzi Hall, aside from the 2 incense masters, I, Zhang Tiding, am the most capable. We have just transported a batch of Tai Sui back. My horse should not be fed pig feed. If I do not punish him, it is already a mercy. The onlookers fell silent. Zhang Tiding was indeed a trusted confidant of Master Zhao, his skills nearing that of the hall, and he had grown accustomed to being domineering in Linzi Hall, disregarding even Cui Sheng. Just then, Cui Sheng stepped forward, mustering his courage to mediate. Brother Zhang, you have vented your anger, let it go. Li brother has been kind to our Tai Sui help, and these 2 are his guests. Besides, what does a practitioner of the hall have to quarrel about with a newcomer? Zhang Tiding lifted his eyelids, and his fist surged forth, nearly crashing into Cui Sheng's face. Stopping just an inch away, he paused, sneering. Cui Sheng, you hail from the Dongi Cui family. Others may fear you, but I do not. Do not bark here. These 2 new stable hands deserve their punishment for disrespecting my horse. Look at this tall one. He seems quite defiant. I shall see just how defiant he is. With that, he swung his fist toward Gao Caixing's forehead. No, Cui Sheng was struck with terror. He could see that Zhang Tiding was channeling a significant amount of force. This blow was lethal. Bang! The sound of a gong echoed as Zhang Tiding's fist struck a peculiar bronze gong, dissipating his strength. Aside from a dull thud, his punch softened. His expression shifted as he turned to the gong's wielder. Who are you, stable hand? Li smiled ominously, having summoned the ghost-faced gong, his hair slightly longer, his face gaunt, radiating a profound aura of dark energy. I am not a stable hand. I am a new brother of the Tai Sui help, and so are these 2. If you speak of insubordination, then I must ask, which incense master are you? Hua Ernyang was taken aback, realizing too late that Li brother had recklessly confronted the situation. She hurried forward, tugging at Li's arm. whispering, "Li brother, do not provoke him. He is a confidant of Master Zhao, nearly at the level of the hall. Let your brothers yield, do not clash head-on." "Yield?" Li replied with a cold smile. "He has beaten my brother to such a state, and you expect me to yield?" Seeing Li's arrival, the incapacitated Liu Bangxia felt a surge of courage, closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. As for Gao Kaixing, he initially brimmed with anger. However, upon witnessing Li Zhen take the lead, his heart gradually calmed. Yet, a lingering apprehension plagued him. He feared that Li Zhen might not prevail against the old gang, causing him to sweat nervously. Still, he found the scene quite familiar, reminiscent of the time he first met Li Zhen when he confidently challenged him to a duel. Gao Kaixing understood that Li Zhen never engaged in battles without preparation. If he dared to step forward, it was because he had his own strategies in mind. "Oh, a slippery one has arrived. Let me make it clear. I am neither a fragrant master nor a steward. However, I, Zhang Taidian, possess skills that rank just below the two fragrant masters of the Lingzi Hall. You, my brother, feed my horse pig feed. What a grave sin that is." Zhang Taidian chuckled coldly, his hands continuously waving dismissively. After striking that peculiar bronze gong, his right hand felt achingly soft, as if corroded by a sinister energy. Li Zhen retorted with a sneer, "What does your horse consume? Did you give prior notice? Moreover, my brother here is not a stable man. He is merely a new recruit, unfamiliar with the rules, and merely obeys your commands, you old dog." The onlookers were taken aback, feeling as though the world had turned upside down. Zhang Taidian, usually the elder brother in the Lingzi Hall, accustomed to exerting his authority, had never before been referred to as an old dog. However, those who had returned with Li Zhen from Lu'er the previous day quickly came to terms with it. After all, Li Zhen spoke without reservation even to the steward of the Liu family in Panzhou, so it seemed reasonable for him to insult Zhang Taidian. Indeed, while Li Zhen possessed the ability to summon river spirits, Zhang Tiedian's abilities were undeniably formidable. Despite Li Zhen's cleverness, he still lacked the depth of experience. Yet, with Master Xing's strong backing, they felt reassured. It was unfortunate for Brother Liu, who had fed their horses well yesterday, but was now beaten to a pulp this morning. As they exchanged words, they noticed Zhang Tiedian's complexion darkening rapidly, as if he were transforming into a different being. While ordinary people might think Zhang Taidian was merely angered by being called an old dog, those in the gang knew it was a manifestation of his formidable skill, his copper skin and iron bones, often referred to as a superb technique. Li Zhen discerned that Zhang Tiedian's momentum was rising, as if a half-copper, half-silver altar had coalesced behind him. The man's level of mastery was a full realm above his own, making a direct confrontation with brute force unwise. Yet, he hesitated to summon the spirit of the night watchman, fearing it might lead to an undesirable outcome. Li Zhen recalled the time he had summoned the night watchman at the old Chanzhuang, where he managed to hold his ground against a curse-infused entity for a brief moment. He intended to save his trump card for a more critical moment, planning to flee if discovered. "You ignorant child, within the realm of mastery, the gap in skill is as vast as the heavens. Your foundation is merely that of a novice. How dare you insult me? You truly do not know the meaning of death." A mottled copper-black aura emanated from him, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the area. The half-copper, half-silver altar behind him only added to Li Zhen's pressure. Yet, having already crossed the line with his insults, there was no turning back. Frequently relying on his trump card to engage in battles, he now had a chance to spar with this old dog, which would serve to hone his combat experience. With that, Li Zhen resolved not to be outdone, his eyes filled with the essence of life and death. Though he had not yet ascended to a higher realm, he possessed no supernatural abilities. However, the process of honing his skills was readily perceived by the seasoned practitioners surrounding him. "Does Brother Li possess any extraordinary techniques? I recall the elders saying that one should not practice advanced techniques without a solid foundation. Brother Li is merely a novice. How could he dare to refine such skills?" However, the leader mentioned that even those from illustrious families should begin honing their skills before entering the realm of mastery. Some superior techniques do not compromise one's foundation. As they spoke, they witnessed Zhang Taidian springing into action, launching himself at Li Zhen. In Li Zhen's view, it resembled a cannonball hurtling toward him, swift and nearly impossible to perceive. Bang! A solid punch landed on his chest, feeling as if it had punctured his very core. Blood erupted from Li Zhen's mouth, and he staggered backward. Huanyang gasped, covering her eyes in horror, while those acquainted with Li Zhen felt a jolt of shock. This was their benefactor in the Tuasue gang. Zhang Taidian truly deserved to die? Yet, despite their indignation, none dared to intervene. For the formidable copper-silver altar and Zhang Tiedian's copper skin and iron bones were too daunting. Zhang Tiedian planted his feet firmly, gazing down at Li Zhen, who lay on the ground, and mocked, "Is this all? I expected more." Li Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly rose, his eyes still brimming with the essence of life and death. He spread his arms wide, inviting another strike. "Oh!" Zhang Tiedian laughed again, and this time, his movements were even swifter, amplified by the altar's energy, infused with residual vitality. He unleashed a kick so rapid it left no shadow, aimed at Li Zhen's neck. Concealed behind a haystack outside the estate, Xing Yi cursed under his breath, "You dare to lay hands on my esteemed guest, Zhang Tiedian. When I faced 3 foes alone in the Deathstream Woods, I easily dispatched 2 masters. Brotherly has countless methods to eliminate you, yet he chooses to refine his iron technique instead. Zhang Tiedian, you better tread carefully. If anything happens to my esteemed guest, I shall ensure you are turned into medicine." Zhang Tiedian's kick aimed to incapacitate Li Zhen, his trousers hugging his legs, rigid like a robust steel bar. Li Zhen had already sheathed his bronze gong and, relying solely on his iron technique, faced this kick with little choice but to endure. Fortunately, his reflexes were not sluggish. He quickly crouched down, narrowly dodging the blow. However, the residual wind from the kick stung his face painfully. Seeing his first kick miss, Zhang Tiedian hesitated momentarily, but swiftly grinned and launched another kick, attacking from above and below, leaving Li Zhen with no avenue of escape. Zhang Tiedian spun like a top, relentless in his assault. Just as Li Zhen was contemplating this, a solid kick landed squarely on his chest, causing his internal organs to feel as though they were shifting positions, and he was forced to retreat violently. This scene drew gasps from the onlookers. Zhang Tiedian, with his extraordinary abilities, was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of mastery, while Li Zhen, a mere novice, stood no chance against him. It was a tragic sight. Li Zhen, who had hoped to defend his brother, was instead met with a brutal beating. Many sympathized with him, believing that his unyielding demeanor in the face of a powerful adversary stemmed not from stubbornness but from a fierce spirit. The old gang members who followed Zhang Tiedian were staunch supporters of Master Zhao, and they did not mock or deride Li Zhen. Instead, they watched with expressions of amusement, secretly dismissing him. Only Huanyang, holding tightly onto Gao Kaixing, urged him not to rush into danger. Brotherly has suffered enough. You are still far from his level. Don't throw your life away. I cannot simply stand by and watch Brother Zhen take a beating. He stepped up for me and Hanxia. Gao Kaixing's face flushed with determination, yet he found himself unable to break free from Huanyang's grasp. Perhaps Zhang Tiedian will tire of this and cease his assault. Master Xing is likely returning from the Blood Clothes gang soon. Gao Kaixing was entirely unresponsive to Huanyang's words, merely stating that he would let his brother tend to the horses, despite the fact that his brother had been beaten, as well as their dear brother Zhen. Was the renowned Tai Sui gang merely composed of bullies who only thrived in their own territory? Huanyang paused momentarily, sighed, and replied, "What good is reasoning? Reason holds little weight against a fist, more fragile than a mere piece of paper. If you believe your strength is formidable, then go ahead and kill Zhang Tiedian. But you lack the capability and must submit." Gao Kaixing fell silent, watching as his fellow disciple, his beloved brother Zhen, was relentlessly beaten, blood spilling from his mouth, causing tears to well up in his eyes. He said nothing and did nothing, yet deep within him, a seed quietly began to sprout. Bang! Another kick landed solidly, and Li Zhen crashed to the ground. With the acuity of modern insight, he finally grasped the core principle of the iron method through his clash with Zhang Tiedian, the essence of foundational skills. Zhang Tiedian's strikes appeared chaotic, yet they were akin to a cat toying with a mouse, merely toying with him. His foundational skills were profoundly deep, his physical strength, the force of his strikes, and energy control were so refined that even when executing high-intensity whip kicks, he remained unperturbed. The buff provided by the incense altar behind him was crucial. Yet Zhang Tiedian's own foundational skills far surpassed those of this fledgling who had been learning for just over half a year. Lying on the ground, Li Zhen made a resolution. He slowly rose, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Tiedian squinted, a smirk creeping across his lips. "Oh, you can still get up? I thought your skills were as tough as your words, but who knew you were so fragile? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall spare your life, as well as that of your 2 horsemen brothers." Li Zhen chuckled coldly. "Kneel? Do you truly believe you have bested me?" Zhang Tiedian shook his head, laughing derisively. "Is it only by killing you and offering your flesh and blood to Tai Sui that you will cease your bravado? If I have not bested you, then who has?" Just then, Zhang Tiedian suddenly felt his legs weaken, and darkness clouded his vision, as if the night had abruptly settled upon the plains, striking at his very core. A wave of weakness washed over him. He could barely clench his fists, feeling a profound lethargy enveloping his body. You. Li Zhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the deathly aura between his fingers gradually dissipating. So, Zhang teetering, relying on your path, using flawed techniques. I must inform you that pride leads to downfall. With a sudden shift, the strength of his copper skin and iron bones faltered, and Zhang Titing's complexion turned a sickly yellow as he dropped to his knees. He gazed at Li Zhen, disbelief filling his eyes. What kind of technique is this? Yet, he could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground like a felled onion. A hush fell over the arena. Whether it was Huanyang, the brothers returning from Lure village, or the old cronies following Zhang teetering, they all stared wide-eyed. Are they jesting? A mere novice of the iron method has managed to bring Zhang teetering, a fully realized master, to his knees. Could it be that Brother Li was merely pretending all along? Li Zhen was certainly not pretending. The blows he endured and the blood he spat were far more intense than Huanyang's sweat-soaked feet. However, each time he was struck by Zhang Teeting's relentless kicks, there were significant openings. Zhang Teetering, relying on his foundational skills to overpower Li Zhen, had not anticipated that Li Zhen had been diligently overcoming a formidable challenge since transitioning from novice to adept. The ultimate technique. Every night, by the light of old candles, Li Zhen tirelessly honed his ultimate skill, lighting the life lamp, infusing the living with the breath of the deceased, extinguishing the life lamp to sever the yang energy of others. Each time he was kicked, the life and death energies within his eyes would reveal the location of Zhang Teetering's life lamp. This old coin concealed the life lamp within his lower back, and Li Zhen relentlessly targeted it. To avoid detection, and due to his familiarity with this ultimate technique, he was able to precisely control the infusion of death energy. Thus, the more Zhang Teetering kicked Li Zhen, the more this death energy accumulated, further reinforced by the earlier strikes upon Li Zhen's copper gong, laying the foundation for this dramatic reversal. Before Huanyang and her group could step forward to congratulate Li Zhen, Zhang Teeting's old cronies surged forward. You little novice. What crooked methods are you employing? How dare you show disrespect to the elders of the gang? You deserve a beating. Li Zhen, however, could no longer afford to face them head-on with iron method skills and had to prepare to unleash his copper gong. But in that instant, a slender figure appeared before Li Zhen. With a powerful push of his palms, a forceful aura surged forth, manifesting an invisible energy that sent the group of old cronies tumbling to the ground. I dare anyone to lay a hand on the benefactor of our Tai Sui gang. Xingyi had finally arrived. He understood that he could no longer remain hidden. In times of peril, saving others would ensure they remembered his kindness. Xingyi's calculations had been precise, yet he had not anticipated that Li Zhen would casually remark, Xing, why have you been standing by for so long without lending a hand? Chapter 76, A Collective Sense of Belonging. The round-table discussion things had spiraled out of control. Xingyi's heart sank. How had his concealed energy been detected? Would this blatant act of assistance provoke the displeasure of this scion from the Pan Prefecture? A chill crept down his spine as he slowly said, What are you talking about, Brother Li? I don't quite understand. Xing, cease your pretense. My ultimate technique allows me to perceive the life energy of others. There was a massive surge of energy behind that haystack outside the village. Did you think I was blind? Li Zhen replied languidly. This life lamp was indeed a fine skill, akin to an infrared thermal imaging device from a previous lifetime. However, he also discerned Xingyi's intentions and had initially focused on honing his own techniques, neglecting to call for help beforehand. An awkward silence ensued, and Xingyi cleared his throat, stating, I was a bit distracted outside the village earlier. Upon hearing the commotion, I rushed over. Brother Li, please don't misunderstand. Li Zhen chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, whether or not to assist was a matter of personal kindness, not obligation. As a mere novice, he deemed it unnecessary to press the issue. Flexibility was the most harmonious mode of interaction between individuals. Observing Li Zhen's calm demeanor, Xingyi inwardly chastised himself. Had he known it would be wiser to refrain from seeking immediate glory, he would have come forward sooner to drive Zhang Teetering away. The old cronies on the ground rose. Seeing Xingyi, they suppressed their anger and bowed respectfully, stating, Xing, your man has dealt such a vicious blow to my brother Zhang. An apology is in order. Apologize? Xingyi replied with a cold smile. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Teetering first insulted the new members of the Tai Sui gang, and then, relying on his seniority, bullied Brother Li. His arrogance and ignorance led to this outcome, so I believe it is you who should apologize to these two brothers. The old cronies exchanged glances, internally cursing. It seemed that Xing Yi had been observing closely and could not be deceived. They replied, "Since you are aware of the circumstances, then surely you recognize that Brother Zhang was merely trying to guide the newcomers. It was not his intention to harm. Yet, your man has learned such a treacherous ultimate technique and dealt such a blow. Should we blame Brother Zhang or your man?" The onlooking brothers shouted in outrage. This group had twisted the truth, blurring right and wrong. They had clearly bullied the newcomers, yet claimed it was guidance. Kicking at the arteries of another's neck was considered guidance? Then let me also guide you a few times, the old cronies thought, believing they had the upper hand over Xing Yi. However, they were met with a cold laugh from Xing Yi, who said, "Let us not even discuss that. You refer to my man as your man. Is this not the Tai Sui gang? Is this not the Tai Sui gang's Lingzi Hall? We are all under the guidance of the gang leader, protected by the hall master. Your words imply division. Do you wish to split the Lingzi Hall apart? Or do you elders of the Tai Sui gang seek to establish a separate faction? The leader shall return, yet I am uncertain of the consequences should these words reach his ears." Alas, it appears that Xing Yi possesses a remarkable talent for casting aspersions. Li Zhen, seated nearby, quietly nodded in approval while catching his breath. According to the earlier words of Hua Enyang, this group is aligned with the faction of Zhao Xiangzhu. Such factional disputes are best kept in whispers. Who would dare to claim such a title in public? The older members of the gang, upon hearing Xing Yi's remarks, felt a surge of anxiety, hastily bowing to him before retreating in a dejected manner. In the spacious courtyard of the Lingzi Hall, separated by a field of green onions, this group resided on the opposite side of the field. As the older members departed, the brothers returning from Liuzhuang flocked to Li Zhen, encircling him with admiration. They even lifted him high, throwing him into the air. Brother Li is truly impressive. I have never witnessed such a feat. Zhang Tiduing, who was accustomed to wielding power, felt a surge of gratitude, thinking, Brother Li has avenged us. Gao Kaixing finally felt a sense of relief. He gazed at the unconscious Lu Bangxia and murmured, "Bangxia. As I have said before, Brother Zhen never engages in battles unprepared. He has already toppled the elders. I can hardly envision the day he becomes the leader." As Li Zhen was tossed into the air, he couldn't help but feel a deeper emotional connection with these brothers. This, he realized, was the essence of camaraderie. Hua Enyang, with a sly grin, was secretly delighted, having pinched Brother Li during the toss, relishing the moment. Inside the room, Xing Yi, Hua Enyang, Cui Sheng, and Li Zhen were seated around a table adorned with pastries and tea. The Bloodclothes gang had a deputy from the Lu family, yet he was absent due to Li Zhen's prior visits. The atmosphere within the Bloodclothes gang remained rather courteous. Xing Yi sipped his tea, furrowing his brow. However, as the saying goes, the barking dog does not bite. The Bloodclothes gang knew the Lu family was absent, but if they were present, one could only imagine their arrogance. Cui Sheng, arms crossed and expression somber, pondered the internal and external challenges they faced. The sycophants of the Zhao family were causing unrest within the gang, further complicating relations with both the Bloodclothes gang and the Lu family from Panzhou. Hua Enyang, indulging in pastries, remained silent, attending the meeting solely due to Xing Yi's special consideration for him. Similarly, Cui Sheng had previously paved a way for Hua Enyang during the events at Liuzhuang, yet he remained a mere supporting figure. The primary discussions revolved around Xing Xiangzhu and Cui Sheng. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Yi spoke. Zhao Qianquan is likely to return to fetch the leader in the next couple of days. Any negotiations with the Lu family will depend on the leader. After all, our Tai Sui gang's leader is an immortal of the Dingfu realm, residing in the state. Outsiders would not dare to disrespect him. But is it not so that the leader's old injuries remain unhealed, leaving him with only the title of Dingfu? Cui Sheng interjected. Be cautious. Xing Yi frowned, asserting that they must keep the leader's condition a closely guarded secret. If the Bloodclothes gang or the Lu family were to learn of it, they would surely exploit it to oppress them further. Cui Sheng promptly fell silent. At present, it was unclear just how formidable the Lu family from Panzhou truly was. It was said that Lingbao Xing was well informed. Perhaps they could extract some intelligence from them. After concluding his thoughts, Xing Yi glanced at Li Zhen, either intentionally or unintentionally. However, among you, if anyone possesses knowledge of the aristocratic families, it would be prudent to speak openly. As it pertains to the survival of our gang, Cui Sheng quickly responded, Xiangzhu, I do not know much, only that the Lu family in Panzhou is regarded as second tier. Beyond that, I am unaware. After all, my Cui family cannot extend its influence beyond Dongyi County. Hua Enyang nodded in agreement. All three pairs of eyes turned to Li Zhen, who felt slightly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. He was unfamiliar with the Lu family and hardly recognized those who passed through the village, let alone their affairs in the state. Yet, to maintain appearances. He could only slowly shake his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. I do not know much. Xing Yi observed Li Zhen's hesitant expression and understood. This individual clearly did not regard the Liu family with any seriousness. How could he possibly be ignorant? Yet, if he truly knew nothing, they must contemplate the worst-case scenario. Should the leader fail to intimidate the Liu family, the events surrounding the Liu River would surely provoke a furious retaliation from them. At that moment, they would be left to flee like rats, becoming fugitives. What do you think, Li Zhen? Xing Ye's gaze was complex, filled with hope and anticipation. Li Zhen, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to steal the town stone from the Duzi Hall. The Taisui gang could not remain idle for long. Perhaps it was wiser to inspire these individuals instead. He relaxed his brow and lightly remarked, "Fear not. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely emerge." The mere Liu family of Panzhou, in the face of a united gang, what can they do? Hearing Li Zhen's words, Xing Yi finally felt a sense of ease settle within him. With a family even more formidable than the Liu family backing them, how could the Taisui gang possibly falter? Everything would be just fine. Chapter 77. The Pressure of Enmity. The Return of the Taisui gang leader. Bang. Bang. The sound of the drum echoed like the thunder of spring, startling the diligent constables. Before the Dongyi County government office stood a large drum, elevated high. All locals knew it to be the drum of grievances. Its surface was crafted from an enchanted hide, and upon being struck, it could resonate with the soul. As a few constables opened the door, they were taken aback. A throng of people gathered outside, forming a circle, crying out in anguish. "Return my daughter. Alas, my daughter, yet to be wed, has been abducted by vile scoundrels." Unaware of the origins of these wretched beasts, they lamented. "I have searched for 2 days and nights, but to no avail." The cacophony of cries and curses melded into a disarray. The constables, initially dumbfounded, soon grasped the gravity of the situation. A significant case had emerged in the city, with dozens of young girls reported missing, all of tender age and unwed. They attempted to calm the crowd and disperse them, dispatching a literate constable to document the details on bamboo slips before reporting back to the officials inside. Within the government office, aside from the chief constable and other officers, there were also those of higher rank. Cases that could not be resolved were often turned into bounties. Announced to the public, the office was not affluent. Annual tax revenues and government allocations were meager. However, the constables of Dongyi County were known for their integrity. For certain unresolved cases, they would personally fund the bounties, and the amounts were not insignificant. Previously, when a monkey demon had lured and killed the daughter of a local official, he had offered a golden reward for information. This case was ultimately solved, albeit by individuals affiliated with Ling Baoxing. Yet, when they claimed the reward, they left behind an identity of a Taoist named Li. The constable had found this peculiar, noting that the surname Li was rare, both distinguished and notorious. Now, suddenly, a Taoist of that name had appeared in this rural backwater. He couldn't help but take extra notice. Today, an officer wearing a black cap was engrossed in the case files when he heard the resounding drum from outside. Shortly after, 2 constables entered. "Sir, another unresolved case has arisen. Numerous young girls in the county have gone missing. Could it be the work of malevolent spirits?" Within the lofty, fragrant halls of Ling Baoxing, a wealthy man sat comfortably, a young servant prostrated before him. "The task has been handled well. I am but one final ingredient away from refining my treasured jade. However, have you cleaned yourself up?" The servant, too timid to raise his head, hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. Rest assured, master. I had previously instructed the brothers to deliberately leave behind the hair and skin flakes of the malevolent creature when taking a person away. Even if the authorities were to investigate, they would never trace it back to us." The innkeeper lifted his foot and kicked the servant hard, scolding, "Foolish creature. You think too highly of yourself. By deliberately mixing in the creature's hair, you only serve to arouse suspicion among the officials. When has a malevolent entity ever caused calamity without shedding skin or fur? I'm sorry, what should we do now?" The servant, having received a kick, dared not speak further. "What can we do? Even if they have sharp noses in the government, they would never suspect our Lingbao Guild. We are a reputable establishment known for our good deeds. How could we engage in such vile acts?" The innkeeper, with a cold smile, had his facial folds bunched together. "Another matter, however, is of even greater significance than this blood jade." The innkeeper's smile faded as he placed his foot on the servant's head and stated slowly, "I have sent someone to the horse village and learned that a certain Mr. Li has indeed arrived in the county and even joined the Taishui gang. I leveraged my connections to contact brothers in the state to investigate the case from 18 years ago. Due to the small and weak nature of Panzhou, even the higher-ups have recorded little about it. It is said that the Li family of Zhengzhou has colluded with malevolent entities and deserves to be eradicated. Yet, the Li family, a rival to the imperial authority, suffered the same fate as the 7 other families, all of which were annihilated. Logically speaking, the emperor's actions, along with those of the flourishing 7 families, should have left no remnants. Yet here we are, in our humble Dongyi County, with the presence of a certain Mr. Li. I am already an accomplished practitioner of divination. While I may not rival the guild leader, my skills in numerology are quite accurate. However, I cannot discern this Mr. Li's fate nor his path. The servant, feeling the weight of the innkeeper's foot, spoke in a hushed tone. Are we to suppress this treasure? Suppress the treasure? The innkeeper, with a cold smile, replied, I dare not. If he is indeed of the Li family, he is but a solitary reed in the wind. Even if I wished to support him, I would be unable to do so. If someone in the state were to discover his identity, do you know what would become of me? The servant shook his head, too frightened to speak. Moreover, even I, a mere deputy innkeeper of the Lingbao Guild in Dongyi County, am aware of this Li's identity. Do you think others would remain ignorant? Clearly, the Taishui gang has already taken notice. Otherwise, how could a mere novice of the Tongmin realm casually join the Taishui gang? The servant nodded in realization, quickly praising the innkeeper's foresight. The Taishui gang is currently in quite a predicament. Who would have thought that this second-rate gang, the Bloodclothes gang, could even forge connections with the Liu family from Panzhou? It seems they have recruited Mr. Li, also gambling that a dying camel is larger than a horse. Unfortunately, the Li family's fortunes have long since waned, and those lingering in Dongyi County are merely distant branches of the family. Otherwise, even if the main branch had entrusted their legacy, they would surely have powerful guardians by their side, not to mention the legendary figures. Surely the high-ranking officials would have some support, right? Yet I have sent scouts to investigate, and all I found at the Li family in the horse village was an elderly man, barely clinging to life, living in abject poverty. Thus, I cannot suppress this treasure, but it would not hurt to gain some benefit from it. I only hope to extract myself when chaos ensues. Is it not the remnants of the Li family that seek power? I shall lend it to them. Did not the Monyu Hall previously seek a bounty from the authorities for Mr. Li? A pound of golden silk Taishui should be delivered to the Taishui gang tomorrow, under the name of our Lingbao Guild. Additionally, I will select a few treasures from the treasure pavilion under my name, and say that I, the innkeeper Chiu, greatly miss this old acquaintance. The servant acknowledged and hurriedly nodded, scuttling off to the second floor. Alone, the innkeeper withdrew a blood-red jade bracelet from his pocket, playing with it and unable to part with it. The blood of a maiden nourishes this jade. This cursed treasure shall serve me well when I ascend to the top, allowing me to return to my clan and earn a place at the table. Ah, Mr. Li, we are quite alike. Both of us hail from collateral branches. It is challenging to achieve success without leveraging power. However, you are worse off than I. You now rely on my enemies in Panzhou to fend off the Liu family. Should you rise to prominence, do remember to lend me a hand. With that, he tucked the bracelet away and drifted into slumber. A spring rain fell incessantly, moss sprouting upon the green bricks. Monyu Hall radiated vitality, riding a magnificent steed, his hair dampened by the fine rain. He still wore the mask, accompanied by a few servants, each carrying a bundle. My lord, you truly are an acquaintance of Innkeeper Chiu. It seems that Monyu Hall may have a chance to turn its fortunes around. At the Taishui gang's Linzi Hall, the dried white Taishui dimmed, appearing as if it despised the dreary weather. 2 large horses stood at the entrance of the Linzi Hall. On one horse, a masked figure in a voluminous black robe concealed his form entirely. On the other, a man dressed in silk, his hair tied back, wore boots, and carried a 3-foot sword. Leader, you have truly endured a difficult journey. You should return to the Linzi Hall and rest for a while. The man in black nodded slowly, dismounted gracefully, and headed toward the compound. As he entered, he heard someone running forward, kneeling with a thud. Long live the leader. Long live the fragrant Master Zhao. Zhang Tiding has fallen victim to the new recruit under Master Xing. I did not expect that newcomer to resort to such treachery, employing some unknown technique. Now, Brother Zhang lies in bed, his life flickering. The man in silk, with a sword at his waist, immediately shouted coldly, Nonsense. Tiding is the backbone of our Linzi Hall, nearing the level of a townstone officer. With the ghost carriage Liu family approaching the mid-July period, how can the Xing family allow such treacherous individuals into our gang? Quickly, take me to see Zhao Tiding. The black-clad figure said nothing, merely following in silence. After a while, a large horse halted outside the compound. Monyu Hall, holding the golden silk Taishui, turned and asked, by the way, what message did Innkeeper Chiu want me to convey? One of the servants replied, Lord Monyu, Innkeeper Chiu said he misses this old acquaintance very much, which is why he sent so many treasures to express his sentiments.